Chapter 1. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dear heavens, must you toy with me in such a manner? All right, I can see that I enjoy One Piece, but is it truly necessary to cast me directly into this realm? Raifa lamented as he gazed skyward, tears of despair threatening to spill. It was a leisurely weekend, and he was comfortably resting at home, with the gentle hum of the air conditioning, legs crossed, savoring music, sipping milk tea, and perusing the latest updates of One Piece's mangan idyllic existence, indeed. However, he never anticipated that the computer chair, which had cost him over 1,000 yuan, would betray him so ruthlessly. Merely shifting his seating position caused the chair to collapse entirely, resulting in a painful thud as the back of his head struck the ground, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a new world, inhabiting the body of a 7-year-old boy also named Raifa, who had a foster father named Sengoku. The name Sengoku was not foreign to Raifa. Titles such as Wise General, Buddha, and Admiral of the Navy adorned this name. Yet Raifa felt compelled to express his incredulity. But why on earth was this character from the world of manga now standing before him as his foster father? After several days of contemplation, Raifa reluctantly acknowledged that this was not a mere dream. He had truly entered the world of One Piece. His foster father, Sengoku, was indeed the renowned Admiral Buddha Sengoku from the series. However, at this juncture, Sengoku had yet to ascend to the rank of admiral and was merely one of the 2 existing Marine Admirals, known as the Wise General. Alongside Black Arm Zephyr, they represented the pinnacle of the Navy's might, although there was another individual who chose not to pursue the title of Admiral. Chronologically speaking, there remained over 20 years until the narrative of One Piece would commence with Luffy's departure at sea. Reflecting upon his extraordinary circumstances, Raifa could not help but think of the phrase Yi Gong's fondness for dragons. Indeed, his admiration for One Piece was undeniable, yet it did not imply that he was eager to be thrust into this world. The realm of One Piece was indeed vibrant and exhilarating, yet was equally fraught with peril and uncertainty. In comparison to the lawful society of his previous life, this world was undeniably treacherous to those formidable beings capable of annihilating entire cities. Ordinary individuals were akin to mere insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Even the residual effects of a casual skirmish could spell doom. For an unassuming person, it was akin to an individual inadvertently stepping on an insect. They would remain oblivious to the life they had just extinguished. This transcended the simplistic dichotomy of good and evil. In this world, ordinary people were, but those insects, merely 7 years of age. Raifa was indisputably just an ordinary boy, and despite his foster father's esteemed position as the Admiral Wise General Sengoku, this did not alter the fact that he was utterly defenseless. Thus, deep within, Raifa harbored a profound apprehension regarding his unexpected arrival. It is known that the family of Admiral Black Arm Zephyr perished entirely due to the vengeance of pirates. Should he encounter a similar fate, Lei Fa doubts he would evade disaster. Who can say if there might be someone seeking retribution against Sengoku, and perhaps targeting him in the process? If that were to occur, there would be no time to lament. Damn it, I must devise a plan to commence my training without delay. Given my adoptive father's position in the Navy, pursuing training should not pose too much of a challenge. However, merely adhering to a conventional training regimen will not suffice in acquiring the strength necessary for self-defense. Such power cannot be attained overnight. Surely, there must be a shortcut? Lei Fa pondered, a frown of vexation creasing his brow. These thoughts consumed him. He reached for a piece of sizzling, golden brown meat from the grill before him, placing it onto his plate. He picked up a morsel and brought it to his mouth, remarking, "I should eat first. This is a delicacy my adoptive father brought back from the sea, and it must be quite delectable." As the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku, Lei Fa faced certain risks, yet the advantages were undeniably numerous. At the very least, he need not concern himself with basic necessities, enjoying a life of comfort surpassing that of the vast majority in this world. Indeed, Sengoku had recently returned from a voyage, bringing back an abundance of small gifts for Lei Fa. The delectable meat he was currently grilling was one such treasure. Wow! As the tender meat melted in his mouth, Lei Fa's senses were awakened. This exquisite texture was beyond compare, far surpassing even the most succulent lamb. No, it was at least several times more delightful. Just as Lei Fa reveled in the extraordinary flavor of the grilled meat, a series of golden characters suddenly materialized in his mind. Ding! Detection of host enjoying gourmet food initiated Gourmet System initializing. Identifying the type of gourmet cells within the host. Recognition successful. The host's gourmet cells stem from the ancient food devil Tao, known for its insatiable appetite, capable of devouring all. Current awakening level, 0.01. The initial task has been activated. Enjoy 3 types of gourmet food. Task reward, random low-tier culinary technique. What is happening? Lei Fa, who had been seated on a stone bench, sprang to his feet in astonishment. The content that had just flashed in his mind left him utterly stunned. Gourmet system? Gourmet cells? Culinary techniques. Why do these terms seem so familiar? Damn it, isn't this from Toriko? How could it suddenly appear? Lei Fa was taken aback. Toriko was his second favorite manga, aside from One Piece, and he was intimately familiar with its plot, yet he never anticipated such a phenomenon. Much like the 2 primary power systems in the world of One Piece Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, the main power systems in the world of Toriko also consist of 2 types: Culinary Techniques and Dark Techniques. The inexplicable journey into the world of One Piece was already astonishing enough now. An upgrade system akin to a game interface has emerged, complete with culinary skills from the realm of gourmet captives. This is utterly bewildering. Could it be that some deity, in an idle moment, has chosen me for their amusement? Lei Fa mused, somewhat exasperated. With his chin resting on his hand, Lei Fa entered a contemplative state. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Enough of this nonsense. I shall not dwell on it any longer. Let whoever wishes to observe me do so. I fear no gaze. Lei Fa's moment of reflection lasted merely 3 seconds before impatience took over. This was an old habit of his whenever faced with inscrutable matters. He simply chose to disregard them. Of course, this habit has served him well, allowing him to live a rather comfortable life. However, given the current circumstances, this suddenly manifested culinary system appears to bear no adverse effects on him. Rather, it may very well address his urgent predicament. It is imperative that he grows stronger, at the very least to possess the ability for self-defense, ensuring he is not easily dispatched by nameless minions. Completing tasks yields culinary techniques? This is truly a case of wishes being granted. Many of the culinary techniques from the realm of gourmet captives are remarkably formidable, such as the national treasure technique of the Gourmet Festival, which exudes an unbeatable pressure, or Beast Jiro's ability to immobilize an entire planet with a single, precise strike. Then there's the world's strongest man, Irong, with his omnidirectional gravitational force. The more Lei Fa pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If I could truly reach such heights, even an admiral of the Navy would find themselves utterly outmatched. But it likely won't be that simple. The initial task reward merely specifies low-tier culinary techniques. I wonder what they could possibly entail. Lei Fa contemplated that in comparison to the world of One Piece, the realm of gourmet captives is decidedly more potent in terms of martial prowess. Hence, if Lei Fa can adeptly utilize this culinary system, he is certainly capable of making a name for himself in the world of One Piece based solely on his strength. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, the most pressing concern is to swiftly complete the initial task set forth by the culinary system and ascertain the nature of these low-tier culinary techniques. Having long struggled to find a rapid means to enhance his strength, this enigmatic culinary system seems to present a promising shortcut. As for the origins of this system, does it truly matter? It is akin to his own bewilderment at being thrust into the world of One Piece. Since understanding is beyond him, he must simply strive to adapt. The urgent priority is to become stronger. Stronger. However, the cuisine mentioned in this task is evidently not limited to mere ordinary food. I have been in this world for some time now. It was only upon consuming this piece of roasted meat that I was detected enjoying gourmet food, successfully activating the culinary system. Prior to this, it was evident that the other foods consumed did not fall into the category of gourmet. What then qualifies as gourmet cuisine? Lei Fa pondered, somewhat perplexed. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Got you. A petite girl with long pink hair suddenly appeared, glaring at Lei Fa with indignation. Lei Fa, you are here secretly enjoying delicious food all by yourself without inviting Tina. Tina is very upset, and the consequences will be dire. Lei Fa felt a headache coming on at the sight of the suddenly appearing little girl. Unlike the previously inconspicuous Lei Fa, the girl before him, Tina, was destined to become a pivotal force within the Navy. If all went according to plan, she would likely rise to the rank of Rear Admiral in the distant future, possessing boundless potential. However, at present, she was merely a little girl who delighted in clinging to Lei Fa. Tina's father was a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, Thus, like Lei Fa, she belonged to the ranks of naval offspring, having grown up in Marineford. Due to the adult soul residing within him, Lei Fa generally found it difficult to relate to the younger children. Yet, for some reason, Tina was quite enamored with his somewhat reclusive demeanor. To her, Lei Fa was the epitome of a cool, older brother, which made her persistently cling to him. This situation left Lei Fa somewhat helpless. If it were the future Tina pursuing him, he might have felt a twinge of comfort, considering that, based on the comics, she would eventually be a beauty. But presently, Tina was only 5 or 6 years old, making it impossible for him to entertain such thoughts. "Come here and eat with me, kid." Despite his reluctance, Lei Fa was quite indulgent towards the persistent little girl and waved at her with a smile. Finally, initially intending to sulk, the little girl couldn't resist the allure of the golden brown, sizzling meat and ultimately settled beside Lei Fa. He promptly sliced several pieces for her, placing them on an extra plate and handing it over. After receiving the plate, she immediately speared a piece and popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, Lei Fa, your grilling skills have improved again." The delectable food made Tina swiftly forget her earlier displeasure. "It's not my skills that have improved, it's the quality of the meat," Lei Fa chuckled. "This is a little gift from Sengoku, who brought it back from the sea." "Not bad, right? Sengoku uncle has gone to sea again? Has Whitebeard made an appearance?" Tina inquired, her cheeks puffed out as she ate, resembling an adorable little goldfish. "Take your time, there's plenty more," Lei Fa said with a smile, shaking his head at her eagerness. This time it's not that it seems a country has been in turmoil, and Sengoku went to assist in restoring order. "Oh," the little girl nodded vigorously. "By the way, have you heard? The new round of the training camp is recruiting again. Are you going to join? Lei Fa, training camp?" Lei Fa mused, stroking his chin as he recalled the name. "If memory serves, this training camp is designed to nurture the younger offspring of naval personnel, akin to the concept of primary and secondary education in a previous life. However, the curriculum does not encompass mathematics or science. Rather, it prepares these children for future roles within Navy. The parents of these naval children are typically service members, often away from home for extended periods, leaving little time for child rearing. To compensate for this absence, the training camp was established. Naval officers stationed at Marine take turns to provide instruction and training to these children, covering foundational knowledge, general awareness, and introductory physical training, all aimed at fostering future sailors. Participating in this endeavor would indeed be advantageous, not only for personal development, but also for a deeper comprehension of this world. Insights gleaned from comics offer a rather superficial understanding, a realization Lei Fa came to shortly after his arrival in this realm. "Lei Fa, come along. It's so lonely for Tina, all by herself," the little girl exclaimed, setting down her plate and gazing at him with wide, hopeful eyes. All right. Please sign me up, as well we shall attend together," Lei Fa replied with a smile, having made up his mind. "Yay!" Tina nearly leaped with excitement, volunteering, "Leave it to me, but you mustn't back out." "Okay, Lei Fa." Lei Fa agreed to let Tina enroll him in the training camp, but he had no intention of waiting idly. From what Tina had mentioned, the camp's commencement was still some time away. During this interval, he planned to complete the initial task of the culinary system. "Without a skill to rely on, I doubt I could hold my own against those little rascals. It would be quite embarrassing to suffer defeat in the training camp," Lei Fa muttered to himself, shaking his head. The original owner of this body was a person devoid of foresight, oblivious to the extraordinary changes that would unfold in the coming decades. Even Marine the naval headquarters, is no longer an entirely secure sanctuary. Yet, Lei Fa now possesses a clear understanding of these realities and acknowledges the presence of several formidable peers among his contemporaries. Currently, he is neither a user of devil fruit abilities, nor does he have any foundational training. Relying solely on his mental maturity compared to others may not suffice. He certainly does not wish to be bullied by younger children while attending a training camp that would be too humiliating. 10 days later, Lei Fa traversed the restaurants of Marine Vondo, savoring the signature dishes of each establishment. Yet, to his dismay, not a single dish met the culinary system's stringent criteria for gourmet fare. Bang! Lei Fa slammed his fist onto the table before him, frustration boiling over. 34 restaurants, a couple of hundred dishes, and not one meets the requirements? What a joke! These past 10 days had seen him exhaust himself, only to find his efforts utterly fruitless. Anyone in his position would be infuriated if he had assumed that even a casual grilled meat dish he prepared would qualify as gourmet. So seeking out 2 such dishes should have been a simple task. Little did he know it would lead to such a disappointing outcome. "Hey, Lele, why the fuss? Who's been bothering you? Tell your big brother, and he'll help you settle the score," a cheerful voice suddenly chimed from behind Lei Fa. Before this moment, Lei Fa had not heard any footsteps or sensed anyone approaching him, until the sound of a cheerful voice suddenly broke the silence. "Corazon, you wretched scoundrel. How many times must I remind you not to call me little Lele? My name is Lei Fa." Upon hearing the jubilant voice, Lei Fa exclaimed with irritation. The cheerful voice belongs to the master of this body, who was the closest person to the original owner, apart from Ueno, and in terms of status. He is indeed the elder brother of Lei Fa. Like Lei Fa, he is an adopted son of Ueno, and he is a few years older than Lei Fa. Even the current Lei Fa is not unfamiliar with this elder brother, as he has been mentioned multiple times in the manga's narrative. Corazon, originally named Don Quixote Rocinante, is the possessor of the silence fruit. His biological brother, Don Quixote.The, later became renowned as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Night Harpy, and simultaneously served as an intermediary in the underground dark world, bearing the moniker Joker, making him one of the infamous pirates of the seas. Furthermore, Corazon and his biological brother share another identity that is not widely known: world nobles, the celestial dragons. As one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family has maintained its status as celestial dragons. A few years ago, however, Corazon's father, Don Quixote Homing, unexpectedly proposed that celestial dragons should live like ordinary people, exemplifying this ideal by leading his wife and 2 young sons away from Mariewa, seeking to integrate into the lives of common folk. Tragically, he underestimated the deep-seated hatred ordinary people held towards the exalted celestial dragons. The grievances accumulated over generations could not simply dissipate due to his impractical ideals. The Don Quixote family, having renounced their celestial dragon status, faced relentless harassment and animosity from the populace, who sought to vent their frustrations upon them. Before relinquishing their prestigious identity, they were world nobles, protected by the world government. Anyone daring to harm them would face the wrath of the most formidable admiral. However, once they lost this illustrious status, and ordinary people realized that there would be no repercussions for harming them, tragedy ensued. Following the death of their mother, Doflamingo, who had long been oppressed by these circumstances, finally erupted in anger, blaming his father for thoughtlessly renouncing their celestial dragon identity, which resulted in the family's descent into suffering. In this outburst, Doflamingo unleashed the demons that had long resided within him. He personally took the life of his father, attempting to barter his father's severed head for the forgiveness of other celestial dragons, hoping to reclaim his identity among them. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. He was cast out nonetheless. Thus began Don Quixote Doflamingo's descent into darkness. Witnessing his father's murder at the hands of his brother, Corazon fled from his sibling and, by a twist of fate, became the adopted son of Sengoku. Compared to Lei Fa, Corazon is somewhat older and has since become a genuine member of the Navy, holding the rank of lieutenant. However, regardless of Corazon's prowess or military title, to Lei Fa, he remains merely an elder brother with a penchant for mischief and a somewhat wicked sense of humor. Beyond what Lei Fa gleaned from the manga about Corazon, he could also sense the innate kindness of this brother, as he had never spoken ill of Lei Fa. Within the memories of this body, Lei Fa perceives that its former owner, due to his reclusive nature, had been bullied multiple times. Ironically, those who tormented him were Navy brats. Even Sengoku, a vice admiral, would not take seriously such childish squabbles. Yet Corazon refused to accept this, and whenever he discovered Lei Fa being victimized, he would recklessly seek justice for his younger brother. Even knowing he was no match for the assailants, often returning with bruises but unwilling to allow Lei Fa to suffer in vain. It was precisely because of such a seemingly harsh yet deeply caring brother that Lei Fa encountered far fewer troubles, and the number of those who dared to bully him dwindled significantly. Of course, it is important to clarify that Corazon was aiding the original Lei Fa, not the present one. Nevertheless, fully embracing the memories of the body as former owner, he could still feel the bond of kinship. Thus, despite his outward complaints, he bore no true resentment towards Corazon for such trivial matters. Upon hearing Lei Fa's exasperated response, Corazon contentedly took a seat opposite him, grinning as he said, "I understand. Little Lei Fa, please do not be upset. Is the Navy truly so idle that they have time to bother me?" Lei Fa chose not to dwell on Corazon's teasing nickname, for he recognized that engaging with Corazon's mischievous nature would only encourage him further. It was far more prudent to simply ignore it. Fresh from a mission, he heard that little Lei Fa had been indulging excessively in food and drink. "I was merely concerned that you might have been bullied or faced some distress," Corazon remarked earnestly. Lei Fa understood that Corazon's concerns were genuine. His behavior over the past 10 days had indeed been somewhat unusual, which explained Corazon's worry. It's nothing. No one has bullied me. Lei Fa shook his head. Really? Corazon replied, somewhat skeptical. Absolutely, Lei Fa affirmed. The old man Sengoku brought me some little gifts from the sea recently. And among them was a type of meat that I grilled, which was extraordinarily delicious. However, that small portion was insufficient to last me for several days. After finishing it, I still craved more delectable treats. Yet, despite my visits to numerous restaurants and sampling an array of signature dishes, there remains an elusive quality that I cannot quite place. Lei Fa discreetly withheld the matter concerning the culinary system and offered a blend of truth and deception to Corazon, hoping to assuage his concerns. So that's it. Corazon remarked with a dismissive wave, reclining against the backrest with a playful grin. This is quite normal, you know. If you had asked me sooner, you wouldn't have had to run around in such a frenzy. Lei Fa sensed an unusual undertone in Corazon's words and promptly inquired. Are you suggesting that you know what this is all about? Of course. I am your all-powerful elder brother, Corazon replied with a smug air. Lei Fa struggled to suppress the urge to deliver a punch to Corazon's face and gritted his teeth, demanding, So, what exactly is the reason? Perhaps sensing that Lei Fa was on the verge of losing his temper, Corazon ceased his teasing and, still smiling, explained. What Old Man Warring States brought back for you is most likely sea king meat. The so-called signature dishes from these ordinary restaurants in Mariford utilize commonplace ingredients. You must understand that in culinary arts, the quality of the ingredients significantly influences the final flavor and texture. The meat from Sea Kings is unparalleled by ordinary ingredients. Although your barbecue may seem simple, the quality of the ingredients far surpasses those so-called signature dishes, hence the distinctive taste. Ingredients? Lei Fa's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, if it is the quality of the ingredients at play, it becomes clear why, despite having tasted numerous dishes prior, I had never activated the culinary system. The notion of Sea Kings seemed increasingly plausible to Lei Fa, as it presented the most rational explanation. It appeared that the culinary system's criteria for gourmet was more intricate than he had initially perceived. Thankfully, he was beginning to grasp the concept. Thank you for the insight. I shall treat you to a meal another day, Lei Fa said gratefully to Corazon before hastily departing. Hey, are you just leaving me here? Corazon called after Lei Fa's retreating figure, discontented. Once Lei Fa was out of sight, he shook his head and chuckled. What is up with this kid lately? He has been so impulsive. Has he changed? Never mind. If you won't eat, then I shall indulge. Observing the nearly untouched spread before him, Corazon rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. Time to dig in. With Corazon's guidance, Lei Fa, now aware that the issue likely resided in the quality of the ingredients, swiftly altered his strategy. No longer would he meander aimlessly from one restaurant to another. Instead, his sights were set firmly on Sea Kings. His current understanding of the culinary system remains rather superficial, leaving him unable to discern what types of food truly satisfy the culinary system's criteria for gourmet fare. He is also incapable of identifying the various factors that influence the culinary system's evaluations. Therefore, the simplest course of action is to replicate the dish that was initially deemed gourmet, his homemade barbecue. In this regard, Lei Fa possesses a remarkable self-awareness. Refraining from the delusion that his grilling skills could surpass those of various restaurants, nor does he believe he has reached the culinary threshold set by the gastronomic system. Since it is not a matter of cooking technique, it is evident that the root cause lies predominantly in the quality of the ingredients. This is precisely why. Upon receiving a reminder from Corazon, Lei Fa immediately grasped the situation. He had previously been perplexed, merely ensnared by the complexities of the matter. Once enlightened, he promptly abandoned his futile endeavors. His focus shifted towards the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are an exceedingly prevalent type of marine creature in this world, colossal in size, diverse in variety, and varied in appearance, with most exhibiting ferocious temperaments. They instill profound fear in ordinary sailors, as encounters with Sea Kings are often fraught with peril. Fortunately, the majority of Sea Kings congregate within the doldrums flanking the Grand Line. Although they are scattered throughout the vast ocean, their distribution outside the doldrums is relatively sparse. Were it not for this, the sea would likely become a forbidden realm for many. Upon deciding to target the Sea Kings, Lei Fa had no intention of personally hunting them. He was not so reckless. Indeed, Sea Kings seem rather feeble when confronted by the world's most formidable warriors. Even the rare giant Sea Kings are insufficient against those of admiral caliber. However, this perspective holds true only for the strong. What if we consider the ordinary populace? Even the smaller specimens measure dozens of meters in length, and the larger ones can reach several hundred meters. Any single one cast upon the soil of Earth in his previous life would rival Godzilla as a colossal monster. For an ordinary person, merely standing firm in the presence of such a behemoth is already commendable. To contemplate resistance is simply preposterous. Thus, Lei Fa never entertained the notion of procuring sea king flesh on his own. However, his limitations do not preclude the capabilities of those he knows. Let us not forget. He is the son of an admiral and is acquainted with numerous individuals capable of vanquishing sea kings. The sole dilemma lies in determining whom to solicit for assistance. His adoptive father, Sengoku, is undoubtedly among those closest to him, but his father's disposition leans towards the rather rigid. If he were to arbitrarily demand sea king meat, not only would he likely fail, but he might also face a reprimand from Sengoku. Given his understanding of Sengoku, such a possibility is quite substantial. Therefore, Sengoku can be readily dismissed as an option. Who, then, aside from Sengoku? Without a doubt, the individual closest to Lei Fa is the whimsically inclined elder brother, Corazon. However, at this moment, Corazon is merely in his teenage years, far from the prowess he would possess years later while undercover in Dressrosa, infiltrating the Don Quixote family. Although he held the rank of a Navy lieutenant commander at that time, his capabilities were such that he could effortlessly defeat individuals of the colonel rank, indicating his strength was at least on par with that of a rear admiral. Had it been that version of him, assisting Lei Fa in hunting down a few sea kings would have been a trivial matter. Yet, even if Lei Fa were to make such a request now, there exists a strong likelihood that Corazon would indeed attempt it with fervor, though Lei Fa has not sunk to such depths of desperation. Consequently, Corazon can be dismissed from consideration. With both Sengoku and Corazon eliminated from his thoughts, the first figure to emerge in Lei Fa's mind is that of a sweetly smiling girl. Ah, little Lei Fa? What brings you here? Come, let your sister pinch your cheeks. A girl with luscious black hair and impressively long legs gazes at Lei Fa with delight. Hello, Sister Guillaume. Lei Fa greets her with a grimace. The long-legged girl seems oblivious to Lei Fa's expression, swiftly approaching him, bending down, and pinching his cheeks with both hands, giving them a playful rub. As she toys with Lei Fa's face, her excitement mirrors that of a child with a beloved toy. However, Lei Fa finds himself unable to escape the clutches of these mischievous paws. His intention for this visit was to seek assistance from the long-legged girl, and with his limited strength, even the thought of freeing himself from her grasp is futile. This girl possesses a terrifying strength that belies her sweet appearance. Known as Peach Rabbit Guillaume, she is a brigadier general in the Navy and a master swordsman wielding the famed Blake and Pyra. While her current rank is only brigadier general, her combat prowess rivals that of a rear admiral. The reason she remains a brigadier general is primarily due to her youth, which makes her susceptible to criticism. Otherwise, at merely 19 years of age, she would have undoubtedly become the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. Even the recently celebrated monster, Akiji Kazan, is not her junior. Moreover, if Lei Fa's memory serves him right, when Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji ascended to their ranks as admirals, Peach Rabbit had already attained the rank of rear admiral and was designated as a candidate for promotion to admiral. To be considered a candidate for admiral signifies a strength that nearly approaches that of an admiral-level powerhouse, far exceeding that of an ordinary rear admiral, thus illustrating the formidable nature of Peach Rabbit's abilities. Although in the end, for reasons unknown, he did not ascend to the position of a general. This had nothing to do with his capabilities. However, the young Lei Fa had little understanding of this matter. Growing up in Marineford, he was utterly unaware of the world beyond, even oblivious to the true strength of his father, Sengoku. All he knew was that Sengoku was the mightiest officer in the Navy, second only to the fleet admiral. As for the formidable young woman known as Tama, in the eyes of the Navii Lei Fa, she was simply a quirky older sister who had a peculiar fondness for pinching her own face, a habit that often left him exasperated. Unlike the later recruits of the Navy, such as Akiji, both Tama and Lei Fa were Navy offspring, raised in Marineford, which meant that Lei Fa had effectively grown up under her watchful eye. One of her greatest joys was to tease Lei Fa, the little boy, playfully asking, "What brings you here to visit your big sister today? Have you missed me after such a long time? If you want to see me, just say so. I would love to come play with you." After pinching Lei Fa's chubby cheeks, this strikingly tall and powerful girl, Tama, scooped him into her arms, seated herself on the couch, and placed him on her lap, continuing to poke at his face. This action left Lei Fa feeling quite overwhelmed. In the past, he would have merely felt troubled by such antics, but now, with the soul of an adult, he found himself struggling under the weight of her devilishly enchanting figure. particularly her astonishingly long legs that could cause one to swoon. Being perched upon those lengthy limbs was quite overwhelming for him. Yet, the tall girl remained blissfully unaware of the implications, viewing Lei Fa solely as the little brother she had watched grow up. As he internally chanted, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," he addressed her. "Actually, I came to seek your assistance, Sister Tama." "Assistance? You've learned to ask for help? You must be growing up." She replied with a cheerful smile. "Go ahead, tell me what you need, and I will help as much as I can." "I would like you to help me capture a few sea kings," Lei Fa stated earnestly. He then recounted the words he had shared with Corazon to Tama. "Is that all? I thought you were being bullied and wanted me to help you seek justice," she said, disappointment evident on her face. Lei Fa felt a pang of frustration. Did he always appear to be the one getting bullied in others' eyes? Yet it was somewhat understandable. The original me was far too honest. The kind who wouldn't dare complain even when wronged. It was no wonder that despite having the enviable status of an admiral's son, he still found himself bullied. Who else would they pick on if not me? Reflecting on his past, Lei Fa couldn't help but sigh. "All right, stop frowning. I will assist you with this," she assured him. The long-legged girl replied, "Really?" Her swift agreement left Raiden in a state of disbelief. "Humph, when have you ever witnessed me go back on my word?" She pouted. "Thank you, Sister Shigeyama." Raiden, in a fit of excitement, cast aside his dignity and made an adorable face, flashing a cute smile. Upon seeing this, the long-legged girl could no longer restrain her magical claws, and once again she playfully pinched his slightly chubby cheeks, her face alight with exhilaration. At this moment, Raiden could only endure the humiliation, ignoring the fact that his face was being squeezed, and continued, "Sister Shigeyama, could you possibly keep this matter from Father Sengoku?" "Haha. Are you afraid of being scolded by Lord Sengoku?" the long-legged girl inquired with a laugh. "Yes," Raiden admitted. "Don't worry, this will be our little secret," she assured, still pinching his cheeks. "However, I have one condition. Once this is done, you must allow me to pinch your cheeks for another half an hour, as a reward for helping you. How does that sound?" With a firm bite of his lip, Raiden conceded, "Deal." Faced with the long-legged girl's shameless increase in demands, he yielded. "Humph. One day, I shall reclaim my dignity," Raiden vowed silently. Fortunately, his submission was not without reward. The following day, the long-legged girl arrived, wielding a magnificent golden sword, and led him to a temporary storage where sea kings had already been meticulously cut into portions. "Here it is, just as I promised," she declared. "Oh. And remember, the half hour of cheek pinching is still on the books. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll collect later. Don't even think about escaping your debt." After saying this, the long-legged girl, with a satisfied expression, departed, leaving Raiden with a face full of dismay. Never mind. Completing the task is what matters, he thought, gazing at the neatly cut sea kings with gleaming eyes. By evening, after Raiden had prepared 2 different dishes from the sea king's meat, he eagerly took several bites of both. At that moment, golden words resurfaced in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host has successfully tasted delicacies. Initial task completion rate, 23. Ding. Detecting that the host has successfully tasted delicacies. Initial task completion rate, 33. The host has successfully completed the initial task. The culinary system has initialized, and the beginner-level detection function has been successfully activated. Now, the initial task rewards will be drawn. Drawing in progress. Drawing in progress. Ding. Reward drawing complete. This initial task reward is the low-tier culinary skill sound wave manipulation, beginner level. Reminder, cultivation and gastronomy are the fastest ways to enhance culinary cell awakening. Reminder, system tasks will randomly trigger. The more events you engage with, the more tasks you can trigger. Please explore the specifics on your own. It was accomplished. With a vigorous swing of his fist, Lei Fa was brimming with excitement. After toiling for countless days and enduring the humiliation of accumulating debts, all for the sake of this moment, he finally achieved his long-awaited desire. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind. The fundamentals of sound wave manipulation, the nuances of the sonic fist, the intricacies of sound wave lasers, Lei Fa murmured softly to himself, savoring the newly acquired knowledge. Suddenly, Lei Fa turned and struck the wall beside him with a powerful punch. To his astonishment, an imprint appeared on the wooden surface, though not exceedingly deep. It was undeniably a perfect match for his small fist. The sonic fist compresses sound waves within the fist, allowing for instantaneous release of high-frequency vibrations upon impact, thereby amplifying the attack's potency. When executed to its utmost limit, it could inflict indiscriminate damage upon the enemy's body, both internally and externally, with equal ferocity. As Lei Fa contemplated the name of this technique, he recalled the culinary arts of sound wave manipulation, an exclusive skill belonging to Zabura, one of the four kings of cuisine. Zabura, known for his brutal temperament among the culinary kings, wielded a technique that mirrored his savage nature, possessing a terrifying destructive capacity capable of obliterating everything in its path. Lei Fa had long prepared himself for the reality that his first culinary skill might not be as splendid as he envisioned. Yet, upon realizing that this initial skill was the sound wave manipulation of Zabura, he could hardly contain his elation. However, what he had acquired was merely the rudimentary level of sound wave manipulation, far from the prowess Zabura exhibited at his peak. Moreover, the application remained rather simplistic. Many of Zabura's signature attacks were beyond his reach with this basic skill. Furthermore, having just executed a simple sonic fist, which represented the most elementary application of sound wave manipulation, he found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. This must be a consequence of the energy expenditure of his culinary cells. With the current state of his abilities, he could probably manage only 2 or 3 such applications before exhaustion set in, unless he enhanced the awakening of his culinary cells. Even mastering higher-tier culinary skills would not equip him for combat. In the depths of his mind, Lei Fa quietly assessed his situation, remaining lucid and grounded. Unclouded by the sudden surge of joy, he understood well that with this low-tier culinary skill and his lamentably low awakening of culinary cells, he was far from establishing a foothold in this world. The revolution has yet to succeed. There remains much work to be done, comrades. With a gentle pat on his belly, Lei Fa glanced at the remaining Sea King delicacies, ensuring nothing went to waste as he resumed his culinary conquest. He recalled the system's reminder that both cultivation and gourmet experiences are among the most effective means to elevate the awakening of his culinary cells. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had passed. The Sea Kings that Lei Fa had enlisted the help of the leggy maiden, Peach Rabbit Guion, to hunt down had been completely devoured, and his culinary cell awakening level had surged from an initial 0.1 to 0.2. In other words, his current level of culinary cell awakening had multiplied 20-fold compared to 2 weeks prior. This remarkable enhancement cannot be deemed insignificant. The elevation of the culinary cell's awakening signifies not merely an increase in their energy, but a comprehensive enhancement of the host's physical attributes. However, this does not imply that Lei Fa's physical prowess has augmented 20-fold compared to 2 weeks prior. The fortification of culinary cells cannot be simplistically equated with a direct multiplication of awakening levels or physical enhancements. Yet, Lei Fa can distinctly perceive that. In terms of physical capabilities alone, he has improved by at least 2 to 3 times since a fortnight ago. 2 weeks prior, his physical condition bore little distinction from that of an ordinary 7-year-old child, as he had never engaged in any form of exercise. If one were to consider his strength back then, he could barely lift 5 kilograms, which was nearly his utmost limit. However, he has since discovered that he can comfortably lift objects weighing over 10 kilograms. This indicates that, at least in terms of strength, he has indeed experienced a 2 to 3-fold enhancement. As for other aspects, he has yet to conduct a thorough comparison. Nevertheless, he currently lacks the time for such assessments. For just moments ago, Tina approached him to inform him that training at the youth camp would commence the following day. Previously, Lei Fa had requested Tina to assist him in enrolling. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. The only inconvenience he perceives is that once the youth camp begins, all naval descendants participating in the training will be required to relocate to the assigned dormitories. This measure is purportedly for the sake of unified management and fostering a sense of collective consciousness among them. The following day, as dawn broke, Lei Fa arrived at the designated location of the youth camp with a steady demeanor. From a distance, he observed a concave educational building, with 3 structures interconnected to form an open-ended rectangle, the center of which housed a playground. Upon his arrival, a considerable number of children had already gathered. According to the camp's regulations, all participants must be present before 7 o'clock. Those who arrive late forfeit their eligibility to train. By now, it was approximately 6:30, and the majority had already assembled. Brother Lei Fa, Tina's voice echoed from afar. It must be said, this little girl possesses remarkable eyesight. Lei Fa had not noticed her earlier, yet she spotted him from such a distance. Good morning, Tina, Lei Fa greeted with a smile and a wave. Brother Lei Fa, you finally arrived. I was worried you might oversleep, Tina lamented. How could I possibly oversleep for something so important? You underestimate me, little rascal, Lei Fa chuckled, shaking his head. Humph. I'm not a little rascal. I'm not talking to you anymore. The young girl pouted. All right. Let us consider it my mistake. Regardless, I must thank you for helping me with the registration. Once the training concludes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. This is a promise. And you must not go back on your word. Rest assured, when have you ever seen me renege on a promise? Very well, I forgive you. Tina's previously stern expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Lei Fa, with a tender gesture, patted her head and chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Shortly after Lei Fa arrived at the training camp, a group of naval soldiers suddenly emerged in perfect unison from the teaching building, hastily making their way to the entrance, effectively blocking it. What is going on? Why have they obstructed the entrance? Are they not allowing anyone to enter? Surely the others have not yet arrived. Why are they blocking the entrance when there are still 10 minutes left until 7 o'clock? The scene incited a hushed murmur among the children gathered on the playground, some of whom, equipped with pocket watches, glanced at their timepieces, only to discover that it was not yet 7 o'clock. Brother Lei Fa? Tina inquired, her expression one of confusion as she turned to Lei Fa. Do not fret. The truth will soon reveal itself, Lei Fa replied, slightly furrowing his brow, equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, as he had assured Tina, clarity would soon come. He had already observed naval officers arriving in the distance, escorting their children, while the entrance was barricaded by a contingent of naval soldiers, inevitably leading to a confrontation. To unravel the mystery, one need only continue to observe. Indeed, moments later, several naval officers hurriedly arrived with their respective children, only to find the entrance obstructed. Upon realizing they could not enter, a lieutenant colonel among them admonished the soldiers. What are you doing blocking the entrance? Step aside. Sir, the training camp has assembled, and no one is permitted entry at this time. We ask for your understanding, replied a figure who appeared to be the soldiers' leader, saluting in respect. Assembled? What nonsense is this? The lieutenant colonel retorted, his eyes narrowing. The assembly time is clearly 7 o'clock, and there are still 10 minutes to go. Do you not possess a watch? He then produced his pocket watch, gesturing for the soldiers' leader to take note. Sir, this is the order from above. I must insist you return, the soldiers' leader replied, his gaze unwavering from the watch, his tone respectful yet resolute. What is the meaning of this? Is this not sheer absurdity? Step aside. Another major, whose temper flared, was incensed by the soldiers' obstinacy. The lieutenant colonel remained silent, though his displeasure was evident. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. What is happening here? The group turned to see a rear admiral, accompanied by a child, who was perplexed by the assembly blocking entry. Greetings, Lord Morris. Several officers recognized the admiral. The ranks of naval flag officers were few, particularly those stationed at headquarters, making it unlikely for someone not to have encountered them, given the compact nature of Marineford. Jim, what is going on? The admiral inquired of the lieutenant colonel, who had initially spoken. It is as follows, Lord Morris. Colonel Jim swiftly summarized the situation. Nonsense. General Morris muttered in dissatisfaction, then turned to the soldier leader, stating, since we agreed to assemble before 7, it is indeed 7. It is clearly not time yet. Why are you not allowing entry? This is utterly ridiculous. However, the soldier leader, in the presence of General Morris, softened his demeanor, no longer as rigid as before, yet still attempted to explain. But General Morris abruptly interrupted, there are no exceptions. Step aside. The soldier leader's expression reflected his inner turmoil. Yet he hesitated to defy the command of General Morris. After much deliberation, he resolved to yield. However, just as he was about to instruct his subordinates to disperse, a languid voice echoed, do not let them pass. Did you not understand my previous orders? Regardless of who arrives, send them all back. The training camp has already assembled, and it is futile for anyone to come. The emergence of that languid voice invigorated the soldier leader, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of retreat. However, this undoubtedly placed Major General Morris in an awkward position. Yet, upon recognizing the owner of that languorous voice, he relinquished the notion of losing his temper. For the speaker, like himself, was also a major general, renowned for his indomitable spirit, unafraid of any adversary. Even several lieutenant generals had found themselves at a disadvantage against him. Most importantly, this individual possessed formidable strength, making him a daunting opponent. If he were to lose his composure, it would undoubtedly be Morris who would find himself in an embarrassing predicament, not his counterpart. Thus, he suppressed his fury and inquired in a deep tone, Darmitia, Even if entry is denied, surely you must provide a reasonable explanation. It cannot simply be as you say. The general from Dalmatia, summoned by General Morris, sported a tattered black and white scarf draped around his neck and wore the Navy's iconic cloak of justice upon his shoulders. As he sauntered leisurely towards this direction, stretching languidly, his demeanor exuded a sense of indolence. Only upon hearing General Morris's inquiry did he slowly respond. An explanation? He scoffed, nonchalantly probing his ear. Why should I provide you with one? The higher-ups have entrusted me with the management of the training camp, and thus, I hold the authority. When I declare that the assembly is concluded, it is indeed concluded. What reason do I have to owe you an explanation? Pray tell me. Why must I justify myself to you? By the end of his tirade, the Dalmatian general nearly erupted in a roar. You. General Morris was visibly agitated. His face flushed with anger. He was well aware of Dalmatia's notorious reputation, yet he had not anticipated such blatant disrespect, leaving him utterly humiliated in front of so many, including his own child. The audacity displayed before his fellow general was nothing short of brazen. As Dalmatia approached the entrance, the naval soldiers who had initially blocked the way instinctively parted, allowing him passage. Standing before General Morris, Dalmatia did not even spare a glance at his redden-faced colleague. Instead, he crouched down to meet the gaze of Morris's son, who appeared to be no older than 5 or 6 years. The little fellow appeared to be frightened by Dalmatia, tightly clutching his father's leg. Dalmatia, what on earth do you intend to do? Major Morris demanded, his voice laced with anger. Dalmatia seemed entirely oblivious to Major Morris's fury, simply gazing at the young boy before him. Suddenly, he made an exaggerated grimace, causing the boy to burst into laughter, momentarily dispelling his earlier tension. At that moment, Dalmatia also revealed a faint smile and gently inquired, "Little one, may I know your name?" "Jason Morris," the boy replied, summoning his courage. "Ah, Jason, is it? Delighted to make your acquaintance. I am Dalmatia, and if you don't mind, we shall be friends from now on." "Friends?" The boy looked somewhat bewildered. "Since we are friends, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I must regretfully inform you that you will likely miss this training camp." "Young Jason," Dalmatia spread his hands, adding, "This is not your fault. If I am not mistaken, your delay is due to your father telling you not to rush, correct?" The boy glanced at his father, but remained silent. Indeed, the final assembly time for the training camp was set for 7 o'clock, a time I had personally established. Yet I ordered the entrance to be closed at 6:50, contradicting my own words. Do you know why? The boy shook his head quickly. Because I wish to convey a vital lesson to you. Never be the last to arrive. Others' expectations of you merely represent a baseline. However, your expectations of yourself must exceed that standard. You must constantly remind yourself that in all endeavors, you should strive to perform to the best of your ability. Never, ever allow yourself to become someone who merely fulfills a so-called task. Dalmatia patted the boy's shoulder with a gentle smile. Regardless of whether you can participate in the training camp, I believe you will become an extraordinary individual in the future. Consider today's lesson a gift from me as a friend. Do you understand, young Jason? Yes, the boy replied, though his comprehension seemed tentative. Now go home. Feel free to come and play with me when you have the chance. Dalmatia ruffled the boy's hair and then addressed the other children who had also been excluded. What I just said was not only for him, but also for all of you who have been eliminated. Remember today's events, engrave them in your minds. I do not care whether you will come to resent me for this. If you do, please remember the reason for that resentment. With that, Dalmatia turned on his heel and departed without uttering another word to the parents of the rejected children. Major Morris had by now regained his composure. The flush of anger that had colored his face gradually faded as he observed the exchange between Dalmatia and his son. He cast a lingering glance at the retreating figure of Dalmatia, then grasped his son's hand and turned away, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. The remaining officers displayed expressions of considerable shame. Witnessing Major General Morris's departure, they too hastily took their children and left. Not far off, the assembled youngsters observed this scene in its entirety, most wearing contemplative expressions, including the young girl Tina beside Lei Fa. What remarkable means. Indeed, Dalmatia is truly deserving of his future reputation as an elite general, for seeing him in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of him. Lei Fa, possessing the soul of an adult, was not swayed in his worldview by the few words of Major General Dalmatia. Yet he was profoundly struck by the manner in which this man seized the opportunity to educate the children. Just moments ago, Major General Dalmatia imparted a crucial lesson to these children, one that would undoubtedly influence their perspectives to some extent. Moreover, his instruction extended not only to the gathered children, but also to those who had been eliminated due to his sudden rule changes. This is precisely why the esteemed General Morris departed without any complaints. He recognized that this lesson profoundly impacted his son. Instilling a particular ideology in a child is an arduous task, for children often lack the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. When imparting wisdom, they may reject it due to rebellious tendencies or various psychological factors, rendering such efforts far less effective than those of Dalmesia. General Morris understood this truth, which is why he chose not to engage in a futile struggle with Dalmesia. Otherwise, despite Dalmesia's superior prowess, he would not have acquiesced so readily. For both men were of equal rank, and in a genuine confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. This is also the brilliance of Dalmesia. Despite his disdain for the General Morris, he refrained from engaging in trivial conversations with him, yet he deftly compelled the general to acknowledge his favor, rendering any potential animosity futile. This too illustrates the sophistication of his methods. It was precisely this insight that left Lei Fa astounded by the tactics employed by this General Dalmesia. Moreover, while General Dalmesia was imparting lessons to the group of children, Lei Fa finally matched him with an image in his mind, recognizing the general. Compared to the name Dalmesia, he is more widely known by the moniker Big Barley Town. Big Barley Town Dalmesia, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with canine abilities, is destined to become a cornerstone of the Navy. A formidable practitioner of martial arts, and highly skilled in the Navy's 6 forms, particularly Insa and Tekai. He is also well-versed in most powers related to martial arts. And while his swordsmanship may not rival that of the absolute masters, he is nonetheless a proficient swordsman. Gathered before him were the offspring of naval officers. Many among them might already be familiar with me, but for the benefit of those who do not know me, I believe it is necessary to introduce myself. My name is Dalmesia, and I am a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, as well as the host of this training camp. The imposing Dalmesia returned from the entrance and stood before the gathered crowd in the playground. I do not care whether you came here willingly or were forcibly sent by someone. Since you are here, you must adhere to the rules of this place. Dalmesia stated plainly. I will speak frankly, regardless of your identities outside or who your parents are. Even if they are the Fleet Admiral, there is no distinction in my eyes. Here, you are merely a novice in the training camp. Your external circumstances will afford you no special privileges within these walls. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourselves with me. I am aware that some of your parents are acquainted with me, some even being my close friends. However, should anyone attempt to leverage this connection to curry favor, I assure you, you will regret that decision. Dalmesia's words left many children's faces etched with concern. Indeed, among these children were those who had previously met Dalmesia. After all, Marineford is not vast, and all present are offspring of naval officers, making it impossible for them to be wholly unrelated to him. However, the reason the headquarters chose Dalmesia to preside over this training camp likely stemmed from their recognition of his unwavering commitment to impartiality. No matter who your parents are, on his territory, if you are a dragon, you must behave like one. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Of course, I can also assure you that when you successfully emerge from this training camp, you will undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Your journey here will not be in vain. Carrots and sticks, indeed, are universally applicable. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa's admiration for the major of the Dalmatian breed deepened, for it was evident that this individual possessed remarkable capabilities. Dalmesia surveyed the group of children and inquired, Here, I offer you an opportunity to withdraw. My training is designed to prepare you to become the elite of the Navy in the future, which means it will undoubtedly be arduous, exhausting, and painful. You may find yourself yearning to quit midway. However, by that time, it will be too late. If you fear hardship, exhaustion, or pain, you may step forward now. I grant you permission to withdraw, but if you choose to remain, there will be no second chance to exit. The participants of the youth training camp were predominantly children. The youngest barely 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest not exceeding 10. Yet, even children possess a sense of pride, making withdrawal at this moment inconceivable. Dalmesia's question effectively severed the last avenue of retreat for these youngsters. Excellent. It appears none of you are cowards, Dalmesia remarked with a satisfied nod. He took a large tome from an assistant and opened it. I will now call the roll to confirm who is present. When I mention your name, remember to respond with present. John, present. Benjamin, present. Very good. Tina, the little girl responded with vigor. Sean, a cool-looking child replied, present. Hanks. As Lei Fa heard this name, He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the audience. It was nearly impossible to notice unless one was directly staring at him. Present. Upon hearing his name called, Lei Fa responded, though he remained oblivious to Dalmatia's peculiar reaction, as he was equally engrossed in observing his surroundings. In the previous roll call, several names piqued his interest. For instance, there was a silver-haired child named Smog, an individual with a hawk-like nose named Drake, and a remarkably mature girl named Suddy. The White Hunter Smog, Red Flag X. Drake. The chief warden of the Impel Down Deep Sea Prison, and little Suddy. What an intriguing cohort, Lei Fa mused with a slight smile. With the addition of the little girl Tina by his side, the atmosphere would undoubtedly become even more vibrant. Over the next 2 decades, these names would gradually shine brightly, stepping into the limelight and becoming the prominent figures of a new generation. Beyond these most renowned individuals, there existed other names of equal significance, such as Shun, the user of the Rust fruit, an undeniable nemesis to swordsmen; Bins, the user of the flourishing fruit, a future officer of the Inyo Navy; and Beirigud, the user of the bean fruit, among many others, each a promising young naval talent. In the world familiar to Lei Fa, these individuals had already demonstrated their potential. He would not dismiss them as mere side characters simply because they appeared inconsequential in the realm of comics. He now inhabited this world and could no longer perceive it as he would a comic book. The knowledge he gleaned from the comic realm served solely as a means to understand this world, not as a source of arrogance. However, if even you cannot suppress them, what right do I have to carve out a name for myself in this world? Lei Fa narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Not being arrogant does not equate to lacking ambition. Lei Fa did not come here for mere amusement. He had nearly run himself ragged just to establish his footing in this training camp, striving not to be overshadowed by these formidable prodigies, and even to astonish all and become the brightest star of his cohort. All right, the roll call is complete, and I have memorized all your names, Dalmatia announced, having closed the booklet. During this year-long training camp, the only thing you need to remember is to obey orders. Dalmatia spoke sternly. Those who do not understand the importance of obedience will undoubtedly face far more hardships than those who do. I can assure you of that. Today marks your first day in the training camp. There will be no training arranged for now. Soldiers will soon assist you with accommodations, and formal training will commence tomorrow. Do you all understand? Understood. Speak up. I cannot hear what you are saying. Understood. Very well, that is settled. Let us disband, Dalmatia declared, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly after, the Navy soldiers led a group of students towards the left wing of the teaching building, which served as the dormitory. Lei Fa observed that, aside from those eliminated early, approximately 90 individuals were participating in the training camp, with accommodations arranged for 4 students per room. Thus, the 30 or so rooms in the left side teaching building remained unoccupied. Soon, under the soldiers' arrangements, the trainees were assigned one by one. Tina, being a girl, was placed on the second floor of the teaching building along with several other female trainees, much to the discontent of the little girl, who yearned to stay with Lei Fa. In her youthful mind, there was no distinction between genders. However, the training camp took such matters into consideration. Nevertheless, being the daughter of a naval officer, she understood that this was not a place for childish antics and refrained from any unruly behavior, merely casting a forlorn glance at Lei Fa as she departed, appearing rather pitiable. Lei Fa, on the other hand, was assigned a room on the 3rd floor, near the edge. To his astonishment, he realized that all 3 individuals sharing the room with him were, in a sense, known to him, albeit they did not recognize him. Were it not for his certainty that no one would know of his acquaintance with these 3, Lei Fa might have suspected some underlying manipulation at play. Hello, everyone. My name is Beirigud. The last to enter the room was a round-headed youth, who broke the silence by speaking first. It seems we 4 shall be roommates for the coming year. Don't you wish to introduce yourselves? I am Lei Fa, pleased to meet you all. As Beirigud initiated the introductions, Lei Fa, feeling confident, followed suit with a cheerful smile. Shun, the third to speak, was a somewhat aloof boy, his words mirroring his demeanor. Just call me Drake. I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead. The eldest among them, characterized by a prominent hook nose, performed a peculiar gesture of greeting towards the other 3. Oh, Drake, you hail from the North Sea? Beirigud exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a great discovery, his curiosity piqued by Drake's greeting. Did you notice? Drake, taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Indeed, I was born in the North Sea. My father was transferred to the headquarters, which brought us to Marine. Then I was correct. I once read about that particular greeting in a book. It is indeed quite popular in the North Sea, Barrygood replied, his spirits evidently lifted by his own observation. You all continue your conversation, the cold youth, Shuan, curtly remarked before turning towards his bunk, seemingly indifferent to further exchanges with Lei Fa and the others. The trio bore no displeasure towards him, as they recognized that Shuan's demeanor was simply his nature, not an intentional slight against anyone. Then you must have just arrived at Marine not long ago. I recall that the training camp has periodic holidays. When the time comes, I shall take you around Marine, though it may lack in many aspects. It offers a delightful array of culinary delights from all corners of the world, Lei Fa said with a smile. Very well, I shall thank you in advance. Drake expressed his gratitude with remarkable politeness. Enjoying delicious food? I certainly do. Upon hearing this, Barrygood became animated and quickly urged Lei Fa, you must include me. Do not forget. It's a trivial matter. We shall all partake together, Lei Fa responded with a smile. The three engaged in a lively exchange, swiftly becoming acquainted. As their familiarity deepened, the two roommates, whom Lei Fa had previously only known by their identities and powers, began to take on more vivid personalities in his mind. Barrygood, possessing an extroverted disposition, relished conversation, and from his dialogue, Lei Fa discerned that he was quite knowledgeable and had a penchant for reading. This was evident when he immediately recognized the etiquette Drake had displayed as being popular in the North Sea, one of many examples. In contrast, Drake exhibited a maturity beyond his years. If one were to listen to his speech without observing his appearance, one would never surmise that he was merely 8 or 9 years old. Perhaps due to his upbringing, Drake placed great emphasis on politeness, exuding an aura of comfort with every word and action. As for Shuan, he remained relatively unfamiliar with the trio. Thus, the first day's adjustment period swiftly passed. On the second day, at dawn, as the sky began to reveal a subtle hue of pale white, a piercing whistle akin to a lament echoed throughout the training camp. Rise and assemble. Dalmesia's commanding voice resonated in every ear. A cacophony erupted from the left side teaching building as students hurriedly emerged, racing downstairs to gather on the playground. Lei Fa's roommates were quick, with all four departing their dormitories simultaneously, thus becoming part of the initial group to arrive at the assembly. Before long, the remaining students trickled downstairs to join them. Lei Fa noticed that the little girl, Tina, still appeared drowsy, yet she was not particularly slow, likely falling into the middle group of arrivals. The last batch to reach the playground consisted of only a few stragglers. Dalmesia singled them out with a smile and remarked, "You all seem to be in dire need of sleep. You must be quite fatigued. In that case, I suggest you run 10 laps around the playground to awaken yourselves before rejoining the ranks." His initial words, coupled with his expression, conveyed a sense of benevolence. But the latter half of his statement reminded everyone of his true nature. Upon hearing Dalmesia's instructions, the lagging students were left in despair. Yet they dared not disobey and promptly began to jog around the playground. The outer perimeter of this playground measures approximately 400 to 500 meters, which translates to 4 to 5 kilometers after 10 laps, a daunting task for these young ones, most of whom are merely 6 or 7 years of age. Dalmesia showed no intention of waiting for them, continuing with his address. Today marks the first day of training, and I recall stating yesterday that one should never be the last to arrive. However, it seems that a few individuals did not heed this advice, and I sincerely hope you do not follow in their footsteps. Now, let us dispense with the superfluous words and delve into today's curriculum. Upon hearing this, the students below focused their attention. P.S. We have welcomed 2 more apprentices. Gratitude is due to Brothers Snake and TCHHCW for their support. Today, there will be a total of 5 lessons, 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Dalmesia surveyed the assembled students and announced that the morning lessons would cover tracking and counter-tracking, physical training, and shooting, while the afternoon would feature a brief history of the world and theories of navigation. That is the outline. Do you have any questions? Dalmesia paused momentarily after finishing his statement. At that moment, someone suddenly raised their hand. "Patrick?" you inquired. Dalmesia, noticing the raised hand, turned to that direction and promptly called out the student's name. Could he truly have memorized everyone's name in such a brief time since yesterday? Observing Dalmesia's reaction, Lei Fa felt a tinge of surprise. Just then, the student named Patrick began to pose his question. "As far as I know, to truly become elite in the Navy, is it not dependent on combat prowess? Just like you, Professor Dalmesia, one would no longer rely on firearms when battling against notorious pirate crews, correct?" Patrick spoke slowly, adding that subjects such as world history and maritime theory seemed utterly disconnected from combat strength. leaving him bewildered as to why they should invest time learning them. That is a perceptive inquiry, Dalmesia responded, unfazed by the challenge to his authority, and instead, he clapped his hands appreciatively before continuing. Let me ask you. One of your parents must be an officer in the Navy, correct? My father is Rear Admiral Randolph, Patrick replied with a hint of pride. It was evident that he genuinely took pride in his father, rather than seeking to boast. Ah, so it is Rear Admiral Randolph, Dalmesia nodded, saying. Then allow me to answer your question by recounting an incident from your father's experience. Have you ever heard him mention the Black Mamba pirate crew? After a moment's thought, Patrick nodded. Yes, he has mentioned it at home more than once. That seemed to be a nefarious pirate crew he encountered while still a colonel. It was indeed because he eliminated the Black Mamba pirate crew that he was promoted to the rank of admiral. Do you know how Rear Admiral Randolph managed to annihilate the Black Mamba pirate crew? Dalmesia inquired nonchalantly. I'm not quite sure, Patrick hesitated. That's perfectly all right. I happen to know the details, so allow me to enlighten you. Dalmesia continued. The captain of the Black Mamba pirate crew was a user of a zoan-type devil fruit. Specifically the snake fruit, Black Mamba form. He excelled in combat, often taking on multiple foes at once, rendering the numbers of ordinary Navy personnel meaningless in his presence. His encounters with the Navy frequently resulted in numerous casualties among regular sailors, which led to his bounty soaring to a staggering 68 million berries. 68 million berries? The students gasped at this figure. Generally speaking, pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries are deemed ferocious enough to be confronted only by high-ranking naval officers. Yet, at that time, Patrick's father was merely a naval colonel, and he managed to annihilate a crew led by such a ruthless pirate? The combat capabilities of Captain Black Mamba were, in fact, not on par with those other pirates boasting bounties of 50 to 60 million. However, the trouble and brutality he represented surpassed that bounty. Dalmesia continued, expressing that eliminating the Black Mamba pirate crew was futile through sheer numbers alone. Even if the majority of the crew were vanquished, the formidable Captain Black Mamba possessed the ability to withstand a considerable naval onslaught single-handedly. Therefore, only a decisive beheading could suffice. Strangely, intelligence regarding Captain Black Mamba was remarkably acute. Whenever a high-ranking naval officer pursued him, he would vanish for an extended period, reappearing only after the commotion had subsided. His keen awareness, coupled with his troublesome abilities, posed a significant headache for the Navy until your father, the then Colonel Randolph, confronted him. Upon hearing this, not only Patrick but also the other cadets, including Lei Fa, were piqued with curiosity, eager to unravel the unfolding tale. Naturally, Captain Black Mamba would avoid encounters with high-ranking officers. However, Colonel Randolph was not within the sphere of his fears, making the clash inevitable. In the initial confrontation, the losses suffered by Randolph's subordinates were catastrophic. Faced with the troublesome abilities of Captain Black Mamba, a significant number of ordinary sailors perished, leaving Colonel Randolph's crew nearly decimated. In light of such a predicament, the conventional course of action would be to report back to headquarters and escalate the bounty on Captain Black Mamba, requesting the intervention of high-ranking officers to apprehend him. Yet, Colonel Randolph understood better than anyone that this seemingly prudent approach posed little threat to Captain Black Mamba. By the time he returned to headquarters to report the incident and high-ranking officers were dispatched to pursue the pirate, Captain Black Mamba would undoubtedly retreat to some desolate locale until the storm had passed, only to resurface thereafter. The likelihood of eliminating Captain Black Mamba through this method was exceedingly slim. As Dalmesia spoke, his tone imbued with a measure of admiration. He turned his gaze towards Patrick and remarked that it was undeniable. Your father exhibited remarkable bravery. Upon recognizing that reporting to headquarters would not pose any real threat to Captain Black Mamba, nor avenge the grievous losses of his subordinates, he made a bold decision to pursue the Black Mamba pirate crew alone. What? Patrick exclaimed in astonishment. As he absorbed this narrative, he had wholly immersed himself in the role of his father, Admiral Randolph. Undertaking the pursuit of a notorious pirate crew with a bounty of 68 million berries as a mere naval colonel was no trivial endeavor. Not just Patrick, but all the cadets present were taken aback by Dalmesia's account. To single-handedly pursue a pirate crew that had thwarted many high-ranking officers, solely for the sake of avenging his subordinates, appeared to be an act of certain doom. However, given that Randolph was still alive and had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, it was evident that his seemingly reckless undertaking had ultimately borne fruit. The question remained, how had he accomplished such a feat? Could it be that he possesses strength far surpassing that of a colonel? Yet, if that were indeed the case, It would be unreasonable for his subordinates to have suffered such devastating losses during the initial confrontation. Surely, you have anticipated the ultimate outcome. General Randolph accomplished feats that many at the rank of general could not achieve. He returned to Marine, holding the severed head of Captain Black Mamba. As a grim tribute to the spirits of his fallen subordinates, Dalmatia remarked with a hint of detachment. However, the pressing question remains, how did my father manage to achieve this? Patrick inquired eagerly. This inquiry echoes the sentiments of fellow students, indeed. They can easily deduce from Admiral Randolph's current status the fate of the Black Mamba pirate crew from years past. However, the most captivating aspect of this tale lies not in its conclusion, but in how Patrick's father, Admiral Randolph, accomplished such feats during his tenure as a mere colonel. Fear not, for I shall reveal how Admiral Randolph achieved this. Calmly, Dalmatia recounted that after making this audacious decision, he devised an excuse to temporarily part ways with his subordinates, sending them back to Marine to report. While he embarked alone on a small vessel in pursuit of the Black Mamba pirate crew, disguising himself as a rogue pirate eager to join the crew, he navigated various islands and swiftly traced their whereabouts without raising any suspicions. It is crucial to understand that had the Black Mamba crew discovered the Navy's covert interest in their movements, their astute captain would have undoubtedly shifted locations immediately, refusing to remain in one place. Thus, in this regard, Colonel Randolph exhibited remarkable foresight. With an air of admiration, Dalmatia continued, following his pursuit of the Black Mamba pirate crew, Colonel Randolph patiently executed his plan. He secretly eliminated several ordinary members of the crew using firearms, posing as a bounty hunter, and disseminated false information, leading the Black Mamba crew to perceive him as an ignorant bounty hunter, oblivious to the peril posed by them. Gradually, he used this fabricated identity to erode and provoke the Black Mamba pirate crew, careful not to instill a sense of crisis in their captain, lest he flee. After months of meticulous planning, he successfully compelled the captain of the Black Mamba to confront him directly, believing he could easily deal with this presumptuous bounty hunter. Dalmatia shrugged. The subsequent events are easily inferred, for the combat prowess of the Black Mamba captain was not as exaggerated as one might think. Although Colonel Randolph was not as formidable as he is now, after a fierce battle, he ultimately vanquished the captain and brought back his head. This very incident facilitated Admiral Randolph's ascent from colonel to rear admiral, paving the way for his subsequent achievements. Patrick, absorbing this narrative, found himself momentarily speechless. He had never envisioned that his father, who stood before him with such gravity and composure, possessed such a tumultuous past. Now, do you hold a different perspective regarding the question you posed earlier? Dalmatia inquired. Indeed. Patrick stood tall and replied that had his father not studied navigation at all back then, he would have been utterly incapable of independently piloting a small vessel to catch up with the infamous Black Mamba pirate crew. His ability to disguise himself as a pirate or a bounty hunter without being unmasked undoubtedly stemmed from his extensive learning of seemingly trivial geographical and cultural knowledge. Ultimately, had he not been proficient with firearms, navigating the role of a bounty hunter would have posed even greater challenges. Indeed, Dalmatia nodded in appreciation, recognizing that to aspire to be among the elite of the Navy, one's strength was of paramount importance. To combat the myriad of fearsome pirates at sea, one must possess the requisite combat prowess. However, this did not imply that one could forego the study of these seemingly inconsequential subjects, for they could very well serve as the decisive factor that tips the scales against the enemy at critical moments. Do you understand? Dalmatia bellowed. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Following this brief interlude, the trainees exhibited a newfound enthusiasm for their studies. Even Lei Fa had to concede that although he had previously contemplated the necessity of immersing himself in diverse knowledge to gain a deeper understanding of the world, he nonetheless realized that his appreciation for such matters had been insufficient. Under Dalmatia's firm yet encouraging guidance, the trainees dedicated themselves to their studies with remarkable diligence. Even those prone to procrastination found themselves compelled to push forward in such an environment. Thus, a month at the training camp had swiftly elapsed. In the corridor on the third floor, Lei Fa, with one hand behind his back and the other bracing against the floor, was laboriously performing one-handed push-ups, sweat soaking his entire body, cascading down onto the ground. 497, 498, 499, 500. He exhaled deeply, striving to rise smoothly from the ground and indulging in stretching exercises to avoid muscle strain. System, display my physical data, he silently commanded in his mind. Post's physical data is as follows. Culinary cell awakening degree, 0. 32, strength, 1. 7. Average adult male, 1. Constitution, 1. 3. Average adult male, 1. Speed, 1. 4. Average adult male, 1. Ability, sound wave manipulation, beginner, Navy 6 styles, finger gun, entry level. The self-assessment feature of the culinary system was a recent discovery for Lei Fa, allowing him to clearly grasp his current status for targeted practice and training. After a month of study and training, he not only mastered the finger gun technique from the Navy 6 styles, but also elevated his culinary cell awakening degree to 0. 32. While his physical attributes had seen remarkable improvements due to his rigorous training and the enhancement of his culinary cells, a month ago, setting aside the culinary skill of sound wave manipulation, his physical condition, while significantly superior to that of an average boy his age, had yet to reach the standard of a typical adult male. However, as of now, in terms of strength, physique, and speed, he has surpassed the capabilities of an average adult man. Notably, his strength has reached an astonishing 1.7 times that of a typical adult male. When combined with the naval combat techniques he has acquired, he could easily contend 10 against 1 when facing ordinary individuals. Furthermore, should he employ the rudimentary finger gun technique he has only recently mastered, along with the basic sound wave manipulation obtained from the culinary system, his combat prowess might very well rival that of some enlisted naval personnel. Remarkably, this is merely the result of 1 month of training, during which he has also had to absorb a multitude of knowledge from various fields, not dedicating himself entirely to his training. To elevate oneself from a state below that of an ordinary person to possessing strength equivalent to that of enlisted naval officers in just a month is indeed an exhilarating achievement. Yet, Lei Fa does not rise with excitement. For during this month, he is not the only one who has made remarkable strides, particularly those few extraordinary individuals, whom Lei Fa is aware of in the unfolding world, have all demonstrated astonishing progress after undergoing training and development in the youth training camp. Among them, Smoker and Drake shine the brightest. Smoker, as a user of the Logia-type devil fruit, is beyond comparison. Unless one wields Haki or possesses Sea Prism Stone, he remains invincible. Mastering Haki demands a considerable level of strength. For instance, within the Navy, all Vice Admirals possess the capability to harness Haki. However, below the rank of Vice Admiral, only elite officers among the commander class may have the potential to master it. In other words, without prior access to Sea Prism Stone, whether one is a soldier or a junior officer, they would be utterly unable to even make contact with him, and the same applies to most commander class officers. Under such circumstances, during the initial stages of his training, Smoker need not concern himself with defense, allowing him to devote his entire being to the practice of offense. This is an advantage that others do not possess. Meanwhile, Drake, Law's roommate, radiates a brilliance that rivals that of Smoker. With the exceedingly rare ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the dinosaur fruit, Drake's advantages are equally astonishing. In terms of sheer strength, he has nearly reached a level comparable to that of a school captain. Law estimates that Drake's power exceeds his own by at least 5-fold. Were it not for Law's belief that he would eventually catch up with the aid of his culinary system, he might have succumbed to discouragement due to this staggering disparity. In addition to the two most dazzling stars, Smoker and Drake, there are other remarkable students who are equally surprising, far beyond the few that Law is familiar with. Hey, Law. Have you heard? Today, Teacher Dalmatia will invite former Marine Admiral Zifa to teach us. Bellygood hastily approached, whispering. The Black-Armed Zifa? Law furrowed his brow slightly. Aren't you excited? The esteemed Admiral is personally coming to teach us. Bellygood exclaimed passionately. Former Admiral, Law corrected. A few years ago, Zifa resigned after his family was slaughtered by pirates. The current Fleet Admiral, Steel Bone Kong, could not dissuade him, but managed to retain him as a Marine instructor. It doesn't matter. Bellygood replied nonchalantly. You should change your clothes quickly. Class is about to start, and you smell of sweat. It's quite disrespectful. After saying this, Bellygood continued to inform others of the news. Law glanced at his sweat-soaked clothes and decided to heed Bellygood's advice and change. The former Marine Admiral, Black-Armed Zifa. At the same time, Law began to recall specific information about him. Interestingly, since arriving in this world, Law had yet to meet Zifa, who was once a Marine Admiral alongside his adoptive father, Sengoku. However, before his arrival, the original owner of this body had encountered Zifa on multiple occasions and was likely quite familiar with him. After all, figures like Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zifa were contemporaries in the Navy, and it was normal for them to have known each other and their families for decades. Moreover, Zifa's deceased son was of a similar age to Law, Had he not been killed by pirates, he might have been here at the training camp alongside Law. Sigh. He is also a pitiable man, Law sighed. Law holds a deep respect for the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Lei Fa, who had never taken a life and could be considered a true benevolent individual. However, respect does not equate to agreement. Law was well aware that this is a chaotic world, far more tumultuous than Earth in his previous life. Especially in the imminent Great Pirate era, this chaotic disorder will escalate, with beasts roaming freely and cruelty rampant. In such a tumultuous world, during this very epoch, Zephyr, surprisingly, is reluctant to take the life of any man, a notion that Lei Fa finds exceedingly foolish. This is particularly perplexing given Zephyr's former stature as a Marine Admiral. Nevertheless, this Black Arm Zephyr has indeed excelled in mentoring the younger generation. The future 3 admirals are all his prot-gs, and numerous brigadier generals owe their training to him as well. Not to mention, even the host of this training camp, Big Dalmatia, is one of his students. Lei Fa's thoughts shifted, growing increasingly curious about this Black Arm Zephyr. His understanding of Zephyr, gleaned from the memories of his original body, is ultimately one-dimensional. Even what he witnessed in the comics during his previous life may not encompass the entirety of the man. To truly comprehend this individual, one must engage with him directly. Attention! At Dalmatia's command, all the trainees stood at attention. This marks the final lesson of the month. Upon completing this class, you will enjoy 2 days of free time. Dalmatia continued, a smile gracing his features, in light of your diligent training this past month. I have arranged for an extraordinary individual to be your instructor for this final lesson, as a reward. Upon hearing this, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Many had already caught wind of the news, including several from Lei Fa's dormitory, for Barrygood was notorious for his gossiping nature. And now, I present to you my mentor, the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. Dalmatia gestured towards the teaching building behind him. In the next moment, a robust middle-aged man with short purple hair and large sunglasses emerged from the direction indicated by Dalmatia, walking steadily toward them. It was indeed Admiral Zephyr, the legendary Black Arm Zephyr, reputed for possessing the strongest armament Haki. Who would have thought they could be so close to the esteemed Zephyr to play the role of one of his students? My heavens! If my father were to know, he would be utterly envious. Regardless of prior knowledge of the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, at this moment, everyone was electrified, with only a select few maintaining their composure. Among them were the perpetually stoic Shuan, the self-important smoker, and Lei Fa, who bore the lineage of an admiral himself. Silence. Dalmatia's low roar brought instant stillness to the assembly. You are all offspring of the Navy, and I presume you have heard my name at least in passing. So I shall refrain from introducing myself. Zephyr broke into a smile, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, completely devoid of any indication that he was once a formidable admiral who commanded the seas. Here, the past status of an admiral held no significance, if you so wished. You could refer to me as Teacher Zephyr, just as Dalmatia does. With a clap of his hands, Zephyr declared, All right, enough of the idle chatter. Let us commence the lesson. Indeed, he appeared much as I remembered him. Lei Fa surveyed the familiar figure of the once frequent visitor to his home, the Uncle Zephyr comparing him to the memories that lingered. In terms of appearance, there was little alteration. However, Lei Fa discerned a notable difference. This once mighty naval force, though still in the prime of life, exuded none of the formidable aura characteristic of a true powerhouse. Regardless of one's disposition, a genuine stronghold never relinquishes that indomitable spirit. The resolve to forge ahead and overcome obstacles, at most, it remains latent. Yet, in the presence of this former Admiral Zephyr, that essence was conspicuously absent. He appeared to have entirely lost his ambition, Lei Fa mused. Perhaps from the moment his family perished due to his actions, his heart had succumbed to despair. Were others to learn that a novice like Lei Fa was audaciously critiquing the once legendary Zephyr, it would surely evoke laughter, thus he concealed his emotions. Now, let us first assess the results of your training over the past month, and simultaneously ascertain whether Dalmatia has diligently trained you, Zephyr remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Zephyr's reference to him, Dalmatia felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could not voice any objection. Zephyr was his mentor, and calling him kid was not a recent occurrence. I will divide you into pairs for combat, with each duo confronting one another to evaluate your progress. As Zephyr spoke, a nearby naval soldier presented him with a substantial ledger, resembling the one Dalmatia had used for roll call. When I call your name, please stand together. With that, Zephyr began to call names. Grinton and Patrick, you are a team. The two, upon hearing their names, promptly stepped forward and positioned themselves aside. Shuan and Suddy, you are paired. Stephen and Faraday, you are together. Smoker and Tina, you are a duo. Rifa and Drake, you are matched. Before long, Zephyr had completed the grouping of all the students. This arrangement held a certain significance, though it was unlikely that the esteemed Zephyr had orchestrated it himself. Upon learning that he and Drake had been placed in the same group, as well as the other configurations, Rifa pondered that while the groupings may not represent absolute parity, there was certainly no pairing that exhibited an extreme disparity in strength, such as placing Smoker and Drake with the least capable students. Rifa was somewhat aware of his own performance. Although he was not the most conspicuous among the students, he certainly ranked in the upper tier. And the same could be said for Tina. Thus, there must be some rationale behind these groupings. It seemed probable that they were arranged by teacher Dalmatia. Stealing a glance in Dalmatia's direction, Rifa was unexpectedly caught by Dalmatia, who immediately shot him a look that conveyed, "Don't be so nosy." Rifa promptly averted his gaze, adopting a posture of nonchalance. Once the groupings were finalized, the battles commenced swiftly. One after another, the contests unfolded under Zephyr's watchful eye. As he observed, he meticulously noted the mistakes made by each pair and identified their weaknesses, offering corrections and guidance on the areas where they needed to exert themselves. Zephyr's instructional approach was undoubtedly practical. What was ostensibly a mere assessment of their training results bore a more profound efficacy than direct teaching. It was no wonder he had cultivated so many formidable warriors. The legendary Black Arm Zephyr, Rifa mused. Given the students' relatively immature fighting styles, it was impossible for the encounters to resemble the epic battles of true powerhouses, which could last for days on end. Even in a balanced contest, their stamina could not sustain such intensity, resulting in each group's skirmish concluding rather swiftly. Soon, it was time for the match that Rifa had been eagerly anticipating, Smoker versus Tina. In the world of Rifa, where this pair once shared an exceptionally close bond, they now merely exist as ordinary classmates. While Tina is also a user of a devil fruit, her ability is limited to the Paramecia-type barrier fruit. In the early stages of her training, she is far from being able to contend with Smoker, who wields the Logia-type smoke fruit. The two are not even on the same starting line, although Tina possesses remarkable talent and ranks among the elite few in her cohort. The likelihood of her overcoming Smoker is nearly non-existent. As anticipated, their confrontation lasted less than a minute. It was only after Smoker allowed Tina to unleash a flurry of attacks, realizing that her efforts were futile, that he swiftly brought the encounter to a decisive conclusion. The little girl felt utterly wronged, her lips pursed, on the verge of tears. Upon witnessing this scene, Rifa's perception of Smoker diminished significantly. Though the two had no prior interactions or grievances, it was evident that Smoker, who could easily secure victory, chose instead to flaunt his Logia abilities, which was rather excessive. At times, Tina's clinginess could indeed leave Rifa in a state of bemusement, yet it did not imply that he wished to see her mistreated. Smoker's behavior had crossed a line. Drake, who stood beside Rifa, also furrowed his brow, sharing a similar distaste for Smoker's earlier actions. "Come back, Tina. You performed admirably." Without a doubt, Zephyr first addressed Tina. Mistaking his words for consolation, Tina politely bowed to Zephyr before retreating back into the crowd. At that moment, Rifa disregarded the surroundings entirely, striding directly towards Tina. He approached her side, gently patting her head with concern. "Little rascal, are you all right?" Tina, blushing at Rifa's public address, hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, brother Rifa. You should return quickly. You still have a battle ahead." She feared that Rifa's uncharacteristic behavior might earn him reprimand from either Zephyr or Dalmatia. However, to her surprise, both Zephyr and Dalmatia seemed to completely overlook Rifa's actions, choosing instead to ignore him. Particularly, Zephyr suddenly turned his serious gaze toward Smoker. "Do you understand where your problem lies, Smoker? What went awry?" Initially basking in the glory of an effortless victory, Smoker looked at Zephyr in bewilderment before asserting, "Teacher Zephyr, I won." "Of course, I am aware that you won. Do you think I am unable to distinguish between victory and defeat?" Zephyr replied gravely, "From the outcome of the battle, you indeed prevailed. However, I observed in Tina the fruits of her training over the past month, while in you, I saw only an excessive reliance on your devil fruit powers and unwarranted arrogance." Smoker found himself momentarily unable to accept Zephyr's assessment. He could not comprehend why, despite having triumphed over his opponent, he was met with criticism from such a prominent figure. While the defeated Tina received praise, he refused to accept this outcome and the accompanying critique. "But I won, did I not, Teacher Zephyr?" Smoker protested vehemently. The Logia type does have its advantages, particularly in the early stages of training, but an over-reliance on its capabilities will only lead you astray in your journey of cultivation. Smoker, you must understand that the Logia type is not invincible. Zifa did not display anger. Rather, he spoke with solemnity. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Smoker felt a twinge of guilt and was about to lower his head in admission of fault when a somewhat lewd voice abruptly interrupted. Oh, Teacher Zifa. I cannot quite agree with that statement. The voice emanated from the second floor of the teaching building, and as the crowd turned towards the source, they beheld a man clad in a yellow and white striped suit, perched atop the railing of the corridor, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed in their direction. It was Cesare Borsellino. Lei Fa instantly recognized the unexpected intruder, feeling a flicker of surprise. How could one of the future 3 admirals, a top-tier powerhouse possessing the Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi, suddenly appear here? Lei Fa vaguely recalled that Kazuo was also one of Zifa's students, though their teacher-student relationship had never been particularly harmonious, and it seemed now that there was truth to that. However, with the Martial Steel Bone Kong yet to be promoted and Sengoku still not seated in the position of Fleet Admiral, Cesare should merely hold the rank of Rear Admiral for the time being. Lei Fa pondered. As Lei Fa reflected on the information regarding Cesare, Zifa spoke up. Borsellino, what brings you here? Zifa's expression was somewhat displeased. Despite being confronted by Smoker without showing a hint of dissatisfaction, this was the first time Zifa exhibited such negative emotions in front of others. I heard that Teacher Zifa was invited by my junior from Dalmatia to teach these little ones, and since I had some free time, I thought I'd come and take a look. I didn't expect to arrive just in time to hear your critique of this smoke lad. The identity of Cesare was exposed as he continued in his languid, distinctive tone. Do you have any objections? Zifa asked coldly. Dare I not? How could I ever harbor objections against you, Teacher Zifa? You are indeed my mentor. Cesare hastily shook his hands, feigning a look of trepidation. This display from Cesare left Lei Fa somewhat speechless. As he was well aware of Cesare's penchant for feigning fear or surprise, though it was never genuine. His claim of not daring to oppose Zifa likely held a more complex meaning. It's rare that you still remember I am your teacher. Zifa remarked with a hint of sarcasm. How could I forget such a thing? Cesare replied lazily. However, while I cannot forget your kindness, I must say, your argument seems somewhat outdated. Why shouldn't the Logia users rely on their fruit abilities? How you interpret that is your own affair. Do not disturb my teaching, Zifa retorted. One cannot put it that way. As your student, I feel it is my duty to correct your errors. That is the greatest respect I can show you. Is it not? Cesare pressed on, assertively. This statement is indeed quite weighty, directly categorizing Zifa's words as erroneous rather than merely a divergence of opinions. Even a fool could discern that Cesare bears ill intentions. Brother Cesare, for my sake, please refrain from speaking further, Dalmatia said with a hint of helplessness. The 2 individuals in question are his mentor and his senior, and although he is acutely aware of their discord, being caught in the middle proves to be quite a challenge for him. However, this is a training camp, and while he might usually feign ignorance to their verbal sparring, he cannot do so here. As Zephyr is an elder, he cannot expect leniency from him and must instead counsel Cesare. My dear junior, I am not here to disrupt your performance, Cesare remarked, arms raised in a gesture of surrender. This training camp was established by the headquarters to cultivate these naval youths into future elites. I believe that everyone, regardless of their stance, wishes for its success. However, the misguided guidance from Teacher Zephyr may very well lead a promising natural-type talent astray. Am I wrong to point this out? Enough. Silence yourself, Zephyr bellowed, casting a furious glare at Cesare. Borsellino, I do not care whether you harbor grievances against me as your teacher. This is not a place for your unruliness. Please. Teacher Zephyr, do not let anger cloud your health, Cesare replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor in the face of Zephyr's wrath. As I have previously stated, I am not targeting you. I merely seek to correct your erroneous guidance. Do you not possess the courage to acknowledge your mistakes? You incessantly speak of errors, blaming me for my past critiques of your inadequate martial skills. Spare me your grandstanding. Zephyr retorted angrily. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, I do not blame you. I merely perceive your views as somewhat antiquated, Cesare replied coolly. You once admonished me, much like you do this little smoke fellow, for relying too heavily on the abilities of my natural-type fruit. Yet, I do not share your perspective and have persisted in my own path to reach this point. The truth is that if one delves deeply into the powers of the natural type, one can indeed possess formidable strength without being distracted by trivial pursuits such as martial skills. Zephyr's anger surged, veins bulging in his hands. Despite his mounting frustration, Kizaru showed no signs of restraint, continuing, just like the smoke lad, who, despite triumphing over that little girl through his own efforts, receives no praise from you. Instead, you commend that inept, weeping girl. Is this truly your educational method? Kizaru's words caused Smoker, who had nearly conceded to an apology, to suddenly reconsider, feeling increasingly stifled and casting aside the notion of admitting fault. Meanwhile, Tina, the little girl, felt her eyes redden at Kizaru's remarks, covering her mouth to stifle her tears. After all, she was merely a 5- or 6-year-old child, with a fragile emotional resilience. Child, hold back your tears, a comforting hand rested on her shoulder. His words do not constitute absolute truth. Why let them sadden you? It was naturally Lei Fa who uttered words of comfort to Tina. Initially, he had merely observed the scene with a sense of detached curiosity. Though he felt that Kizaru had been somewhat aggressive, he had no personal stake in Zifa's affairs, and thus it was not his place to feel indignant. However, when Kizaru chose to unjustly disparage the young girl Tina in an attempt to attack Zifa, which could severely bruise the girl's self-esteem, Lei Fa found this intolerable. Although he was not a hero by any means, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. It was simply unacceptable for someone close to him to be wronged in his presence without any response. Therefore, after offering a word of consolation to Tina, Lei Fa stepped forward without hesitation. I believe Teacher Zifa was not mistaken. That recent battle indeed showcased Smoker's incompetence. A fool who is both complacent and unambitious, regardless of being a Logia user, remains a fool, Lei Fa remarked with a cold smirk. At that moment, both Zifa and Kizaru turned their attention toward the suddenly vocal Lei Fa. Even Dalmisia, who was watching helplessly from the sidelines, along with a number of other students, looked towards Lei Fa, as no one had anticipated that someone would dare to interject at such a moment, especially a mere student. It was worth noting that even Dalmisia had been unable to mediate between the two. What was even more astonishing was that Lei Fa's words did not serve to quell the tension. Rather, they seemed to stoke the flames, as he firmly sided with Zifa and launched a direct attack on Kizaru. Smoker was merely a tool for Kizaru to demonstrate Zifa's alleged errors, and Lei Fa's merciless criticism of Smoker was undoubtedly a fierce rebuttal to Kizaru's prior remarks. The audacity of a mere student daring to confront Kizaru, a formidable figure who had been in the limelight in recent years and was rumored to be a candidate for the next admiral, was nothing short of reckless. Was Lei Fa out of his mind? How could he speak to Kizaru in such a manner? Even if he sought to curry favor with Teacher Zifa, such a method was utterly unnecessary. Although Teacher Zifa was a former admiral, he had already retired, while Kizaru had the potential to become the future admiral of the Navy. This was sheer chaos. A cacophony of discussions erupted among the students below. Had Lei Fa truly lost his mind? As Lei Fa's roommate, Barry Good was taken aback. Drake was equally astonished by Lei Fa's boldness. Rendered speechless for quite some time, Lei Fa's actions alarmed Tina the most. She could hardly believe that Lei Fa had so boldly stepped forward to confront Smoker at such a moment. It was not difficult for her to deduce the reason behind Lei Fa's behavior. He must have felt compelled to retaliate on her behalf after witnessing her being bullied. However, this only heightened her anxiety, as she feared that Lei Fa might face repercussions for his actions. While she was aware that Lei Fa's father was a legendary admiral, and that Kizaru would likely not take drastic measures against him, it was still quite easy for Lei Fa to find himself in a difficult situation. The Navy is a disciplined collective. Although Lei Fa's father holds the esteemed rank of admiral, he himself is not entitled to defy authority without cause. Such insolence could lead to dire consequences. And even in the tumultuous era of the warring states, no one would dare speak in his defense. Lei Fa, this is not the moment for bravado. Retreat. Dalmitia's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Lei Fa's audacity, prompting him to reprimand the young man without delay. He understood well that despite the seemingly unassuming demeanor of this Kizaru senior, marked by his languid speech and unremarkable appearance, he was, in fact, a ruthless individual, known for his unforgiving nature and a penchant for retribution. This is evident from his repeated confrontations with Zephyr, which stem from the latter's habit of using him as a negative example for instruction. Moreover, Lei Fa audaciously disparaged Smoker, who had just been praised by Kizaru, in front of a multitude, an act tantamount to slapping Kizaru in the face. No wonder Kizaru would take umbrage. However, Dalmitia's attempts to intervene were evidently futile, as Lei Fa had no intention of heeding him. Furthermore, Kizaru's gaze had already shifted to Lei Fa. Oh my, what a formidable young talent. Such a terrifying aura. Kizaru feigned fear with a comical expression. At this moment, Zephyr also noticed the speaker, and upon realizing that it was Lei Fa, whom he recognized standing on his side, his demeanor turned somewhat awkward as he admonished, This is not your place to speak. Step back. Both Zephyr and Dalmatia expressed similar sentiments, clearly aiming to shield Lei Fa. Yet, Lei Fa was unwilling to accept this favor, continuing on his own. Am I not correct? I wholeheartedly concur with Teacher Zephyr's views. Individuals like Smoker, who solely rely on their Logia powers, are no different from worthless fools. If Lord Kazara believes my words are erroneous, he may permit Smoker to engage me in combat. To clarify, I am not a devil fruit user. Thus, should he prevail against me, a peer who possesses no powers and has only undergone a month's training, I shall concede that my prior statements were mere folly and accept punishment for my rudeness. Conversely, if he is defeated, it will affirm that I was indeed correct. And Teacher Zephyr's criticism was entirely justified. At this juncture, Lei Fa paused, fixing his gaze on Kazuru on the second floor. What say you, Lord Kazuru? Do you agree with my straightforward proposition? Kazara narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing Lei Fa, instilling in him an unsettling sensation as though he were being observed by a fearsome beast, sending shivers down his spine. After a prolonged silence, just as Lei Fa began to feel unnerved under Kazara's intense gaze, Kazara suddenly smiled. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. What the yellow ape was pondering remained a mystery to all, even to Lei Fa, who had braced himself for the tempest of his wrath. Ordinarily, one would expect the yellow ape to erupt in fury at such provocation, yet he surprisingly acquiesced to Lei Fa's proposal with remarkable ease, leaving Lei Fa with a sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton. In a mere exchange of words, Lei Fa and the yellow ape established their terms. Even if Zephyr and Dalmatia wished to intervene, it was already too late. Recognizing the futility of their obstruction, and considering the limited capabilities of Lei Fa and Smoker, the two conceded that no significant trouble would arise in their presence, thus refraining from further attempts to halt Lei Fa. Dalmatia, reflecting on how he had overlooked this young man's individuality, shook his head in resignation, thinking it might be beneficial for the lad to face a minor setback, as it posed little danger and could avert greater chaos in the future. Zephyr, on the other hand, remained silent, lost in his own contemplations. Someone, fetch 2 weapons made of sea prism stone, Dalmatia suddenly commanded a soldier. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape displayed an expression of anticipated understanding, but did not seem overly concerned. While sea prism stone is indeed the bane of devil fruit users, its effectiveness is contingent upon the wielder. Not everyone can wield it to harm a devil fruit user. There's no need for such trouble. Lei Fa interjected abruptly. Oh? The yellow ape exhibited a flicker of surprise for the first time, regarding Lei Fa with a peculiar gaze. Lei Fa, you are not attempting to show off with this, are you? Dalmatia remarked, his countenance darkening. You are not a devil fruit user. Inherently, you are at a disadvantage in combat against them. Even if you wield sea prism stone weapons, one cannot deny the innate powers of a Logia user. I trust you understand that confidence must not cross into hubris. Dalmatia secretly admired Lei Fa's willingness to stand up for Tina and confront the yellow ape, acknowledging that while it appeared irrational, every youth possesses their moments of impetuousness. However, Lei Fa's current demeanor transcended youthful folly, veering dangerously close to arrogance, which displeased Dalmatia immensely. I certainly comprehend the powers of a Logia user. If it were any other element, even with sea prism stone, victory would elude me, Lei Fa replied with a light chuckle, refraining from elaborating further. I say, follow his suggestion, Zephyr declared with resolute finality. Teacher? Dalmatia was taken aback by Zephyr's agreement with Lei Fa's seemingly reckless stance. Let it be. Do not concern yourself further, Zephyr replied, shaking his head dismissively. With that, Dalmatia could only call back the soldier he had dispatched to retrieve the sea prism stone weapons. At this moment, Smoker had emerged from his earlier feelings of frustration. The repeated insults hurled at him by Lei Fa, referring to him as a fool and worthless, had ignited a fierce anger within him. Diverting all his discontent with Zephyr onto Lei Fa, he took a few steps forward and, with a deliberate tone, inquired, Did you just call me worthless? Bullying a young girl with the power of a devil fruit, and taking pride in such an act, if I were you, I would have long since ended my own life in shame. To call you worthless is to elevate your status. Lei Fa held no fondness for the yellow ape and had even less regard for Smoker. Consequently, he did not hesitate to insult Smoker openly, showing him no mercy. This is of your own making. Smoker, inherently proud, found it peculiar to endure such an affront, and in that moment, anger propelled him to strike back. White fist. His right hand clenched into a fist, which abruptly detached from his wrist, expanding into a colossal smoky fist that surged toward Lei Fa with tremendous force. However, Rifa seemed to have anticipated this move, effortlessly stepping to the left to evade Smoker's furious assault. The three distinguished onlookers simultaneously gasped in surprise. From their vantage point, the initial exchange revealed an unusual dynamic. To the students, the scene depicted Smoker, enraged by Rifa's taunts, unleashing an attack in a fit of fury, while Zephyr narrowly dodged the blow. Yet, to these three observers, the tableau presented an entirely different narrative. They perceived that Rifa had preemptively stepped aside before Smoker launched his strike, as though they had choreographed this encounter, with Smoker targeting the very space Rifa had vacated, striking with uncanny precision. The subtle distinctions manifested only in the fleeting moment, leaving the three individuals with a sense of unease. Yet they dared not ascertain whether it was mere coincidence. Thus they chose to observe further before reaching a conclusion. Smoker, having missed his initial strike, swiftly retracted his fist. He then pivoted, launching simultaneous punches, one from the left and the other from the right, attacking Rifa from divergent angles with a fierce expression, declaring inwardly, "This time, let us see how you evade." Rifa first retreated a step towards the rear left, narrowly evading Smoker's left punch, and with a slight shift of his body, managed to dodge the subsequent strike without moving his feet. How could this be? Smoker's face was etched with disbelief. His fists had clearly struck almost simultaneously. How could Rifa flow so effortlessly to evade each one? I refuse to believe it can always be this fortuitous. Again, though Smoker felt a growing sense of disquiet within, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease and instead continued his relentless assault. Attempting to suppress the discomfort in his heart, he turned, stepped forward, and evaded the third wave of attacks. He retreated, bent down, and dodged the fourth wave. He advanced, leaped, and evaded the fifth wave. Throughout this exchange, Rifa did not launch a single counterattack. Instead, he appeared to evade Smoker's onslaught time and again with uncanny precision, prompting even the onlookers to sense something amiss. "Look, it seems Rifa's eyes are closed. How can that be?" exclaimed an observant student, pointing at Rifa as he dodged Smoker's punches. Upon this revelation, those nearby quickly took note of the phenomenon. It was indeed true. Rifa had unknowingly closed his eyes. And yet, with them shut, he continued to evade Smoker's strikes with an unbroken flow of movement. Hell's ear, a component of the food skills sound wave manipulation, which, when enhanced, also augments his auditory control. If evolved to a higher tier, it could even rival the mythical hearing of the winds, allowing one to perceive sounds from the farthest reaches of the world. However, currently, Rifa's Hell's ear and sound wave manipulation remained in their nascent stages, lacking the exaggerated effects. Yet, in combat, it proved to be swifter and more direct than sight. For instance, in this moment, Rifa need not rely on his eyes to perceive Smoker. Through the three-dimensional auditory perception of Hell's ear, every movement of Smoker, down to the minutest gesture, manifested as a vivid image within Rifa's mind. Thus, he could consistently anticipate his opponent's actions, seemingly always a step ahead in his evasions. Of course, this also related to Smoker's own speed. Had the opponent been Kizuru, Rifa's tactic would falter, for Kizuru's speed was extraordinarily formidable. Nevertheless, to the students observing, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. The three prominent figures also took note of this peculiar occurrence. Observation Haki. The first reaction of Yellow Ape was that Rifa had mastered the observation Haki, for it could indeed achieve such feats. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing it was impossible, as he had not sensed any fluctuations of observation Haki. Rather, it was his acute hearing. Zephyr's experience was evidently more seasoned, and he soon uncovered the secret, noting that Rifa's ears twitched slightly during battle, which was distinctly abnormal. How could this lad possess such extraordinary auditory perception? Had he undergone specialized training? Smoker, without a doubt, ranked among the most gifted individuals of this generation. Yet his flaw lay in his excessive pride. He could indeed excel in favorable circumstances, but once faced with setbacks, he would inevitably lose his composure, exacerbated by his youth and inability to temper his emotions, rendering him prone to vulnerabilities. Dalmesia shook his head and sighed, realizing why Rifa had forsaken the sea prism stone. He was, in fact, exploiting this very strategy. Although Dalmesia could not discern the intricacies, he recognized Rifa's intentions. Indeed, aside from exploiting the inherent weaknesses of the Logia type, the only means to counter them were the sea prism stone and Haki. All other forms of attack were utterly ineffective against the Logia. Yet, is the Logia truly invincible? Not entirely. If consuming a Logia devil fruit guaranteed invincibility, there would be no need for training. Everyone would simply scour the world for such fruits. However, like all devil fruits, the Logia possesses an unavoidable flaw: the sustainability of its abilities. Even Logia users have varying degrees of destructive power and endurance, with the difference between untrained and trained capabilities being vast. For instance, many years later, during the New Admiral War, Akainu and Akiji battled for 10 consecutive days and nights before a victor emerged. Given their strengths, once engaged in combat, neither could relent. Any restraint would provide the other an instant opportunity to claim victory. Thus, their confrontation amounted to a full-scale clash for 10 days and nights. But could the current smoker sustain such an explosive engagement for 10 days and nights? The answer is undoubtedly a resounding no. Whether it be Lei Fa, Smoker, or Drake, they were merely children at this stage, incapable of the exaggerated feats displayed by the top-tier powerhouses in their prime. Once drained of energy, even a Logia user would be left vulnerable and at the mercy of others. I pondered why this lad's words were so cutting, filled with insults and contempt. As if laying the groundwork for something greater, Dalmesia regarded Lei Fa with a peculiar gaze. Even if I were subjected to such repeated humiliation, I would be incensed. Let alone Smoker, the young lad. What Dalmesia perceives, the yellow ape seated on the second floor cannot possibly overlook. His brow furrows involuntarily, revealing his dissatisfaction with Smoker's reaction. Yet, at this moment, he cannot afford to remind Smoker, for doing so would amount to external interference, should he proceed with such an act. Even if Smoker were to emerge victorious, the battle would hold no significance. Is this truly your capability, Smoker? Is your Logia power merely a means to bully the weak? As he evades, Lei Fa persistently provokes Smoker. In truth, the moment he chose to step forward to defend Tina, a plan had already begun to formulate. This is the reason why he chose to show no regard for Smoker from the outset, directly resorting to insult. His intention was to utterly provoke the proud Smoker, driving him to the brink of irrationality. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Currently, Lei Fa's strength is indeed insufficient to master the armament Haki. Moreover, even with a sea prism stone weapon, victory over Smoker is not guaranteed. The inherent advantages of the Logia type are no mere jest. Wielding a sea prism stone weapon may allow contact with a Logia user, but it simultaneously diminishes Lei Fa's abilities, such as his sound wave manipulation. Consequently, Lei Fa decided to abandon the use of the sea prism stone weapon altogether, seeking to further provoke Smoker. His act of deliberately closing his eyes was also intended to heighten Smoker's agitation. In truth, there was no necessity for him to shut his eyes. While the Hell's Ear technique was indeed effective, the addition of sight could potentially enhance his reaction. However, compared to the goal of inciting Smoker further, this enhancement was deemed unnecessary. Clearly, this strategy has proven remarkably successful thus far. After all, Smoker is merely a child of 6 or 7 years. Once his emotions are stirred, his reason falters in restraining them. Had this been Smoker many years hence, Lei Fa's plan would have been futile, yet in the present, it unfolds effortlessly. Of course, if it were indeed several years later, Lei Fa would not need to resort to such underhanded tactics. His training has simply been too brief, rendering him incapable of expressing himself through sheer physical prowess. Die. You shall perish, Whitesnake. Smoker's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Lei Fa. Especially irked by Lei Fa's apparent disregard for the confrontation, his eyes too lazy to open. He could scarcely contain his rage. A singular thought consumed his mind: to pummel this arrogant individual into a pulp, compelling him to beg for mercy. As Smoker's impatience grew, so did the glaring flaws in his attacks. Initially, Lei Fa had to concentrate fully to evade Smoker's strikes, but now it was effortless, and Smoker's speed was diminishing. Humph. The yellow ape scoffed, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Zifa, witnessing this, did not revel in the outcome but merely sighed, then instructed Dalmesia to intervene, asserting that there was no longer a need for the battle to continue. The departure of the yellow ape effectively signified the conclusion of the conflict. With his discerning eye, it was impossible for the yellow ape to leave if Smoker still had a chance of victory. His exit was tantamount to conceding defeat. Let it end here. Dalmesia appeared between the two combatants, effortlessly dispersing Smoker's attack while gesturing for Lei Fa to halt. Why are you stopping me? Smoker, breathless and furious, demanded. Why do you ask that? Came the retort. Dalmesia gazed at Smog and declared, your holiday has been cancelled. Stand here and reflect calmly. When you comprehend the reasons, come find me and explain why you hindered others. As for the rest, disperse. This class concludes here for today. The unfinished battle will resume after the break. Lei Fa, accompany me. Dalmesia first announced the class dismissal and granted everyone an early 2-day holiday, while the last statement was directed solely at Lei Fa. Teacher, did you summon me? Shortly thereafter, Lei Fa arrived at Dalmesia's temporary office. Upon entering, he swiftly surveyed the room and noted that the black-armed Zifa was absent, leaving only Dalmesia present. Bang! Do you realize how audacious you've been today? Dalmesia exclaimed, striking the desk with force, raising his voice by at least 2 octaves. Audacious, you say? Lei Fa chuckled. Dalmesia-sensei. When I stood up earlier, you showed no signs of anger. It's just the 2 of us here. There's no need for pretense. You little scamp, quite clever indeed. Dalmesia replied, his anger dissipating as he shook his head with a smile. My brother Kizaru and teacher Zifa have always had a strained relationship. Though it hasn't reached the point of enmity, they seize every opportunity to clash. Dalmesia-sensei, you wish to assist instructor Zifa, don't you? Lei Fa inquired. Zifa has shown me kindness. Naturally, I cannot bear to see him targeted. However, my brother Kizaru has also treated me well, so I must feign ignorance between them. Today, you've done what I, as your teacher, wished to accomplish but could not. Well done, Dalmesia remarked with a grin. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, Lei Fa humbly replied. However, you have offended my brother Kizaru. If you officially join the Navy in the future, while he may not personally confront you, he will certainly create obstacles for you. Prepare yourself for that, Dalmesia sighed. There was an unspoken truth in Dalmesia's words that Lei Fa readily understood. Kizaru was not one to easily forgive. The offense would not be forgotten lightly. Heh, teacher, don't tell me you are unfamiliar with my father, Lei Fa suddenly chuckled. Oh, you mentioning him reminded me, Dalmesia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. It seems I worried for nothing. I was overly concerned for you. Not entirely, Lei Fa shook his head. My father's demeanor is rather stern. Even if I join the Navy, he shall not provide me with undue favor. Should Kizaru only trouble me within the bounds of the rules, I doubt my father would intervene. Indeed, that is not entirely improbable. As Dalmesia briefly reflected, he realized that events had indeed unfolded as Lei Fa had predicted. With this thought, a smile crept upon his face. However, you, my young friend, seem to consider matters with greater foresight than I, your teacher. It appears that my esteemed senior, Yellow Ape, may find it rather challenging to trouble you within the confines of the rules. Teacher, you flatter me. If I truly find myself at a loss, I shall have to seek your support. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Lei Fa chuckled. Spare me, please. The mere sight of you makes me suspect you are concocting yet another scheme. Just look at the state you've left Smoker in. If he does not come to terms with this, his confidence may be severely shaken, leading to a downward spiral. Dalmesia chided with a laugh. Heh. That depends on your abilities, teacher. You kept him around precisely for this purpose, did you not? Lei Fa replied nonchalantly. You little rascal, after playing your tricks. You expect your teacher to clean up your mess? What a character you are. Away with you. Away with you. Your presence irks me. Dalmesia feigned exasperation. Then I shall take my leave, teacher. Please take care, Lei Fa responded, promptly seizing the opportunity to exit. Just as he departed, the door on the left side of the office swung open. Are you taking this opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me? Zephyr emerged, regarding Dalmesia with a bemused expression. It was evident that he had overheard every word exchanged between Dalmesia and Lei Fa. Ahem, not at all, teacher. You are reading too much into this, Dalmesia quickly denied. That is quite all right. After all, my old bones have retired. Even if you seek to curry favor, I am of little help to you, Zephyr replied with a smile. Shaking his head. Teacher, that is not the case. Your willingness to impart knowledge to these young ones is already a tremendous favor to me, Dalmesia insisted earnestly. Indeed. Zephyr acknowledged, choosing not to continue the pretense of modesty, as it was unnecessary. Why cannot you and Senior Yellow Ape sit down and have a proper discussion? There is no deep-seated enmity between you two, so why this animosity? Dalmesia ventured again. Are you here to act as a mediator on his behalf? Zephyr's expression hardened, and his voice turned cold. Absolutely not. I swear it on my honor. Dalmesia, well acquainted with Zephyr's demeanor, recognized the signs of impending anger and hurriedly clarified. I stand firmly on your side, teacher. I merely believe you two could enough. No more of this. Zephyr interrupted, striding toward the door. Tend to your own affairs. My matters are not for you to worry about. If you dare mention him in my presence again, do not call me teacher. I am unworthy of such a title. Dalmesia discerned that Zephyr was not jesting and, with a sigh of resignation, replied, I understand. Upon exiting the office of Dalmesia, Lei Fa found himself in a state of perplexity. The table was adorned with 2 steaming cups of tea, suggesting that the instructor Zephyr was likely still present. Yet, he could not fathom why Zephyr would choose to evade him. After all, it would not have been a matter of concern even if he had been spotted. The moment he stepped into the office, Lei Fa had cast a quick glance around, but he discerned no other presence. However, the 2 cups on Dalmatia's desk, both exuding warmth, caught his attention. If his intuition served him correctly, the second cup was meant for the enigmatic black-armed Zephyr. Yet, the question lingered, if Zephyr was indeed there. Why the avoidance? Was it merely to allow Dalmatia to impart wisdom upon him? After ruminating on these thoughts without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Lei Fa decided to set the matter aside. There were myriad enigmas in life, and it seemed unnecessary to dwell on them. Upon exiting the training camp, Lei Fa's gaze was immediately drawn to the eager little girl, Tina, who was peering curiously in his direction. As soon as she spotted him emerging unscathed, she rushed over in delight. Lei Fa, brother, are you all right? Lei Fa affectionately patted her small head and replied with a warm smile, of course, I am perfectly fine. I was worried that teacher Dalmatia might punish you, Tina remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Not at all, there is no need for concern. Lei Fa reassured her with a chuckle. At this moment, several individuals approached briskly from this direction. Rifa, your audacity is truly remarkable. How did I not perceive your madness before? Belagud halted before Rifa, regarding him with the scrutiny one might reserve for a strange creature. I am relieved that all is well. Drake, who followed closely behind, also exhaled in relief. The 2 roommates waited for him, which was not surprising for Rifa, but he did not expect the other individual who remained behind to be Shun, the usually taciturn and cold-faced roommate. Upon seeing Rifa emerge, Shun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Rifa returned the gesture and smiled, saying, Thank you all for your concern. Since it's a holiday, let's go. Today, I shall treat you to a fine meal. That's exactly what I've been waiting for, exclaimed Berrygood, his enthusiasm palpable. I am not very familiar with the culinary delights of Marineford, so this is a splendid opportunity to explore, Drake chimed in with a grin. As for Tina, the little girl, she continued to play the role of a devoted follower, showing no inclination to refuse. Shun, you should join us too. It's just a meal, and we'll be over in no time, Rifa urged, noticing Shun's momentary hesitation. All right, Shun replied after a brief contemplation, deciding not to decline any further. Thus, the group hurriedly followed in Rifa's footsteps. The holiday swiftly passed, and soon the training camp commenced its second month of rigorous training and instruction. Compared to the first month, the training in the second month was evidently more intense. However, the trainees gradually acclimatized to this demanding rhythm, despite the hardships. The rewards were substantial, and no one chose to abandon their efforts midway. On another note, Dalmatia not only invited Zephyr to conduct a class each week, but also brought in numerous naval officers to provide specialized lessons tailored for the youths. For instance, the inaugural swordsmanship class at the training camp was taught by Dalmatia's senior, the current Rear Admiral, Ghost Spider. Like Dalmatia, Ghost Spider was also a disciple of Zephyr, but he possessed far greater proficiency with the sword, while Dalmatia excelled in close-quarters combat. This was merely one example, illustrating that Dalmatia had indeed invested considerable thought and effort for the benefit of these young individuals. Time and training always seemed to fly. And in the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed since the training camp began, leaving only 6 months until its conclusion. On that morning, Dalmatia, as usual, sounded the wake-up call. The youths swiftly gathered on the playground, taking less than 2 minutes to assemble and begin counting off. They had transformed remarkably since their initial days in the training camp. Observing this scene, Dalmatia nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed that from this day forward, they would no longer attend classes, for at this stage, they had largely absorbed and mastered the necessary knowledge over the past 6 months. What lay ahead was their individual cultivation and effort. As for how far they could progress, that remained uncertain. Dalmatia's announcement stirred a wave of astonishment. No one had anticipated such a sudden declaration of the conclusion of all classes, given that they had been informed upon joining the training camp that the complete cycle would last a year. Consequently, inquiries arose almost immediately. Dalmatia, having foreseen this reaction, clarified that while the complete training cycle indeed spanned a year, the decision to conclude all classes was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but rather a predetermined process established prior to their admission. In the forthcoming 6 months, they would be assigned to various branches and stationed areas as naval logistics personnel, with the term lasting half a year. Should they emerge unscathed after this period, they would reconvene here, where I would assess their performance over the past 6 months and grant them corresponding military ranks based on their merits. Yes, you heard correctly. When you leave this training camp, it signifies your status as an honorable member of the Navy. And the rank you receive will be entirely contingent upon your performance in the upcoming 6 months. Upon hearing Dalmatia's words, many among the crowd felt a surge of excitement. The hardships endured over the past 6 months were all aimed at achieving remarkable feats in the future. Now, with the prospect of an opportunity to prove themselves arising so soon, their enthusiasm was palpable. "Teacher, what exactly does this performance entail?" Lei Fa suddenly inquired. Dalmatia had anticipated this question as well and responded without hesitation, stating that it would be a comprehensive assessment involving various factors, such as evaluations from the heads of different branches or stationed areas, as well as the accomplishments they achieved during this time. Does that mean capturing wanted criminals can also be included in the evaluation? Lei Fa pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. Dalmatia affirmed Lei Fa's question but then fixed him with a stern gaze. However, I must remind you that capturing wanted criminals is no trivial matter. I know some of you are quite confident in your abilities, but apprehending such individuals is entirely different from your usual sparring. A single misstep could result in your demise at their hands without hesitation. I do not wish for you to act impulsively in pursuit of merit, venturing beyond your capabilities. Do you understand? As Dalmatia uttered this final remark, his gaze lingered primarily on a few of the most spirited individuals within the training camp. Shortly thereafter, at Dalmatia's instruction, the soldiers distributed the envelopes that had long been prepared to each individual, subsequently announcing the dismissal. Lei Fa and a few others congregated, each opening their envelopes to discern their assignments. Drake was the first to unveil his, extracting a sheet of paper from the envelope to reveal G8 Division. Tina was assigned to G11 Division, while Shuan disclosed he was sent to Gaia Island. At this moment, Lei Fa had also torn open his envelope, withdrawing a blank sheet that bore the inscription, Shambadi Archipelago. Shambadi? Lei Fa's eyelids flickered with surprise at this outcome. He was certainly no stranger to the Shambadi Archipelago, known for its moniker as the Bubble Islands, for it is an exceptionally unique locale. Its uniqueness stems not only from its proximity to the Navy headquarters, but also as the final stop on the first half of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Red Line. Due to its distinct nature, the Navy can only uphold justice within a limited sphere on the Shambadi Archipelago, while the surrounding areas are teeming with various black and gray forces, and even the Navy is reluctant to provoke conflict. As a Navy offspring born in Marineford, it is impossible not to be aware of this archipelago's closeness to Marineford, especially since Lei Fa had previously perceived its true nature in another manner. In summary, the Shambadi Archipelago is a highly chaotic region, lacking the near-absolute control that the Navy exerts in some other areas of assignment. Such a scenario in Shambadi is indeed difficult to fathom. Ah, Lei Fa, have you also been assigned to Shambadi? So have I. Upon learning of Lei Fa's assignment, Berrygood was instantly filled with delight. What a twist of fate that we have been placed together, alleviating the concern of being surrounded by strangers. However, Lei Fa was surprised to discover that Berrygood had also been allocated to the Shambadi Archipelago. Tina, initially indifferent, felt a twinge of jealousy upon realizing that Berrygood was paired with Lei Fa, and she attempted several times to kill Berrygood with her glances. Berrygood, feeling the pressure, broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the fixed itinerary, he would have certainly opted to switch places with Tina. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed to prepare for their upcoming journey. Returning home, Lei Fa found little to prepare. His father, Sengoku, was perpetually occupied in pursuit of Whitebeard, and his elder brother, Corazon, spent most of his time engaged in missions. At this hour, he found himself alone at home. Nevertheless, he felt unconcerned, for it was merely a 6-month stint, a rather commonplace occurrence. In fact, Lei Fa welcomed this semi-internship period, as it provided him with an invaluable opportunity to assess the progress he had made over the past 6 months. During the latter half of this period, he had deliberately restrained his abilities, avoiding any conspicuous display that might draw unwanted attention. This phenomenon is indeed inevitable, bearing the gourmet cells within him. He not only experiences the physical fortification that comes with his training, but simultaneously enhances the awakening of these gourmet cells through his rigorous practice. As the awakening of the gourmet cells progresses, they, in turn, nourish him, leading to a rapid and comprehensive enhancement of his physical prowess. This situation transcends mere notions of efficiency and efficacy. Initially, the inherent talent of this body could only be deemed slightly above average. rendering it quite ordinary among the naval offspring. Comparatively, it paled in significance against the likes of Drake and Smoker, not to mention that it could not even rival the caliber of someone like Berrygood. Had it not been for this, the original Lei Fa would have remained obscure for over 2 decades. However, the current Lei Fa is endowed with a culinary system and bears the gourmet cells of an ancient culinary devil. Under such circumstances, his rate of enhancement has surged beyond mere doubling, now rivaling even the most formidable entities of the vast seas. In truth, Lei Fa's cohort is somewhat inferior to the preceding 2 generations. It is noteworthy that the previous naval cohort boasted titans like Peach Rabbit Cheyenne and Akiji Kazan. Delving further back, one would find the likes of Kizaru Borsalino, Akainu Sakazuki, and T. Pig Shikaji, all of whom are now established as top-tier powerhouses. While Smoker and Drake are indeed prodigious talents, comparing them to these illustrious figures seems a stretch. Yet, with the enhancement of the gourmet cells, Lei Fa's progression and cultivation has now become absolutely comparable to the monstrous geniuses of the previous 2 cohorts. Nevertheless, Lei Fa remains somewhat dissatisfied with his current trajectory. If he continues to advance at this pace, it is conceivable that in a decade or 2, he too could ascend to the ranks of the elite in the vast ocean. Even in a less favorable scenario, he could at least achieve the position of Rear Admiral, possessing the prowess of an elite officer. This indeed sounds rather appealing. However, is it truly the case? No, he does not share that sentiment. For in the forthcoming decades, the situation upon the seas is poised to be tumultuous and ever-changing. Even the naval headquarters of Marine Admiral was nearly obliterated. What, then, is beyond the realm of possibility? Who can guarantee that they will not be ensnared in a tempest? Indeed, those prodigies who graduated alongside Lei Fa have navigated these ensuing years unscathed. Yet he has also observed another matter. Within his training camp, there exist numerous individuals whose talents rival those of Berrygood and Shun. Even those who stand shoulder to shoulder with Smog and Drake are not absent. But the crux of the issue is that he has never heard of these individuals. What does this signify? Perhaps it is merely due to the limited number of characters depicted in the manga, making it impossible for everyone to make an appearance. Nevertheless, there exists another possibility, does it not? That possibility is that these individuals may have perished over the course of the next 10 to 20 years. The Navy is an institution steeped in violence. In the pursuit of capturing and exterminating pirates, it suffers considerable casualties, a fact that has never been a secret. From enlisted soldiers to high-ranking officers, sacrifices are made annually. Lei Fa is unwilling to relinquish his life to the capricious whims of fate. Therefore, he must enhance his strength. He needs to accelerate his growth, fortifying himself to the point where he cannot be easily felled by a mere accident, acquiring at least a modicum of self-defense capabilities. At present, the fastest method Lei Fa can conceive to achieve this is through the culinary system. Relying solely on training has been attempted, although his progress has astonished many. Attaining self-preservation before calamity strikes remains a daunting challenge. Hence, Lei Fa seeks to hasten his pace by leveraging the culinary system. However, it is somewhat awkward, as since the initial activation of the culinary system, he has only undertaken one preliminary task, the tasting of 3 delicacies. Since that occasion, no further tasks from the culinary system have been presented to him. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly comprehended the reason behind this. The culinary system had indicated post-initialization that system tasks will trigger randomly. The more events encountered, the greater the number of tasks that may be activated. However, his past 6 months have been predominantly spent within this training camp, interacting solely with the same individuals, engaging in monotonous activities each day, leaving little room for any events that could lead to task activation. He had originally planned to devise a means of escape once the training camp concluded, yet unexpectedly, the latter half of the camp has brought him an unforeseen surprise. May the land of Sabaody not disappoint him, Lei Fa thought with a glimmer of anticipation. A few days later, Lei Fa, along with Berrygood and another trainee assigned to the Sabaody archipelago, arrived at the outskirts of Sabaody aboard a naval vessel. I once visited Sabaody with my father during my childhood, but my recollections are scarce. I only remember that there seemed to be a grand amusement park here. The same thought echoed by the trainee assigned alongside Lei Fa and Berrygood as they gazed into the distance, reminiscing. This third individual, while not particularly familiar with the small group that included Lei Fa, left a profound impression on him. More precisely, it was his father who resonated so deeply in Lei Fa's memory. His name was Patrick, the very student whom Dalmesia had used as an example during the inception of the training camp, illustrating a lesson to the gathered crowd. His father, Randolph, is now one of the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters. Lei Fa vividly recalled that Vice Admiral Randolph, even during his tenure as a captain, had single-handedly pursued a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 60 million berries. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a solitary hero. Indeed, the trainees at the camp held this memory in high regard. Consequently, Lei Fa's impression of Patrick remained quite significant. Moreover, Patrick displayed considerable talent, being one of those individuals whose abilities surpassed even those of Barrygood, albeit remaining under the radar in the grand events of the future. You are not mistaken. On the islands of Sabaody, there exists a colossal amusement park named after Sabaody itself, reputed to be one of the largest recreational facilities along the Grand Line. At this moment, Lei Fa smiled at Patrick, expressing his enthusiasm. Though it was his first visit to Sabaody, the narratives from the protagonists in the world he was familiar with had already provided him a glimpse of the island's splendor. Indeed, I have also encountered records in a travelogue penned by a rear admiral, which described the Sabaody amusement park as truly remarkable. We must seize the opportunity to experience it. Barrygood chimed in eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Well, we are nearing our destination. It is time to gather our belongings. As the islands became increasingly discernible, Lei Fa was the first to make his way towards the cabin, where their luggage awaited them. Half an hour later, the warship docked at the pier of island number 69. As the accompanying Navy personnel provided introductions, Lei Fa gradually recalled that the Sabaody archipelago comprises the world's largest 79 red trees, each one serving as an island and designated with a numerical order. The Navy directly oversees only the islands numbered from 60 to 69, while the others each serve distinct purposes. Islands numbered from 1 to 29 are recognized as the most chaotic and lawless regions, often referred to as the lawless zone, where pirates and bounty hunters predominantly congregate, including the infamous human auctioning house. Islands numbered from 30 to 39 encompass the very amusement park that Patrick and Barrygood have long envisioned. A grand establishment that occupies an impressive expanse equivalent to 10 islands, underscoring the park's extravagant scale. Islands 40 to 49 serve as vibrant tourist attractions, replete with an array of shops, restaurants, and other diversions that captivate the visitors who frequent this locale. Islands 50 to 59 belong to the boatmen, also serving as the site for coating vessels. It is well understood that traversing from the first half to the latter half of the Grand Line necessitates crossing the Red Line. And there are but two methods to achieve this. The first entails abandoning one's ship to journey through the sacred land of Mariewa, the abode of the world government and the celestial nobles known as the Tenryubido. The second method involves coming to these Shambadai Islands to apply a coating to their ships, enabling them to navigate beneath the sea until they reach a vast opening at the base of the Red Line. Within that opening lies a deep-sea island known as Fishman Island, where merfolk and fishmen coexist, and beyond it lies the latter segment of the Grand Line. However, for pirates, there exists only one viable option, the coating, as to abandon their vessels in favor of Mariewa would be akin to walking into a trap. Islands 60 to 69 are, without a doubt, designated as naval bases, where the presence of outsiders is strictly prohibited. Lastly, Islands 70 to 79 constitute a thoroughfare of inns, where both leisure-seeking tourists and those with ulterior motives, such as pirates and bounty hunters, ultimately converge to rest. The situation in the archipelago of Cambodia can undoubtedly be described as intricate and convoluted. There is no doubt that among the 6 artificially delineated regions, the most complex and perilous area is unequivocally Region 1, which encompasses islands numbered from 1 to 29. This fact is evident merely from the expanse of territory it occupies. Even the Navy and the world government have only managed to control 10 islands within the Cambodia archipelago, while this region encompasses a total of 29 islands. This suffices to elucidate numerous issues. From the limited information at his disposal, Lei Fa has, to a certain extent, surmised some reasons. However, prior to witnessing the situation firsthand, he refrains from drawing any hasty conclusions. You 3 must be the interns assigned to miscellaneous tasks for this endeavor? In an office situated on island number 69, a general of brigadier rank personally received Lei Fa and his companions, inquiring with a congenial demeanor. The brigadier general, named Pearson, hails from Maritford. Much like Lei Fa and his companions, it seems rather absurd for a high-ranking officer to formally receive 3 mere trainee sailors who have yet to officially join the Navy. However, Lei Fa finds no surprise in this, as he understands that wherever there are people, there exists a social hierarchy, and even the Navy is not exempt from this reality. Those fortunate enough to be admitted to the youth training camp typically have parents who are at least school-level officers, with many holding even higher ranks. In the parlance of Lei Fa's previous life, they are indeed the epitome of the so-called second generation. Moreover, the privilege of being directly admitted to the Navy, as granted by the youth training camp, is equally a reflection of the unique status of these trainees. While this may seem somewhat unjust to the ordinary populace, it is worth noting that even in Lei Fa's past world, true fairness was a rare commodity, let alone in this world governed by the law of the jungle, where strength dictates reason. It is crucial to recognize that this realm is inhabited by the world nobles, the celestial dragons, who epitomize the worst excesses of humanity. In comparison, the privileges afforded to the youth training camp are indeed trivial. From Brigadier General Pearson's demeanor towards the trio, it is highly likely that he has inquired about their backgrounds beforehand. Otherwise, if Lei Fa and his companions were merely the offspring of ordinary school-level officers, such courtesy from a brigadier general would be unwarranted. Lei Fa, of course, boasts a father who is a fleet admiral, making his background the most formidable within this training camp. Though he himself prefers to remain discreet about it, with only a select few, such as his instructor Dalmatia and Tina, being aware of this fact. Patrick's father, Rear Admiral Randolph, is also a figure of considerable repute. Among numerous rear admirals, he undoubtedly ranks in the top 10 due to his legendary status. In other words, within the Navy, he is a person of significant influence. As for Bellygood's father, he holds the rank of a rear admiral, which, while less prestigious than those of Lei Fa and Patrick, still surpasses that of Brigadier General Pearson. Thus, in the presence of these three distinguished scions, Brigadier General Pearson exhibits a remarkable warmth and approachability. The highest authority in the archipelago of Xiangbidi is a vice admiral from the headquarters. However, this vice admiral is a fervent practitioner, often neglecting his duties. Moreover, despite the intricate power dynamics within Xiangbidi, the proximity to the Marine headquarters at Marineford discourages any faction from provoking the Navy, as the repercussions are dire and unwelcome to all parties involved. Therefore, above this Vice Admiral Pearson, there exist merely two other rear admirals, and in terms of actual power wielded, he occupies the third position within the Navy's hierarchy in Xiangbidi. The other two rear admirals, both in terms of strength and influence, surpass Vice Admiral Pearson. Yet they are rather reluctant to lower themselves to forge alliances with three boys who are barely 10 years old. Officers of Rear Admiral rank are considered true leaders within the Navy, distinctly different from Vice Admiral Pearson, and they see no necessity to overly ingratiate themselves with anyone. Consequently, this task ultimately falls to Vice Admiral Pearson, who is quite pleased with this arrangement. "Yes, sir," replied Lei Fa and the others in unison, with a semblance of decorum. Over the past 6 months, the Dalmatia had laid a solid foundation for them, which included the Navy's etiquette as one of its essential components. "Very well, indeed," Vice Admiral Pearson said with a beaming smile as he observed the trio. "You all appear quite impressive, rivaling seasoned veterans who have served for several years. I must commend Rear Admiral Dalmatia's teaching methods. He has indeed cultivated a cadre of elite youths." The commendation bestowed by Brigadier Pearson sent shivers down the spines of Lei Fa and his companions. It was an unabashed display of flattery, utterly disregarding whether it might sound excessively extravagant. Nonetheless, Lei Fa and the others felt compelled to endure it. After all, they could not afford to offend their superior upon their arrival, especially since they were to remain there for 6 months. To truly alienate him would prove quite troublesome. Brigadier Pearson, oblivious to the hyperbole of his praise, continued his effusive accolades for nearly 10 minutes, seemingly insatiable despite Lei Fa's already concise responses. "You have just arrived, so I shall refrain from further remarks today. Allow me to have someone assist you in settling in. Please take the time to rest well," Brigadier Pearson remarked with a smile. "Understood. Is this what one would call saying little?" Lei Fa stifled the urge to roll his eyes. The past few minutes have proven to be more excruciating than the most arduous training endured in the youth training camp. Observing the expressions of the other two individuals, it is evident that they share a similar sentiment. Soon, a naval soldier knocked and entered, under the command of Brigadier Pearson, leading the trio towards the dormitory within the encampment. Following closely behind the naval soldier, Lei Fa surveyed the enchanting surroundings of this vibrant haven. Indeed, it surpassed his expectations in magnificence. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a colossal tree, one so grand it could form an island. On the ground and among the branches of the trees, iridescent bubbles occasionally emerged, drifting gracefully skyward. This is precisely the reason why Chambord is also referred to as the Bubble Island. The 79 red mangroves perpetually exude crystalline bubbles reminiscent of soap bubbles throughout the 4 seasons. Many of the island's tourist attractions and the coated shipyard owe their existence to this unique characteristic of the red mangroves, marking the irreplaceable essence of Chambord. Additionally, Lei Fa observed peculiar snails with wide-open eyes perched upon the surrounding treetops. As Lei Fa and his companions passed by, the snails' eyes would follow their movement. It goes without saying that these were the surveillance phone worms commonly employed by the Navy to monitor the conditions of their station locations, ensuring they remained apprised of the latest developments. The function of these surveillance phone insects is akin to the monitors of the past on Earth. They can transmit observed images to another location where the image phone insect resides. Through the projection of the image phone insect, the visuals captured here can be viewed there. As Lei Fa surveyed the surrounding environment, his pace did not falter, and thus, under the guidance of a naval soldier, they swiftly arrived at their dormitory. Brigadier General Pearson had deliberately arranged for the 3 of them to reside together. However, the dormitory, like the training camp, accommodated 4 individuals per room, leaving them with 1 additional roommate. Upon entering the room, they discovered that the 4th occupant had already been waiting. "Huh, I've been waiting for you for ages. What took you so long?" The 4th person, who had been reclining on the lower bunk on the left, promptly sat up upon their entrance. "You must have just disembarked, right? Today, I want to take you out. It's best you rest first. May I inquire your name?" Lei Fa asked first. "Oh dear, look at me. I almost forgot to introduce myself." The 4th individual slapped his forehead. "I'm called Joshua, your roommate, and I'm also a first-class naval soldier. I was born and raised in this region of Chambord, so I am quite familiar with it. I heard you came from Marine Admiral? I suppose that's why they arranged for us to be together," Joshua speculated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Clearly, he was not privy to their identities as Brigadier General Pearson was, nor did he have any knowledge of the training camp. He simply knew they hailed from Marine Admiral. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, older than Lei Fa and his companions, and his rank was significantly higher than their mere recruit status. Yet that was the extent of it. Although Lei Fa and his friends' abilities had yet to be validated, they could not be measured solely by rank. It was likely Brigadier General Pearson's south intention to place someone like Joshua, well acquainted with the local area, together with Lei Fa and his companions, facilitating their acclimatization to Chambord. After all, the general couldn't possibly accompany them everywhere, as that would be rather ostentatious. Joshua's personality bore a resemblance to that of Barrygood. He was quite talkative, and before long, he had become familiar with Lei Fa and his friends. "I've never left Chambord. I truly envy you for having been to Marine Admiral," Joshua remarked, incessantly inquiring about the trio's experiences. "Are there really many prominent figures there? Have you seen Marshal Kong? What about the wise general of the warring states?" For Joshua, a first-class sailor born in Chambord, the esteemed Brigadier General Pearson was already a remarkable figure, while those who surpassed him were individuals he had only heard of in legends, rarely having the opportunity to behold their presence. Meanwhile, Lei Fa and his companions patiently elucidated the situation of Marine Fando to him, a perfectly reasonable endeavor, as he would subsequently guide them in becoming acquainted with the intricacies of Chambord. 2 weeks later, Lei Fa and his companions had fully settled into this newfound stability. Under the auspices of Brigadier General Pearson, they, along with Joshua, formed a patrol team, ostensibly to traverse the majority of the Chambord archipelago. The only area they had yet to explore was the 1st District, known infamously as the Lawless Zone. As night descended, just as darkness enveloped the sky, Lei Fa concocted an excuse to slip away from the dormitory. He ventured into a thicket, where he retrieved a black parcel and stealthily made his way towards the outskirts of the camp. Along his path, he altered his direction several times, striving to evade the watchful gaze of the surveillance phone insects perched atop the treetops, routes he had meticulously mapped out over the past fortnight. However, the confines of blind spots were finite. Certain areas required traversing under the scrutiny of the surveillance phone insects, an inevitability for which Lei Fa had already prepared. Positioned in a monitoring blind spot, Lei Fa closed his eyes and placed one hand upon the trunk of a nearby tree. Echo wave, activate. Hell's ear, activate. In an instant, a vivid 3-dimensional wave pattern of his surroundings, within a radius of 200 meters, unfolded in his mind. The blades of grass beneath him, the branches upon the trunks, all materialized with clarity in this mental tapestry. Even the most inconspicuous ant in the underbrush was distinctly rendered, including the surveillance phone insects nestled among the treetops. 1, 2, 3, 7. 8. Lei Fa swiftly identified the 8 surveillance phone insects that meticulously monitored the area he intended to traverse, leaving no corner unobserved. To navigate through this zone, even with sufficient speed and by skirting the edges, he would inevitably come under the watch of at least 3 surveillance phone insects. After calculating his route and speed, he reached a conclusion. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. Weakness sound wave, he suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, if there were anyone nearby, they might find the situation utterly perplexing. After Lei Fa opened his mouth to produce a roaring gesture, no sound emerged. Those unaware of the circumstances would likely deem him insane. Yet, this peculiar phenomenon is the effect of the weakness sound wave. Emitting low-frequency sound waves inaudible to the average human ear, perceptible only to certain animals. When Lei Fa purposefully directed the weakness sound wave towards a specific direction, several monitoring phone insects in that vicinity suddenly became agitated, twisting their bodies and shifting away from him, no longer facing this way. Now is the moment. Lei Fa's form abruptly sprang into motion, crossing the blind spots of surveillance. Throughout the entire process, not a single monitoring phone insect captured his actions. After more than 10 minutes, Lei Fa had traversed from Navy-occupied Island 60 to Island 69, arriving in the area housing the shipyard and coating factory. However, this was not his ultimate destination. He merely passed through on his way to the next location, Area 1. Upon reaching Area 1, the black package in Lei Fa's hands had vanished. Additionally, his naval uniform had transformed into a simple black outfit, complemented by a deep blue cloak, a wide-brimmed hat atop his head, and a pale mask adorned with a grotesque smile, revealing only his pair of eyes. The only unchanged aspect was his height. Although he had matured more rapidly in this life than in the last, at merely 7 or 8 years of age, he stood only about 1.3 meters tall, and his mature attire did little to conceal this fact. Nevertheless, Lei Fa had never intended to mask it. The world of One Piece is replete with various peculiar races, including those of diminutive stature. Even among humans, there exist dwarfs far more commonplace than fishmen. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the Bounty Hunter Guild? Lei Fa approached a vendor's stall, a raspy voice emerging from beneath the pale smiling mask. Coupled with his attire, it indeed imparted an unsettling aura. The sound, of course, was not the original voice of Lei Fa. However, for one who had mastered the rudiments of sound wave manipulation, such a vocal alteration was a trivial feat when Lei Fa inquired. The vendor was engrossed in organizing his wares. Upon hearing someone speak, he initially assumed a customer had arrived, which brought him joy, only to be taken aback when he realized the inquiry was for directions. The vendor, momentarily displeased, was about to respond with ignorance. But upon raising his gaze to behold Lei Fa's current appearance, he was startled into compliance. He promptly indicated the way, instructing, "Turn at the second intersection over there. Proceed a short distance, and you will encounter another junction. Turn right at that junction, and you shall see it." "Thank you," Lei Fa asked. And then he followed the vendor's directions. Indeed, adhering to the route indicated by the vendor, Lei Fa navigated through 2 turns and shortly thereafter beheld a quaint 3-story wooden building at the end of the road, a sign above its entrance reading Bounty Hunter Guild. As Lei Fa stepped into the wooden structure, a man clad in Western cowboy attire emerged. The man merely cast a glance at Lei Fa before brushing past, showing no intention of conversation. It appeared that bounty hunters were not particularly amiable towards one another. Lei Fa discerned a hint of wariness in the man's gaze. Upon entering, Lei Fa observed that the ground floor of the wooden building was quite simply arranged, with 2 windows flanking the entrance, each manned by a staff member. Noticing that the left window was occupied, Lei Fa approached the one on the right. "Good day. How may I assist you?" The young woman at the window, though unremarkable in appearance, was exceedingly courteous. "I wish to register as a bounty hunter and inquire about nearby wanted criminals," Lei Fa replied in a hoarse voice. "To register as a bounty hunter, please step aside and complete this form. Only then can I assist you with the registration. As for the inquiry regarding wanted criminals, I can attend to that after your registration is complete. Does that sound acceptable?" The young woman handed Lei Fa a sheet of paper and a pen. "Very well," Lei Fa acknowledged, moving to the side to fill out the form. The content of the form was straightforward, requiring only basic information. However, Lei Fa was aware that many bounty hunters fabricated even such fundamental details. The profession was notoriously rife with both capable lone wolves and those of dubious character. It was not uncommon for some bounty hunters to themselves be wanted criminals. Lei Fa's elaborate endeavor to register as a bounty hunter was solely to mask his identity. Therefore, he could not provide truthful information. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inscribed the name Mr. V in the designated space. Before long, Lei Fa had completed all the necessary information. Upon returning to the counter, he handed the form to the young woman. After receiving the form and greeting Lei Fa, she stood and proceeded into the inner room. Approximately 10 minutes later, she emerged, presenting Lei Fa with a metallic card. The front of the card bore the inscription Mr. V, while the reverse side displayed a lengthy sequence of numerical digits. Congratulations, you are now an esteemed bounty hunter, Mr. V. You have officially achieved the rank of a 1-star bounty hunter within our bounty hunter guild, the young woman cheerfully announced as she handed the metallic card to Lei Fa. As she finished speaking, Lei Fa's mind was suddenly flooded with a long-forgotten golden text. Ding. Mission triggered successfully. Mission objective. Achieve the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. Mission reward. 1 training card for entry into the Shirlene Temple, redeemable for a year of training there. Note: mission rewards do not consume time in the main world. Excuse me? Is there something amiss? The young woman inquired, noticing that Mr. V had entered a state of stupor after receiving the identity badge, prompting her to question if she had made a mistake. Lei Fa, momentarily dazed by the unexpected joy, regained his composure. After stabilizing his emotions, he rasped, "It's nothing. I was simply surprised to hear 1-star bounty hunter. Is there a particular significance to this designation?" Indeed. Combining the young woman's previous remarks with the mission details provided by the Culinary System, Lei Fa deduced that the Bounty Hunter Guild possessed a specific ranking system, akin to naval ranks, albeit governed by different rules. However, to grasp the particulars, he would need to inquire further. "Are you referring to the classification of bounty hunters by star ranks?" the young woman asked. Upon Lei Fa's nod, she continued, "Yes, precisely. Our Bounty Hunter Guild categorizes bounty hunters into 7 levels, with the lowest being 1-star and the highest being 7-star bounty hunters. Each level confers different privileges, with greater rank corresponding to greater rights." "Oh, could you elaborate on that?" "Certainly," the young woman replied, displaying no impatience as she patiently explained. "Take the intelligence channels. For instance, a 1-star bounty hunter can obtain information on wanted criminals from any Bounty Hunter Guild location, limited to those with bounties of 10 million berries or less that have recently appeared in the vicinity. This information is restricted to basic details such as names and bounty amounts. A 2-star bounty hunter can access information on wanted criminals with bounties under 30 million berries, and so forth. A 3-star bounty hunter can receive information on those with bounties under 50 million berries, while a 4-star bounty hunter can acquire information on bounties under 100 million berries. As for bounty hunters rated 5 stars and above, including those with a 5-star rating, there are no such restrictions. They are entitled to access the list of all recent bounty fugitives in the vicinity." The young woman paused as she spoke, adding that the intelligence available varies by rank. For instance, 1-star and 2-star bounty hunters receive only basic information, while 3-star and 4-star hunters obtain more detailed intelligence, such as the recent activities of specific targets. Those rated 5 stars and above can fully share all intelligence systems of the local guild and even direct guild intelligence personnel to monitor targets. "I see." Lei Fa nodded in understanding. "In truth, different ranks also come with varying benefits. If you're interested in this matter, I can provide you with a list shortly, detailing the rights and privileges afforded to each rank. Would that be acceptable?" the young woman inquired. "Including methods of advancement?" Lei Fa asked. "Indeed. All of that will be included." "Well then, as you suggested, please provide me with the list, and I'll peruse it myself." Lei Fa expressed no objections. Half an hour later, Lei Fa quietly pushed open the dormitory door and returned to his bed. Upon his return, Berrygood and his new roommate, Joshua, were already asleep, while Patrick was still awake. Hearing Lei Fa's return, he softly inquired from the upper bunk, "Stomach trouble?" "Yes, I'm not sure if I ate something bad." Lei Fa replied in a slightly weak voice. "Get some good rest. We have work tomorrow," Patrick comforted with a smile. Good night," Lei Fa said. The room soon fell silent again, save for Berrygood's gentle snoring, amidst the soft sounds of slumber. Lei Fa pondered the classification of bounty hunters he had seen earlier at the Bounty Hunter Guild. The list detailing the various rights enjoyed by bounty hunters of different levels also contained the information he was most concerned about: how to elevate a bounty hunter's star rating. He had meticulously prepared for half a month and stealthily departed from the naval base, covertly registering as a bounty hunter in the 1st District, not because he was in dire need of money. While most bounty hunters pursued wealth, he, as a 2nd-generation individual, was not inclined to risk his life for mere coins. His motives were straightforward: to trigger a culinary system task. Long before learning of his assignment to the Sabaody archipelago, Lei Fa had devised a detailed plan, identifying 4 or 5 potential methods to trigger the task. Registering as a bounty hunter was among the most promising avenues. Thus, after familiarizing himself with the terrain of Sabaody, he began preparations to register as a bounty hunter, including acquiring a disguise to conceal his identity. Ultimately, the outcome did not disappoint him. The task was successfully triggered. To ascend from a 1-star to a 2-star bounty hunter, one must eliminate 5 wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 1 million but less than 5 million berries, along with 1 criminal whose bounty lies between 5 million and 10 million berries. Transitioning from 2 stars to 3 stars necessitates the demise of 5 criminals with bounties surpassing 5 million and less than 10 million berries, in addition to 1 criminal with a bounty ranging from 10 million to 30 million berries. Finally, to progress from 3 stars to 4 stars, one must vanquish 5 criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million and less than 30 million berries, as well as 1 criminal whose bounty is between 30 million and 50 million berries. Lei Fa pondered these requirements. Thus, if he aspired to elevate himself to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, he would need to eliminate 5 criminals with bounties ranging from 1 million to 5 million berries, alongside 6 criminals with bounties from 5 million to 10 million berries, and an additional 6 criminals with bounties between 10 million and 30 million berries. Moreover, he must confront a criminal with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries to ultimately attain the 4-star rank. The thought of this brought a slight headache to him. Criminals with bounties below 10 million berries were now insignificant to him, for those of such caliber were, in terms of strength, comparable only to the junior officers of the Navy. Not to mention Lei Fa, even the current Beirigud would not fear criminals of this rank. Therefore, the primary source of concern for Lei Fa lay in the 6 criminals with bounties between 10 million and 30 million berries, as well as the final target with a bounty between 30 million and 50 million berries. Judging solely by bounty amounts, those at the 10 million berries level had already attained a preliminary strength akin to that of Navy officers, while those at the 30 million level could rival the majority of Navy captains. Lei Fa himself was uncertain of his current strength, as he had indeed made considerable progress over the past 6 months, yet the extent of this development remained unclear to him, as he had not encountered a situation that compelled him to unleash his full potential. Through this task, he sought to gauge the true measure of his abilities. It was then that the Bounty Hunter Guild caught his attention, causing a subtle shiver within him. Previously, he regarded the Bounty Hunter Guild with a degree of skepticism. From the narratives of his past life, it seemed that only pirates and the Navy were the eternal protagonists, rendering other professions seemingly insignificant. Bandits, assassins, and bounty hunters appeared to be mere supporting characters. However, the world depicted in the comics served primarily to advance the stories of the main characters, inevitably lacking a comprehensive portrayal. This is not the first time Lei Fa has experienced the stark contrast between the world depicted in comics and the reality of being immersed within it. His recent induction into the Bounty Hunter Guild has further affirmed this notion. From Lei Fa's understanding, the Bounty Hunter Guild is, in essence, a civilian force with certain official ties. It is intricately connected to the world government, yet unlike the Navy, which operates directly under its command, the Guild engages in multifaceted cooperation. Moreover, the Bounty Hunter Guild never seeks to exploit the bounties owed to bounty hunters. They can redeem the full amount of the bounties issued by the world government through the Guild, which presumably has an undisclosed agreement with the world government that secures its sponsorship. In addition to the world government, numerous kingdoms and principalities also intersect with the Bounty Hunter Guild, serving as sponsors as well. However, these factors are not what led Lei Fa to conclude that the Bounty Hunter Guild is anything but ordinary. It is the star ranking system for bounty hunters that truly underscores this. The task presented by the Culinary System requires him to ascend to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. And the criteria for this rank demand strength equivalent to that of a Navy colonel at the very least. While a colonel is not considered high-ranking within the Navy, but rather a mid-level officer, it is important to note that this is merely the threshold for a 4-star bounty hunter. Above this rank, 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star bounty hunters exist. Lei Fa recalls vividly that the requirements for advancing to 5-star status entail the elimination of 5 bounty criminals with bounties ranging from 30 to 50 million berries, along with 1 criminal whose bounty is between 50 million and 100 million berries. The conditions for becoming a 6-star bounty hunter are somewhat simpler. One must eliminate 3 criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. The criteria for ascending to 7-star status are even more straightforward and brutal. One must vanquish a notorious pirate. Upon reviewing these final ranks, Lei Fa could not help but gasp in astonishment. What constitutes a notorious pirate? It is a fearsome figure renowned across the Grand Line, possessing strength that even elite vice admirals cannot rival. For instance, the future Shichibukai were all notorious pirates before they were given that title. In truth, the term notorious pirate is a concept far less straightforward than the bounty amounts, which are often influenced by the events instigated by the criminals. Although this method indirectly reflects the strength of the bounties, it is not entirely precise. Take, for example, Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, who, prior to his agreement with the world government to become a Shichibukai, had a bounty of only 80 million berries. If one were to judge solely based on the bounty amount, his strength would seem to align with that of an ordinary commander, but in reality, the truth is far more complex. Ordinary newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million are merely inconsequential when faced with seasoned pirates like Crocodile. Their power is entirely on a different echelon. Therefore, although no explicit criteria exist on this grand line, the might of a pirate commands greater respect than their bounty. To ascend to the rank of a 7-star bounty hunter, one must eliminate a formidable pirate, indicating that a 7-star bounty hunter must possess commensurate strength. Even a 6-star bounty hunter is expected to demonstrate prowess akin to that of a rear admiral. Otherwise, the challenge of vanquishing 3 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million is formidable indeed, mused Lei Fa. Nonetheless, this ambition feels somewhat distant for Lei Fa. Were he to truly possess the strength of a renowned pirate, he would not need to so fervently strive for power. Individuals of that caliber, while not invincible on the Grand Line, find self-preservation relatively straightforward. For now, he should focus on swiftly ascending to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter to redeem the training card for a year's practice at Shirlene Temple. The prospect exhilarates him. He is acutely aware of the rarity of the opportunity to train for a year at Shirlene Temple, whose master, the esteemed Chef Shinjin, is one of the 4 great culinary national treasures of the gourmet world. This master stands among the ranks of formidable powers akin to Granny Jia. Moreover, the establishment is renowned for nurturing its apprentices. Even one of the protagonists, Alu, from the gourmet world, has benefited immensely from training there, which underscores its significance. Additionally, the hints provided by the Gourmet System suggest that this chance to train for a year at Shirlene Temple does not consume time in the main world. For Lei Fa, the main world is, of course, this world of pirates. Thus, if interpreted literally, it implies that even if Lei Fa trains for a year at Shirlene Temple and returns, only a fleeting moment may have passed here. If that is indeed the case, it would be a coveted reward for someone eager to enhance their abilities rapidly. Deciding to rest, he resolved to take action the following day, prioritizing the completion of simpler objectives. With that determination, Lei Fa quickly closed his eyes. Half a month later, at the dock of Island Number 19 in Region 1, aboard a pirate ship. Ha ha ha, come here, lads, let us drink. A burly man with a thick beard roared with laughter. This haul will allow us to revel for a year or 2. Who would have thought that such a small town could be so affluent? What a delightful surprise. Indeed, Captain, we've truly struck gold this time. Chimed in a sycophant with a broad grin. What about the mayor's daughter? Bring her to me. Suddenly, the bearded man spoke. In a short while, 2 subordinates entered, escorting a girl of no more than 16 or 17, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. Her eyes were aflame with fury, fixated on the bearded man as if she wished to devour him alive. This girl was indeed a rare beauty, appearing to be quite innocent, yet possessing a fiery temperament. Once I have tamed her, she will truly understand my worth. The bearded man, unfazed by the girl's hostile gaze, found himself increasingly intrigued, erupting into laughter. Having encountered such situations countless times before, he believed that if he could not endure this meager glare, he was unworthy of his title as leader. My dear, once I have taken your innocence, you will come to appreciate my kindness. Do not wear that morose expression, as if I have slaughtered your entire family. He remarked to the girl. Boss, it seems her family indeed met their end at your hands. One of the sycophants interjected. Damn it, do I need your reminders? Get lost. The bearded man, incensed by his subordinate's interruption, kicked the man aside in a fit of rage. This scene provoked uproarious laughter among the other pirates, who pointed at the unfortunate fellow who had been kicked, tears of mirth almost streaming down their faces. Yet, the young girl could not share in their amusement. Her gaze remained fixed on the burly captain, her teeth clenched as she seethed. You beast, retribution will surely come for you. The Navy will not let you escape. The Navy? The captain scoffed at her words, his laughter dripping with disdain. Since I set sail, I've taken the lives of no fewer than 800. If the Navy were capable of capturing me, do you truly believe I would spare your family and bring you aboard my ship? As for retribution, he guffawed. What is that? The girl, utterly enraged, found herself at a loss for a retort. Little girl, the first sycophant chimed in. Our captain is a formidable pirate with a bounty of 18 million berries. Do you honestly think anyone could harm him? He turned to the girl and continued. Do you know why the Navy station near your town did not come to your aid when we plundered and slaughtered your family? That's because you fled too swiftly. The girl spat bitterly. Fled too swiftly? Ha ha ha. The pirates erupted into another round of laughter, as though they had just heard the most absurd joke. The sycophant, still chuckling, added, It seems you truly do not understand. Let me enlighten you. From the moment they received your distress call to the time it would take to reach the nearest Navy station, it would take less than half an hour. Yet we spent over 3 hours pillaging your town. He sneered. Do you know what that implies? The girl's face went pale as she grasped the implication. Though disbelief clouded her mind, the sycophant continued, shattering her hopes. It means they received your plea for help but deliberately delayed their arrival, coming only after we had departed. Impossible, she exclaimed, biting her lip, her voice trembling with doubt. You're lying. Why would the Navy arrive late on purpose? Heh, deep down. You already believe what I just told you, don't you? The sycophant grinned, sensing the shift in her tone. But since you're curious, I shall divulge this. They intentionally delayed their arrival because they understood that even if they came in time, they could not thwart our captain. They would merely be walking to their deaths. At this point, the sycophant's tone swelled with pride. Our captain boasts a bounty of 18 million berries. To handle him, the Navy would need to dispatch an officer of at least the rank of colonel. Yet, the strongest at the Navy station near your town is merely a lieutenant. Even if he were to arrive, he would be no match for our captain. His words, laced with flattery, revealed that a bounty of 18 million berries indeed placed one at the level of a Navy officer. However, when it comes to comparing ranks, he is still far from a naval colonel. If this bearded captain were to encounter a naval officer of such stature, he would likely lack the courage to engage in battle and would choose to flee instead. What hope is there of confrontation? Nonetheless, if the opponent were merely a lieutenant, it would indeed be impossible for this bearded captain to face him. Generally speaking, a bounty exceeding 10 million belly is beyond the capabilities of a mere junior officer. The young girl is but an ordinary person, lacking any understanding of the nuances of power dynamics. However, she is acutely aware that a bounty of 18 million belly is formidable. It is noteworthy that some bandits around the town, who have left the local sheriff helpless, have bounties of only around 1 million belly. The girl has begun to believe the flattery of the sycophant, which only deepens her despair. The bearded captain, noticing the change in the girl's demeanor, feels quite pleased with himself, showing no sign of embarrassment at his subordinate's boasts, and instead gives a thumbs up to the sycophant. Just then, a bespectacled man hurriedly entered the cabin from outside. Old Two, why are you back so soon? Didn't I send you to procure supplies? The bearded captain exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. The bespectacled gentleman is the first mate of this pirate crew, serving as the second in command aboard the ship. Renowned for his sociability, he typically manages external affairs. Wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a moment to compose himself, he remarked, I just encountered an old friend who shared something I believe is imperative to bring to your attention, Captain. Oh, what is it? The captain inquired. Recently, a bounty hunter has emerged in the 1st District, ruthlessly hunting down wanted criminals. Initially, he targeted those with bounties of 1 million berries, but he has since escalated to those with 5 million berries on their heads. Just yesterday, he even eliminated a solitary pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries. The bespectacled man explained. And so what? Isn't it the bounty hunter's job to hunt down wanted criminals? Just like the Navy relentlessly pursues us. What is so peculiar about this? Captain Big Beard responded nonchalantly. The crux of the matter is that, based on a series of recent events, my friend speculates that a newly registered bounty hunter is methodically ascending the ranks, likely aiming to attain a higher tier of bounty hunter status. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. The promotion criteria of the Bounty Hunter Guild is no secret, and judging by the criminals he has recently dispatched, he has probably advanced from a 1-star to a 3-star bounty hunter. Are you suggesting that he may continue his rampage in pursuit of further advancement? Captain Big Beard asked. That possibility cannot be dismissed, the bespectacled man nodded. This is truly unfortunate. Captain Big Beard's expression shifted as he considered the ship's current plunder, which had yet to be fully converted into berries. Who could have anticipated encountering such a predicament? Typically, bounty hunters do not engage in such frenzied pursuits of wanted criminals, as such behavior tends to attract considerable attention, prompting many criminals to prepare in advance. Those who act in this manner are usually individuals with a high level of confidence in their abilities, eager to swiftly ascend to the ranks of elite bounty hunters. Such individuals are generally not to be trifled with, hence it is advisable to keep one's distance, which elucidates the reason behind the bespectacled man's abrupt retreat. The bearded captain, well aware of this truth, merely uttered a few curses before instructing his crew to prepare for departure, as his subordinates hurried out to ready the ship. Only a handful of people remained in the cabin. After giving the order to set sail, the bearded captain approached the young girl he had captured, caressing her face with his hand while grinning wickedly. "Ah, at least I have you aboard this vessel to amuse me in the coming days. But heed my warning. That so-called bounty hunter has put me in a foul mood. If you do not know your place, the consequences will be far from trivial." Just as the girl was about to unleash a torrent of insults upon the bearded captain, she suddenly appeared startled, her gaze shifting abruptly to the space behind him. "Little girl, do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I can be distracted at such a critical moment?" The captain scoffed. "Are you implying that someone lurks behind me? Have I been discovered?" A raspy voice, unknown to the bearded captain, drifted from behind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He was acutely aware that this voice did not belong to anyone aboard the ship. As the captain, he was familiar with all his crew members, and none possessed such a voice. "What is it?" The bearded captain swiftly drew his cutlass, turning to face the source of the voice with the urgency of a looming threat. In that direction stood a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, and a pale mask painted with a bizarre smile, revealing only a pair of eyes. Notably, the figure was rather diminutive, standing at approximately 1 meter and 30 to 40 centimeters tall, appearing quite small in stature. "You are Mr. V?" The bespectacled man inquired, quickly adopting a defensive posture, a mixture of anger and astonishment evident on his face. "What do you mean, Mr. V?" The bearded captain was utterly perplexed. "My dear captain, the bounty hunter I mentioned is called Mr. V. It is said that he is short in stature, possesses a low, raspy voice, and always wears a peculiar pale mask with a smile. After eliminating his target, he leaves a gigantic mark on the ground." The bespectacled man relayed the information at breakneck speed. Needless to say, the sudden appearance of this individual was indeed Mr. V. Upon hearing the first mate's description, the bearded captain's expression darkened further. He had initially planned to leave the Shambadi archipelago to evade this unexpected adversary, but it seemed he was a step too late. "Ah, so you are familiar with me. It appears I need not introduce myself." Beneath the pale mask of a smiling visage, a raspy voice emerged as he produced a poster proclaiming, "Captain Hawk of the Hurricane Pirates, hailing from the West Sea, with a bounty of 18 million berries. Am I correct?" With that, Lei Fa tossed the poster aside. It drifted slowly to the ground, revealing the likeness of the bearded captain. Acknowledging Lei Fa's inquiry in the image depicted, the bearded captain realized that denial was futile. And thus he conceded, "Indeed, I am Hawk." "Ah, it appears I have not mistaken my quarry," Lei Fa rasped. "My friend, let us speak amicably. There is no need for a life or death struggle, is there?" The bearded captain, seasoned in perilous situations, maintained his composure and smiled warmly, saying, "I understand you are a bounty hunter seeking to slay me for the reward, but if your desire is merely for berries, it need not be so troublesome." What do you mean by that?" Beneath the pale mask, Lei Fa inquired with a hint of intrigue in his raspy tone. "You see, I have just completed a significant heist, and the spoils amount to several million berries. If you do not find it distasteful, I could offer you these treasures to preserve our cordiality." At this juncture, the bearded captain seemed to recall something, suddenly pulling over a girl who was shackled beside him, grinning as he said, "I almost forgot. This little lass was part of the spoils as well. Quite charming, wouldn't you agree? Should you wish, you may take her along too. What do you think? Is that so? It is not entirely out of the question, but I must first inspect the goods. If they are merely your leftovers, I have no interest in your scraps," Lei Fa replied in a gravelly tone. "That can be arranged, certainly." The bearded captain chuckled, sensing Lei Fa's interest. In the next moment, he suddenly shoved the girl, barking, "Get over here." The girl stumbled as she was pushed, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Yet, she exhibited no anger. The words of the henchman regarding the Navy had shattered her faith, leaving her devoid of hope. In her eyes, the bearded captain was a demon. And this newly arrived figure, with his terrifying pale mask, appeared no better. She understood that her fate would likely culminate in becoming a mere plaything for one of these men. In despair, she staggered toward the masked figure, her eyes vacant. Unbeknownst to her, just as she approached Lei Fa, The bearded captain's gaze darkened with malice. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, brandishing his blade towards the girl's back. The captain had never intended to negotiate peace with Lei Fa. He harbored no belief that this masked figure would spare him, for to a bounty hunter, a wanted criminal represented a vast fortune. Unless one was lacking in strength, how could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? And in this sudden strike, his target was not the girl at all. The girl is merely an ordinary person. What merit is there in his ambush? The reason he lunged at her with his blade was to strike at the lightning mage concealed from his view by the girl's presence. He had no intention of remaining passive. Simultaneously, a raspy voice whispered near the girl's ear, "Do not be afraid for a moment. Simply keep your gaze steady." The voice emerged abruptly, and the young girl discerned that it belonged to the pale-faced figure across from her. However, the manner in which the voice manifested was rather peculiar, as if it were not emanating from the figure at all, but rather materializing directly within her ears. The content of the words left her even more perplexed. "Do not be afraid? Afraid of what? What does watch carefully imply?" Lost in confusion, she had yet to gather her thoughts when the raspy voice resonated once more. "Soundwave shield." At that very moment, she heard a sharp clashing sound behind her, akin to the sound of a sword striking something formidable. Suddenly, she felt her entire body being pushed aside, retreating to safety. "You." The expression of the bearded captain was one of utmost dismay. That collision sound had been the result of his blade striking against a nearly imperceptible barrier, causing his plans to unravel. He could hardly comprehend the situation, but given the ocean's myriad of peculiarities, understanding was not a necessity. Although he could easily surmise that this was the work of Lei Fa. "Hey, it seems you don't regard me as a friend. Wasn't it agreed that we would be amicable?" The raspy voice echoed with a sinister laugh. Could he be a wielder of a devil fruit ability? A thought flashed through the captain's mind, and with a surge of determination, he bellowed, "Altogether, I refuse to believe he possesses any supernatural prowess." Without hesitation, the crew in the cabin, including the bespectacled first mate, seized their weapons and launched an assault against Lei Fa. The bearded captain joined their ranks without exception. In response to this spectacle, Lei Fa merely smiled, unperturbed. "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." Echo detonation. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the mask of Lei Fa. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all of the captain's men, save for the bearded captain, collapsed to the ground. The first mate, though he held out a moment longer, succumbed within mere seconds, and his fate was the most tragic, as the force of that roar shattered his glasses, sending shards directly into his eyes. Though the bearded Captain Hawk did not fall unconscious like his subordinates, he was far from unscathed. Blood oozed from his nostrils and ears, presenting a grim sight. His assault had ceased in the wake of that tremendous roar, and he steadied himself by embedding his blade into the deck of the cabin. "Friend, I acknowledge my misjudgment. It was my error. If you spare me, I can share with you the treasure I have concealed, which is undoubtedly worth far more than my bounty." Though the captain could no longer hear the voice, he spoke rapidly, driven solely by the instinct to survive. "Really?" Lei Fa approached slowly. "I swear by the heavens, it is absolutely true." Captain Beard swore fervently. "If that is the case, you might as well perish. I disdain the treasures of a beast such as you." These were the last words he heard, curiously spoken not in a raspy tone, but rather in the voice of a child. However, he had no opportunity to ponder this anomaly. Once he had dealt with Captain Beard and his cohorts, Lei Fa turned his gaze towards the shackled maiden before him, whose visage was marked by sheer terror. Clearly, the recent slaughter of Captain Beard and his companions had deeply unsettled her. Previously, the captain had appeared to her as nothing less than a demon. Yet this very fiend had succumbed effortlessly to the pale-faced figure's hand, devoid of any resistance. This realization filled her with profound dread. "Should you wish to escape this place, follow me," Lei Fa spoke coldly, embodying the persona of Mr. Thus he addressed the girl in a husky voice. He felt a measure of sympathy for her plight, which was precisely why he had squandered half a day confronting Captain Beard, striving to rescue the girl unscathed from his grasp. Otherwise, why would he have engaged in such futile dialogue with a man on the brink of death? Of course, this was also due to the limitations of Lei Fa's own abilities. Although his basic sonic manipulation allowed him to shield the girl temporarily with sound waves, crafting intricate sonic armor akin to Zabura from the Gourmet for Kings and providing precise long-distance protection was utterly beyond his current means. Perhaps intermediate or advanced sonic manipulation could achieve such feats, but certainly not at this moment. Thus, it was not until Captain Beard had thrust the girl towards him that Lei Fa prepared to act, dismissing the captain's petty schemes from his mind. Over the past fortnight, he had hunted down a string of bounty criminals, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. While he was uncertain of the outcome against bounties exceeding 30 million berries, he was confident that for those with rewards around 10 million, merely the weakest among the school-level adversaries, he could easily overpower them. Captain Hawk, the notorious bearded pirate, was the second bounty hunter he had slain who bore a reward of 10 million, and he was also the most formidable adversary he had hunted thus far. Yet, Lei Fa felt little in the way of emotion. At this juncture, the only uncertainty that lingered was the final criterion for ascending to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter, namely, the threshold of a 30 million berries bounty. After leaving a shaped mark upon the ground, Lei Fa hoisted Captain Hawk's lifeless body and made his way out of the cabin. Observing this, the young woman hesitated momentarily before resolutely following him. The remaining members of the hurricane pirates on the deck had already heard the commotion from within, armed and vigilant. They were taken aback when they beheld their captain being carried like a lifeless dog. Many hastily discarded their weapons and leapt into the sea. The few who remained lacked the courage to confront the sudden appearance of the pale-faced, smiling figure. The young woman trailing behind Lei Fa was likewise spared any interference. Upon disembarking, Lei Fa turned and severed the shackles binding the girl, uttering the words, "You are free." With that statement, he vanished in an instant, reappearing several meters away. He had no prior acquaintance with the girl and harbored no intention of engaging in prolonged conversation. Rescuing her had merely been a matter of convenience. With the deed accomplished, there was no need for further dialogue. The young woman gazed at Lei Fa's retreating figure, her mind awash with thoughts. Mr. V? She etched the name into her memory. The demise of Captain Hawk did not significantly impact the hidden power dynamics of Sabaody. Although the great pirate era had yet to dawn, formidable foes continued to abound upon the seas. An 18 million berries bounty might confer a semblance of sovereignty on a lesser island, but in the archipelago of Sabaody, it was deemed insufficient. Nevertheless, the death of this bearded captain further propelled the name Mr. into wider circulation. This newly emerged bounty hunter, whose origins remain a mystery, has swiftly ascended to the rank of a 3-star bounty hunter. Judging by his audacious pursuit of criminals with bounties in the millions, it is evident that his ambitions extend far beyond mere 3-star status. Those acquainted with the regulations of the Bounty Hunter Guild understand that if this Mr. V aspires to advance further, he must eliminate at least 4 criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, in addition to a single target with a bounty surpassing 30 million berries. The distinction between a bounty over 30 million berries and common pirates like Captain Buggy is immense. Even among the islands of Sabaody, such individuals are regarded as significant figures. On that day, the 4 members of the law enforcement team returned to their dormitory after completing their duty. Suddenly, Joshua, with an air of mystery, posed a question to the others. Have you heard about the intriguing event that has transpired on the island lately? What event? Very good, Ever the Gossip quickly inquired. It's about a newly emerged bounty hunter, apparently named Mr. V, Joshua recalled. Upon hearing the mention of this name, Rifa's heart tightened, fearing he had inadvertently revealed something. However, observing Joshua's demeanor, it seemed that the matter was not as dire. Indeed, Joshua continued, since registering as a bounty hunter, Mr. V's been rapidly ascending the ranks. Starting from 1 star, then to 2 stars, and I suspect he is now a 3-star bounty hunter. A 3-star bounty hunter? Very good, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I recall reading a book that contained extensive analyses of the Bounty Hunter Guild. If my memory serves me right, a 3-star bounty hunter is roughly equivalent to a standard Navy officer. This shouldn't be too remarkable, should it? Very good did not intend to sound arrogant. Rather, the situation appeared rather unexceptional. After all, even within the Navy, there are instances of individuals achieving rapid promotions, including some at the rank of admiral. The rapid ascent of a newly registered bounty hunter to 3 stars seemed unworthy of much attention. Indeed, a 3-star bounty hunter hardly warrants significant notice. Even 4-star and 5-star bounty hunters would not create much of a stir in Sabaody archipelago. Joshua nodded in agreement with Barry Good's assessment. Nevertheless, he did not intend to cease there and continued, however, the issue lies in the manner of his rapid promotions, which has ruffled some feathers. Even if he is indeed operating under the regulations of the Bounty Hunter Guild, it could still incite the ire of many. Oh, what do you mean by that? Rifa inquired with a composed demeanor. There have been capable individuals in the past who, after registering as bounty hunters, recklessly hunted down wanted criminals in their quest for advancement. And they initially met with success. Joshua paused, then asked enigmatically, "But do you know what happened to them afterward? Did they get killed?" Lei Fa speculated. "Indeed, without exception. They all met their demise," Joshua confirmed. "It is said that this Mr. Voss already incited discontent among many wanted criminals, who are now planning to unite and find an opportunity to retaliate against him. One cannot help but wonder what the outcome will be. People like Joshua, who were born and raised in the Sabaody archipelago, have limited exposure to the outside world. Thus, when something noteworthy occurs on the island, it quickly spreads. Akin to a form of news reporting, this situation is not difficult to comprehend. It mirrors the dynamic between the Navy and pirates, where both sides maintain a certain level of compromise. For instance, those notorious pirates would not indiscriminately slaughter ordinary naval officers, even if they had the capability to do so. Similarly, high-ranking naval officers would not recklessly venture out to hunt down common pirates. This unwritten understanding is a tacit agreement that neither side would dare to breach, for the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Patrick remarked that indeed, such concentrated hunting of bounty offenders within a short time frame, irrespective of the reason, would inevitably rattle many nerves, making one a target as well. Lei Fa pondered deeply. Subsequently, Very Good and the others inquired of Joshua regarding the earlier mention of the frenzied bounty hunters that had appeared in recent times. While Lei Fa feigned engagement in the discussion, his thoughts were elsewhere. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, he did not expect it to arise so swiftly. He had assumed it would take the elimination of a couple of 10 million level bounty offenders to garner attention. Lei Fa mused to himself. In truth, the emergence of such a situation was entirely within reason. Hence, Lei Fa had foreseen this development, albeit uncertain of its timing. However, in this matter, he had little choice. For the task set by the culinary system mandated that he ascend to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. He simply could not afford to slow his pace. Even if he attempted to decelerate, the effect would be negligible, still attracting scrutiny. Thus, it would be more prudent to advance as swiftly as possible, aiming to conclude his business before the other bounty offenders on the island took note of him. Yet it appeared that his current speed was still insufficient. This predicament was unavoidable, as those bounty offenders would not simply remain in one place waiting for him to strike. Even though the Bounty Hunter Guild provided some intelligence, the actual pursuit of targets necessitated his own involvement, which proved to be quite time-consuming. It seemed he would need to exercise caution, Lei Fa thought gravely. The bounty hunters who had previously acted like him had different objectives. Yet those bold enough to undertake such actions clearly possessed considerable strength. Nevertheless, the final outcome was uniformly fatal for all of them, which was sufficient to heighten Lei Fa's vigilance. As his current capabilities had not yet reached a point where he could disregard all threats. Upon realizing that he might be under scrutiny, Lei Fa refrained from hastily searching for his next target, as there was still ample time before the 3-month deadline. He waited, anticipating an opportunity to turn the tide or for those watching him to lower their guard. A considerable amount of time has elapsed, more than half a month. It is difficult to determine whether those individuals have lowered their guard. However, he has indeed awaited an opportune moment. "Patrick, hurry up and stop dawdling," complained Very Good. "I'm almost ready." Patrick emerged from his chamber, adorned in a specially tailored tailcoat, and shook his head at Very Good. "One must make a proper preparation for the banquet." "It is quite rude of you all." Lei Fa scrutinized Patrick from head to toe and chuckled. "You are the one being overly particular." Patrick returned the smile. "It's simply a matter of habit. By the way, where is Joshua?" Lei Fa inquired. "He knew we had plans today and made arrangements in advance. He left early." Very Good replied. "Very well, let us set off. We cannot keep others waiting," Lei Fa nodded. With that, the three of them proceeded towards Island 73. The island No. 73 foot belongs to the 6th District, which is not under naval control. In this area, there is little in the way of commerce. It primarily consists of hotels and residences. The destination for Lei Fa and his companions is indeed a residential zone. The invitation came from Brigadier General Pearson, who has always shown them great warmth, seemingly hosting this dinner to celebrate the first birthday of his grandson. This gathering can be considered quite private, attended solely by close friends and family. Thus inviting Lei Fa and his companions would not appear awkward, as it is unrelated to their positions. Before long, the three arrived outside a villa. After announcing their identities to the gatekeeper, they were granted entry without difficulty. The dinner was organized in a party format, having already commenced, allowing later guests to join at their leisure. Upon the arrival of the trio, Brigadier Pearson warmly welcomed them, personally introducing them to his family. It was not until the next group of guests arrived that Brigadier Pearson took his leave. At that moment, Lei Fa suddenly clutched his stomach, feigning a pained expression as he claimed an old ailment had resurfaced, and mentioned a slight stomach upset, instructing them to continue dining while he stepped away briefly. Barragood and Patrick, accustomed to Lei Fa's digestive issues, paid no mind and merely acknowledged his statement before resuming their meal and drink. As Lei Fa turned the corner, he straightened up. The supposed stomachache was merely a ruse. Time was of the essence. After ensuring no one was around with his hellish ear, he leaped up and effortlessly scaled the wall, vanishing into the night. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lei Fa, now donned in his Mr. Vatire, appeared on the 75th island. The proximity of the island 73, where Brigadier Pearson resides, is striking. Had it not been for Lei Fa's detour to change his attire, he could have arrived in less than 5 minutes. Upon reaching Island 75, he adeptly approached a residence and stealthily infiltrated it. This residence belongs to a solitary pirate, a figure with a bounty of 21 million berries, surpassing that of the notorious Captain Hawk. However, after meticulously sifting through the intelligence provided by the Bounty Hunter Guild, Lei Fa discovered that this was the most suitable target for a hunt. As a lone pirate with few allies, he had been returning to this dwelling alone frequently over the past 2 months, making him an ideal prey. Lei Fa chuckled softly, shaking his head as he mused. Such a splendid opportunity. How could I let it slip away so easily? When Lei Fa stealthily infiltrated the abode, the owner, the solitary pirate with the hefty bounty, was engaged in a passionate struggle with a woman inside. Sounds of pleasure echoed throughout the room, starkly indulgent and lascivious. Through the narrow gaps of the window, Lei Fa could catch glimpses of the scene, yet he was still in the early stages of his development, and forcing himself to witness such imagery would only lead to self-inflicted distress. Thus, he had no intention of lingering on it. Boom. With a single punch, he shattered the window. Cloaked in black attire, Lei Fa surged in, launching a surprise attack from behind his target. In such a situation, the solitary pirate had no time to react, unable to evade or defend himself. Just as Lei Fa's strike was about to connect, an unforeseen twist occurred. The woman, who had been fervently engaged with the pirate, suddenly lifted her head, directing an enigmatic smile towards Lei Fa. "I've been waiting for you, bang." The woman abruptly raised her hand, unleashing 3 dark phantoms that hurtled toward Lei Fa. Soundwave shield. Lei Fa was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated an unexpected turn of events, he never imagined the source would be the woman entwined with the pirate. Had he not maintained an acute sense of vigilance, he would have surely fallen victim to her attack. Clang, clang. 2 of the phantoms struck his soundwave shield, with the second one shattering it, while the third pierced through, hurtling directly towards Lei Fa's face. What immense power! Lei Fa's expression shifted. He hadn't expected the woman's concealed weaponry to breach his defense. It was noteworthy that even Captain Hawk, who bore a bounty of 18 million berries, had failed to penetrate his soundwave shield with a full-force ambush. Yet, this woman, seemingly at ease, had managed to break through with the second of her 3 projectiles. In a flurry, Lei Fa adjusted his attack trajectory slightly, throwing a punch at the incoming dark weapon. Sonic Fist. The ripple surged from Lei Fa's palms, unleashing a force comparable to that of iron and gold in an instant. Bang! In the ensuing collision, the hidden weapon was deflected by Lei Fa, soaring towards the ground beside him, while his hand tingled slightly from the impact. Such astonishing strength. This woman surpasses that bearded captain by leaps and bounds. Lei Fa was taken aback. With just that single maneuver, he was certain that this woman was not merely of the bounty level of 10 to 20 million. In terms of prowess, she likely exceeded his own. With this thought in mind, Lei Fa turned on his heel and made to flee. But could he escape? The woman ominously remarked. At this moment, Lei Fa had already retreated from the house, fleeing towards the exterior of the estate. Swiftly, several figures pursued him, with the foremost being the very woman who had attempted a surprise attack on him moments before. "Mr. V, is it?" she called out, her voice echoing from behind. "You have truly kept us waiting for quite some time." "Indeed, I appreciate your concern," Lei Fa replied, his voice hoarse. "However, I have matters to attend to, and there is no need for such formality in seeing me off. How could we possibly let you go without a proper reception?" The woman retorted with a somewhat sinister smile. "Your kindness is noted, yet it is unnecessary," Lei Fa continued, his pace unwavering. "Humph. Do not waste your breath with me. If you halt now, you may spare yourself some suffering. Otherwise, when we catch up, you will find death an impossibility." Her tone turned icy, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter. "Huh. Catch up to me first before making threats," Lei Fa scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Furious, the woman quickened her pace, closing the distance between them. Just then, Lei Fa made a sharp turn and darted into a nearby courtyard. Observing this, the woman gestured to her companions, issuing a sharp command: "Surround him. We cannot allow him to escape." However, upon entering the courtyard, they discovered that Lei Fa's figure had vanished. "Search for him. He must be hiding within. Dig him out if you must," she ordered decisively. The group fanned out, each pursuing different directions within the estate, with the woman leading the charge at an impressive speed. "What noise is that?" She suddenly frowned, hearing a commotion ahead. The presence of numerous individuals ahead stirred a sense of foreboding within her, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. "Who goes there?" As she stepped into the front yard, a furious roar reached her ears. She turned towards the sound, her pupils dilating in realization. Something was indeed amiss. Though Mr. V had been fleeing in haste, the path he had chosen was peculiarly erratic, particularly the last turn, which was exceedingly strange. Initially, she could not comprehend the significance of this, but upon seeing the source of the roar, clarity dawned upon her. As she recognized the gravity of the situation and attempted to warn her companions, it was too late. A subordinate shouted behind her, "Everyone, kneel and cover your heads, or face certain death." At this pronouncement, the woman nearly fainted from indignation. "This is disastrous," she thought, her heart sinking. Indeed, the roar's owner erupted in fury upon hearing her subordinate's words. "Preposterous!" The enraged individual bellowed furiously. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the person who had shouted, his arm transformed into a dark, glimmering shade of greenish-black. With a single, powerful punch, he struck the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth. "Scatter!" the woman cried out in a piercing voice. She had confirmed the identity of this furious man. He was one of the leading figures of the Navy station at Sabaody, Rear Admiral Pearson. Simultaneously, as Pearson made his move, several others among the party attendees in the front courtyard also sprang into action. Observing their movements, it was evident that they were all of officer-level strength. Witnessing this scene, the woman realized she had fallen into a trap, her heart filled with intense hatred towards Mr. V. After waiting for over half a month, she had intended to eliminate the unruly Mr. Then one fell swoop, only to find herself ensnared instead. "Once I capture you, I shall make you understand the true meaning of regret," she thought bitterly as she fled. "Bold thief, daring to wreak havoc in my home. And you think you can escape?" Rear Admiral Pearson, after dispatching one of the woman's subordinates with a hockey-infused punch, noticed the woman fleeing fastest and immediately pursued her. During his chase, he fortuitously crossed paths with another subordinate following the woman, dispatching him with a swift blow, killing him instantly. Although these subordinates were all notorious criminals with bounties in the millions, they were utterly powerless against Rear Admiral Pearson, unable to withstand even a single blow. The disparity in strength was colossal. The death of the subordinate did not afford the woman any extra time to escape, as Rear Admiral Pearson's speed was astonishingly swift, far surpassing hers. They soon left the confines of Rear Admiral Pearson's residence, the distance between them gradually closing. At that moment, the woman abruptly halted, pivoting sharply to launch an attack against Rear Admiral Pearson. A counterattack? Just as I desire. Rear Admiral Pearson met her advance with a hearty laugh, unperturbed. When their fists collided, a tremendous roar echoed. The woman coughed up blood, while Rear Admiral Pearson remained unscathed. However, as their fists met, a hand suddenly emerged from the woman's abdomen, wielding a triangular concealed weapon aimed at Pearson's midsection. Rear Admiral Pearson was taken aback, attempting to defend himself, but was a fraction too late, managing only to evade partially, yet still sustaining a cut from the weapon. "Is it poisoned?" Rear Admiral Pearson's expression darkened. Seizing the moment while Pearson assessed his injury, the woman accelerated once more, darting into a nearby thicket and vanishing from sight. A woman capable of sprouting arms. Could she be the multi-armed woman Judy? Brigadier Pearson was unfamiliar with the woman, yet from the recent encounter, he had begun to form a conjecture. The multi-armed woman was a notorious assassin in sham body, with a bounty of 47 million berries on her head. She possessed the powers of the multi-armed fruit, a devil fruit of the superhuman category, endowing her with formidable strength. Although there remained a considerable gap between their capabilities, she was not like the petty minions who would falter under a single blow. She had even managed to counterattack him once. Moreover, what rendered this multi-armed woman Judy particularly feared by many was not her direct combat prowess, but her exceptional skills in stealth and assassination, having eliminated several individuals of far greater strength than herself. Yet, why had she come to my residence? Was she intent on assassinating me? Brigadier Pearson furrowed his brow, but upon further reflection, deemed it illogical. Shaking his head, he decided to tend to his injuries first. The multi-armed woman's attack had not inflicted significant harm, even though her weapon was poisoned. The poison posed little threat to someone of his caliber, just a matter of treatment would suffice. Meanwhile, the multi-armed woman, Judy, having been recognized by Brigadier Pearson, was weaving through the small woods, altering her direction to evade his pursuit. It was only when she confirmed that he was not in close pursuit that she slowed her pace. Leaning against a nearby sapling, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The brigadier's strength was indeed beyond my capacity to contend with. Judy coughed and gasped for air, cursing the wretched Mr. V. If it weren't for him, how could I have dared to intrude upon a Navy brigadier's home? Severely injured by a single strike, and with her allies, who had planned to ambush Mr. V, likely facing dire fates as well, this venture had resulted in catastrophic losses. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, vowing that when she next captured Mr. V, she would make him suffer to the fullest extent, ensuring he regretted his actions of the day. Are you calling me? A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the night sky. Upon hearing this voice, Judy's face turned ashen. She recognized the owner of the voice, none other than the very Mr. V she had just cursed. However, she certainly did not wish to encounter him at this moment. Severely wounded by Brigadier Pearson, her current strength was barely 2/3 of her usual capacity. While this Mr. V might not surpass her in power, he had effortlessly dispatched a bounty criminal worth 18 million berries, indicating his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. In this scenario, she was undoubtedly no match for him. Contemplating this, she remarked, "Did you deliberately choose to reveal yourself today?" "One might say so," came a hoarse voice from the shadows. "To be honest, I am uncertain who exactly has been lying in wait for me. I merely received word that a number of individuals might be plotting against me. And it was at that juncture that I stumbled upon a piece of intelligence from the Bounty Hunter Guild, one that was remarkably suited for my purposes." Was it too obvious? Judy the multi-armed grasped this insight. If this Mr. were unaware of the impending ambush, he might not have sensed anything amiss. However, once he became aware, the vulnerabilities would be glaringly apparent. "Although I do not know you, your strength indeed instills a measure of trepidation within me. Should it come to a desperate confrontation, I cannot guarantee victory over you. Furthermore, with your companions at your side, I alone would struggle against your collective might. I must resort to some clever tactics. And I hope you do not take offense," the hoarse voice chuckled. "Since you are aware that someone might be lying in wait for you, why not simply withdraw? Why take the risk of revealing yourself?" Judy the multi-armed inquired once more. An astute question, came the response, followed by a soft sound, thud. Judy the multi-armed looked down at her abdomen in disbelief, where a hand had pierced through her from behind, bloodied and ominous. "I can understand the desire to buy time. But did you truly believe I would grant you a moment to recover?" The hoarse voice echoed from behind her. "You had previously schemed yet failed to ambush me. Do you think that a few inquisitive questions would ensnare me now?" Judy the multi-armed found herself at a loss for words. "Considering your impending demise, I shall answer one final question as a parting gift," the voice continued. Retracting his hand, he wiped it on Judy's clothing, then produced a white handkerchief to continue his cleansing. "The reason I chose to appear despite knowing someone was lying in wait is that I seek a target with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries. Frankly, I lack complete confidence in capturing someone of that caliber. Furthermore, the notorious criminals in this region are well aware of my reputation, making it challenging to catch them off guard. Thus, I decided to seize this opportunity to test my luck. Although I do not know you, I believe you meet my requirements, do you not?" At this, Judy the multi-armed felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, yet she could no longer endure and succumb to the ground. Silence forever. "Have you heard? Judy the multi-armed has been slain. The very assassin with a bounty of 47 million berries? How could this be? She has successfully assassinated several Navy colonels and other criminals with even higher bounties. Who could have done this? It has recently come to light that the notorious bounty hunter, Mr. V, has been making quite a name for himself. It is said that the formidable Judy, known as the multi-armed woman, sought to confront Mr. V, only to meet her demise instead. What? It truly is he. This individual is undeniably terrifying, if even Judy cannot stand against him. Will the bounty criminals in Sabaody soon find themselves in dire straits? Not necessarily. Judy's prowess undoubtedly ranks above average among the many bounty hunters in Sabaody. However, this is Sabaody, where even those with bounties exceeding 100 million may not be the strongest. Mr. V has stirred the ire of many, especially following Judy's death. It is rumored that several formidable characters are now intent on taking action against him. It seems there is quite the spectacle in store. Who could argue otherwise? In a quaint tavern, two patrons are engaged in hushed conversation. This scene similarly unfolds across various locations in the archipelago of Shambadi, where individuals of diverse backgrounds engage in spirited discussions about the matter at hand. While Shambadi is not insignificant in size, the flow of information has always been remarkably swift, enabling even the ordinary islanders to swiftly become aware of many occurrences, thus giving rise to frequent trending topics. The most recent focal point of discussion undoubtedly revolves around the newly emerging bounty hunter known as Mr. V. The prowess of Mr. V remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet he has shattered the tacit understanding on the island, a phenomenon often heralding considerable upheaval. It is hardly surprising that he has become a topic of fervent discussion. Concurrently, at the naval base on Island 69, a major, a junior officer, entered the office and respectfully reported to Brigadier Pearson, "Sir, I have news regarding the matter you requested assistance with." "Oh, pray, do tell," Brigadier Pearson replied, setting aside the document he had been perusing. "The bounty target, the multi-armed woman Judy, has, in fact, perished just the day before yesterday," the junior officer conveyed. "Dead?" Brigadier Pearson expressed mild astonishment, taken aback by this unexpected outcome. "Could it have been the result of my punch?" "No, that seems implausible. My blow would have merely inflicted some injury, but not to a fatal extent," he pondered, a frown creasing his brow in contemplation. At this juncture, the major officer continued, stating that after an investigation, it was determined that she had fallen victim to a bounty hunter known as Mr. V, a recently emerged figure in this perilous profession. "Mr. V?" Brigadier Pearson mused upon hearing the name, as a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired whether this was the same individual who, shortly after registering as a bounty hunter, had embarked on a frenzied pursuit of wanted criminals, swiftly ascending to a 3-star rank. "Indeed, it was he." "Intriguing," remarked Brigadier Pearson, stroking his chin. "Is there any further information?" "Yes," the major officer nodded. "Upon further investigation, I discovered that the multi-armed woman, Judy, had previously conspired with a group to ambush Mr. V. However, somehow, she ended up at your residence, where she was subsequently slain. Is that so?" Brigadier Pearson mused thoughtfully. His mind rapidly organized the details, and with a sudden snort, he realized that Mr. Vad deliberately exploited the situation to ensnare his adversary. A bold maneuver indeed. "My lord, do not be enraged. Please continue to monitor his movements. Should you locate him, inform me at once. I intend to administer a thorough lesson to him, so he understands that he cannot manipulate everyone at will." "My lord, I fear he may not be around for you to chastise him." The major officer hesitated. He was targeted by the multi-armed woman, Judy, precisely because he had disrupted their tacit agreement. Yet, rather than facing consequences, he has turned the tables, killing Judy instead. This act is likely to provoke other bounty hunters far more formidable than the multi-armed woman to seek retribution against him. Upon hearing this, Brigadier Pearson waved his hand dismissively. "Let us cease this discussion here." After listening to the major officer's account, he showed no inclination to pursue the matter further, for he recognized the truth in the officer's words. In the islands of Chambo, there existed bounty hunters whom even he would not dare confront, and Mr. Versus aggressive hunting of wanted criminals was undoubtedly a challenge to the sensibilities of all bounty hunters on the island. The outcome of such actions will inevitably lead to increasingly formidable bounties. Even in dealing with the multi-armed woman Judy, one must resort to strategy, which indicates that the prowess of the so-called Mr. Vis not exaggerated. After this encounter, his fate appears to be sealed. As the island's inhabitants eagerly await the unfolding events, whispers soon circulate from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Merely days after the demise of multi-armed woman Judy, Mr. decisively eliminated several targets with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, thereby successfully ascending to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter. The emergence of this news has once again ignited the fury of many individuals. It is said that several prominent figures, each with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries, have resolved to take matters into their own hands. Should the elusive Mr. dare to show himself, they would personally ensure his demise. However, to the disappointment of onlookers, ever since the announcement of his elevation to a 4-star bounty hunter, Mr. Voss remained conspicuously silent. Some speculate that he may have chosen to lay low upon learning of the formidable adversaries seeking him. Of course, such conjectures remain unverified, as Mr. Voss always operated behind a mask, obscuring his true identity, with only vague details known about him, such as his height and his raspy voice. Those covertly searching for him can only pursue these two clues, scouring the island for diminutive human figures or short-statured beings of other races. Yet, their search is fundamentally misguided from the outset, rendering their chances of success exceedingly slim. They could never fathom that the stir caused by Mr. V originates from a boy not yet 10 years of age, who is currently serving as a mere deckhand in the Navy. Meanwhile, the central figure of this tumult, Lei Fa, remains blissfully unaware of the chaos surrounding him, or perhaps he simply does not concern himself with those seeking him out. He understands that they will never locate him. Moreover, having successfully completed the task of ascending to a 4-star bounty hunter, he finds no need to continue the relentless pursuit of criminals for the time being. If they wish to wait for an opportunity, they may do so. He is indifferent to their efforts. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully ascended to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months and has completed the task. The reward, an entry card for training at the Food Forest Temple, has been automatically issued. The host need only contemplate its use in his mind. Ding. The Food Forest Temple entry card has been activated successfully, granting the host the opportunity to embark on a year's journey of cultivation at the Food Forest Temple. Note: should the host perish in the realm of cultivation, they will automatically return to the main world, and their qualification for training will be annulled. Note: the host must not leave the 100-mile radius centered around the Food Forest Temple without permission. Otherwise, they will automatically return to the main world, and their qualification for training will be annulled. Note: the host must not seek information beyond the Food Forest Temple. Otherwise, they will automatically return to the main world, and their qualification for training will be annulled. After a brief period of sensory deprivation, Lei Fa gradually regained his awareness. He suddenly opened his eyes, and light re-emerged before him. It was only then that he took stock of his surroundings. Directly ahead stood a temple embodying the essence of Eastern antiquity. Flanking the grand entrance were 2 iconic stone sculptures, representing a dinner knife and a dinner fork, while above the entrance hung a wooden plaque inscribed with elegant characters reading Food Forest Temple. Just as Lei Fa was observing the Food Forest Temple, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him, inquiring, "Are you the newcomer, Lei Fa, who has come for the exchange of cultivation? I have made arrangements for you. Over the course of the upcoming year, you may devote yourself to your practice here with complete peace of mind." The sound startled Lei Fa, as he had been completely oblivious to the presence behind him. Not even his hell's ear had detected any noise, be it footsteps, breathing, or the heartbeat. Everything seemed to be devoid of existence. If this situation were to occur with his frugal elder brother Corazon, he might not be surprised, as Corazon's peculiar silence fruit serves primarily to mute sound. However, this is a different realm. It is not the world of One Piece, and Corazon cannot possibly be present here. In such circumstances, it is astonishing that someone could entirely evade the auditory perception of Hell's Ear. Suppressing his astonishment, Rifa turned around and beheld the speaker. Before him stood a man of striking features, with sharp eyebrows and delicate eyes, seemingly in his 20s. Atop his head rested a hat fashioned from white cloth, while a long, twisted braid adorned his neck, likely his own, coiled there for convenience. Additionally, he donned a striking red practice uniform, prominently emblazoned across the chest with the bold characters Food Justice. However, what did this man mean by the exchange of cultivation? In what capacity had he been assigned to this place for training? Just as Lei Fa was about to pose his question, a sudden realization struck him. He understood that inquiring about this matter would entail prying into information beyond the confines of Shirlene Temple. The consequences of such an action would be dire, leading to his immediate return to the main world and forfeiting his qualification for this year-long training. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to Lei Fa. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lingering apprehension. With that thought, he quickly brushed it aside and shifted the conversation. "May I ask who you are?" Although Lei Fa was unclear about the meaning of the exchange and cultivation, he harbored some conjectures regarding the identity of the individual before him. Yet he dared not be entirely certain, thus he inquired, "I am Zhou, one of the 3 chief masters of Shirlene Temple, and I shall be your guide in cultivation for the coming year." The elegantly dressed man with long braids replied with a courteous smile, "Welcome to the esteemed Shirlene Temple." Indeed, it was he. In the journey of the protagonist Alu, who was ensnared by the world of gastronomy, he had once arrived at Shirlene Temple for cultivation, and it was this very Master Zhou who had initially guided his training. Lei Fa roughly compared and concluded that the Alu who first arrived at Shirlene Temple was not necessarily stronger than he was now. they likely possessed similar levels of strength. However, after undergoing training at Shirling Temple, Alu's prowess had undoubtedly experienced a remarkable leap. This was precisely why Lei Fa had been eagerly anticipating this reward. For if Alu could achieve such an elevation in power, perhaps he could as well. Master Zhou, I look forward to your guidance over the next year, Lei Fa expressed. There is no need for formality, it is my duty, Zhou replied with a smile. If you have no objections, we can commence training now. Of course. If you wish to rest for a couple of days, that is also permissible. It is entirely up to you. I can begin at any time without rest. Lei Fa asserted immediately. Very well, let us start now, Zhou nodded approvingly. He then began to stretch, seemingly preparing for physical activities. Right here? We don't need to go inside. Lei Fa asked, taken aback. I must first assess your understanding of Shi. If you lack a certain foundation, entering without preparation could be perilous, Zhou explained while continuing his warm-up. Upon hearing Master Zhou's words, Lei Fa suddenly recalled that Shirling Temple itself was an exceptionally unique structure, seemingly alive, capable of sensing each individual's comprehension of Shi. Those who were unacquainted with Shi, or those with impure thoughts and chaotic emotions, would be repelled and attacked by the entire temple upon entry. It would be an all-encompassing assault. Even the newly arrived Alu had been tormented mercilessly. Although Lei Fa did not consider himself significantly weaker than Alu upon his initial arrival at Shirling Temple, he also did not believe himself to be stronger than Alu at that stage. Therefore, given that Alu had suffered so severely from the temple's inherent defenses, Lei Fa doubted his ability to withstand such rejection. Are we to test through combat? Having come to this realization, Lei Fa did not seek to show off his prowess, but instead posed a question. Indeed. Apart from assessing the understanding of culinary meaning through special materials or ingredients, combat emerges as the most suitable method for evaluation. After stretching his arms overhead in a languid gesture, Zhou concluded his preparations, placing his hands behind his back. Now, unleash your attack upon me. There is no need for restraint, simply give it your utmost effort. This scene struck Lei Fa as remarkably familiar. It mirrored the experience of Alu upon his initial arrival at Shirling Temple. Moreover, Lei Fa was reminded of his confrontation with Smoker, where he had assumed the role of the acting master, Zhou, while Smoker embodied his current position. Is this not a case of what goes around comes around? Lei Fa mused inwardly. However, I am not the Smoker of that time. In this moment, Lei Fa remained remarkably composed, for he possessed a degree of confidence in his current abilities. Suddenly, Lei Fa sprang into action. He bent his body and accelerated towards the acting master Zhou with remarkable speed. Sonic Fist. The essence of close-quarters combat lies in the manipulation of sound waves to amplify the impact of one's strikes, and the Sonic Fist epitomizes this combat technique. Lei Fa launched a fierce punch from his lower left, aiming directly for the chest of the acting master Zhou. This angle, unlike a straightforward attack, allowed for lateral dodging, thus making the evasion of such a hook much more challenging. Yet, the acting master Zhou simply traced a fan-shaped arc with his foot, gracefully maneuvering in a nearly imperceptible curve to effortlessly evade the hook. Lei Fa had not anticipated that this strike would truly incapacitate the acting master Zhou. Consequently, after the first attempt proved ineffective, he fluidly continued his assault. Sonic Bomb. Lei Fa suddenly tilted his head and roared towards the direction of the acting master Zhou. In the next moment, a translucent sphere of energy coalesced before Lei Fa's face and rapidly surged forth, hurtling towards the acting master Zhou. Unmistakably, this translucent energy sphere was the Sonic Bomb attack. The Sonic Bomb shot forth at astonishing speed, and just as it neared the acting master Zhou, a mere meter away, it erupted in an explosion. Accompanying the detonation was a piercing drone. The shockwave generated by the explosion surged directly towards the acting master Zhou. In close combat, I might be at a disadvantage, but in this indiscriminate assault, I shall see how you fare. Lei Fa observed the acting master Zhou intently. However, to his astonishment, the acting master Zhou displayed no hint of alarm in the face of this spectacle, maintaining an unwavering composure akin to an immovable mountain. As the sonic bomb detonated, the acting master Zhou unexpectedly extended 2 fingers, mimicking the motion of a blade, and swiftly performed a few feints in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of several explosions echoed behind him, creating multiple craters, yet he himself remained unscathed, not a single strand of hair touched by the attack of the sonic bomb. What? Lei Fa's pupils abruptly constricted as disbelief washed over him at the scene unfolding before his eyes. He distinctly observed that At the very moment the sonic bomb detonated and the shockwave surged towards Master Zhou, the substitute master, Zhou swiftly maneuvered his fingers in a blade-like fashion, executing rapid, feigned cuts in front of him. Astonishingly, at that precise instant, the very shockwave that had just erupted and was converging towards Master Zhou was inexplicably cleaved into several segments. The divided shockwaves, all seemingly harmless, brushed past the substitute Master Zhou without making contact, only to collide with the ground after passing him by. The large craters scattered across the terrain were, in fact, the result of these segmented shockwaves. "Didn't he touch me?" Master Zhou winked at Lei Fa with a smile. "Come again." Today, Lei Fa found himself somewhat skeptical, as he could clearly perceive that the power wielded by Master Zhou was not significantly greater than the force of his own attack. Sonic barrier. Sonic chaotic slash. Lei Fa gestured towards the direction of Master Zhou, and soon after, he beheld a semicircular, semi-ethereal barrier manifesting behind the substitute Master Zhou. It was none other than the sonic barrier. This sonic barrier can be regarded as an advanced version of the sonic shield, as it encompasses a significantly larger area, typically employed for defensive purposes. However, at this moment, it was utilized by Lei Fa to restrict the movements of the proxy master, Zhou, preventing him from retreating or evading to the sides. Immediately thereafter, Lei Fa launched his third assault. One could see dozens of translucent, illusory blade shadows, each the size of a small dagger, suddenly coalescing and then surging towards the direction of the proxy master, Zhou. The entire affair may seem protracted, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye, offering the proxy master, Zhou, scarcely any time to evade. A series of metallic clangs resounded, almost seamless in their succession, rendering the sound a singularly prolonged, crisp resonance. In the previous moment, it appeared that proxy master Zhou had made some movement, yet in the next instant, he seemed utterly unperturbed, still smiling at Lei Fa from his original position. Most strikingly, the soundwave blades unleashed by Lei Fa had vanished entirely. Moreover, in an even more astonishing development than before, Lei Fa could not discern how proxy master Zhou had accomplished this. All he could perceive was the outcome. Zhou remained unaffected. In contrast, Lei Fa, having exerted himself fully in these assaults, found himself considerably drained, bent over and gasping for breath. Lei Fa also noted the fleeting expression of disappointment that crossed proxy master Zhou's face after his repeated attacks proved utterly ineffectual. However, this expression lingered only for a brief moment, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. "Master Zhou, is the outcome particularly dismal?" Lei Fa inquired with a wry smile. "At your age, possessing such stamina and mastering such formidable culinary techniques is indeed commendable. However, your comprehension of the essence of cuisine leaves much to be desired. One might even say it is nearly non-existent," evaluated proxy master Zhou. "Furthermore, your culinary instincts seem rather dormant. I reckon it is due to a prolonged lack of genuine satisfaction of your appetite, which has led to this condition. At your current state, entering the culinary forest temple could truly be perilous," he remarked, shaking his head. "Is it truly that grave?" Lei Fa asked in astonishment. He had anticipated that he might not meet the standards, yet he had not expected such a low assessment. Logically, he believed that his exploration and training in soundwave manipulation over the past 6 months had been quite thorough, and his strength had improved at a reasonable pace. Why, then, such a dismal evaluation? "You have not specifically studied the application of culinary techniques or the enhancement of culinary instincts, have you?" Proxy master Zhou pondered aloud. "Indeed, I have not," Lei Fa admitted, shaking his head. His command of soundwave manipulation was a reward for completing the system's initial tasks, and he had not learned it from anyone. Moreover, in the primary realm, where could he possibly learn about culinary techniques? As for knowledge regarding culinary instincts, that was even more foreign to him. Upon hearing Lei Fa's response, proxy master Zhou's gaze shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "To possess such prowess at your age without systematic training is indeed astonishing," he mused internally. After a moment's reflection, proxy master Zhou declared, "To prevent you from being severely injured by the culinary forest temple, I shall provide you with some foundational instruction here outside the temple in the coming days." "Very well," Lei Fa responded. Lei Fa had no objections to this. Although his primary combat strength stemmed from the realm of culinary captives, he had to concede that his understanding of this world's cultivation system was quite limited. His purpose in coming to the culinary forest temple was to learn and hone his abilities in this regard, and he was indifferent to where this learning took place. Well, Let us commence, smiled the acting master, Joe. 10 days later. Rifa stood at the foot of the stairs before the grand entrance of the Culinary Forest Temple, reflecting on his studies and initial exercises concerning culinary principles over the past 10 days. Culinary principles is, in essence, a unique form of spiritual cultivation, akin to the Buddhist practice of Zen or the Taoist notion of stillness. It aims to elevate and refine one's spiritual essence. However, the spiritual cultivation of culinary principles does not seek tranquility or emptiness. Rather, it necessitates maintaining a constant state of gratitude towards ingredients, life, and the natural world. In the practice of culinary principles, the higher the level attained, the deeper the understanding of spiritual power, leading to a more profound impact and transformative changes. Upon reflection, grasping the essence of culinary principles is rather straightforward. Yet, the chasm between understanding and practice is often vast and entirely distinct. Rifa spent less than half a day comprehending the concept of culinary principles, with the remaining 9.5 days dedicated to practice. Unfortunately, the outcomes of this extensive effort were somewhat meager. According to acting master Zhou, the spiritual cultivation of culinary principles can be broadly categorized into 5 stages: initial enlightenment, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and ultimately, transcendence. Rifa himself found himself in the 3rd stage, major accomplishment, still far from perfection. The master of the Culinary Forest Temple, revered as the national treasure of culinary humanity, had already reached the pinnacle of culinary principles cultivation and had transcended. As for Rifa, after 9.5 days, he had merely grazed the threshold of initial enlightenment and was unable to stabilize himself at this stage. It is not that Lei Fa possesses a lack of comprehension. Rather, the cultivation of the mind is indeed an arduous endeavor. The practice of eating righteousness evokes in Lei Fa memories of the pink elephant theory he encountered in a past life, which perfectly encapsulates the challenges inherent in the former. The example provided by this theory illustrates a scenario in which one stands outside a room, informed by another that a large pink elephant resides within, while being instructed to imagine the interior without conjuring the concept of the pink elephant. Accomplishing this task proves to be exceedingly arduous, for when one endeavors to suppress a particular thought, that very thought inevitably springs to mind. Thus, in the attempt to avoid envisioning the pink elephant, one's subconscious paradoxically brings it forth. This phenomenon encapsulates the essence of the theory. Similarly, the practice of food meaning follows this principle. When one strives to stabilize their mind and thoughts, endeavoring to maintain a heart filled with gratitude toward nature and all its creations, every fleeting thought may transform into an adversary. Even the aspiration for success can prove to be a distraction. Consequently, although Lei Fa quickly grasped the meaning of food meaning, achieving rapid ascension to the highest levels of practice remains an unattainable feat now. Let us commence. Remember the state of enlightenment you have experienced, striving to cast aside distractions. As long as you remain in that state, all will be well. The proxy master, Zhou, stood above the staircase, hands clasped behind his back, smiling down at Lei Fa, who hesitated at the foot of the stairs. Yes, Lei Fa replied, and then lifted his leg to ascend the first step. Upon reaching the step, he discovered that nothing extraordinary occurred. It felt akin to traversing an ordinary staircase. Success. A wave of joy surged within Lei Fa. But alas, in an instant, he recognized that this exhilaration would impact his current state. How swiftly the mind can shift. By the time he sought to restore his composure, it was too late. Bang! From the side of the 4th step, a stone pillar suddenly erupted, striking Lei Fa in the abdomen with breathtaking speed, sending him hurtling backward. He somersaulted through the air, ultimately landing on his feet, though he was compelled to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. A dull ache radiated from his abdomen, though he did not need to look. He was aware that he had sustained an injury from the earlier impact. Pressing on, ignoring the pain in his abdomen, Lei Fa dismissed all distractions and once again approached the staircase. This time, as he ascended the 1st step, he heeded the lessons learned from his previous experience, refraining from becoming overly elated, and continued his ascent. However, upon reaching the 4th step, his thoughts momentarily scattered, and he was once again cast down by the staircase. Once more, gritting his teeth, Lei Fa embarked on his attempts anew. On this 3rd occasion, as he reached the 6th step of the staircase, he was forcefully thrown back. On the 4th attempt, he faltered at the 13th step. The 5th time, he stumbled at the 11th step, and on the 6th, he failed at the 15th. In this manner, in his quest to ascend the staircase, Lei Fa embarked on nearly 100 attempts. Throughout these countless trials, Every part of his body sustained injuries of varying degrees. Had he not consciously avoided critical areas, he might have been unable to persevere. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement compared to his initial arrival. At the very least, he could occasionally enter a state of nascent understanding, continually progressing through self-reflection and correction, ascending higher upon the staircase. Had this been 10 days prior, even after 1,000 attempts, he would invariably have faced the most ferocious assault of the staircase from the very first step. However, after much perseverance, Lei Fa finally ascended to the top step of the staircase and stood beside Master Zhou, the proxy mentor. This time, he remained composed, undisturbed by the success that could have led to potential ruin. Ascending this staircase signifies that you have managed to sustain the state of initial enlightenment for a period. You have successfully taken the first step in the practice of food ethics. Master Zhou nodded in approval, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, Lei Fa. Your diligence over these 10 days has not been in vain. I am truly grateful for your patient guidance, Lei Fa expressed sincerely. Now, follow me inside, Master Zhou beckoned, turning to proceed towards the entrance. His voice resonated softly. Ascending this staircase merely represents the first step. The subsequent practice of food ethics will undoubtedly present far greater challenges. I hope you will succeed in your endeavors. The large jar contained a peculiar type of rice known as egg and rice, a unique culinary delight where each grain encapsulates a super mini egg. When prepared, it yields an array of dishes rich in egg flavor. Accompanying Lei Fa, Master Zhou led him to a shaded courtyard. Beneath a grand tree stood a massive jar filled with egg and rice. Your next task is to prepare a meal using egg and rice as the primary ingredient, Master Zhou instructed, gesturing towards the jar. Since each grain resembles a delicate mini egg, they are particularly fragile and prone to breaking. Whether scooped with a spoon or transferred in a container, they would inevitably be damaged. Thus, you must use long chopsticks to extract them one by one. Is this to cultivate focus? Lei Fa pondered thoughtfully. In this phase, the protagonist, Ilu, had once endured a similar experience, and Lei Fa retained some recollections of it. Indeed, it serves as an exercise to hone your concentration. The proxy master, Zhou, remarked with a smile, you have likely noticed that in the initial stages of practicing Shi, the greatest challenge lies in maintaining focus, ensuring that external distractions do not impede your progress. Thus, I will prioritize arranging exercises that enhance your concentration to fortify your abilities in this regard. Furthermore, this practice will also cultivate your control, which is a vital aspect of Shi. Those with robust control may not necessarily achieve greatness in Shi, yet it stands to reason that those who excel in Shi must possess remarkable control. I previously instructed you to attack me to assess your control over your actions, a judgment that, while not infallible, remains a reasonably sound method of evaluation, Master Zhou continued with a smile. I understand, Lei Fa nodded in acknowledgement. Then practice at your own pace. I shall return later, the proxy master commanded before turning to depart. Observing this, Lei Fa wasted no time. He retrieved 2 slender chopsticks, nearly a meter long, from the nearby bamboo tube, presumably prepared expressly for this exercise. Let us begin, he declared, lifting the chopsticks to grasp the first grain of egg and rice. With a delicate crack, a faint sound echoed, yet it was unmistakable to Lei Fa, who instantly recognized the failure of his initial attempt. Discarding the broken egg and rice to the side for later cleanup, he took a deep breath and directed the chopsticks once more toward the rice jar. 5 hours later, Lei Fa finally filled a bowl with egg and rice. However, he himself was utterly exhausted. Although this practice may not appear to be physically exhausting, it requires unwavering focus for 5 continuous hours. Repetitively performing the same task while meticulously regulating one's strength, too much pressure may crush the ingredients, yet too little will result in an inability to grasp them. In comparison to rigorous physical exercise for 5 hours, the fatigue experienced now is unparalleled. Fortunately, success has been achieved. The proxy master, Zhou, appeared at an indeterminate moment nearby, nodding in approval. Due to overwhelming fatigue, Lei Fa was too drained to acknowledge this. What comes next? Lei Fa inquired. Next, I shall prepare this dish for you. It is quite simple. It merely requires steaming with careful time management, proxy master Zhou replied as he approached, lifting a bowl filled with egg rice and beckoning Lei Fa to follow. Lei Fa hurriedly complied. After a short walk, they arrived at a kitchen. Proxy master Zhou then stated, pay close attention to my timing. Even if you choose not to become a chef but instead aspire to be a culinary hunter, it is essential to master certain cooking techniques. Understood, Lei Fa replied, revitalized. Immediately, he observed Proxy Master Zhou deftly maneuvering the steaming apparatus with remarkable speed. In less than 10 seconds, Proxy Master Zhou had arranged the steaming tools and prepared everything. Placing the egg rice inside. The optimal steaming time for egg rice is approximately 12.5 minutes, though precise timing must also account for the flame's intensity, the size of the steaming apparatus, and the quantity of rice. For this bowl, a little over 11 minutes will suffice, Proxy Master Zhou explained. I have taken note. Lei Fa silently affirmed. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Golden text suddenly materialized in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully learned the cooking method for egg rice. Beginner cooking skills have been unlocked. By mastering the cooking methods for 36 low-tier ingredients, one can fully grasp beginner cooking skills, enabling independent mastery of the optimal cooking methods for any low-tier ingredients with a capture level below 100. Current completion rate, 136. The sudden prompt brought a flicker of joy to Lei Fa's heart, though his demeanor remained composed as he patiently awaited the steaming of the egg rice. Initially devoid of any culinary skill, the prospect of starting from scratch raised doubts about his ability to achieve mastery. Yet, even if he were to attain some level of proficiency, the time invested would likely rival that of his own training. However, the mastery of beginner cooking techniques would undoubtedly simplify matters, Lei Fa mused with quiet delight. As he savored this thought, the steaming of the egg rice neared completion. Master Zhou swiftly removed the steaming apparatus from the heat and informed Lei Fa, "It is ready now. The timing is perfect. Have you taken note?" "Thank you, Master Zhou. I have remembered," Lei Fa replied gratefully. "Very well, then indulge in the fruits of your labor at your leisure. I shall refrain from watching you eat, lest I spoil your appetite," Master Zhou smiled. "Today's training concludes here. Once you finish, you may rest. Shortly, I will arrange accommodations for you, and tomorrow morning, I shall guide you to your next training session." Understood. As he bid farewell to Master Zhou, Lei Fa eagerly grasped the bowl brimming with egg rice, retrieved a spoon from the nearby table, and prepared to relish his meal. This marked his inaugural opportunity to savor the authentic delicacies from the world of culinary captives, a moment he had long anticipated. It is worth noting that this realm operates under the dominion of gourmet as a foundational principle. Neither his previous life on Earth nor the world of One Piece could ever hope to compare in terms of gastronomy. Furthermore, Lei Fa was a true connoisseur of food, so it was only natural for him to possess such eager expectations. As the first spoonful of egg over rice was brought to his lips, Lei Fa found himself utterly enchanted by its remarkable flavor. How to articulate this sensation? In a comparative sense, this egg over rice paled in comparison to the myriad of sea kings he had savored in Marineford. After all, this dish was not crafted from high-end ingredients and was merely rated at level 2 in terms of capture, thus lacking rarity. Not only in the culinary world of this realm, but even in the human world, it could hardly be classified as an exquisite ingredient. Yet, its flavor remained irresistibly captivating to Lei Fa. If one must describe it, it could be likened to fried rice, with the distinction that it embodies an even more quintessential essence of fried rice. This may sound somewhat perplexing, yet apart from this descriptive approach, Lei Fa finds himself at a loss for a more fitting expression. The dish known as egg and rice. Whether it be the tantalizing aroma of the egg or the inherent sweetness of the rice, boasts a richness that far surpasses that of traditional fried rice by several magnitudes. If one were to assign a concentration level to fried rice, with the standard version rated at 1, then the concentration of this egg and rice would undoubtedly be at least 5. Remarkably, despite its robust flavor, it remains entirely ungreasy, as its preparation method is merely the simplest form of steaming. At no point was any oil utilized in the process. This rich yet subtly elegant flavor is undoubtedly paradoxical. However, it is precisely this contradiction that endows it with an unparalleled deliciousness. After savoring the taste, Lei Fa swiftly devoured the remaining egg rice, leaving not a single grain wasted. In the wake of his consumption, an indescribable sense of joy surged through his body, igniting an impulse to shout with exhilaration. This sensation was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Thus, he pondered within his mind, "System, present my current physical data." The host's physical data is as follows: Culinary Cell Awakening Level 0, 42, Strength 3, 5, with an ordinary adult male rated at 1, Constitution 3, 2, with an ordinary adult male rated at 1, Speed, 2. 9. With an ordinary adult male rated at 1. Abilities, Culinary Skill, Sonic Manipulation, Beginner. Navy 6 Styles, Finger Gun, Novice, Culinary Ethos, Initial Comprehension. Upon observing his physical data, Lei Fa found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Compared to the condition he was in before entering the Culinary Forest Temple for training, his physical data had indeed undergone some transformation, with the most striking change being the addition of Culinary Ethos at the initial comprehension level in the abilities section. However, this was not what astonished Lei Fa the most. Rather, he was taken aback by the fact that his Culinary Cell Awakening level had surged by an impressive 0.03. He recalled vividly that his Culinary Cell Awakening level had steadfastly remained at 0.39 for nearly a month, showing no signs of movement. He never anticipated that indulging in a bowl of egg rice would yield such an extraordinary enhancement. This is not an instance of Lei Fa overreacting. Indeed, the seemingly modest increase of 0.03 in awakening level may appear insignificant. However, it is essential to note that since Lei Fa joined the training camp, apart from the rapid progress made in the first month, he spent an arduous 5 months of training and cultivation, during which he only managed to elevate his Culinary Cell Awakening level from 0.32 to 0.39. Moreover, the data remained unchanged in the final month. After 5 months of relentless effort, he achieved a mere increase of 0.07. Yet, just moments ago, he experienced an astonishing rise of 0.03 simply by savoring a bowl of egg rice. What is the concept behind this? How could he possibly refrain from feeling astonished? For the gastronomic cells, the most effective means of enhancement is undeniably delectable cuisine. Lei Fa found himself overwhelmed with emotions. While training and cultivation can indeed bolster one's strength, they are far from the most expedient and effective methods for elevating the awakening of gastronomic cells. The rules of the captivated world of cuisine dictate that gastronomy reigns supreme. And since the gastronomic cells themselves originate from this realm, they naturally adhere to its regulations. After savoring the egg rice, Lei Fa remained enraptured by its exquisite flavor, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. However, this state of bliss was short-lived, as he was soon jolted back to reality by the sudden reappearance of golden characters in his mind. Ding! Initial tasting of source world ingredients detected. The ingredient store function has been activated. The host may purchase any source world ingredients they have previously tasted. Current inventory of the ingredient store. 1. The terms ingredient store and source world sparked a cascade of delightful surprises for Lei Fa. Upon silently invoking ingredient store in his mind, a table materialized, revealing a solitary item, egg rice, with a redemption price of 200 berries per serving. To his astonishment, the currency for exchange in this ingredient store was not part of the system's inherent framework, but rather the berry currency system from the world of One Piece. He estimated that the bowl of egg rice he had consumed earlier was worth approximately several 100,000 berries. The term source world likely referred to the captivated world of cuisine, as egg rice undoubtedly originated from this domain. This indicated that henceforth, as long as he had tasted any ingredient from this world, he could procure it through berries in the ingredient store. Lei Fa mused thoughtfully. The activation of this feature truly delighted Lei Fa. However, upon reflection, he realized that a bowl of rice costs several 100,000 berries. Even though he has accumulated a fortune exceeding 100 million berries while hunting numerous bounty criminals under the alias Mr. V, he still found the price to be astonishingly exorbitant. After all, this egg fried rice is merely an ingredient of level 2. Nevertheless, it is better to have it than to lack it. Lei Fa shook his head. He set down his bowl and spoon, savoring the lingering taste on his lips, while contemplating the prospect of exchanging for more egg fried rice upon returning to the main world, indulging himself to his heart's content. At this moment, a young man clad in the same culinary virtue training attire awaited Lei Fa outside the door. It goes without saying that he was sent by the acting Master Zhou to guide him. The following day, when Master Zhou came to visit Lei Fa, he carried a flower pot in his hands. Hamrose. This name surfaced in Lei Fa's mind. Master Zhou's subsequent words confirmed his suspicion. The flower pot contained a seed of the ham rose, which blossoms into a flower infused with the flavor of honeyed ham, a delicacy of level 3. However, it bore a unique characteristic. Only the gratitude emanating from the culinary virtue could catalyze its bloom, with the strength of intent determining the speed of flowering. As he spoke, Master Zhou handed the flower pot to Lei Fa, smiling as he said, "Just like yesterday, This will be your practice for today, as well as the sole ingredient you are permitted to enjoy. Do your best." With that, Master Zhou took his leave. Lei Fa gazed at the flower pot in his hands, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Much like the egg rice from the previous day, this ham rose was another extraordinary ingredient featured in the comics, used for cultivating culinary virtue, which is why he had anticipated its name. Yet, knowing was one thing. His heart brimmed with anticipation, especially after experiencing the egg rice yesterday. He had tasted the wonders of the ingredients from this captivating realm, profoundly realizing the extraordinary nature of the culinary offerings in this world. "Let me see how long it takes for you to bloom." Lei Fa placed the flower pot on the ground, sat cross-legged before it, and began to focus his attention. As he devoted himself to the task at hand, he soon realized that his concentration had indeed improved remarkably. Aside from attributing this progress to the practice of incorporating egg into rice the previous day, he could think of no other explanation. "Come forth, bloom," he urged the ham rose with unwavering focus. Half an hour later, the soil at the center of the pot had slightly loosened, but the change was still subtle. An hour later, a hint of green broke through the surface, piercing the earth. 2 hours on, the branches of the ham rose had emerged, rising approximately 5 to 6 centimeters above the rim of the pot, adorned with several budding shoots. 4 hours later, leaves had unfurled from the shoots, accompanied by a flower bud poised to bloom. 6 hours later, the pale pink, fleshy flower bud had swelled, and in a breathtaking moment, the entire ham rose burst into full bloom. The ham rose had fully blossomed. Lei Fa exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhausted. As he had the day he finished his egg into rice practice, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At last, success had been achieved. A smile broke across Lei Fa's weary face. He was tired, but fear held no sway over him. As long as he beheld the fruits of his labor, there was nothing to dread. The ham rose is precisely the harvest he has long anticipated. Now, let us savor it and discern which is more delectable compared to the egg and rice. Lei Fa, feeling rather lethargic, chose not to fetch chopsticks and simply tore a piece from the ham rose on the branch, sending it directly to his mouth. The delicate pink hem melted in his mouth, achieving the exquisite sensation of instant dissolution. With just a gentle sip, the slice transformed into savory juices, gliding down his throat into his belly, an exquisite delight. Lei Fa's eyes sparkled. Swiftly, he tore another piece from the branch and tossed it into his mouth. Gulp, with a slight movement of his throat. The entire slice vanished within his oral cavity. The name ham rose is indeed most fitting. I initially presumed it was merely due to its rose-like appearance and ham-like texture that it bore this name, yet the ham unmistakably imbued with the extraordinary fragrance of roses. The combination of exceptional ham and the aroma of roses created an astonishing impact on the palate, further enhanced by that enticing honey flavor. No cooking was necessary. Lei Fa found himself unable to cease his actions. As soon as he finished one piece, his hands would immediately tear off another slice of ham, continuously sending it to his mouth. Within half a minute, the entire ham rose had been devoured. Before long, an indescribable sensation of bliss surged within him, penetrating deep into his soul. Following this euphoria, Lei Fa hastily checked his physical data, discovering that his culinary cell awakening level had indeed increased, rising from 0.42 to 0.43, an increment of 0.01. Why had it decreased this time? Lei Fa furrowed his brow. Yesterday's egg and rice, with a capture level of 2, had already elevated his culinary cell awakening by 0.03, yet today's ham rose, with a capture level higher than that of yesterday's dish, yielded a lesser increase? Could it be that the egg and rice was the first ingredient he consumed from this world, thus producing such remarkable effects? And while the ham rose had a higher capture level, it was ultimately not the first. Lei Fa pondered this possibility, considering it to be the most plausible explanation. "Open the ingredient store," Lei Fa murmured. Instantly, a golden table appeared in his mind, now containing 2 types of ingredients, the egg and rice from yesterday and, naturally, the ham rose he had just savored, with an exchange price of 600,000 berries. All considered, it is indeed significantly more expensive than the egg and rice. At a similar moment, Master Zhou, the agent, reappeared. Upon witnessing Lei Fa successfully coaxing the ham rose into bloom and finishing his meal, he smiled and inquired, "How does the ham rose taste?" "Delicious," Lei Fa succinctly replied. "As long as you enjoy it," Master Zhou nodded with a smile. In the food forest temple, while the essence of cultivation lies in food ethics, gourmet cuisine is equally indispensable. Hearing this, Lei Fa eagerly asked, "So, what will tomorrow's training entail?" "You will find out tomorrow. Patience is key. One cannot rush, whether in cultivation or dining. It's essential to take things step by step," Master Zhou said leisurely. Understood, Lei Fa refrained from pressing further. In his dormitory, Lei Fa sat on his bed, feeling somewhat dazed. "Am I back?" he murmured, glancing at his hands and surveying his surroundings. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon 3 familiar figures appeared at the door. Upon seeing them, Lei Fa felt a sense of disconnection from reality. "Hey, Lei Fa. Didn't you say you were unwell and needed to rest? Why aren't you asleep?" Belgood was the first to enter. Noticing Lei Fa sitting in a daze on the bed, following closely behind were Patrick and Joshua. "I seem to be feeling better," Lei Fa replied, though his spirit remained somewhat hazy. "Ah, that is good to hear. I thought you were ill," Belgood remarked. "Since you're fine, don't sleep. We were just chatting. You should join us," Joshua said animatedly. "What are you talking about?" Lei Fa inquired. "About the mysterious bounty hunter, Mr. V." Joshua gestured excitedly. "Did you know that, Mr. Seems to have advanced to a 4-star bounty hunter and has even killed the multi-armed woman Judy who ambushed him? Everyone on the island is buzzing about it. What's this multi-armed woman Judy?" Lei Fa feigned ignorance. "She is a somewhat renowned assassin in the Shambodi Islands, with a bounty of 47 million berries, rivaling some top naval captains," Belgood responded, clearly already informed about Judy's reputation. "Does that mean that Mr. possesses strength comparable to that of a vice admiral?" Rafa displayed a look of astonishment. The details remain unclear. However, it is certain that to achieve the status of a 4-star bounty hunter, the prowess of Mr. must at least be equivalent to that of a colonel. Moreover, considering he has slain the multi-armed woman Judy, a bounty criminal with a reward nearing 50 million berry, it is plausible that he possesses the strength of an admiral, Berrygood opined. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million berry typically necessitate an admiral's intervention, as an ordinary colonel would fall significantly short. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the existence of exceptionally powerful colonels. Yet, such cases are rare and should not be generalized. In essence, a bounty of 50 million berry represents a substantial threshold. The world government and the Navy take this into account when determining bounty amounts. Even if he truly possesses admiral-level strength, the situation remains perilous. It is rumored that a notorious figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million is already targeting him on the island, and should he dare to reappear, he will confront a tempest of assaults. At this juncture, Joshua interjected, emphasizing that bounty hunters differ from the Navy. Had he been a naval officer, those criminals would not dare to confront him so brazenly. However, the Bounty Hunter Guild offers no protection unless he ascends to a position of true authority within the organization. Enough of this discussion. Haven't we lingered on it long enough? Patrick remarked with a shrug, suggesting that such matters were merely a spectacle for them, far removed from their reality. Rafa concurred. In truth, both Joshua and Berrygood held a keen interest in the topic, yet upon noticing the apparent disinterest of Rafa and Patrick, they refrained from pushing the matter further. Patrick's indifference stemmed from the belief that this affair was too distant from their lives, embodying the adage of not concerning oneself with matters that do not pertain to them. Conversely, Rafa's reluctance to engage was primarily due to the fact that he found little merit in discussing it, as no one could possibly understand Mr. better than he did. Should the conversation continue, he would have to tread carefully to avoid inadvertently revealing anything. Ultimately, he preferred to terminate the topic altogether. Most significantly, he felt somewhat disoriented. Unable to escape the peculiar temporal dissonance, he feared he might misspeak. To Berrygood and the others, it seemed as though they had only just parted ways moments ago. Yet for him, it felt as though a year had elapsed since he last saw them. Even conversations that had transpired mere minutes ago in this world felt like they belonged to a year prior in his perception. The sense of disorientation momentarily left him at a loss. Thus, during the subsequent conversation among the three, Lei Fa remained largely silent, merely listening, while they attributed his lack of engagement to his poor mental state. By the time Lei Fa fully acclimated to the temporal discrepancy between the Shirlene Temple and the main world, it was already the following day. Although the turmoil on the island was instigated by him, no one was privy to his other identity. Thus it had not affected him in any tangible way. Consequently, in the days that followed, Lei Fa dutifully played the role of a naval handyman, until one fateful night when he re-emerged as Mr. Then a quaint tavern located in the 1st District. "Good evening, how may I assist you?" inquired the tavern owner, a diminutive elderly man. Upon catching sight of Lei Fa, his eyebrows briefly arched in surprise, yet he swiftly regained his composure. "Do you recognize me?" Lei Fa rasped with a smile. "How could I not know the most talked about Mr. V? I am well acquainted with you, my friend," the old man replied with a chuckle. "Are you not afraid of me?" Lei Fa's voice took on a more ominous tone. "I may not possess many virtues, but I do have courage. I have encountered quite a few figures of 5 and 6 stars. It takes more than that to frighten me," the old man asserted with a shake of his head and a grin. Lei Fa, intrigued by this response, discreetly cast a mental probe towards the elderly man, activating a level detection spell. In an instant, a line of golden text materialized in his mind. Target data as follows: race, human age, 62 years level, unknown level. Upon encountering this prompt, Lei Fa felt a jolt of surprise. During his year at the Food Forest Temple, he had become increasingly adept at utilizing the culinary system, mastering its various functions, including the beginner-level detection feature that emerged upon the completion of the initial task. Initially, he had been uncertain about how to employ and interpret it. Even when the capture level was detected, he struggled to correlate it with actual strength. However, over the course of the year, he gradually unraveled some intricacies. Unlike the detailed capture level positioning within the world of culinary captives, the level detection inherent to the culinary system operates on a unit of segments. Through experimentation and comparison, Lei Fa discovered that this segment level correlates closely with the capture levels in the culinary captive realm. For instance, if the culinary system indicates a level of 1 segment, the corresponding detailed capture level is approximately level 10. 2 segments correspond to around level 20, 3 segments to level 30, and so forth. When Lei Fa initially entered the Food Forest Temple, his level was 7 segments, suggesting a capture level near 70. In the world of One Piece, his strength at the time was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary colonel, albeit slightly weaker than the multi-armed woman Judy. He recalled that his level detection result for Judy was 8 segments, indeed a tier above his own. The bounty criminals he had hunted, with their reward levels in the millions of berries, were predominantly at levels 2 and 3 segments. Thus, by synthesizing this data, Lei Fa could ascertain a general range of strength. The detection level of a naval colonel should fall within the spectrum of 5 to 10 segments. Below 5 segments indicates a lack of colonel-level strength, while exceeding 10 segments suggests one has crossed the threshold into the ranks of the generals. Furthermore, he discerned that the beginner-level detection had a limitation. He could not detect levels exceeding his own by more than 20 segments. This implies that the old man must possess a segment level at least 20 segments higher than his own, which is indeed astonishing. The relationship between segment levels above 10 and actual strength in the primary world, as well as the implications of exceeding 20 segments, remains to be validated by Lei Fa over time. Nevertheless, it is certain that this undoubtedly leads into the realm of generals. This quaint tavern serves merely as a covert hideout for the bounty hunter guild amidst the enigmatic archipelago of Sabaody, catering specifically to members like Lei Fa, who prefer to remain discreet. It is quite unexpected that the custodian of such a clandestine establishment would be a figure of such unfathomable strength. Indeed, the bounty hunter guild is as complex as I had imagined, leaving Lei Fa pondering just how many formidable forces lurk in the shadows. Were it not for his ability to sense levels, he would have remained oblivious to the capabilities of this seemingly unassuming elder. Suppressing his astonishment, Lei Fa inquired, unaware of the guild's intentions for summoning him. Notably, Lei Fa's visit was not a mere whim. In truth, after successfully ascending to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter and acquiring the initiation card for Temple of the Forest, he had little desire for further advancement. Following his elevation to 4 stars, the system had not triggered new challenges, such as striving for 5 or 6 stars, thus rendering the bounty hunter ranks somewhat inconsequential to him. However, this time the guild had proactively reached out to him, relaying a message through a prearranged code, prompting his visit to ascertain their motives. He was not particularly concerned that the bounty hunter guild would conspire against him. Although the organization was shrouded in mystery and power, it had never been known to harm its members. The rationale was simple. Neutrality is the cornerstone of the bounty hunter guild. The reason for your summons is a sudden, urgent task in Sabaody, which requires members of 4-star rank or higher. However, due to the recent surge of pirates in the latter half of the Grand Line, many of the guild's senior members have ventured there, leaving a scarcity of capable individuals here to undertake the task. We have notified every eligible member, the elder explained with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, what task could warrant such an elaborate mobilization? Lei Fa inquired. Before you decide to accept the assignment, I can only provide you with a general overview, the elder replied slowly. This mission involves the acquisition of sensitive information. After the elder's revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. After a moment, Lei Fa, bewildered, asked, "Is that all?" "Indeed, it is," the elder affirmed matter-of-factly. "Isn't this rather vague?" Lei Fa expressed his frustration. "Even if you cannot elaborate on the specifics of the task, you could at least provide some concrete details, such as the challenges faced and the rewards for completing the task. Otherwise, how am I to decide whether to accept it?" The old man replied with surprise. "Did I not mention this to you earlier? What do you think?" "Ah, my memory. Growing old does come with such drawbacks." He slapped his forehead and continued. "As for the challenges, naturally, there are others who wish to seize this information, and behind those individuals lurk formidable powers. They are not to be trifled with. Regarding the rewards, if we manage to acquire the information, each member who accepts the task will receive a bounty of 100 million berries, in addition to which rewards will increase based on individual contributions." "I see," Lei Fa nodded. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. "Task successfully triggered. Task details: assist the Bounty Hunter Guild in obtaining mysterious information. Task rewards: treasure draw X3. I knew it. This familiar scene did not take Lei Fa by surprise. The Bounty Hunter Guild calling him forth could not be without reason. They must have encountered some pressing matter. And the Culinary System's task-triggering mechanism is designed to engage with various events as much as possible. It is entirely normal for a task to be initiated. However, the task's rewards piqued Lei Fa's curiosity, for he had never before encountered a treasure drawer reward, and it appeared he had 3 opportunities. This also served as an excellent chance to assess the fruits of my training over the past year. Lei Fa felt a sense of anticipation rather than reluctance towards this task. "Very well, I shall accept this task," Lei Fa declared resolutely to the old man. Have you decided so swiftly? Do you not wish to contemplate it further?" the old man inquired. "No need." Lei Fa shook his head, pausing before adding. "Yet I have 2 questions I would like to ask, if you are willing to share." "Speak." "First, regarding the enemies who will also vie for this mysterious information. You mentioned they are backed by various powers. Which powers do you refer to? Are they perhaps some of the formidable pirate crews on the island?" Lei Fa pondered before asking. "Well, that is not a question I cannot answer. After all, you will eventually learn it once you accept the task," the old man mused. "The various powers do indeed include some powerful pirate crews, but they are merely one faction among others. Besides pirates, there are also terrifying underground forces, such as the news agency." "What is that?" Lei Fa's pupils constricted beneath his mask, for this name was entirely new to him. "You are unaware?" The old man cast a glance at Lei Fa, who shook his head in response. It was hardly surprising. Few were aware of the formidable influence of the news agency, since you are about to encounter it. "There is no harm in informing you," the old man remarked. "This news agency is akin to our Bounty Hunter Guild, possessing certain ties to the world government. Yet it also stands as an independent force. Moreover, it is the largest intelligence organization on this grand line." The notion of the largest intelligence organization left Lei Fa feeling somewhat incredulous. Such an evaluation is indeed rather lofty. "Why then? Have I never heard of the existence of such a force before? I have not even seen any traces of its presence," Lei Fa inquired. "Have you truly not perceived any signs of its existence?" The old man shook his head, responding. "Have you not noticed how news spreads like wildfire across the seas whenever a significant event occurs, reaching even the farthest waters beyond the Grand Line?" "You mean to say?" Lei Fa's voice suddenly rose a few notches, barely concealing his astonishment. "P.S. This chapter was from yesterday, Sunday, albeit a little late. The clock has now turned, marking the beginning of a new week. Today, there will be an explosive 5 updates. I humbly request all those with recommendation votes to lend their support, for which I would be immensely grateful." "Are you suggesting that all this news is disseminated by the news agency?" Although Lei Fa had his suspicions, he still asked for confirmation. "Indeed," the old man nodded, stating that all news circulating across these seas is propagated through the news agency. Those ubiquitous reporters and messenger seagulls are all under the banner of the news agency. They are the largest news conglomerate. And behind the scenes, they operate as the most formidable intelligence network. Even the Navy and the world government fall short in comparison when it comes to intelligence. But how could the world government allow such a force to exist? Lei Fa questioned. What can they do to prevent it? Suppress it? The old man scoffed, saying, "Let us not even consider whether that is feasible. Even if it were, the world government would suffer significant repercussions. unless absolutely necessary. They would not resort to such a foolish tactic. The world government, after all, is merely a coalition of interests. An entity like the news agency, which stands shoulder to shoulder with our bounty hunter guild, must have countless connections with the puppet masters behind the scenes. If they were to eliminate it, the greatest opposition would likely stem from the world government itself. Well then, let us move on. These matters will become clear to you once you ascend to a higher echelon. Knowing too much at this stage may not be advantageous. The old man abruptly halted. My second question is, if that information is indeed so crucial, why is it not being handled directly by a powerful figure from your guild, but rather entrusted to us? As Lei Fa spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, fixating intently on the old man's gaze. Because it defies protocol, the old man appeared unfazed by Lei Fa's keen observation of his considerable strength, merely shaking his head. If I were to intervene, the situation would escalate to an entirely different level, and the consequences might prove far worse than failing to obtain that information. I understand. Are there any further inquiries? None for the moment. Ah, then I shall note down your name. This is the ear microphone bug. Once the mission commences, you may activate it and wear it in your ear. At that time, members of the guild will relay the latest intelligence to you through this ear microphone bug. The old man, while speaking, handed a thumb-sized listening device to Lei Fa. After receiving the earpiece bug, Lei Fa bid farewell to the old man and turned to leave. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning his back to the old man to inquire, "By the way, I forgot to ask, what should I call you? My name has not been used for a long time, but everyone likes to call me Fisher. If you don't mind, you may call me that as well." The old man replied with a chuckle. Understood, Lei Fa acknowledged, then left the tavern without a backward glance, soon vanishing into the night. A few nights later, Lei Fa meticulously timed his exit from the naval base, donning the disguise of Mr. V and the earpiece bug provided by the old man, Fisher. "This is Mr. V. I am ready. What shall I do next?" He rasped from the top of a towering tree. Shortly after he spoke, a cacophony of static erupted from the earpiece. Before long, a melodious female voice emerged from the device. "Hello, Mr. V. I am Nightingale, your contact for the time being." "Hello," Lei Fa replied with a nonchalant tone. Nightingale paid no mind to Lei Fa's indifference and continued with her sweet voice. "I have just received news. The data carrier has currently landed in the archipelago and should be on one of the islands in Zone 6. Don't you think that's a rather broad area?" Lei Fa frowned at Nightingale's words. "By the time I locate the target, someone else might have already snatched the item and fled. Zone 6 refers to the islands numbered from 70 to 79, which constitute the lodging and residential areas of the archipelago. Previously, Lei Fa had exploited Brigadier Pearson's demise of multi-armed duty within this very Zone 6. Yet, knowing this was one thing. Zone 6 comprises a full 10 islands. Being informed that the target is somewhere among these islands holds little to no significance. "There's no need for concern," Nightingale reassured him. "Since we cannot obtain precise information, other factions are likely in a similar predicament. It all comes down to luck in finding the target first. And even if one finds it first, they may not necessarily be the victor. As the data carrier is no ordinary individual, it won't be easy to seize the information," she continued with a smile. "Oh, so, even if we locate the target, we must engage in a fierce battle to have a chance at acquiring the data?" Lei Fa mused, stroking his chin. "Precisely." With a faint smile, Lei Fa leapt down from the treetops and swiftly made his way towards the 6th district, continuing to inquire, "How many individuals from the guild have accepted the task?" "Including you." "There are 4 with 4 stars, and 1 with 5 stars, replied Nightingale. "Isn't there a need to rendezvous first?" Lei Fa casually asked. "Even if we did, can you truly cooperate with one another?" Nightingale responded with a playful smile. Lei Fa paused for a moment before shaking his head with a grin. Indeed. Although they were all bounty hunters and had accepted tasks from the Bounty Hunter Guild, the notion of working harmoniously together? That was preposterous. The Bounty Hunter Guild was not a highly binding organization. Its members were a motley crew, diverse and varied. Who would dare to trust one another easily? Even when embarking on the same task, mutual confidence was a luxury. It was far more advantageous to fight individually rather than to remain together in a state of mutual suspicion. The Bounty Hunter Guild understood this principle well, which is why they had no intention of gathering these task-accepting bounty hunters together. After all, each individual possessed an earpiece communicator, enabling instant communication with the Bounty Hunter Guild, who could also utilize this to coordinate their efforts in the most efficient manner possible. In such a scenario, there was truly no necessity for them to congregate. With a swift motion, Lei Fa's form flickered continuously, each leap propelling him to the rooftops of adjacent buildings. Yet he made scarcely a sound, his movements remarkably agile. Most of these small buildings are constructed of wood. Any sudden movement could instantly awaken those inside. Is there still no sound? Lei Fa inquired. Not at the moment, replied Nightingale. Understood, Lei Fa responded, then adjusted the earphone bug to transform it into a one-way communication device, allowing him to listen while preventing the other side from hearing him. It seemed he would have to wait today. Lei Fa resolved to cease his aimless searching. Relying on mere luck would make it uncertain when he might find anything. Rather than continue in that manner, it would be wiser to wait for others to search first and devise a plan to intercept once there was some activity. With this thought, Lei Fa leaped down from the rooftop and landed in an open area. He skillfully gathered fallen twigs from beneath a few nearby trees, collecting them into a pile. He then held one hand above the twigs. In the next moment, sparks ignited in the center of the twigs. Almost there, Lei Fa mused with a faint smile. He silently recited ingredient store in his mind, and a list materialized in his thoughts, densely populated with nearly 100 names of ingredients. The first two were egg-fried rice and ham roes, both of which Lei Fa had consumed before, but this time he sought something different. His gaze swiftly descended the list until it settled on a particular name. Brandy lobster, a peculiar shrimp found only in the deep sea, its blood clear and transparent, exuding a fragrance akin to brandy. Its shell rivals that of gold and iron, making it nearly indestructible, thus rendering the flesh exceptionally tender and springy. Perfect for simmering in broth or grilling. Capture level, 55. Exchange price, 8. 5 million berries each. You are the one. Lei Fa licked his lips and selected exchange in his mind. Suddenly, a nearly 1 meter long milky white lobster appeared before him. As for how the system deducted the berries, that was not his concern. After all, the system would not allow him to take advantage in this regard, and it was not his place to worry about such matters. The alabaster lobster emerged before Lei Fa, its pincers lunging towards him with a speed surpassing that of an arrow. However, Lei Fa was well prepared for this assault. He merely tilted his head aside, evading the creature's strike, and then swiftly brought his palm down upon the lobster's head. With a resounding thud, the moment Lei Fa's hand made contact, the lobster's entire body trembled, its pincers drooping helplessly, rendered motionless. It was evident that it had perished. In that singular moment, Lei Fa had obliterated its brain with a precise palm strike, a most effective method for dealing with crustaceans, despite this alabaster lobster being no ordinary specimen. Indeed, though it appeared diminutive, if cast into the vast ocean of this world, it might well pose a challenge even to some common sea kings. Its capture rank stood at an impressive level of 55, which, when gauged against Lei Fa's own level, equated to approximately a 5th-tier ranking, comparable to that of a newly appointed naval commander. Nonetheless, for Lei Fa at this moment, it was hardly a concern. Previously, he had indulged in numerous servings of brandy lobster at the Shirlene Temple. Initially, dispatching one required considerable effort. However, as time progressed, he could accomplish it with a mere strike, devoid of any challenge. After vanquishing the brandy lobster, Lei Fa began skillfully preparing the ingredients. He first wielded his palm as a knife, swiftly making vertical incisions along the exterior of the lobster's shell, followed by rapid horizontal cuts, creating a series of crisp sounds. The milky white shell suddenly emitted a sharp crack, as its remarkably smooth, almost metallic surface began to fracture. In an instant, a multitude of fissures adorned the shell, with 5 prominent cracks, arranged in 1 vertical and 4 horizontal lines standing out conspicuously. Once this was accomplished, Lei Fa merely shook the milky lobster gently, and the shell effortlessly fell away. By this stage, a significant portion of the preparation was completed. The most challenging aspect of handling the brandy lobster lay in its shell, and Lei Fa's remarkable speed in removing it was a testament to the experience he had garnered from numerous prior encounters. After disposing of the shell, he picked up a few slightly thicker twigs that he had prepared earlier, again using his palm as a knife to swiftly strip away their bark. He then skewered several pieces of brandy lobster meat onto each twig and began roasting them over the fire. The clear juices that dripped from the skewers resembled wine, each drop igniting the flames below, accelerating the cooking process. Before long, an enticing aroma infused with the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. The lobster meat, now skewered, gradually became enveloped in a golden brown hue. Having prepared brandy lobster numerous times, Lei Fa was well aware that this indicated it was nearly done. The inherently tender flesh of the lobster should not be overcooked, lest its delicate texture be compromised. Eagerly, he removed it from the fire, having refrained from adding any seasoning throughout the entire process. It is not that he forgot to bring any seasonings. Had he merely forgotten, with his skills, he could effortlessly infiltrate any inn and procure a plethora of condiments without a trace. However, he chose not to do so. For the preparation of the brandy lobster requires no additional flavorings whatsoever. Even a broth would be superfluous. The inherent aroma of the alcohol and the subtle sweetness of the dish serve as the finest seasoning. To add anything else would only detract from its unique taste. As he commenced his meal, Lei Fa lifted the bottom of his mask, revealing only his mouth, and took a bite. The exquisite flavor was simply irresistible. With each morsel of brandy lobster, he felt a warmth enveloping him, a profound sense of delight radiating from within. After indulging in such a variety of delicacies, he could not help but exclaim that barbecue truly suited his palate best. The crispy exterior combined with the tender interior, infused with a rich aroma of alcohol, elevated the essence of barbecued flavors to an extraordinary level. It was no wonder he found it utterly satisfying. Just as Lei Fa was lost in the enjoyment of his meal, a sudden faint sound pierced his reverie. "Who goes there?" he muttered with a cold snort. The faint sound, though barely perceptible and easily overlooked, was crystal clear to Lei Fa, whose extraordinary hearing could even detect low-frequency infrasound, let alone ordinary sounds. However, despite his alert inquiry, there was no response. "Must I compel you to reveal yourself?" Lei Fa suddenly directed his gaze to the left. It was only when he glanced that the individual concealed behind a large tree realized he was not jesting, and thus stepped out from behind the trunk. "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no malice," said the young man, appearing to be around 20, wearing triangular glasses, as he emerged with his arms spread wide to signify his peaceful intentions. "State your purpose." Lei Fa rasped beneath his pale mask. "Do you believe me when I say I have no ulterior motive?" The young man with the triangular glasses replied with a wry smile. "What do you think?" "Very well, I shall speak the truth." He waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely passing through, but suddenly I caught a whiff of an irresistible aroma emanating from this direction, which compelled me to sneak closer for a glimpse. I did not expect to be discovered so swiftly. The fragrance I sensed, was it from the food you were grilling?" The young man fixated on the brandy lobster skewer in Lei Fa's hand, swallowing hard. "If there were no others nearby also grilling, then it is indeed so. Might I trouble you for a taste? I am willing to pay." His eyes gleamed with desire. "Pay?" Lei Fa chuckled at the suggestion. "Let me inform you that each skewer is valued at no less than 1,000,000 berries. Do you believe that?" "I do." The young man responded earnestly. This time, Lei Fa regarded him with curiosity. He had anticipated that revealing the true worth of the brandy lobster would cause the young man to hesitate. Yet he accepted it without a moment's doubt. It is worth noting that even before acquiring the Gourmet System, Lei Fa would have scoffed at anyone claiming a skewer cost 1,000,000 berries. What concept does 1,000,000 berries represent? An ordinary person could scarcely amass such wealth in a lifetime. Even for mid-ranking naval officers, it constitutes a significant expenditure, certainly not a trifling sum. "So you were saying you were willing to spend 1,000,000 berries on a skewer?" Lei Fa, intrigued by the young man, continued to smile and inquire. "Can I purchase 2 skewers?" "No bargaining," the young man asked with utmost seriousness. How amusing! Lei Fa, hidden behind his mask, found the situation increasingly entertaining. He beckoned to the young man. "Very well, it is late at night, and our meeting is fortuitous. Come, let us share a meal together. Are you truly willing to sell to me?" The bespectacled gentleman hurriedly approached and took a seat opposite Lei Fa, his face radiating delight. "What are you selling?" "Just take it and enjoy. This meal is on me." Lei Fa handed over 2 skewers of grilled brandy lobster to the man. "Are you serious, my lord?" The bespectacled gentleman hesitantly accepted the skewers, looking at Lei Fa with a hint of disbelief. "You possess an eye for quality, so treating you to a meal is no burden. If you were not discerning, even if you offered 100,000,000 berries, I would not bother with you." Lei Fa chuckled hoarsely. "Thank you very much, my lord." The gentleman expressed his gratitude. "However, I am quite curious as to why you believe these skewers are genuinely worth 1,000,000 berries each, rather than merely my outrageous boast?" Lei Fa inquired further. "Well, you see, I have few passions and culinary delights are among them, being the most significant of all. My sense of smell is quite acute, generally. I can discern the quality of food just by its aroma. Had it not been for the alluring scent of your skewers, I would not have dared to intrude. The fragrance is simply extraordinary, more enticing than any grilled meat I have ever encountered. For such aromatic skewers, I would gladly pay 10 million berries just to taste them. The bespectacled gentleman declared, his expression earnest and sincere. Ah, I see. Lei Fa nodded and gestured to him. Enough talk. Let us indulge in the tasting. I trust you shall not be disappointed. Very well. The gentleman nodded in thanks once more. Thus, both of them began to relish the skewers. Upon taking his first bite, the bespectacled gentleman's reaction was exponentially more exaggerated than Lei Fa's earlier, his entire visage contorted in astonishment. How is it? Does it pack enough punch? Lei Fa inquired with a smile. How can this be? The gentleman swallowed the brandy lobster skewer, his face a canvas of incredulity. How can there exist such exquisite grilled meat in this world? What kind of meat is this? And why does it possess such a rich aroma of wine? Did you perhaps marinate it in fine liquor before grilling? Otherwise, it is unfathomable for it to be so intense. Even if you were to brush it on while grilling, it would be utterly impossible to achieve this. The gentleman exclaimed, clearly astonished. It was evident that he was genuinely taken aback. Even though he had already anticipated the brandy lobster skewers would taste exceptional based on their scent, he could scarcely have imagined they would be this delectable. This is a delicacy he has never encountered before. In fact, it surpasses the finest dishes he has ever tasted by more than tenfold. This is no exaggeration. Observing the expression of the man with the triangular glasses, Lei Fa chuckled and shook his head. He was not surprised by this outcome. Even ingredients with a capture level as high as brandy lobster, rated at level 55, would be unrivaled in this world of pirates. Dishes made from ingredients with a capture level of no more than level 5, such as egg fried rice and ham roes, would undoubtedly dominate the culinary landscape of this realm. When he first tasted a dish crafted from brandy lobster at the Culinary Temple, his reaction was no less enthusiastic than that of the man with the triangular glasses, for it was truly exquisite. The texture, sweetness, and rich aroma of the alcohol were utterly irresistible. The amalgamation of these three elements produced a flavor that ordinary culinary creations could never hope to rival. Evoking a profound sensation that resonated deep within the soul, Lei Fa inquired, "Do you wish to know what kind of meat this is?" The man with the triangular glasses nodded vigorously. "Do you wish to know why it possesses such a robust aroma of alcohol?" Lei Fa asked again, to which the man nodded fervently once more. "A secret," Lei Fa replied with a mysterious smile. Even someone as simple-minded as the man with the triangular glasses could discern that this pale-faced masked individual was teasing him, yet he felt no anger. After all, one cannot be upset when indulging in such an extraordinary feast at no cost. However, what he did not realize was that Lei Fa was not merely playing with him. He genuinely could not explain the origin of the meat. Should he tell him that it came from the brandy lobster, a creature from another world? Or should he reveal that the reason for the rich aroma was that the blood of the brandy lobster contained components akin to brandy, which emitted a fragrance from within? Unable to provide an explanation, Lei Fa chose to remain silent, as he had no obligation to divulge the origins of the brandy lobster to the man with the triangular glasses. Serendipity had brought them together, and especially when encountering a fellow enthusiast who appreciated the pursuit of fine cuisine, Lei Fa had no qualms about treating him. However, when it came to questions regarding his greatest secret, he preferred to say little, seeing that he could not uncover the origins of the meat. The man with the triangular glasses swiftly returned to devouring the remaining brandy lobster skewers. Such delicious food, he wished he could devour even the skewers of meat. Lei Fa was leisurely savoring his meal, unlike the man with the triangular glasses, who was rather impatient. With each bite, he paused to relish the delightful aftertaste. "Are you the recently renowned Mr. V?" The man with the triangular glasses suddenly inquired after taking a bite of brandy lobster barbecue. "You recognize me?" Lei Fa, unfazed by the recognition, continued to relish the aroma of the grilled meat. "Well, anyone lingering in this charming place must have heard some news about you." The man adjusted his glasses. "Indeed, that appears to be the case," Lei Fa soon realized, for even the naval soldier Joshua had heard much about his identity as Mr. V, so it was no surprise that others had as well. Particularly, the man with the triangular glasses likely possessed a certain caliber of understanding, making his recognition of Lei Fa quite reasonable. "Since you have identified me, out of courtesy, might you introduce yourself?" Lei Fa abruptly shifted the conversation. "Oh, I must apologize for my oversight." The man with the triangular glasses quickly gestured an apology, addressing Lei Fa. "I am Hagridus, a scientist from the Jamar Group. It is a pleasure to meet you." As Hagridus extended his hand for a handshake, he suddenly remembered that his hands were greasy from eating, and promptly withdrew his hand. "Jamar Group?" Lei Fa paused upon hearing the name, and after a moment's silence suddenly asked, Is there someone by the name of Vegapunk in your organization? Ah, do you know Vegapunk, Mr. V? Hagridus responded with mild surprise. No, I've merely heard the name by chance. Lei Fa shook his head. Oh, I assumed you were acquainted with that fellow, Hagridus casually remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Lei Fa pondered rapidly. Encountering the Jamar group here suggested that Hagridus was likely pursuing that particular information. Initially, he had not connected the dots when he first heard the name Jamar group, but as it circulated in his mind, he suddenly recalled its significance. More than 20 years hence, this organization would be uprooted by the world government, ceasing to exist. Yet prior to that, this infamous war organization was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. It is noteworthy that even the future infamous patriarch of the notorious Vinsmoke family, Judge, was merely a scientist under the banner of the Germa group at this time. Similarly, the eminent Dr. Vegapunk, who would later be hailed as the chief genius scientist of the Naval Science Force, was also a member of the Germa group, possessing such remarkably brilliant scientists and being dedicated for an extended period to the development of warfare weaponry. The Germa group has rightfully earned the moniker of a war consortium, reflecting its fearsome reputation. However, what piqued Rifa's curiosity the most was indeed the figure of Dr. Vegapunk, revered for possessing scientific wisdom that is said to be 5 centuries ahead of humanity in this world, a veritable legend. Admittedly, the assertion of being 500 years ahead may be somewhat exaggerated, yet undeniably, his accomplishments are unparalleled in this realm. The mere thorough analysis of the secrets behind the devil fruits is sufficient to secure his place in history, not to mention his myriad of groundbreaking research endeavors, including bestowing objects with devil fruit abilities, the creation of sea stone warships, the genetic factor, the artificial human project, and so forth. The legendary Dr. Vegapunk may not have fully realized his own saga as of now, yet over the forthcoming decades, particularly during the period following the departure of that protagonist, one will undoubtedly encounter individuals and occurrences profoundly influenced by this preeminent scientific genius. From the Tyrant Bear, who voluntarily embraced transformation, to Frankie, the recipient of his laboratory's remnants, and Caesar Clown, who has persistently attempted to rival him yet invariably falters, it is fair to assert that his shadow looms large everywhere. Even the artificial human technology that the Vinsmoke family will later depend upon is rooted in the lineage factor he developed. However, if my memory serves me correctly, in just a few years, the Germa group will attract the attention of the world government due to Vegapunk's research on the lineage factor, ultimately leading to the group's complete obliteration. With Vegapunk being absorbed into the Navy and joining the Naval Science Force, where he would ascend to become its foremost scientist. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, narrowly escapes disaster, taking with him research materials related to the lineage factor, thus laying the foundation for the future Germa 66 army. Serving as an alternative continuation of the Germa group, upon recalling the name Germa group and its associated power, Rifa swiftly deduced that the purpose of the bespectacled man, Hercules, was likely aligned with his own, given that the other party had recognized his identity. It was highly probable they could surmise he was present here due to a task from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Indeed, Hercules subsequently remarked, Mr. V, your gracious invitation to this splendid barbecue is a kindness I shall cherish. Should the opportunity arise, I warmly welcome you to visit the Germa group, where I shall be at your service throughout your stay. However, this matter is of great significance, and should our paths cross in unfortunate circumstances, I must insist that I cannot yield. I hope, Mr. V, that you do not take offense. Our exchange of hospitality is merely a recognition of your discerning taste, unrelated to this matter. Rifa shook his head, replying, nonetheless, I am indeed quite curious about your Germa group. If the opportunity arises, I would genuinely like to pay a visit. That is entirely agreeable. If Mr. V wishes to explore, you are welcome at any time. Just mention my name upon arrival, and I shall be awaiting your esteemed presence, Hercules said, adjusting his glasses with polite demeanor. Indeed, I shall. After a rather lackluster exchange of pleasantries, Hercules took his leave. The two were still rivals, and drawing too close could lead to complications. It was wiser to maintain a distance, deferring any conversation until the matter at hand was resolved. Thus, Hercules opted to depart first. Shortly after his exit, Lei Fa activated the earphone bug and inquired of the Nightingale on the other end. Is the Germa group also among the competitors this time? Have you encountered anyone from them? The Nightingale did not refute Lei Fa's assertion. Indeed, I just met someone named Hercules, who claimed to be a scientist from the Germa group. Lei Fa rasped. Hercules, you say? Wait a moment. After a brief pause, the Nightingale responded. Approximately a minute later, the Nightingale's voice returned through the earphone bug. Is he a young man wearing triangular glasses, appearing to be around 20 years of age? Yes, that must be him. He is the young scientist known as Mechanical Wrath. Renowned alongside another young scientist named Vegapunk, forming the twin stars of the Germa group. I did not expect him to be the one representing the Germa group this time. The tone of the Nightingale grew more serious. By the way, between the Germa group, our bounty hunter guild, and the news agency, which faction holds more power? Lei Fa suddenly posed. That depends on how you measure it. The Nightingale pondered for a moment before responding. If we consider the number of formidable individuals, our bounty hunter guild undoubtedly leads by a wide margin. However, if we assess the scope of influence and its insidious nature, the news agency is far ahead. Yet, in terms of scientific advancement or military potential, the Germa group surpasses both of us significantly. So, you're saying there isn't much of a gap? Lei Fa inquired. One could say that. The Nightingale did not deny this point. Besides the news agency and the Germa group, are there any other forces I should be wary of in this contest? Please share them all at once, so I don't have to ask repeatedly, Lei Fa added. Currently, the forces confirmed to participate alongside our bounty hunter guild include the news agency and the Germa group. There are not many others of note. Perhaps the Shaki Studio and the Whitebeard Pirates. The Nightingale paused, then continued. Oh, and the most troublesome, Cypherpol. Those fellows act without restraint. Isn't Cypherpol a direct intelligence agency of the world government? Is it really safe to compete with them for resources? Upon hearing the name Lei Fa, he furrowed his brow and inquired. Naturally, he was familiar with the name Cypherpol. This intelligence agency, which solely adheres to the commands of the world government, operates beyond the control of even the Navy. Entities such as CP-9 and CP-0, which prominently feature in the main storyline 2 decades later, belong to the branches of the Cypherpol system. While the Bounty Hunter Guild and the news agency maintain close ties with the world government, their connection pales in comparison to that of Cypherpol, revealing a significant disparity between the two. To rashly engage with Cypherpol in a heist is akin to directly challenging the world government, is it not? Are you not fearful of their retribution? You need not harbor such concerns. This incident bears little relation to the world government. It is entirely Cypherpol's own audacious attempt to seize that information. If conflict arises from this, even if there are casualties on their side, they will merely have to swallow their losses, Nightingale replied with a smile. That is reassuring. I would rather not fight while being overly cautious, Lei Fa remarked. Rest assured, you need only to act decisively. As long as you secure that information, the guild will smooth over any repercussions, Nightingale assured him. I shall do my utmost, Lei Fa responded. Are you not going to wait? I just received news that there seems to be some activity at Island 77. Nightingale abruptly halted her previous statement, swiftly shifting the topic. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa immediately stood up. Island 77, is it? Yes, you should hurry over and take a look. Nightingale urged. I am on my way. Lei Fa quickly polished off the remaining brandy lobster and dashed towards his destination. If he were to accomplish the task, the reward of 100 million berries would merely be a starting point. There would undoubtedly be additional accolades. Furthermore, aside from the rewards offered by the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Gourmet System would also provide 3 lottery chances as a reward for successfully completing the heist, an opportunity that is quite rare. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lei Fa sprinted full speed towards Island 77. He had just been at Island 74, with 2 islands lying in between them, if he did not expedite his journey. The situation there might resolve itself before he arrived. Thus, he needed to reach there swiftly, before everything concluded. P.S. The 5th update is complete. Apologies for the delay. And a heartfelt thanks to the classmates who voted yesterday. Your support is greatly appreciated. Let us continue to push forward. What is the situation over there? Lei Fa inquired of Nightingale as he hastened towards the destination. It seems that the news agency has located the target first and engaged in combat. However, the target possesses considerable strength, and the news agency has been unable to capture him directly. Instead, he has managed to escape their encirclement and is currently being pursued. Nightingale's voice was somewhat chaotic, indicating that she was also seeking the latest information about the incident. So, does this mean that someone from the guild has already arrived? Lei Fa questioned. Nightingale's awareness of the situation over there surely implies that there is someone relaying information. Indeed. A 4-star individual was conveniently nearby and quickly caught up with the news agency and the target's movements. Nightingale confirmed Lei Fa's speculation. I am almost at Island 77. Where are they now? Where's the dock to the southeast? Lei Fa inquired. The nightingale, came the swift reply. Understood. Lei Fa assessed the direction and accelerated once more into the night. Damn Moria. Stop right there. A frustrated voice echoed through the darkness. Hand over the item now, and we might spare your life. If we catch you, there will be no mercy. Ehehe, you think you can capture me? Come and try. Stop with the empty threats. A sinister laugh resounded, utterly unfazed by the previous intimidation. At that moment, a fireball descended from the heavens. Falling flame arrow. With a resounding explosion, a crater was formed in the ground, illuminating the surroundings with its flames. The figure running in the lead was blocked by the fiery arrow and had no choice but to halt. 5-star bounty hunter, flame shooter. The source of the eerie laughter was a towering man with flaming hair, sporting 2 sharp horns at his temples, reminiscent of a demon. As he spoke, a massive figure emerged from the shadows, wielding an enormous bow, clearly the one who had unleashed the fiery arrow. Since you recognize me, let us not waste time. Hand over the item, and I may grant you a chance at survival. The formidable figure, known as Flame Shooter, declared in a deep voice. Those behind me also desire this information. So should I surrender it to you, or them? The man with flaming hair asked with a wicked grin. Naturally, you should give it to us. The pursuing group had caught up, and upon hearing the words of the man with flaming hair, their leader snorted derisively. Flame Shooter, you are alone. Do you really think you can contend with us? One man is more than sufficient to deal with you inept fools, the brawny Flame Shooter retorted disdainfully. Moreover, who told you I came alone? Do you think your news agency can outnumber our bounty hunter guild? As soon as his words fell, 2 more figures stepped out of the darkness, subtly positioning themselves behind the brawny man. It was evident they were the other 2 4-star bounty hunters who had accepted the mission. Utterly arrogant. The leader from the news agency was incensed. You all discuss amongst yourselves. Once you decide who to give the item to, we will continue our conversation. For now, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, the man with flaming hair enveloped himself in his cloak, and with a flourish, transformed into a swarm of bats, fleeing in the opposite direction. Where do you think you're going? The members of the news agency and the 3 from the Bounty Hunter Guild shouted in unison. Both groups resumed their pursuit, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid ambush from the other side. In no time, the 2 groups once again closed in on the man with flaming hair. Once again, the target known as Moria was intercepted, clearly having become the focus of attention upon revealing his presence. Are you that Moria? Come here on your knees and hand over what you have, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, the assailant proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Moria, the one they sought, responded with a mocking smile. You are more tyrannical than those 2 groups before you, leaving me with no avenue for escape. Why should I surrender anything to you? Are you comparing us, CP9, to mere lackeys from the news agency and the Bounty Hunter Guild? How utterly preposterous. The man confronting Moria appeared deeply insulted by the comparison. So, you consider yourself the strongest? Moria's eyes glinted as he spoke. Naturally, we of CP9R. His declaration was abruptly interrupted by a raucous laughter. At last, I've caught up with you. You truly are a slippery one, boomed a rugged voice. Jaws, you rascal. Keep it down at this hour. You nearly startled me. Came a voice of complaint that followed swiftly after. Moria and the members of CP9 turned towards the source of the sound, where they beheld 2 figures emerging. One was a towering man, the very one who had just laughed heartily, while beside him stood a small-statured young man with yellow hair, wearing an expression of exasperation. At this moment, the individuals from the news agency and the trio led by the 5-star bounty hunter Flame Shooter had caught up. Upon spotting the 2 newly arrived figures, the leader of the news agency immediately recognized them, his expression shifting slightly. These 2 were none other than Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates and Diamond Jaws. The 5-star bounty hunter Flame Shooter, upon hearing their names, also experienced a moment of trepidation. As a bounty hunter, he was well aware of their notoriety. This was indeed the era when the Whitebeard Pirates were first making their mark, and these 2 formidable warriors under Whitebeard had long since established their renown across the seas. While Flame Shooter was undeniably a 5-star bounty hunter and among the strongest of their rank, he found himself lacking the confidence to confront them directly. Even if it were just Diamond Jaws, he might have mustered the courage to engage him. But Marco the Phoenix was notoriously difficult to contend with. Even if the bounty hunters and the members of the news agency joined forces, they might still struggle against the Phoenix. P.S. Chapter 1 concludes, with Chapter 2 to follow after midnight. Unexpectedly, it was quite lively here in the dead of night, isn't it? The languid Marco the Phoenix, with his golden hair, inquired with a smile, Shall we join in on the festivities? Such a mere pirate dares to involve himself in this matter? Does he not value his life? Scoffed the leader of CP9. There are numerous Marines stationed on this island. Do you think that at my command, you all would not be swiftly encircled? Well then, issue your command. We are eagerly awaiting your signal, came a cheerful voice from above. A girl donning a red cap perched atop a tree branch. Who dares to disrupt me? The leader of CP9 barked in anger at the audacity of the interruption. Why so fierce? If you wish to know my name, simply ask nicely. The girl in the red cap replied with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sweki. Do remember. Hey, why is it just you? Has Aunt Shachi no one else to send? Marco the Phoenix lazily queried, seemingly familiar with the girl named Sweki. You insufferable bird. If Sister Xia heard you call her that, I bet she'd tear your mouth apart. Sweki retorted, exasperated. It matters little. Let her tear it. After all, I cannot die, Marco replied nonchalantly. Marco still appeared listless and lethargic. The nearby 5-star bounty hunter, Flame Shooter, regarded the girl, Shelley, with a hint of wariness. This is because Summerchi Studio and the Bounty Hunter Guild are essentially organizations of the same nature, albeit the former leans more towards the shadows. To put it euphemistically, it is called a studio. To speak bluntly, it is a veritable assassin organization. While the Bounty Hunter Guild also takes lives for money, their targets are merely those with bounties on their heads. In stark contrast, Summerchi Studio dares to conduct assassinations on anyone who can afford the price, even the celestial dragons. Of course, the price is likely beyond the means of most. Recently, the multi-armed woman Judy, who was killed on the island, was affiliated with Summerchi Studio, though she was merely an ordinary member, not yet distinguished within the organization. The girl before them, named Sweki, was entirely different from Judy. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with such a task. Have you all finished talking? The leader of CP9, feeling utterly ignored by those present, could no longer contain himself and suddenly struck. Armed Haki. Finger gun. His arms abruptly transformed, appearing as if cloaked in a layer of glossy black armor. This was undoubtedly the effect of armament Haki. With his arms now enveloped, he vanished from his position, charging towards Marco. Shining Shield. A massive figure interposed itself before Marco, using its diamond-like half to absorb the assault from the CP9 leader's finger gun attack. I said, stop meddling all the time. You idiot, Jaws, Marco remarked, devoid of any gratitude for the assistance. Hey, am I not just being kind? Jaws chuckled. Trust you? Not a chance, Marco retorted, rolling his eyes. Take your time fighting. The spoils belong to me. Hee hee. Seizing the opportunity while the CP9 leader advanced towards Marco and Jaws, the red-capped girl Sweki leaped from the treetops, aiming directly for their target, the green-haired Moria. Not so fast. The members of the news agency and the 3 bounty hunters unexpectedly chose to unite silently, moving to intercept the red-capped girl Sweki. For it was evident that they were the weakest parties in this scenario. Did you not anticipate my popularity? Go ahead and fight. I will give the spoils to whoever wins. As the situation escalated to a fever pitch, Lei Fa had just arrived at a large tree over 200 meters away from the battlefield, discreetly observing the unfolding events. The guild had received a visit from a 5-star and 2 4-star members of the news agency, who were, overall, comparable to those on the guild's side. What truly warranted attention, however, were the 3 other parties involved. Suddenly, Lei Fa noticed a familiar group not far from his position, among which was the very target everyone was focused on, Moria. The fire onion head. If Lei Fa's eyes did not deceive him, this individual was none other than Moonlight Moria, who would later be recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessing the enigmatic shadow fruit of the Paramecia type. Lei Fa had not anticipated that the target would be him. In addition to Moonlight Moria, Lei Fa was also acquainted with 2 members from the Whitebeard Pirates, the future 1st Division Commander, Phoenix Marco, and the 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Jozu. Both of these individuals would become formidable figures in the future. There is no need to elaborate on Phoenix Marco, who, even when facing an admiral, could maintain an undefeated record, his prowess undoubtedly nearing that of an admiral during his peak. Although Diamond Jozu may not match Marco, he should not be underestimated. He is one of the few capable of withstanding the sword strikes of Hawka Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Presently, they were still a considerable distance from their peak. Yet even in their current state, their strength was formidable. Aside from these 3 longtime acquaintances of Lei Fa, it was evident that several others were equally formidable, such as the girl in the red duckbill cap, who was single-handedly confronting a multitude from the news agency and the bounty hunter guild. Though her combat style was cunning, never engaging head-on, the fact that she could hold her own against many was indisputable. Moreover, the members of CP-9 present also displayed significant strength. They were not the same CP-9 that Lei Fa had seen in the manga, considering their ages. The CP-9 he was familiar with would still be quite young. Regardless of which group they belonged to, their ability to momentarily hold back Diamond Joju and Phoenix Marco indicated their considerable power. Where have they gone? Why have they not yet arrived? Lei Fa did not hasten to leave. Instead, he quietly observed the unfolding battle while waiting. He was acutely aware that there were others lurking in the shadows, anticipating the arrival of the triangular-eyed man, Hagrid, who had just enjoyed a meal at his expense, yet had not made an appearance. As for the second chapter, good night to everyone. Moria appeared utterly incompetent and foolish in the comic, yet in reality, he exhibited an alarming level of madness. Lei Fa's gaze shifted towards the target, the fiery scallion, who displayed an exuberance that suggested no inclination to flee. To be frank, if it were Lei Fa in such a predicament, surrounded by powerful adversaries, he would certainly feel a sense of despair, unlike Moria, who seemed intent on escalating the situation further. A lunatic, Lei Fa mused about Moria. However, considering Moria's original intentions of seeking vengeance against the so-called strongest creature in the world, it was no surprise that only a madman could possess such courage. The girl, Issei, exhibited commendable strength. It was quite unfair for those burly men to bully her. Fear not, little girl, I shall assist you, Moria declared, displaying a blatant disregard for being targeted. Seeing the red-capped girl, Sweki, gradually succumbing to the combined efforts of the news agency and the bounty hunter guild, Moria inexplicably joined her in attacking the two factions. Even Sweki herself was perplexed, not anticipating that this fiery scallion would come to her aid. She blinked in surprise but, with her usual carefree demeanor, cheerfully replied, "Thank you, big brother scallion." Moria, are you out of your mind? That girl is here to apprehend you, and you dare to assist her? The leader of the news agency could not contain his outrage. And so what? I'm Moria, do as I please. If you disagree, come at me, Moria declared defiantly. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a formidable attack. As he spoke, his shadow, cast by the faint moonlight, morphed into a colossal arrow, surging towards one of the individuals from the news agency, just as it neared its target. The shadow abruptly lifted from the ground, transforming into a paper-thin black arrow. With a swift motion, the target was caught off guard, and the black arrow pierced through his abdomen, resulting in a muffled groan before he collapsed. Moria, you scoundrel! Even if you hand over the goods now, I will ensure you find no rest in death. The leader of the news agency bellowed, Well done. Rest assured, my dear fire scallion, should they attempt to harm you, I shall protect you. In stark contrast, the red-hatted girl, Snow Chi, felt entirely different about the situation. Issei Zixamolia chuckled softly, offering no response. Meanwhile, the clash between CP-9 and the Whitebeard pirates raged intensely. In terms of individual prowess, both the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Jozu could easily overwhelm the 7 members of CP-9, including their leader, whose strength was inferior to either of them. However, the coordination among the 7 was nothing short of exemplary, achieving a synergy that transcended mere addition. They managed to maintain a stalemate. How annoying, damn Jozu. You hold them off while I fetch the others. Marco finally expressed his irritation at being stymied by CP-9. Hey, leave it to me. You go ahead, Jozu replied with unwavering confidence. Although the duo struggled to overcome CP-9, it was merely due to the enemy's exceptional teamwork, which allowed them to temporarily ensnare Marco and Jozu. This did not imply an equal footing in strength. With Jozu's formidable defense, the combined assault of CP-9 posed no real threat. He was confident that he could manage to keep the 7 occupied on his own. Marco's declaration was heard by CP-9, and they were determined not to permit him to bypass them and confront Moria directly. Should Marco succeed, it would signify the mission's failure. You shall not pass. The CP-9 leader fumed, preparing to intervene. Your opponent is me. Do not lose focus, you scoundrel. Jozu snarled, witnessing the leader's intent to obstruct Marco. With a wicked grin, he swung his arm, transformed entirely into Diamond, aiming a devastating slap at the leader. Should he connect, not even a boulder would withstand the force. The CP-9 leader dared not endure the blow with his body, hastily defending himself and barely managing to counter Jozu's strike, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With his objective achieved, Jozu smirked, opting not to pursue aggressively. He chose instead to maintain a defensive stance, focusing on holding the seven at bay rather than seeking victory, aiming only to avoid mistakes. Seizing the opportunity, Marco no longer hesitated and charged directly toward Moria. Oh no, the foul bird is coming for us. Fire Scallion, run. The red-hatted girl, Sweki, was the first to notice Marco, who was charging towards them. For reasons unknown, she instinctively called out a warning. Moria, upon hearing her, also witnessed the unfolding scene but remained unfazed, wearing a sinister smile as he said, "Ah, the infamous Phoenix Marco, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. You have nowhere to run, Moria." Marco, ever the languid figure, replied, "Why would I flee? The one most intent on capturing me is certainly not you." Moria continued to fend off the news agency members while laughing uncontrollably. Hee. Marco, sensing a deeper meaning in Moria's words, furrowed his brow. Just as he pondered Moria's intent, a figure abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Upon seeing this individual, Marco halted his swift advance. In the direction he looked, a youth, seemingly gentle and fair-skinned, donned with triangular glasses, was strolling towards them, exuding an air of refined elegance. Has the time finally arrived? Moria grinned wickedly. Hercules, the mechanical fury, we meet again. Marco, upon recognizing the individual, finally adopted a serious demeanor, shaking off his earlier nonchalance. It was evident from his tone that he had crossed paths with Hercules before. To earn the Phoenix's solemn attention surely indicated that Hercules was no mere minor character. After all, neither the news agency, the bounty hunters, nor even the members of CP9, nor even Sweki, had ever commanded such respect from him. "Ah, it is the esteemed Phoenix Marco. I did not expect to encounter you here. My apologies for the intrusion." Hercules, the bespectacled young man, initially appeared surprised, then politely nodded at Marco. However, Marco was not inclined to engage in pleasantries. He asked in a grave tone, "Have you come to see something as well?" "I believe this question is unnecessary," Hercules replied earnestly. "That document was originally stolen from our Germa group, and it rightfully belongs to us." I assure you, this was no theft. I merely commandeered a ship at random, and it happened to belong to your Germa group." Moria interjected. "Once I take you back, you can explain this to the group at your leisure. I am not interested in such matters." "My sole purpose here is to bring you back," Hercules stated. Before Moria could respond, Marco interjected, "That decision may not be yours to make, Lord Hercules. We did not come here for mere amusement." Are you attempting to obstruct me?" Hercules tilted his head slightly. "Our goals align, thus this confrontation is unavoidable," Marco concluded. Marco shrugged. "It seemed that without defeating you, I cannot take him away, since we left hastily last time without determining a victor. Let us seize this opportunity to establish our superiority," calmly expressed Hercules. "That suits me perfectly," Marco replied, his demeanor tinged with eagerness. "You may take your time." Moria's ghostly laughter suddenly interrupted their exchange. As he spoke, he unexpectedly hurled a scroll-like object into the air, then transformed into a swarm of bats, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. This action abruptly halted the ongoing conflict, drawing the attention of all parties toward the scroll he had cast aloft. "Forget about him. Let us seize the object first," commanded the leader of CP9. The others quickly understood the gravity of the situation, abandoning their opponents to rush towards the scroll. They had no time to ascertain whether the scroll contained what they sought, nor could they determine if this was merely a diversion by Moria. However, even with only a 50% chance, they felt compelled to secure it. If it turned out to be a false lead, they could always continue their pursuit. Yet, if it were genuine and fell into another's possession, reclaiming it would prove far more challenging than merely chasing Moria. Despite the varying strengths of those present, no faction could decisively overpower another. Whosoever acquired that information would undoubtedly guard it jealously. As they gazed toward the scroll and prepared to snatch it away, a keen observer, following the direction of the scroll, suddenly discerned something peculiar. Above the scroll, a colossal, translucent, unidentified energy mass materialized. Had the onlookers not been extraordinary individuals, and had they not been drawn to glance upward at that moment, they would have never noticed this immense, semi-transparent anomaly hovering in the air. "What is that?" murmured the leader of the news agency. "This is bad." Both Marco, the Phoenix, and Hercules, the bespectacled man, silently acknowledged. Just as the others began to register the unfolding events, a raspy, ethereal voice resonated from above. "Meteor." Sound. With that utterance, the vast, translucent, unidentified energy mass above erupted into chaos, radiating a blinding, tumultuous light. Yet, that was not the extent of its menace. Its true power lay not in its appearance, but in the cataclysmic cacophony it unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the colossal, translucent entity of unknown energy suddenly erupted, followed by a deluge of piercing shrieks and cacophonous sounds that erupted from above, all directed towards this lower realm. The intensity of the cacophony was so profound that it seemed to warp the very air around it into a tangible entity. In that moment, each sound resembled a bolt of lightning, striking downward with ferocity, although their luminosity may not have rivaled that of true lightning. The overwhelming force of the accompanying sounds surpassed it. Those below, caught unawares, had never anticipated that this colossal, translucent energy manifestation would unleash its devastation primarily through noise. Even Marco and Hagrid, prepared for an energy assault descending from above, were blindsided by the realization that the most significant harm would stem from the auditory onslaught. Taken by surprise, all present were rendered nearly incapacitated by the excruciating din. Although none among them were particularly weak and fatalities were averted, each individual instinctively clutched their heads. Startled by the sudden auditory attack, Flame of Rebirth, Marco extended his arms, enveloped in vibrant orange flames that swiftly shielded him from the cacophony. Armor mode. Hagrid, donning his triangular glasses, underwent a transformation that mirrored Marco's almost simultaneously. His body rolled and morphed until he was encased in a shell of sharp, gleaming metal, resembling a robot. Others, too, exhibited their prowess. Some unleashed their fierce auras, while those with the powers of the devil fruit activated their abilities, swiftly creating barriers against the auditory assault. Sound attacks are not particularly rare. Many devil fruit abilities include sonic capabilities, but this onslaught arrived unexpectedly, without any forewarning. Had it not been for Moria, that lunatic, suddenly tossing the scroll into the air, they would have remained oblivious to the immense, translucent energy entity looming overhead. Where's the scroll? The red-capped girl, Sweki, was the first to notice the anomaly once the noise had been quelled. It's gone. The others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in shock. Over there, Marco suddenly glanced towards the southwest, his observation Haki honing in on a figure swiftly retreating, cloaked in a black cape. He waved his hands, transforming the orange flames into wings that lifted him toward that direction. Battle mode. Hagrid, now resembling an armored machine, underwent another transformation. His form shifted into a sleek fighter jet, propelling him forth with greater speed than Marco could muster. Pursue. The others, though slower than the two, refused to relent and followed in their wake. The meteoric noise truly lived up to its reputation as a powerful technique of basic sound manipulation, consuming a quarter of my stored calories with just this one attack. Fortunately, the effect exceeded my expectations. Beneath the black cloak, Lei Fa's lips curled into a slight smile. In his hands, he held a scroll-like object. Indeed, the meteoric noise was his handiwork. This technique bears some resemblance to the spirit bomb from the renowned comic Dragon Ball. While its lethality may not be as exaggerated, its capacity to disrupt is undeniably formidable. The various factions vying for this scroll were far from weak. Even the least among them belonged to the Bounty Hunter Guild as a 4-star hunter, comparable to an ordinary naval colonel. Yet, under the effect of this meteor noise, they all fell prey, each experiencing at least a few seconds of interference. It was precisely during these fleeting moments that Lei Fa was able to seize the scroll and make his escape. Otherwise, even with his newfound strength, it would have been impossible for him to snatch the scroll right under the noses of so many powerful adversaries. The hell ear quivered slightly, absorbing sounds from all directions. A three-dimensional image of the surrounding terrain, extending for several kilometers, materialized in Lei Fa's mind, revealing both the topography and the pursuers who were hot on his heels. The speed of these two figures was astonishing. Sensing that two silhouettes were closing in from the air at a velocity surpassing his own, Lei Fa's expression turned serious. Having long observed from the sidelines, he could easily deduce the identities of these two figures, Phoenix Marco and Mechanical Fury Hercules. Among all present, these two undoubtedly possessed the most formidable prowess. Lei Fa was relatively familiar with Marco, as he would eventually become the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, wielding the rare Zoan-type mythical beast Devil Fruit, making him an immensely fearsome opponent even before reaching his peak strength. However, he had underestimated Hercules, the bespectacled man, during their previous encounter over roasted meat. He had not realized that this seemingly refined individual was of the same caliber as Marco. Although they had not yet engaged in battle, Marco's reactions indicated that Hercules' power was certainly not inferior to his own. While Lei Fa was eager to test the disparity between himself and these exceptional young talents, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. He resolved to complete his current task first. In truth, he was quite eager to engage. During his year of training at Shirlene Temple, his understanding of food justice had reached a nascent stage, resulting in considerable improvements in both his mastery of power and his mental fortitude. Due to the distance, the elementary-level detection system was ineffective, preventing him from discerning the precise ranks of the individuals he had encountered earlier. However, after witnessing the combat scenes involving Marco and the others, Lei Fa could roughly estimate that. Not to mention Marco, even Diamond Jaws would pose a formidable challenge he was not confident he could overcome. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Marco and his companions did not strictly belong to the new generation. Rather, they were part of the younger cohort, akin to the peculiar Sister Peach Rabbit Guillaume, who was of the same age. Remarkably, Peach Rabbit Guillaume had already attained the strength of a rear admiral at the tender age of 19. Within the Navy, there exists no one younger than her who can rival her prowess, even among those of similar age or a few years her senior. There are but a handful who can be compared to her, countable on one hand. The exact age of Marco remains a mystery to Lei Fa, yet it is presumed he is around 20 years old as well. Lei Fa realizes that the path to catching up with the elite talents of this age group remains a long and arduous journey. Were it not for the peculiar meteor noise that caught them off guard, Lei Fa would have found it nearly impossible to seize anything from these individuals. Merely preserving his life would have been a considerable feat at their current pace. Should they continue unabated, they would close in on him within 2 minutes, an untenable situation. Lei Fa, referencing the three-dimensional mental image in his mind, assessed the distance between them and the speed of the two pursuers, leading him to a swift conclusion. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to make a seemingly reckless decision. What is happening? What does that fellow intend to do? In midair, Marco, resembling a phoenix of orange flames, suddenly furrowed his brow. Throughout the pursuit, he had been tracking the individual ahead using his observation haki and was thus aware of the other's movements. What baffled him was that this individual, seemingly out of the blue, had produced an immense sound through an unknown means. The resounding roar echoed loudly, instantly reverberating in all directions. In the night sky, it pierced the air with an unsettling sharpness. As the cacophony erupted, the surrounding residences and inns swiftly awakened, lights flickering on as their inhabitants peered outside to discern the cause of the commotion. What could this be about? Marco sensed something amiss with the peculiar behavior of the figure ahead, yet he could not immediately fathom the individual's intentions. However, clarity soon dawned upon him regarding the purpose of this curious act. Just as he and Hercules were on the verge of catching up to the figure, it abruptly vanished from the perception granted by his observation haki. How could this be? Marco's eyelids flickered in disbelief. How had he managed to elude the senses of his observation haki? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Marco hastened his movements, propelling himself toward the spot where the figure had disappeared. Hercules mirrored Marco's actions, both hastening toward the same destination. Yet, upon their arrival, a thunderous shout rang out. Who dares to act so brazenly in this chambered archipelago? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a Navy coat of justice, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral. A naval rear admiral? Marco halted, a slight headache forming at the sight. He was not intimidated by this rear admiral. Yet the number of naval personnel stationed in the chambered archipelago was considerable. Should a conflict arise, reinforcements would soon flood in, and becoming entangled in such a situation would spell trouble. Indeed, as the rear admiral made his appearance, a throng of officers, including several mid-ranking commanders and numerous armed sailors, swiftly followed. The cunning individual had now revealed the purpose behind the loud noise, distracting them while he made off with the scroll. Sir, that man is the Phoenix Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the rear admiral's subordinates whispered in his ear. The Whitebeard Pirates? If even Whitebeard is being pursued across the seas by Admiral Sengoku, what can a mere phoenix possibly amount to? The rear admiral scoffed. Hearing the rear admiral's dismissive remarks, Marco retorted with disdain. You cannot possibly comprehend my father's formidable prowess. I acknowledge that the strategist is powerful, yet my father has never been defeated. What do you know? Enough of this chatter. You shall remain here today, Phoenix. I shall see if you truly are invulnerable. The rear admiral unsheathed his weapon. How tiresome. Marco was disinclined to waste any more time in this place. The loss of the vile scoundrel who had snatched the scroll signified that the operation had essentially reached its failure, rendering further confrontation with the Navy unnecessary. Hercules, shall we find a place to spar? Marco inquired, disregarding the battalion of Navy personnel before him as he addressed the hovering fighter form of Hercules. I apologize, but I must return to report this matter first. Perhaps another time, replied Hercules in his fighter form, turning down Marco's suggestion. All right, then, we shall discuss it another time. Let us withdraw, Marco responded, raising his hands in surrender. Capture them all. The Navy's rear admiral was thoroughly incensed by the audacious demeanor of the two. Bellowing in fury, at his command, the Navy personnel raised their weapons and launched a fierce assault. As the bullets struck Marco, they passed through him effortlessly. Failing to make contact, his evasion was akin to that of a user of a natural-type devil fruit. With a mere wave of his hand, the orange flames of his wings lifted him into the air. Meanwhile, Hercules, in his fighter form, also became a target of the assault. However, the bullets and cannonballs that hit his unknown metallic exterior left no mark whatsoever. With a swift turn, he soared away just as quickly as he had arrived. Pursue them. The Navy rear admiral, unwilling to let the two escape, personally commenced the chase. In the distance, sensing the arrival of a large contingent of Navy personnel, the remaining individuals hesitated briefly before opting for a temporary retreat, including several members of CP-9. Although they were also under the world government's umbrella, there was little interaction between them and the Navy. This mission had not been disclosed to the Navy, and naturally, they wished to avoid any encounter. The assembly bell at the Navy base rang incessantly, and Lei Fa briskly returned to the dormitory, having regained his composure, only to find that his three roommates had already awakened. As Barrygood spotted Lei Fa entering, he inquired, "Where have you been, Lei Fa?" "I was feeling hungry, so I thought I would head to the kitchen for a bite to eat." "I didn't realize the assembly bell would ring just then. You all need to wake up. I've heard that something significant has occurred," Lei Fa urged. "We're ready. Let us go and discuss it on the way." The three quickly donned their attire and pulled Lei Fa along with them. Barrygood continued to question, "What exactly has happened?" "I'm not entirely sure. In my haste to return, I only overheard that a notorious pirate has been causing a ruckus in Zone 6. Major Anderson has already headed there, and Brigadier Pearson and Major Sherwood are en route as well," Lei Fa explained hurriedly. "Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Such occurrences are seldom seen in Marineford." Belgood and Patrick were both filled with excitement, yet Joshua remained somewhat indifferent. Lei Fa observed all of this silently, choosing not to elaborate, while engaging in a back-and-forth exchange of speculations about the truth of the matter with Belgood and Patrick. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act on his part. Within the Navy, who could possibly possess a clearer understanding of the unfolding events than he? It could be asserted that this disturbance was orchestrated solely by him. Otherwise, the Navy would have remained oblivious to the significant occurrences transpiring in the 6th Zone, which involved numerous powerful factions. Even now, as the Navy pursued the retreating Marco and his companions, their actions were solely motivated by the fact that they were pirates, and it was their duty to apprehend them, rather than any comprehension of the underlying circumstances. As for how Lei Fa managed to suddenly evade Marco's observation, it was largely due to his cultivation of the food ethics over the past year. Having achieved a notable level of mastery in this discipline, he was capable of rendering himself into a state of emptiness for brief periods, where everything, heartbeat, breath, essence, and thought, became void. In this state, unless one were to see him with their own eyes, it would be impossible to discern his presence. Furthermore, no ability, not even Lei Fa's own hellish ears, could detect someone in this empty condition. This was a lesson Lei Fa had learned countless times from his mentor, but now he was the one to enact this performance. There was no need to elaborate on what transpired after he escaped Marco's observation. He had intentionally created a noise to lure the Navy forces to his location. Once he had eluded their gaze, he seized the opportunity when Marco and Rear Admiral Anderson crossed paths, allowing him to slip away quietly, all within mere moments. What remained uncertain was whether the scroll he had acquired was indeed the information required for his mission, as it was plausible that Moria had employed a ruse. However, should it turn out to be false, Lei Fa feared he might never again have the chance to seize the genuine article from Moria. After this incident, the prospect of him playing the role of a mere pawn again seemed nearly impossible. With the hope that fortune had not entirely abandoned him, Lei Fa, alongside his three roommates, set off with the main force, their objective being the 6th Zone. However, upon their arrival, they found nothing of consequence. Not only had Marco and Hercules vanished, but even the representatives from the news agency and the bounty hunter guild had long since disappeared, leaving Rear Admiral Anderson to return empty-handed after his pursuit. Following extensive searches, the Navy, unwilling to concede defeat, scoured the 6th zone but ultimately found no traces, leading them to abandon their investigation. After conducting a thorough inquiry, the Navy's intelligence network finally deciphered why the Phoenix Marco had suddenly appeared in the Shambadi archipelago. Moreover, they learned that, in addition to Marco representing the Whitebeard pirates, several other powerful factions had also made their presence felt in the 6th zone that very night. In a certain office within the Navy's base in the 5th zone of the Shambadi archipelago, amidst the aftermath of such significant events, one could only wonder how not a single whisper of this had surfaced beforehand. Were they all merely idle spectators? The elderly man, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral, seethed with fury. Appearing to be around 60 years of age, he possessed a lean physique, and the imposing Navy cloak of justice draped over him, though it seemed to lack a certain intimidating presence. Yet, those who dared to underestimate him would be courting their own demise. For he was none other than Rear Admiral Blackbat, the highest-ranking officer stationed at the Navy headquarters in Chambord. Among the current admirals, he held the most extensive experience, being of the same cohort as Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Thus, even those of higher rank like Admiral Sengoku and Lei Fa would show him a modicum of respect. Moreover, his prowess was formidable, enabling him to secure a place within the top 10 of the Navy, even alongside Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, Wise General Sengoku, Black Arm Lei Fa, and Iron Fist Garp. Individuals of his caliber, possessing both extensive experience and exceptional strength, commanded a healthy degree of caution from all. At this very moment, Major General Anderson, who had previously crossed paths with Marco, along with another Major General Sherwood and Brigadier General Pearson, who was familiar with Lei Fa, sat silently in the office, bowing their heads and listening intently to the reprimand delivered by Rear Admiral Blackbat, too intimidated to express any dissatisfaction. "Please, my lord, quell your anger," Major General Anderson implored softly. "The parties involved in this incident are quite formidable. Even CP9, a covert intelligence agency directly under the world government, has entangled itself in this matter. Under their collective intention to suppress information, nearly no whispers of this incident escaped into the open. Had it not been for that final resounding blast, we might have remained oblivious to the occurrence of these events. This is not an excuse for your incompetence," the gaunt elder, Rear Admiral Blackbat, retorted coldly. "Now, have you ascertained what transpired and who was involved?" "We have indeed clarified the situation," Major General Sherwood interjected. "The catalyst for this incident was a pirate named Moria, who inadvertently seized a vessel belonging to the Germa Group and, in doing so, stumbled upon a remarkably valuable piece of information. Before long, this news somehow leaked, swiftly reaching several other powerful factions. The entities participating in this affair include the news agency, the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Whitebeard Pirates, CP9, and Chucky Studio, alongside the Germa Group, the rightful owners of the lost vessel. These 6 factions collectively orchestrated the event. Their synchronized suppression of information rendered our intelligence network ineffective, leaving us caught entirely off guard." The emaciated elder, upon hearing this, found his initial anger somewhat diminished. He was well aware of the origins of these 6 factions. If they truly conspired to suppress the information together, it would not be surprising that the Navy's intelligence network had faltered. In light of this incident, I shall beseech Admiral Kong to demand an explanation from the world government. The Whitebeard Pirates, Chucky Studio, and the Germa Group are all illegal entities that disregard the law, so their actions are hardly shocking. However, the fact that the other 3 factions also displayed such blatant disregard for regulations is utterly unacceptable. The elder scoffed coldly. It is no wonder he was so incensed. Organizations like the News Agency and the Bounty Hunter Guild are legitimate entities that often collaborate with the Navy. The fact that such a commotion transpired in Sabeti, within the territory of his own Blackbat, was akin to a slap in the face. Most infuriating of all was the CP9, an agency directly under the world government, which should, in theory, be allied with the Navy. It was bewildering that they acted so brazenly, failing to issue even a prior notification. "Your wisdom is unparalleled. Enough with the flattery. Continue to investigate this matter and keep me informed of any developments," the elder instructed the 3. "Understood," they replied in unison. Several miles away from the Sabeti archipelago, a small yacht with a fully metallic hull glided leisurely across the ocean. On the deck, a bespectacled man with a delicate visage reclined on a lounge chair, humming a tune while occasionally sipping from a drink resting on a nearby table. At that moment, a burst of orange flame appeared in the night sky, hurtling toward them before swiftly landing atop the steel yacht. A figure perched on the edge of the yacht's railing looked at the bespectacled man and remarked with a smile, "You seem quite relaxed despite the mission's failure." Unfazed by the sudden appearance, the bespectacled man gestured invitingly. "Care to join me for a drink?" "Not at all. I merely came to inquire about your next course of action." "Well, I see no necessity for that. The information is indeed genuine and has already fallen into the hands of the Bounty Hunter Guild. To retrieve it now would require an exorbitant price, which is hardly worthwhile." The bespectacled man shook his head and shrugged. "Moreover, my task was simply to reclaim the data from Moria. Engaging in direct conflict with the Bounty Hunter Guild is not my business. Let those who wish to pursue that do so." "Oh, how do you know the information is in the hands of the Bounty Hunter Guild? Does your group have high-ranking informants within their ranks?" The man on the railing inquired with curiosity. "I can divulge that to you. The reason I know the information has reached the Bounty Hunter Guild is that I am aware of who took the data." "Who is it?" "Unbeknownst to you. During your previous sojourn in Shambadi, did you ever hear whispers of an emerging bounty hunter?" The man with the triangular glasses adjusted his spectacles. "Are you suggesting that the one who stole the item is him?" The man at the railing expressed skepticism. Having spent several days in Shambadi, he had inevitably absorbed some of the local gossip, and among these tales, none left a more profound impression on him than the one concerning the individual pointed out by the man with the triangular glasses. Yet, that individual was merely a newly minted 4-star bounty hunter, insignificant in the eyes of seasoned youths like himself and the man with the glasses. Could he truly possess the audacity to seize from the jaws of a predator? I cannot assert with absolute certainty, but I am at least 90% convinced it is he. I have encountered him once, thus I am somewhat familiar with his voice," replied the man with the triangular glasses. "I see." The man at the railing nodded, then waved his hand towards the man with the glasses. "Since the item is no longer within reach, I shall take my leave and report back. Should fate allow, we may meet again." With that, he turned his back to the sea and fell backward. In the next moment, he had transformed into a swirling orange flame and soared away. The man with the triangular glasses continued to drink, waving his hand in the direction of the orange flame, softly uttering, "Farewell." In that inconspicuous tavern once more, Lei Fa pushed open the door and stepped inside. "You've arrived? What shall you drink? Today, the old man treats you," said the short elder known as Fisherman with a cheerful smile upon seeing Lei Fa. "Here." Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Fa tossed the scroll towards him. The short elder caught it deftly, glanced over it, then refolded it, and looked at Lei Fa, surprised that it was indeed you who succeeded. TSK, is that truly surprising?" Lei Fa inquired, his voice hoarse. "To be honest, it is rather astonishing," the short elder replied, intrigued. "Had I known those two little monsters would appear, the guild would never have dared to send you 4-star youngsters into danger. Even the 5-star flame archer would be inconsequential before them. There is no need for flattery. I merely took advantage of circumstance." Lei Fa, uninterested in the sweet words of the short elder, got straight to the point. "I recall you mentioned that in addition to the basic reward, there would be extra accolades based on personal contribution. I single-handedly seized the item from that group. My merit should be undeniable, correct?" "That is indeed the case. Rest assured, the guild is never stingy with its own." The short elder spoke without ambiguity. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "Very well. I shall grant you the status of a 6-star bounty hunter and additionally reward you with 300 million berries. How does that sound?" "Excellent." Lei Fa accepted the proposal with delight. In truth, his primary objective for completing the task was not merely to secure the reward. However, he would not object to additional gains, particularly in the form of Bailey. Given the recent emergence of the ingredient shop, it is plausible that the system may introduce other functionalities requiring Bailey in the future. Thus, the more, the merrier. Furthermore, to acquire the status of a 6-star bounty hunter so directly was indeed a source of joy for him. It is noteworthy that, even at the 4-star level, his privileges allowed him to access valuable intelligence from the guild for free. Should he ascend to 6 stars, he would be able to utilize guild members for personal matters on numerous occasions, a prospect he found exceedingly agreeable. "I shall take my leave now. Do take your time," Lei Fa remarked as he turned to depart. "Will you not have a drink?" "It is on me." "No need. Perhaps next time," he replied, pushing open the door and exiting the tavern. That fellow, the short old man, known as the Fisherman, chuckled and shook his head. Within a few days, news of the Bounty Hunter Guild obtaining the coveted information, which had attracted the covetous eyes of various factions, spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, the name Mr. began to circulate beyond the borders of Chambord, capturing the attention of numerous powers. A mysterious figure, who had only recently registered as a bounty hunter, had ascended to the rank of 6-star bounty hunter, audaciously snatching victory from the jaws of the Phoenix Marco and the mechanical Wrath Hercules, formidable talents of the younger generation. This was sufficient to etch his name into the annals of the sea. Many speculated about his true identity, as the available intelligence indicated that the newly minted 6-star bounty hunter Mr. consistently appeared in a mask, a common practice for those wishing to conceal their identity for various reasons. Yet, no one bore a resemblance to Mr. with such prowess and combat characteristics, leaving those curious about his true identity at a complete loss. Consequently, it was not long before no one attempted to investigate further. Perhaps he was simply a newly emerged strongman setting sail, a phenomenon not uncommon on the Grand Line. As the central figure of this storm, Lei Fa was indifferent to the number of individuals investigating him, for it was unlikely they could ever connect him to the truth. What truly occupied his mind was the reward bestowed by the system upon the completion of this task: 3 lottery chances. What might these lotteries entail? After delivering the task, Lei Fa shed his disguise and settled into an open area, closing his eyes to reflect. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed the information theft task and rewarded him with 3 lottery chances. The distribution of rewards has been completed. Simply whisper lottery in your mind to proceed with the draw. Lei Fa immediately recited silently. As soon as he finished his incantation, a radiant golden spinning wheel materialized in his mind. The wheel was divided into 8 segments by 4 black lines, with 4 sections designated as Culinary Skills, Stealth Techniques, Secret Treasures, and Ingredients. Between these 4 sections lay completely blank areas. It was evident that this indicated a 50% chance of winning nothing. Surely, it couldn't be that unfortunate. After all, he had 3 attempts. Lei Fa thought to himself with a tinge of insecurity. Throughout his life, luck had seldom favored him. He had never won a lottery, not even a modest prize of 5 yuan, and he had never encountered to win another bottle cap from a beverage. Now, suddenly faced with a lottery, and with a 50% failure rate, an ominous premonition washed over him. Come on. Whether I extend my neck or retract it, it's a gamble either way. So let us make this swift. He mentally commanded begin. The wheel whirled into action, spinning at a pace so rapid that the content became a blur. He then concentrated and thought stop. The wheel gradually decelerated, slowing down until it finally settled after gliding past ingredients and landing on a blank segment. Damn. Lei Fa cursed his misfortune. Let us continue. I refuse to yield. The wheel began to spin once more at his behest. This time he deliberately delayed before commanding it to cease. Seriously. When the wheel halted again on a blank segment, Lei Fa felt an urge to scream in frustration. 3 attempts. He had squandered 2 in the blink of an eye. Was he truly the fabled star-crossed individual? Damn it, if I encounter another one of these damned lottery tasks, I swear I want to take it. Let someone else deal with it. Lei Fa's mind raced with a torrent of exasperation. For the final time, he thought, if I don't win, so be it. With this mindset, he initiated his 3rd attempt at the lottery. This time, he was too weary to wait any longer. It made little difference anyway. As soon as he turned the wheel, it came to a halt. The wheel gradually decelerated, and finally, just when Lei Fa could no longer bear to watch, the pointer, for the first time, indicated a position beyond the blank area. With a sigh of relief, Lei Fa felt a measure of comfort wash over him. To his surprise, the pointer firmly settled on the treasure sector. Thank goodness, at last, it did not plunge him into a pit of despair. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had prepared himself for 3 consecutive failures, it did not mean he truly wished for such an outcome. In situations like this, where one snatches victory from the jaws of defeat, luck played a predominant role. Had it not been for the deadlock among the parties involved, and had Marco not coincidentally matched up against Hercules, it would not have been easy for Lei Fa to emerge as the opportunist. Moreover, this entire scenario hinged upon Moria's sudden and decisive abandonment of the information. If any one of these factors had been absent, Lei Fa would not have been able to seize the opportunity so effortlessly. However, as fate would have it, even the system could not have anticipated these coincidences when issuing tasks. Thus this particular mission was, strictly speaking, beyond Lei Fa's capabilities. By this logic, the 3 lottery chances were indeed exceedingly valuable. What the hell? Another one. Just as Lei Fa had begun to relax, an exasperating scene materialized in his mind. After the wheel completed its lottery, it swiftly vanished, replaced by 3 classical treasure chests, crafted from red wooden shells and adorned with metallic frames. The lids of the chest were ajar, and above them hovered 3 indistinct phantoms. Above the leftmost chest was a shape somewhat reminiscent of a key. Above the middle chest was a shadow resembling a firearm, and above the rightmost chest floated an oval shape, appearing akin to a colossal egg. Soon, as Lei Fa discerned the general forms of these three indistinct phantoms, they shrank into the chests, which then closed their lids. Following this, the three chests began to exchange positions in his mind, intertwining dozens of times before finally settling. Lei Fa understood that it was now his turn to choose one from the three. The dilemma, however, was that he had no idea what the three phantoms represented. Even if he managed to remember the chest's interchanges and specific locations, it would be utterly meaningless. Additionally, his concentration was insufficient to keep track of all three chests amidst their chaotic exchanges unless he focused solely on one. Yet he found himself without a target to fixate upon. This situation is rather awkward. Now, after the exchange, the position he finds himself in is akin to a wild guess, a gamble on luck. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Fa chose the chest in the center. Upon selecting it, the remaining two chests gradually faded into obscurity, vanishing from sight. The central chest slowly opened, revealing an ethereal form reminiscent of a colossal egg. Soon, the true information about this apparition materialized in Lei Fa's mind. Secret treasure sky deer egg. Status, awaiting hatching. Hatching conditions, 300 million berries. What? This is the sky deer egg? A descendant of the Eight Kings bloodline? Incredible! Is this for real? Lei Fa momentarily doubted his own perception, as this unexpected surprise was utterly astonishing. He had anticipated that. Given his luck, even if he were to obtain a reward, it would likely be some trivial item from the world of culinary captives. But to draw something so extraordinary was beyond his wildest imaginations. The sky deer. If the human realm of the culinary captive world could be likened to the weakest sea, the East Blue in the world of One Piece, then the culinary realm undoubtedly corresponds to the Grand Line, with an even more exaggerated disparity between the two. The Eight Kings reign supreme over the culinary realm. The Whale King, Muin. The Wolf King, Genus. The Bird King, Emperor Crow. The Snake King, Mother Serpent. The Deer King, Sky Deer. The Monkey King, Beamina. The Dragon King, Dylus. The Horse King, Heracles. These are the Eight Kings. In terms of combat prowess, any one of the Eight Kings possesses the power to obliterate a planet, terrifying indeed. The egg that Lei Fa has just acquired, according to the system's designation, should belong to the Deer King, Sky Deer, a descendant of the Sky Deer bloodline. However, why would a deer lay an egg? That seems rather unscientific. Lei Fa mused to himself. Yet, reflecting on everything he had experienced over the years, the number of unscientific occurrences was indeed overwhelming at this point. Even if a deer were to give birth to a human, it would hardly faze him. Among the four heavenly kings of cuisine, aside from Zabura, every individual possesses a pet of the Eight Kings bloodline, and to his delight, Lei Fa found himself among their ranks. It is indeed a rare fortune to acquire such a pet with immense potential. The only issue is that the hatching condition is a staggering 300 million berries. Damn it, is this infernal system deliberately toying with me after my recent windfall? Upon reflecting on the incubation conditions for the sky deer egg, Lei Fa couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. He had just acquired 300 million berries, and before he could even bask in the warmth of this newfound wealth, it was destined to be spent. The sensation was undeniably bittersweet. However, this expenditure was unavoidable. Allowing such a magnificent and ostentatious pet to remain unhatched would be far more distressing than parting with those 300 million berries. With this thought, Lei Fa retrieved his bounty hunter badge, engraved with the initials Mr. V, and gazed at the blank side of the emblem. In the center of this side was a lengthy string of numbers, glowing faintly, currently reading 487,200,000. As Lei Fa silently contemplated the word incubation, the numbers suddenly transformed. The leading digit changed from 4 to 1, and the entire sequence morphed into 187,200,000. This plaque, to him, is akin to a bank card. In this realm, due to the absence of an official banking system, the preservation of wealth relies solely on various private money houses. Each prominent private money house is backed by a significant power. The Bounty Hunter Guild similarly operates its own private money house. And one of the functions of a bounty hunter's plaque is to serve as a form of identity verification for these establishments. Bounty hunters, with their plaques in hand, can retrieve their assets from any branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild upon successful password verification. The wealth in Lei Fa's account primarily stems from this mission, consisting of a guaranteed sum of 100 million, supplemented by an additional 300 million in rewards. The remainder was accrued from bounties earned while rising to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter, although he has expended a considerable portion of it otherwise. His holdings would also exceed 100 million. As the numbers on the plaque shifted, a miniature deer, no larger than a chihuahua, suddenly appeared before him, its eyes drowsily fluttering open. Upon opening its eyes, it immediately spotted Lei Fa standing before it. With a joyful chirp, it began to scamper over to him. Resembling a tadpole seeking its mother, its steps tentative yet eager. Upon reaching Lei Fa's feet, it affectionately nudged his pant leg with its head, intermittently producing cheerful chirp sounds. Strangely, upon seeing this little creature, Lei Fa felt an inexplicable sense of warmth and familiarity welling up within him. In his previous life, he had once cared for a pet, a small spotted dog, which he fondly remembered. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, his family could no longer keep it, and it was given to a family friend. He recalled vividly how that little dog would cling to him just as this little deer did, refusing to leave his side. Henceforth, you shall be called Dien Dien. Crouching down, Lei Fa gently caressed the little deer's head with the back of his hand. Dien Dien, a name also bestowed upon a certain spotted dog. Upon hearing his words, the little deer named Dien Dien seemed to comprehend, responding joyfully with cheerful chirps, Gio, Gio, exuding an air of happiness. Ding dong. The pet naming was successful. The system's inherent pet function had been activated. Pet Dien Dien, descendant of the sky deer royal lineage, currently in its juvenile stage. Notification: the pet's growth is intricately linked to its host. Should the host undergo a significant evolutionary leap in life, the pet shall likewise evolve. Notification: the pet space has been activated, and the specific rules have been integrated into the host's consciousness. As soon as Lei Fa named the little deer Dien Dien, a cascade of information flooded his mind, predominantly concerning the capabilities of the system's pet feature. Among the revelations, two aspects particularly astonished him. First, he could routinely transfer the little deer, Dien Dien, into the system's dedicated pet space, an environment ideally suited for the pet's life and development. The sole drawback was that maintaining the pet space incurred a cost, predictably payable in berry, for each day that Dien Dien resided within. Lei Fa would be required to pay 100,000 berry. If his funds fell short, he would be unable to access the pet space. 100,000 a day amounted to over 30 million berry annually. This was tenfold more extravagant than renting the most luxurious villa in Marine Fando. Lei Fa found himself at a loss for words regarding this price. However, the system's pricing was non-negotiable and would not bend to his will. Thus, should he wish to utilize the pet space, such expenditure was unavoidable. Additionally, the second point that filled him with astonishment pertained to the feeding of the little deer, Dien Dien. In the realm of culinary captivation, obtaining a pet of such noble bloodline would have allowed him to explore ways of proper nourishment. Yet here, in this otherworldly domain, even if he were aware of the methods, actualizing them would likely prove arduous. To his surprise, the system had meticulously prepared solutions for him. Within the ingredient shop, a new option had appeared: sky deer feed. According to the information provided by the system, a juvenile sky deer like Dien Dien required merely one portion of feed per month, priced at 1 million berry. Thus, the annual cost for sustenance amounted to 12 million berry. Coupled with the maintenance fees for the pet space, the total would approach 50 million berry per year. This was not merely pet ownership, it was akin to caring for a living deity. Lei Fa felt tears welling up in despair. Moreover, he noted that the system's notification regarding the sky deer feed indicated that a juvenile would require only one portion monthly. Did this imply that the consumption would increase as it matured? If that were the case, this little creature would surely become an insatiable abyss. However, gazing at the joyful and innocent little being snuggling against him, Lei Fa found himself devoid of any irritation. Alas, my fate is indeed unfortunate, dear little one. I hope you do not let me down. Now, even if I urge him to abandon the nurturing of this fawn, he remains unwilling. For one, he cannot help but feel affection for this little creature. As long as he can afford to care for it, he simply cannot relinquish it. Moreover, he is immensely hopeful about the little one's future. It is worth noting that the sky deer depicted in the comics is frightfully powerful. The true king of deers, the sky deer, is an enormous, towering beast, its antlers piercing the sky in battle form, living up to its extraordinary name. Most astonishingly, upon its back lies a space resembling a miniature world, akin to a scaled-down version of the realm of delicacies, inhabited by numerous formidable otherworldly beasts, all of which possess levels in the thousands. Typically, when the sky deer encounters trouble, it need not intervene itself. The powerful beast residing in its back's small world will preemptively eliminate all threats, sparing the sky deer from anger, for an enraged sky deer is nothing short of a nightmare. In the vast majority of instances, the king of deers is the most gentle among the 8 kings, embodying the inherent temperament of its species. Yet, being one of the 8 kings, how could it truly be devoid of any temperament like an ordinary animal? Once provoked, the king of deers, the sky deer, becomes far more brutal and terrifying than the other kings, and even those powerful beasts dwelling in its back's world may suffer dire consequences, possibly losing their lives. This is why these formidable creatures willingly clear all obstacles for the sky deer, as their very lives are at stake. Will you one day become like that, little one? Lei Fa mused, playfully patting the fawn's head. The fawn, oblivious to what its mother Lei Fa was saying, was still too young to comprehend. Even though it was smarter than an ordinary deer to a certain extent, Lei Fa exchanged for a portion of sky deer feed at the ingredient shop, and soon found himself holding a bag of feed wrapped in brown paper. He poured some into his hand, and the little fawn, upon sniffing it, joyfully began to eat. Make sure to eat plenty, Lei Fa chuckled, watching the fawn devour the feed, occasionally reaching out to gently stroke its head, experiencing an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After a few minutes, the little creature finally finished the entire bag of feed and let out a satisfied burp, wobbling to lie down beside Lei Fa's feet. Are you full now? Lei Fa inquired with a smile. Cheap. The little creature gently called out to Lei Fa, indicating that it had had its fill. Although the sounds it produced were limited to this single call, inexplicably, Lei Fa was able to comprehend its meaning. Was it a function of the system? Lei Fa pondered. Come. Show me what abilities you possess, Lei Fa said, patting the little one's head. Upon hearing this, the creature immediately perked up, as if eager to showcase its talents before Lei Fa, whom it regarded as its mother. It promptly stood upright. After a moment of serious contemplation, the little one suddenly assumed a stance, as if preparing to dash. With its front half lowered and the back half slightly arched. Lei Fa was intrigued by the creature's actions, watching it intently. However, it maintained this position for over half a minute without making any further movements. Just as Lei Fa began to feel puzzled, the little creature suddenly summoned all its strength, letting out an adorable sound, chew. This scene left Lei Fa wide-eyed, his focus sharpened, eagerly awaiting the earth-shattering transformation that was to unfold. Yet, to his bemusement, this momentous change turned out to be merely the slight elongation of the underdeveloped horns atop the little creature's head. After this display, the little one scampered back to Lei Fa's feet, rubbing its extended horns against him, seemingly seeking praise. You're quite impressive, Lei Fa remarked, patting the creature's head in commendation. The little one, upon hearing this, swelled with pride, emitting a series of charming chirps. It appeared that this young creature was destined solely for adorableness in its infancy. Lei Fa shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging this reality. However, it was hardly surprising. The little creature had only just hatched from its egg, akin to a human infant. Even with royal blood coursing through its veins, it was unreasonable to expect it to demonstrate any prowess at this stage. With this thought in mind, Lei Fa felt a sense of calm wash over him. After soothing the little one, he carefully placed it into his pet space, then swiftly donned his naval gear as he made his way towards the designated location. The tumult stirred by Moria had little impact on the majority of the populace in Sabaody, although it incited considerable fury in Admiral Black Bat, the highest-ranking officer stationed at Sabaody, resulting in reprimands for 2 rear admirals and Brigadier Pearson. This affair remained confined within the upper echelons of the Sabaody Navy and did not become widely known. In truth, the events of that fateful night remained obscure to most, with only a scant few naval personnel having crossed paths with Marco and his companions. Among this limited group, an even smaller fraction understood the reasons behind Marco's collective arrival at Sabaody, primarily those holding ranks of lieutenant colonel or higher. As for the outcome of the subsequent struggle for information, the number of those in the know was exceedingly few. Thus, while the name Mr. B did capture the attention of various factions, it did not attain the notoriety of Phoenix Marco, whose name was recognized even by the common folk. Bounty hunters, unlike pirates, did not significantly disrupt Sabaody, and although their actions were somewhat irregular, they resulted in no casualties, prompting the Navy to keep the incident under wraps. Furthermore, the news agency, the entity most capable of amplifying the situation, also faced setbacks, culminating in a failed operation they were reluctant to publicize. The sole aftermath was Admiral Blackbat's furious visit to the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, followed by an audience with the world government to demand accountability. It is said that CP-9 was collectively confined for 3 months due to this incident, while the news agency and the Bounty Hunter Guild compensated the Sabaody Navy branch with a substantial sum for their mental anguish, finally appeasing the seasoned admiral. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had elapsed since Rayleigh and his companions first arrived in the Sabaody archipelago, leaving less than 2 months until the 6-month mark. Over the past 4 months, the performances of the 3 individuals can be described as nothing more than mediocre. Particularly under the deliberate guidance of Brigadier Pearson, they encountered no deliberate challenges and were shielded from any peril. However, every situation possesses duality. The absence of danger also signifies a lack of opportunity. Risks and opportunities have always been intertwined. Consequently, apart from their routine patrol duties, Lei Fa and his companions have garnered no additional achievements, which has left Patrick and Berrygood increasingly restless. Their purpose for being here extends beyond merely wishing to navigate these 6 months without incident. Should they return under such circumstances? Even if Brigadier Pearson's commendations were to be extravagant, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. It is imperative to remember that their mentor is none other than Dalmatia. With the keen discernment of that esteemed instructor, how could such trivial antics possibly evade his scrutiny? This opportunity is truly one that must not be missed, for it is a rare chance to partake in the youth training camp, a singular occasion that permits entry into the naval ranks with the potential for military distinction. Should one let this moment slip by, even those of influential lineage would find themselves relegated to waiting until they reach the appropriate age, thereby falling behind their peers, a fate no one desires. However, Lei Fa remains relatively unperturbed by this matter. Should he find it necessary, he can readily employ his esteemed status as a 6-star bounty hunter, enlisting the aid of the Bounty Hunter Guild to identify his desired targets and swiftly eliminate them. He has previously inquired with Dalmatia, confirming that the elimination of wanted criminals is indeed counted towards one's merits. Thus, even with merely 2 days remaining in this half-year period, Lei Fa can rapidly accrue the achievements he seeks. In contrast, Patrick and Berrygood lack such confidence, and as time progresses, their anxiety intensifies. Each day spent patrolling the streets brings a longing for an encounter with a wanted criminal, so they might justifiably accumulate their merits. Yet, this hope has remained unrealized for quite some time. It wasn't until the 2nd week of the 5th month, while patrolling the renowned Chambord amusement park area, that they finally came across the long-awaited troublemaker. P.S. This is the 3rd update. I shall continue. On that day, the 4 individuals arose as usual, embarking on their assigned tasks by proceeding to Island 33 in the 2nd District for their routine patrol. Coincidentally, the quartet formed a complete team. Thus, the 4 from the same dormitory were allocated to the same unit, facilitating the arrangement of daily assignments. Among them, Joshua held the rank of Navy Private First Class, while the other 3 were merely Navy seamen, making it evident that Joshua, as the highest-ranking member, was appointed as the team leader. However, it was somewhat awkward. As Joshua was arguably the most fragile among the group, even the weakest of his 3 companions, Berrygood, had likely attained the caliber of a distinguished lieutenant, while Patrick had long since reached the officer ranks. As for Lei Fa, he had already achieved the level of an ordinary colonel prior to his training at Shirlene Temple, effortlessly dispatching bounty criminals with a reward of 10 million berries as if they were mere poultry. Joshua was not fully aware of the specific capabilities of Lei Fa and his companions. Nevertheless, being astute, he understood that his 3 roommates possessed formidable backgrounds, undoubtedly eclipsing his own abilities. Thus, before them, he never adopted the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, despite being slightly older and having enlisted in the Navy earlier. Island 33 is one of the 10 islands that comprise the 2nd District, known as Chambord Amusement Park. Lei Fa and his team had previously been assigned to patrol this district several times. Compared to other areas, the 2nd District truly resembled a paradise amidst the Chambord Islands, perpetually enveloped in a serene and harmonious atmosphere. The visitors to this region had simple intentions, pure enjoyment, resulting in minimal significant conflicts, with troublemakers being exceedingly rare. However, today appeared somewhat unusual. What was happening over there? Why were people gathering? As the 4 initiated their patrol, Berrygood was the first to notice a crowd assembling in the distance. Something seemed amiss. Joshua chimed in. "Let us go take a look." Lei Fa responded, "Indeed." While conversing, Lei Fa had already gleaned some insight into the situation ahead, even before Berrygood spotted the gathering. Lei Fa's acute hearing had detected an unusual density and cacophony of voices in that vicinity. Thus, upon focusing his attention on that area, he swiftly discerned the cause and unfolding of events through the exchanges within the crowd, understanding why these individuals had congregated. It turned out there was a shooting game attraction, costing 500 berries for a single attempt, with a total of 5 shooting opportunities. The difficulty would escalate with each successful hit, and if one hit 3 times, the 500 berries would be refunded. Additionally, if all 5 shots were successful, a bonus prize worth 5,000 berries would be awarded. This was originally a perfectly reasonable rule, as the difficulty of hitting the target 3 times is exceedingly high. For an ordinary individual, merely succeeding on the first attempt is already quite remarkable. Achieving 2 hits is exceptionally rare, and hitting 3 times is a feat that one might expect from only 1 in 100. As for hitting all 5 targets, perhaps 1 in 1,000 might manage that. The merchants, well aware of this reality, set such rules accordingly, in comparison to their profits. The occasional loss from a few 5 hits is trivial and inconsequential. However, today, an unexpected group arrived, and one individual effortlessly succeeded in hitting all 5 targets. Given that the merchants had established the rules, they had no choice but to comply, promptly awarding a prize equivalent to 5,000 belly. Yet, to their astonishment, the individual produced 500 belly and requested another round. The merchants were left somewhat dumbfounded, perhaps due to a cognitive blind spot. They had never considered that someone would demand to continue after winning 5 times. Is it not the natural course of thought to joyfully move on to the next entertainment after receiving a prize? Consequently, they failed to establish a rule prohibiting further participation after 5 consecutive wins. Thus, faced with a guest who insisted on continuing after such a remarkable streak, the merchants found themselves reluctant to evict him, instead hoping he would tire of the game and depart after a few more rounds. However, the individual showed no intention of leaving, while his companions gathered around, reveling in the spectacle and encouraging him further. When he achieved his 6th consecutive win, the merchants could no longer remain passive. They refused his request to continue and declared an early closure for the day. The group of individuals became unruly, drawing the attention of those nearby. When Lei Fa and his 3 companions arrived on patrol, the commotion had only just begun. "What is happening?" "Make way," Joshua commanded, parting the crowd to create a path for the 4 to reach the heart of the conflict. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, the owner of the shooting range approached with palpable relief, as if he had encountered a savior. "Esteemed naval officers, you have arrived just in time. These people are causing a ruckus and threatening to vandalize my establishment. Please, apprehend them." Joshua frowned at the owner's words. "Whether or not to detain anyone is not for you to decide. We will investigate the matter thoroughly. We cannot rely solely on your account." The owner, realizing his misstep, quickly amended his tone. Indeed, I was remiss in my considerations." Disregarding the owner, the 4 approached the rowdy group. It was only then that they noticed the instigators were, in fact, a quintet of young women, all of striking appearance, which explained the gathered crowd's intrigue. The women showed no signs of fear upon the arrival of Lei Fa and his companions, clearly unafraid of the Navy's presence. "Could you kindly explain what is transpiring here?" Joshua inquired, maintaining a relatively cordial demeanor in the face of such charming adversaries. One of the women clad in blue swiftly summarized the situation, asserting, "I am merely utilizing my skills to succeed consistently. Is that unlawful?" They did not establish any prior rules prohibiting continuous play. Must it be that they are permitted to profit while I am not allowed to incur losses? The woman in the blue attire is indeed the one who has consistently achieved 5 consecutive victories. Before Lei Fa and the others could utter a word, the proprietor, standing nearby, lamented, "We are but a small business, earning our meager living through hard work. You all do not appear to be in want of money. Why must you make things difficult for us? I care not for your plight. I have yet to indulge sufficiently in my amusement, until my satisfaction is achieved." "You shall not close your doors prematurely," the woman in blue retorted with a cold smirk. It was then that Lei Fa, narrowing his eyes, realized the familiar figure standing behind Joshua. Among the 5 women, there was one he recognized, the girl in the red cap who had represented Shachi's studio that fateful night. He recalled her name was Sweki, and she seemed quite familiar with the Phoenix Marco. At this moment, Sweki, the girl in the red cap, stood at the back, watching the unfolding drama with an amused expression, clearly relishing the spectacle. Could it be that these 5 individuals are all associated with Shachi's studio? A thought stirred within Lei Fa. With this in mind, he discreetly unleashed his level detection upon the 5 women. Upon closer inspection, Lei Fa found himself profoundly startled. Due to the considerable distance that day, his level detection capabilities were rendered ineffective, depriving him of the opportunity to assess the rank of the girl in the red cap, Xueqi, until today. Among the 5 individuals, it was evident that Xueqi held the highest rank, an astonishing 23 tiers. The lowest among the remaining 4 boasted a rank of 6. while the others were ranked at 9, 11, and 14 respectively. In other words, none of these 5 fell below the school level. Even more astonishing was that, led by Xueqi, 3 of them had surpassed the colonel level, with Xueqi herself seemingly possessing the combat prowess of a major general. Lei Fa, unable to ascertain his own rank, had previously estimated his level to be around 7, based on his battles against opponents of similar standing at the Shilin Temple. Nevertheless, he had consistently monitored the rank levels of others. The multi-armed woman, Judy, whom he had defeated, was a bounty criminal with a reward exceeding 40 million berries. Yet her rank was merely 8. Astonishingly, 4 of these 5 women surpassed Judy's capabilities. Previously, Lei Fa had made a rough estimation that the colonel level ranged between ranks 5 and 10. Judy, within the Navy, was likely of above-average strength among colonels, but not at the pinnacle of power. In contrast, Brigadier General Pearson was ranked at 13, leading Lei Fa to conclude that exceeding a rank of 10 could barely qualify as Brigadier General level strength. Even with slight discrepancies, the estimation would not be far off. It was unexpected to encounter such a formidable group merely while on patrol. This presented quite a predicament. Lei Fa felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. If it were merely a matter of his own involvement, it would not pose much of a problem. Even if he were outnumbered by 5, he could easily evade capture. As even the girl in the red duckbill cap, Xueqi, would not be able to hinder his escape. However, he was not alone. Belagud and the others were with him. Moreover, the demeanor of these 5 women suggested they were utterly unperturbed by the naval identities of Lei Fa and his companions. Should they provoke these women, it seemed likely they would not hesitate to eliminate a few naval subordinates before making a swift retreat. In the islands of Sabaody, the only naval figure that might instill a sense of caution in them was the Black Bat Rear Admiral. As for others, even 2 brigadier generals together would not intimidate them. What troubled Lei Fa the most was not Joshua, but rather his fellow trainees, Belagud and Patrick, as he knew the 2 were eager to prove themselves and would welcome any criminals that inadvertently crossed their path to earn some merit. Given their mentality, it was almost certain they would provoke the group led by Xueqi, and even if Lei Fa chose to reveal his true capabilities, he could not guarantee the safety of his 2 companions from the impending turmoil. As Lei Fa grappled with the troublesome situation before him, Joshua's negotiations with the woman in blue were taking an unpleasant turn. Joshua initially intended to play the mediator, hoping that their superior would extend an apology to the woman in blue, allowing her to step back from her obstinacy. However, this notion was met with a merciless rejection from her, who outright refused to comply. The woman's stance irked Joshua, yet he refrained from expressing anger due to his position and temperament, still intent on persuading her. Belagud, however, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed to the woman in blue, "What is wrong with you? You refuse to listen to reason. Do you believe we won't take you all back?" Patrick remained silent beside him, yet his expression indicated alignment with Belagud's sentiments. "Take us back?" The woman in blue pointed at herself, then burst into laughter. "You think a few naval lackeys can manage that? Little brother, think carefully before you speak." The other women joined in her laughter, finding amusement in Belagud's words. "Is this amusing to you?" Belagud despised being mocked for his age, and the woman's taunts only fueled his irritation further. "Oh, are you angry now? Little brother, don't be upset." The woman continued to jest. "This is all you're doing." In a sudden movement, Belagud drew handcuffs from his waist and aimed them toward the woman's wrist. The woman's expression turned icy in an instant. She swiftly countered, striking towards Belagud's shoulder with a knife hand motion. Her speed so rapid that it created a slicing sound through the air. If this strike were to land on an ordinary naval deckhand, it would likely sever an arm cleanly. However, Belagud possesses the power of the doubted fruit, akin to the chop-chop fruit wielded by the clown buggy, allowing his body to instantaneously disassemble into numerous spheres to dissipate force. The moment the blue-clad woman's palm struck him, half of his body transformed into a collection of spheres, successfully neutralizing her assault before he reverted to his original form. This encounter unveiled the terrifying prowess of the blue-clad woman to Belagud, for he had reacted solely by instinct, unable to muster a conscious response. An attack that caught him unawares spoke volumes of her strength. A devil fruit user? The blue-clad woman gazed at Belagud in astonishment, never anticipating that a mere naval deckhand would also be endowed with such powers, while she herself lacked the abilities conferred by a devil fruit. Such individuals were not uncommon at her level of strength. Yet, the notion that a humble naval deckhand could have the opportunity to consume a devil fruit genuinely surprised her. "Who are you?" Patrick, standing nearby, discerned the extraordinary nature of the blue-clad woman and suddenly stepped forward to position himself beside Bellegood. Ordinary individuals would not dare to strike against the Navy, let alone with such lethal intent. Had Bellegood not been a devil fruit user, that strike would have undoubtedly resulted in the loss of an arm. The blue-clad woman's ferocity was strikingly merciless. The blue-clad woman sensed an aura emanating from Patrick that was decidedly uncharacteristic of a mere deckhand, which only deepened her astonishment. While she could not detect the precise strength of Patrick and Bellegood as Lei Fa could, an aura is often closely tied to one's power. There is a stark distinction between the strong and the ordinary, and Patrick and Bellegood, in particular, were evidently far removed from the typical naval deckhand, especially Bellegood, who evaded her attack through the power of his devil fruit, immediately caught the blue-clad woman's attention as more than just an ordinary naval deckhand. However, that was where it ended. Even though these two were not typical naval deckhands and harbored hidden strength, they posed little difference to her. They were still adversaries she could easily dispose of at her leisure. Sister Sweki, I did not expect to encounter you here. Just as the blue-clad woman prepared to make her next move, a voice suddenly interrupted her. The one who suddenly spoke up was Lei Fa. Upon hearing Lei Fa mention the name of the red-capped girl, Xueqi, who held the highest status among their group of 5, the blue-clad woman paused, clearly perplexed. Instinctively, she glanced toward Xueqi, who had been watching the commotion with disinterest and was taken aback to find herself suddenly involved, especially when addressed by a young naval auxiliary soldier whose face was entirely unfamiliar to her, and in such a familiar tone. Do we know each other, handsome? Xueqi inquired with a light laugh, her gaze flickering as she pondered the situation. Don't you even remember me? Lei Fa feigned astonishment before suddenly realizing, of course. It's been years since we last met. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize me, Sister Xueqi. At this juncture, Lei Fa turned to Patrick and the others, saying, for today's matter, please do me a favor and let it end here. We are all friends. After all, just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lei Fa recognized one of the women, Patrick and the others found it difficult to protest, their anger dissipating. Lei Fa continued. Why don't you patrol elsewhere for now? I can handle this situation. Rest assured, there won't be any trouble. All right, just be careful. Patrick replied after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. Very good. Noticing the situation, chose not to press further. After casting a glare at the blue-clad woman, he departed with Patrick and Joshua. The blue-clad woman, still bewildered, hesitated to act, merely casting a questioning glance at Xueqi, seeking her guidance. Unbeknownst to her, not only was she confused, but even Xueqi herself was at a loss regarding the circumstances. Pondering why this unfamiliar naval auxiliary soldier was behaving as if they shared an intimate acquaintance. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? No, the notion did not hold. If it were mistaken identity, how could he have correctly named her? Thus, she asked again, little brother, I truly do not recall who you are. Perhaps you could tell me your name, and I might remember? Sister Xueqi, may I have a word with you in private? Lei Fa suggested suddenly. Of course. Xueqi replied fearlessly, following Lei Fa away from the gathering crowd. As the onlookers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they gradually dispersed, leaving only the 4 women accompanying Xueqi and a few merchants awaiting their return. May we speak now? Xueqi asked after they had walked a couple of 100 meters away from their original position. If I were to secretly inform Vice Admiral Blackbat that the one who caused a stir here on behalf of Xiachi Studio is right here, what do you think would become of you? Lei Fa halted, turning his back to Xueqi as he spoke in a calm tone. Who on earth are you? Xueqi's expression suddenly turned cold. Indeed, she was a member of the Xiachi Studio, but her actions had always been shrouded in secrecy, engaging in tasks that remained in the shadows. Thus, she had no reason to be on anyone's list. In other words, unless one had dealt with her before, they should not possess any knowledge of her true identity. However, the young naval deckhand before her, of whom she had no recollection, could effortlessly call her out by name, which left her momentarily taken aback. Who I am is of no consequence, Lei Fa remarked as he turned around. I harbor no intention of targeting you, but I kindly ask that you take your people and leave today. Do not stir up further trouble here. Are you threatening me? Xueqi laughed, not in anger but with amusement. No, merely offering a piece of advice, Lei Fa replied nonchalantly. Given that you know who I am, should I commend your audacity or deem you foolish, little brother? Do you believe that before you alert the Black Bat General, I could eliminate you in an instant? Xueqi's smile was radiant. Before Lei Fa could utter a word, Xueqi's lips formed the shape of a whistle, and a slender black needle shot forth from her mouth at an almost imperceptible speed, aimed directly at Lei Fa's heart. Buzz. A deep sound resonated before Lei Fa, who had already positioned his hands before his chest, palms facing each other in a suspended manner, creating an almost transparent barrier that firmly intercepted the slender black needle. He then continued, I should not be your opponent, yet it would not be a simple task for you to dispose of me. While I may not have the means to defeat you, detaining you for a while is well within my capabilities. Once the Black Bat General arrives, it will be exceedingly difficult for both you and your superior to extricate yourselves. What do you think? It's you? Sweki suddenly seemed to have a realization. Her gaze towards Lei Fa transforming from disdain and contempt to a hint of apprehension and disbelief. What do you mean by that? Lei Fa sensed an ominous undertone in her words. His actions, while aimed at saving Berrygood and his companions, were also intended to keep him from drawing too much attention. Hence, he had lured the red cap-wearing girl, Sweki, aside, showcasing a fraction of his strength to instill caution in her regarding the Black Bat General, thereby preventing her from acting recklessly. These were all plans he had meticulously crafted prior to calling out Sweki's name. However, as the saying goes, no plan survives contact with reality. He had not anticipated that merely blocking an attack from the girl in the red duckbill cap, Sweki, would reveal certain truths to her. From her words, it was evident that she had discerned his true identity. This identity undoubtedly does not refer to Lei Fa's own persona, as he himself is not renowned enough to elicit immediate recognition from Sweki. Thus, it must pertain to his concealed identity, Mr. V. Surely, she cannot have truly discerned it? Lei Fa suddenly felt the situation becoming rather precarious. His original intention was merely to instill a sense of trepidation in the red cap-wearing girl, Sweki, prompting her to depart. As for any potential retaliation against him, he was rather indifferent. After all, he planned to leave Shambadi soon, and any desire for retribution would require her to locate him first. However, he had not anticipated that merely intercepting an attack would lead her to uncover certain truths. You are actually a naval officer, and so young? Sweki continued incredulously. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Lei Fa replied with a stoic expression. While revealing his identity as Mr. would not pose any immediate life-threatening danger, it was not Lei Fa's desire, for given his true age, any overlap with the identity of Mr. would inevitably cause a sensational uproar, thrusting him into the limelight of the vast ocean. This outcome is far from what he had hoped to witness. While his current strength affords him a degree of self-preservation, he remains a considerable distance from being unrestrained. Becoming a focal point so early is hardly advantageous to him. Does he wish to deny it? At this moment, Sweki unexpectedly burst into laughter, casting aside the displeasure from Lei Fa's earlier threats. If it were anyone else, even that foul bird, Marco, or that fellow, Hercules, they might not recognize you at all, given that you have never revealed your true visage. Moreover, your voice is entirely different, and considering the stark contrast in your appearance, it stands to reason that there should be no connection drawn between these two identities. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa inwardly sighed, for he understood that the girl in the red cap, Sweki, had genuinely discerned her Mr. identity and was not merely toying with him. Sweki continued, I possess a peculiar ability. I have an inexplicable sensitivity to the characteristics of power that defies verbal description. As long as I have witnessed a particular force, regardless of how it transforms, I can distinctly differentiate it. The strength you employed to thwart my attack is unmistakably derived from that noise assault I encountered that day. Furthermore, I am utterly certain that I have encountered this particular power characteristic only once before. At this point, a hint of pride illuminated Sweki's smile. What a dull ability this is. Lei Fa cursed inwardly. Do you find my talent rather tedious? I must admit, I share that sentiment. Previously, I had never discerned any significant utility in this ability, but unexpectedly, it seems there may be delightful surprises. Shueqi cast a sly smile at Lei Fa. Upon realizing why his identity had been discerned, Lei Fa couldn't help but feel unfortunate. Nevertheless, he had no intention of admitting it openly and inquired, I cannot comprehend what you are trying to say. I merely wish to know if you will leave. Leave? I shall depart immediately, Shueqi replied, feigning fear and playfully patting her flat chest, grinning. I certainly do not wish to encounter that Black Bat General. Then I appreciate your cooperation, Lei Fa responded. Are you afraid I might expose your identity, little brother? Worry not. If I were to do that, it would be exceedingly dull. I am not a person who thrives on such trivialities. Shueqi's eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled. Who knows, perhaps we may collaborate in the future. Would you kindly share your true name with me? Lei Fa, he replied, somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the girl in the red duck-billed cap. However, after some contemplation, He decided to answer truthfully. After all, there was no genuine enmity between them at present, and Xueqi had not committed any overly malicious acts. There was no pressing need to detain her forcibly. Lei Fa, I shall remember that, the girl in the red cap said sweetly. I look forward to our next encounter, hoping it will not be so tense. Farewell, Lei Fa said expressionlessly. Seeing this, Xueqi merely chuckled softly, unperturbed, and promptly returned to the other four, waving her hand to signal them. Together, they departed, leaving behind all the prizes that the blue-clad woman had previously received. Upon returning to the shop entrance, the owner expressed immense gratitude. Thank you so very much, esteemed Navy officer. There is no need for thanks. You should promptly amend your rules. Next time you may not be so fortunate, Lei Fa replied. Of course, I will have it changed immediately, the owner responded eagerly. Is that Navy officer an acquaintance of yours, Lady Xueqi? After the five had left, the blue-clad woman inquired curiously. Sort of, Xueqi replied with a light laugh. How did you come to know such a lowly Navy supply officer? Perhaps you're from the same hometown? The blue-clad woman continued to question. He is not just any lowly supply officer. Xueqi shook her head, her smile fading slightly as she spoke with a more serious tone. Remember, if you encounter him again, it is best not to provoke him, understood? Why is that? Is he perhaps a relative of yours, Lady Xueqi? Another woman asked. Nonsense. What relatives do we have among us? Xueqi cast a sharp glare at the woman who had posed the question. Oh, I forgot, the woman said, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. Including Xueqi, the five of them were all members of the Shachi studio, and they shared a common trait. They were all orphans. They were well acquainted with one another, devoid of any familial ties. In any case, when you encounter him again, you all need to exercise caution. Individually, none of you stand a chance against him, Xueqi stated earnestly. How is that possible? Even Sister Wakiki isn't his match? The woman with the tongue out exclaimed incredulously, glancing towards the woman in blue. Although the blue-clad woman remained silent, she too seemed to harbor doubts about this assertion. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Shachi replied. I understand. The woman in blue nodded in acknowledgement. The other three exchanged glances and also nodded in agreement, indicating their comprehension. However, you need not worry. For my sake, if you do happen to encounter him, he won't deliberately make things difficult for you. After all, I hold a slight advantage over him. The girl in the red cap said with a mischievous smile. Her confirmation hinted at Lei Fa's alternate identity, yet she had no intention of broadcasting this information, as it would yield her no benefit. Instead, possessing the secret might prove advantageous in the future. Observing Lei Fa, it was evident he wished to keep Mr. V's identity concealed. Holding on to this little secret was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental. Of course, she did not expect that this would compel Lei Fa to comply with her wishes, as that would be rather unrealistic. After dismissing the girl in the red cap, Lei Fa felt somewhat exasperated. The situation had become rather vexing. It was originally none of his concern, yet he could not stand idly by while Bailigud and the others faced adversity. Unexpectedly, his identity as Mr. that had been revealed due to a trivial ability, a completely absurd turn of events. However, she likely would not stoop to exposing me, Lei Fa pondered. While the world is never short of individuals who delight in harming others for their own gain, the girl in the red cap, Xueqi, did not strike him as such a person. Exposing his identity held little significance, and moreover, they bore no animosity towards one another. Such an action would be even more illogical. Nevertheless, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of her doing so. If it came to that, Lei Fa would find himself powerless, as he had no assurance of being able to keep the girl in the red cap at bay. He could not risk everything merely due to a potential exposure. Furthermore, even if he were truly exposed, it would not lead to dire consequences. He could simply let it be. Lei Fa had come to terms with this. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt his ears twitch. Damn it, is today a day of bad omens? Why is everything converging at once? Rafa's countenance was exceedingly grim. Just as the situation with Xueqi had been resolved, it appeared that yet another crisis had arisen, and from the fragmented whispers he had overheard, this predicament seemed far more troublesome. Please, forgive me, esteemed sir. This is my younger sister. She likely did not notice your presence while I was on duty and inadvertently offended you. I beseech you, considering her tender age, to spare her. I shall bow in supplication. Upon Rafa's arrival at the scene, he found all present kneeling in unison towards a singular direction. In that direction stood Joshua, shielding a young girl as he repeatedly bowed in apology to an individual mounted upon a leopard. Bailigud knelt behind him, also in a posture of submission. Rafa observed that as Joshua bowed, Bailigud seemed inclined to speak, yet was abruptly restrained by Patrick, who yanked at his arm, compelling him to silence. Had he truly encountered the world's nobility, the celestial dragons? Lei Fa inhaled deeply. Indeed, the person upon the leopard, to whom Joshua was so fervently bowing, was none other than a celestial dragon. Like all other celestial dragons, this individual donned a bubble oxygen mask, disdainful of sharing the very air of the common folk, exuding an arrogance that was unparalleled. The grotesque nature of these individuals was matched only by the fact that they were descendants of the 20 royal families that founded the world government, arrogantly claiming to be the descendants of the Creator. The privileges they enjoyed were equally grotesque. Anyone daring to offend them would face the wrath of an admiral of the Navy, with no exceptions. When Lei Fa learned he was assigned to this Abaeity archipelago, he had anticipated the possibility of encountering these legendary celestial dragons, given the proximity to their residence, the Holy Land married Geos. This location served as one of their favored recreational locales, making such encounters almost inevitable. Moreover, Lei Fa pondered what course of action he might take should he indeed confront these abhorrent beings. As a youth nurtured under the banner of communism in the 21st century, he found it utterly unacceptable that such a group, who regarded all others as mere slaves while viewing themselves as divine, existed. From the very first moment he encountered the notion of these exalted celestial dragons within the pages of a comic, he felt an innate revulsion towards this faction. It can be said that within the world of One Piece, few characters inspire such universal disdain, the celestial dragons being among them. However, Lei Fa also recognized that given his current capabilities, albeit modestly accomplished, it was entirely impossible to disregard the immutable laws of this world. The individuals referred to as the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons, embody one of the immutable laws of society. To say that one might defy them is an understatement. Merely standing upright in their presence without kneeling is tantamount to an affront. Lei Fa recalls that in the original narrative of the manga universe, alongside the protagonist Luffy, they were recognized as the 11 supernovas, each bearing a bounty exceeding 100 million. This notorious generation instinctively refrained from provoking the celestial dragons, often opting to kneel temporarily to avoid conflict. When Zoro, bewildered, prepared to attack a celestial dragon, another supernova, the gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie, swiftly intervened to halt his actions. This decisive act was fueled by the collective understanding among them that offending the celestial dragons would not merely alter their bounties. It could invoke the wrath of the Navy's highest echelon, the admirals. This is an unyielding decree established by the global government, one that cannot be challenged. It is precisely this edict that has allowed the celestial dragons to act with impunity throughout history, committing acts of violence with a callousness akin to squashing an ant. Upon introspection, Lei Fa is reluctant to provoke this deranged group, even though he is the adopted son of a prominent general from the Warring States period. Attracting the ire of the celestial dragons would lead to dire consequences that are far from trivial. Thus, Lei Fa resolves to avoid the celestial dragons whenever possible, keeping his distance as much as he can, for he has no desire to bow before these grotesque individuals. It is simply revolting. This was indeed a predicament with no viable alternatives. Yet, he had never anticipated encountering this peculiar group of deviants in such a melodramatic fashion. A spectacle so absurd that it was impossible for him to simply disregard it. In truth, with his acute senses, he could detect the presence of the celestial dragons from miles away and evade them accordingly. However, his attention had been captivated by the girl in the red duckbill cap, Sweki, causing him to overlook the distant commotion until she was finally dispatched. It was only then that he realized the situation had become rather precarious. From the hushed discussions among the nearby crowd and the words of Joshua, who was bowing in reverence, he could piece together the sequence of events that had transpired. It appeared that when Joshua and Barrygud were patrolling this area, they coincidentally crossed paths with the celestial dragons, prompting everyone, including Joshua and his companions, to kneel. Unbeknownst to them, Joshua's young sister was also present, and upon catching sight of her brother from a distance, she rushed over in high spirits. The innocent little girl, oblivious to the significance of the celestial dragons, merely wished to reach her brother for a comforting embrace, unaware that her actions would incite the wrath of the celestial dragon mounted upon a leopard. Thus unfolded the current scene, with Joshua persistently bowing his head in supplication. His sister, lacking comprehension of the nature of the celestial dragons, was oblivious to the depths of his understanding, compelling him to entirely cast aside his dignity. His forehead now bloodied from the repeated blows. Meanwhile, the 5 companions of Sweki had only just departed a short distance away. "Sweki, something seems to be amiss over there," remarked the youngest girl among them. "Really? Let us circle back and investigate," Sweki responded, her typical penchant for chaos ignited at the mention of trouble. Swiftly disregarding her previous caution, the five took a small detour and stealthily approached the scene from another angle. Upon reaching the alleyway and discerning the specifics of the situation, the youngest girl spoke with a hint of trepidation. It's actually a celestial dragon. They all hailed from Shachi's studio, engaged in a deadly trade, and logically, one would expect them to act without reservation. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. In these vast seas, be it pirates, assassins, or figures straddling the line between light and dark, certain boundaries remained sacrosanct. The celestial dragons were among the gravest troubles that all sought to avoid. Kneeling there were the Navy personnel who had departed earlier. The woman in blue immediately recognized the individuals in Navy attire, their uniforms unmistakable. This should be quite a spectacle. Sweki mused, recognizing Joshua and his companions, her expression betraying a sense of anticipation. She was unfamiliar with them and indifferent to their fates, rather. Her curiosity lay in whether their companion, the enigmatic Mr. V, would intervene. However, she soon realized her hopes might be unfounded. Even a bounty hunter of the 7 stars caliber would instinctively steer clear of a celestial dragon unless absolutely necessary, despite being a promising newcomer to the bounty hunter guild. Offending a celestial dragon would offer no protection. The repercussions would entail facing the wrath of an admiral, a peril not to be trifled with. She pondered with a slight shake of her head. It appeared that the kneeling naval soldier, along with the young girl he shielded, had indeed offended the celestial dragon. Yet, she mused, bowing would likely prove futile. Given the celestial dragon's arrogant disposition, all were perceived as mere lowly slaves in their eyes. The woman in blue scoffed, revealing her own disdain for these celestial dragons. Nonetheless, she was compelled to admit her own reluctance to provoke them. What a repugnant existence, Sweki remarked, pursing her lips. Lily, how could you be so thoughtless? Esteemed celestial dragon, I implore you, spare her. She is but a Navi child, came the voice of a middle-aged woman, seemingly earnest and unassuming, as she rushed from the crowd, kneeling beside Joshua and joining him in his supplications. Mother, you must leave. I can handle this, Joshua urged. As soon as Joshua saw the visitor, he hastily exclaimed, It is all my fault, entirely my fault. I failed to keep a watchful eye on your sister, which allowed her to rush over and offend this esteemed celestial dragon gentleman. The middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with grief, wept uncontrollably as she bowed repeatedly before the celestial dragon, pleading, Whatever punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. These 2 children are in no way implicated, my lord. This middle-aged woman is undoubtedly Joshua's mother. How exasperating. The celestial dragon initially observed Joshua bowing repeatedly, seemingly intrigued by the spectacle, unable to discern his next move, simply watching as Joshua continued to prostrate himself. For him, this might have been an intriguing interlude. However, with the arrival of the middle-aged woman, her wailing and lamentations swiftly kindled his impatience. In a sudden motion, he drew a pistol from his waist and fired towards her. Alarmingly, both Belgood and Patrick reacted far quicker than Joshua, for their prowess significantly surpassed that of the ordinary seaman. Patrick's instinct was to intercept the bullet, yet his subconscious hesitation, born from being a celestial dragon, caused him to miss the crucial moment for intervention. Belgood, on the other hand, was less encumbered by deliberation. He could not bear the thought of watching Joshua's mother perish before his eyes. Thus, the instant the celestial dragon pulled the trigger, he sprang to his feet, ready to dash towards her. Yet, unexpectedly, someone was even swifter. As the gunshot reverberated and everyone regained their senses, a handsome youth clad in the same naval garb as the kneeling Joshua appeared before the grieving woman, his hand poised in a fist across his chest. This audacity. From a distance, Snooki widened her eyes in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Did he truly dare to intervene? Snooki, that was your friend just now, the youngest girl exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. He actually dared to meddle in the affairs of a celestial dragon. Is he out of his mind? The woman in blue gasped in shock. The expressions of the other 2 mirrored sheer disbelief. At that moment, it was not just they who were startled. Those kneeling in the vicinity, as well as the hidden onlookers, were all taken aback by the sudden appearance of this individual. A singular thought echoed in everyone's mind. What audacity. Someone truly dared to involve themselves in the matters of a celestial dragon. Were they tired of living? There had been those in the past who, in a fit of recklessness, attempted to confront the celestial dragons, yet they all paid a horrific price. Their blood illuminating the truth that the dignity of a celestial dragon is inviolable. Thus, anyone who dared to offend a celestial dragon was left with no choice but to abandon their dignity, pleading for forgiveness with tears and blood. Joshua's relentless kowtowing, drawing blood, was a testament to this. To offend or confront a celestial dragon while hoping to survive meant only one avenue existed: to seek forgiveness, regardless of the loss of dignity involved. As for resistance or flight, such actions would only serve to further incite the wrath of the celestial dragons. Not to mention that such behavior would swiftly attract the ire of the Marine Admirals. Even the bodyguards accompanying the celestial dragons were not individuals one could trifle with. The bodyguards, all hailing from the clandestine agency under the auspices of the world government, possessed astonishing prowess, with several among them even rivaling the might of admiral-level naval officers. Those who dared to resist would do well to consider whether they could survive their onslaught. Under such formidable protective measures, the celestial dragons were utterly despairing figures. When confronted with the wrath of the celestial dragons, the only recourse was to plead for mercy or await a grim fate. Any foolishness could even endanger one's family. Who would dare to act recklessly? Yet, to the astonishment of all, a bold and audacious individual emerged: Lei Fa. Joshua gazed in shock at this unexpected figure. As the gunfire erupted, despair had already begun to envelop him, and fleeting thoughts of confronting the celestial dragons had crossed his mind, but such notions swiftly dissipated. Regardless, he had no time to save his mother. Her death seemed an inescapable fate, irrevocable and fixed. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming hatred for everything: the Navy, the world government, and the injustices of this world. Above all, his deepest loathing was reserved for the detestable celestial dragons. However, he could hardly fathom that someone would dare to stand up at such a moment, risking the ire of the celestial dragons to save his mother, his very own roommate. Lei Fa, take your mother and sister and leave, Lei Fa instructed without turning, his voice calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. Now, immediately. You too, Belagood, Lei Fa's voice thundered. Joshua, gazing at Lei Fa's silhouette, felt a tumult of emotions, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth, seizing his mother's hand, and then grasping his sister's, swiftly turning to flee. Belagood and Patrick were equally taken aback by Lei Fa's boldness, their emotions a chaotic blend, particularly Patrick, whose expression shifted dramatically. I won't leave. We are brothers. We face this together, Belagood declared suddenly. Indeed, Patrick affirmed, his expression resolute. Lei Fa was about to respond when he was abruptly interrupted by the furious celestial dragons. You filthy peasants. No one is leaving. Seize those three who dared to flee. The celestial dragons were engulfed in a boundless rage, incensed by the audacity of being offended. No one shall escape. They all must perish. Yes, responded a coldly dressed man in a suit, wearing sunglasses. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight in a flash. Almost simultaneously, Lei Fa disappeared as well. When they reappeared, the suited man was now less than 10 meters behind Joshua, who remained oblivious, desperately pulling his mother and sister away, too fearful to glance back. Until this moment, Belagood and his companion finally realized that they were facing the legendary world aristocrats known as the Celestial Dragons. Indeed, the rumors were true. The guards flanking the Celestial Dragons were formidable figures under the auspices of the world government. Although they could discern that the suited man's target was Joshua, they found it utterly impossible to intervene. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and the only thing they could do was to watch helplessly. Thus, they could only stand by as the suited man approached Joshua from behind, reaching out to seize him, far too late to even utter a warning. However, at that moment, Lei Fa's figure suddenly appeared directly above the suited man, delivering a decisive kick aimed at his head. The suited man was startled, and without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively raised both hands to shield his head. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the suited man was forcefully propelled downwards to the ground. What madness is this? How could a mere naval deckhand possess such power? The instant he blocked Lei Fa's strike, he felt an overwhelming force crashing down upon him, as if a small mountain had descended from the heavens, driving him mercilessly into the earth. In that fleeting moment, the suited man's mind was inundated with a torrent of disbelief. Since when had the Navy become so terrifying? How could he possibly be unable to withstand the attack of a mere naval deckhand? Before the thought could fully dissipate, the man in the suit crashed to the ground, creating a vast circular crater that sent tremors through the earth. Joshua was startled by the tremendous noise behind him and hurriedly turned to look. He was met with Lei Fa's insistence. What are you staring at? Run. Prompted by this, Joshua hastily continued his escape. As he observed Joshua fleeing with his mother and sister into the crowd, Lei Fa couldn't help but sigh. Muttering to himself with a sense of helplessness, indeed, I couldn't hold back. The instinctive act of saving Joshua's mother was purely reflexive. It was akin to the instinctive reaction one has when witnessing a child running amok near a pit. One would instinctively intervene. Such behavior often springs from primal instincts. The earlier moment was no different. Intercepting the bullet aimed at the celestial dragon was effortless for him now, and he could not bear to watch his friend's mother perish before his eyes. Thus, he stepped forward to save her. Upon reflection, it would be impossible to claim he felt no regret. At this juncture, provoking the celestial dragons was decidedly unwise. Indeed, it bordered on sheer foolishness. A level of folly that seemed irredeemable. Why would a second-generation noble choose to court trouble? Was that not the very definition of foolishness? Yet, despite this regret, if time could rewind and grant Lei Fa another opportunity to choose, he would unhesitatingly make the same decision again. He was no saint, nor did he aspire to be a savior. However, deep down, he held certain principles. If he couldn't muster the courage to stand up in such moments, what would differentiate him from a mere fish out of water? This time, it was my turn to play the fool, Lei Fa thought with a self-deprecating smile. As he approached the fallen man in the suit, Lei Fa walked back toward the celestial dragons, taking deliberate, unhurried steps. At that moment, to everyone around him, he appeared enigmatic and profound. Even Barry and Good, who were familiar with him, regarded him with disbelief. Could it be that Lei Fa was this formidable? In the minds of the two individuals, a singular thought now prevailed, causing them to temporarily forget even the celestial dragons. It is important to note that the speed at which the man in the suit had acted was so rapid that they could scarcely follow with their eyes. Attempting to intervene was utterly impossible. This demonstrated that the man in the suit possessed strength far surpassing their own, significantly more than a mere increment. According to their estimations, the man in the suit was at least comparable to a naval colonel, and a top-tier one at that. Yet, what did they witness? Lei Fa executed a counterattack, not only catching up to the man in the suit, but also incapacitating him with a single strike. Upon witnessing this scene, even a fool could discern that Lei Fa's prowess was considerably superior to that of the man in the suit. Their impression of Lei Fa was limited to the clever tactics he had employed against Smoker at the onset of their training camp, leading them to believe he was merely a second-tier figure within the camp. While he was slightly stronger than the two of them, he still seemed to fall short when compared to Drake and Smoker. However, what lay before them was far from a simple matter. Even if it were the current Drake or Smoker, neither could have possibly dispatched the man in the suit as effortlessly as Lei Fa had done. Lei Fa's strength exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. Furthermore, as events unfolded, they realized that reconciliation was no longer an option. Indeed, upon witnessing his bodyguard being knocked unconscious by the Navy's miscellaneous soldier who had unexpectedly intervened, the celestial dragon was consumed by rage, nearly succumbing to a fit of fury. This was insurrection, an outright rebellion. Notify the naval headquarters immediately and demand that an admiral be dispatched at once. The celestial dragon commanded, his voice laced with desperation. And inform the naval authorities of Sabaody as well. I want these lowly peasants to pay dearly for their insolence. His subordinates promptly began communicating with unknown parties via the transponder snails. Meanwhile, the remaining bodyguards regarded the approaching Lei Fa with palpable trepidation. You useless fools. What are you doing standing there? Get in there and assist me. The celestial dragon roared in frustration as his bodyguards formed a protective circle around him. But sir, your safety is our utmost priority. One bodyguard hesitated to respond. Do you truly believe these peasants would dare to confront me? Pay no heed to my safety. All of you, charge together. If you can capture him, I shall reward you handsomely. As he spoke, the celestial dragon cast a disdainful glance over the kneeling crowd surrounding them. The individuals below had long grown accustomed to such treatment, not a single one displaying dissatisfaction. This, perhaps, is the essence of fate. Upon hearing that the celestial dragon had directly contacted the Navy headquarters and requested the presence of an admiral, both Barrygood and Patrick turned ashen-faced. Setting aside Barrygood for the moment, it is worth noting that Patrick's father, the illustrious Admiral Randolph, held a position within the Navy that was entirely commensurate with that of the esteemed Vice Admiral Blackbat, the highest authority in the Chambord Islands. Thus, had the troubles been of a mundane nature, his lineage alone could have quelled them. However, the individual before them was none other than a celestial dragon, a being of such noble stature that they are not to be trifled with. Offending a celestial dragon is an unbreakable law. To do so invites the wrath of the Navy's admirals. In this dire situation, even his father, Admiral Randolph, would be unable to rescue him. Similarly, upon hearing the frenzied roar of the celestial dragon, the surrounding crowd fell into a state of panic, particularly those notorious bounty hunters with bounties on their heads. who could not help but curse the Navy for provoking the celestial dragon. Not far away, the 5 women from Shaki Studio also changed their expressions in alarm. Sister Sweki, aren't we retreating? The Admiral should be arriving soon, the youngest girl, visibly anxious, inquired of the girl in the red cap. The Navy Admiral. Just the presence of the Black Bat Admiral on this island had instilled fear in them, let alone the highest combat prowess of the Navy represented by an Admiral. Even their boss would avoid confrontation with an Admiral. Yes, prepare to withdraw. Sweki understood that this was not the time for recklessness. Although the Admiral's primary target was those who had offended the celestial dragon, who could predict whether he might also take the opportunity to eliminate nearby bounty hunters. Remaining here would be akin to gambling with their lives. It was hardly worth risking their safety for mere entertainment. Huachi. Notify the Bounty Hunter Guild and inform them that their newly minted 6-star bounty hunter has inadvertently offended the celestial dragon, and they should keep an eye on him. Just as the 5 women turned to leave, Sweki suddenly turned to the girl in blue. Huachi. Huh? The newly minted 6-star bounty hunter? Are you referring to that young man who recently made waves by seizing items from you and Phoenix Marco? Huachi suddenly realized. Indeed, Sweki nodded, sighing. However, I truly did not expect this fellow to be so audacious as to confront the celestial dragon directly. What a pity. Yes, what a pity, Huachi echoed, both wearing expressions of regret. Fully aware that this time, Lei Fa was likely facing a grim fate. Even with the identity of Mr. V, the outcome was unlikely to change. The Bounty Hunter Guild would not risk offending the world government for a mere 6-star bounty hunter. Such a notion was unrealistic. Sweki's warning was little more than a gesture of goodwill, albeit one with a vanishingly slim chance of success. As Sweki and her companions lamented for Lei Fa, he had no time to ponder such matters. The remaining bodyguards of the celestial dragon, under his command, had already launched an attack against Lei Fa and his companions. Together, Belgood and Patrick managed to defend themselves against one of the attacks, albeit in a state of disarray, and they were gradually losing their strength. It seemed that if the battle were to persist, it would not be long before they could no longer endure. Rayfaz was considerably more formidable. This celestial dragon had 6 bodyguards in total. Aside from the one whom he had incapacitated with a single kick, 5 remained. Belgood and Patrick had each taken on 1, leaving the remaining 4 to launch a united assault against him. The prowess of these 6 individuals is relatively balanced. None of them possess the remarkable strength of the girl in the red duckbill cap, Sweki, yet none fall below the rank of colonel. Currently, Lei Fa's capabilities, when pitted against a typical colonel officer, would likely yield results akin to the swift defeat of the suited man he previously incapacitated with a single kick. However, it seems that due to their shared origins from the same organization, these 4, when united in combat, exhibit an astounding 200% of their potential, rendering Lei Fa momentarily unable to overcome them. Each time Lei Fa strikes one of them, the other 3 react with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a tempest of attacks that forces him to switch from offense to defense. This implies that as long as none of them are rendered incapable of fighting by Lei Fa's blows, they will not succumb to being taken down one by one. In fact, the reason the suited man fell victim to Lei Fa's swift defeat was due to his own complacency. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly inconsequential naval auxiliary would possess such formidable strength. Had it not been for this oversight, he would not have been so easily incapacitated in a single strike. Were they to engage in a fully committed battle, it is unlikely that the suited man would have succumbed so readily. Alas, many circumstances exist without the luxury of what-ifs. In the small grove on Island No. 60 in the Sabaody archipelago, a lean elderly figure, Admiral Black Bat, answered the transponder snail with a cold inquiry. He typically devoted himself to profound meditation, seldom concerning himself with the island's affairs, only being summoned for significant events, such as the recent turmoil incited by Moria. However, it seemed that trouble had arisen again in quick succession, which irked him slightly. If every little issue required the attention of an admiral, what purpose did the others serve? 2 rear admirals and a commodore? Were they truly so helpless in the face of adversity? Admiral Black Bat, there has been a grave situation. The moment he answered the transponder snail, a panicked voice erupted from the other end, further aggravating Admiral Black Bat's displeasure. Speak calmly, he admonished, furrowing his brow. What cannot be articulated in a composed manner? Must you resort to such theatrics? What kind of conduct is this? Why, yes, I apologize, the voice on the other end stammered. Please, allow me to explain. On the island, someone has offended a celestial dragon. And now the bodyguards of that celestial dragon are engaged in fierce combat with the offender, but are currently unable to subdue them. What? Admiral Blackbat's grip on the transponder snail tightened instinctively, his surprise barely concealed. This was no trivial matter, even for someone as seasoned as he. He immediately inquired, "Who is the offender? Is it a notorious pirate, or the like?" "And no, it appears," the voice hesitated, "that the offender is one of our own." "What do you mean?" "One of our own?" Vice Admiral Blackbat detected an unusual scent. According to the information relayed from the world government, there were 3 offenders, all mere naval support personnel, and the esteemed Celestial Dragon was currently in peril. The headquarters would promptly dispatch a general to the scene, and the world government urged you to hasten there as well. To safeguard the Celestial Dragon and prevent any harm from befalling him, the transponder snail explained. Naval support personnel? Still engaged in fierce combat with the Celestial Dragon's bodyguards? Does the speaker truly believe that we in the Navy are fools? Vice Admiral Blackbat slammed his hand on the table, filled with rage. He had previously entertained the notion that the Celestial Dragon was genuinely in danger in Sabaody, and he felt a pang of anxiety. For if a Celestial Dragon were to perish in the Sabaody archipelago, he, as the highest authority on the island, would undoubtedly be implicated. At the very least bearing shared responsibility. Although it was unlikely that he would face severe repercussions, his reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. Thus, his heart raced with concern. However, after hearing the description from the transponder snail, he swiftly dismissed his earlier thoughts. What nonsense is this? If it were merely a matter of a few naval support personnel inadvertently offending a Celestial Dragon, he could accept the possibility, for he understood all too well the almost pathological nature of the Celestial Dragons. Even the slightest misstep in eye contact could be interpreted as provocation or insult. It would not be surprising if some naval personnel inadvertently offended them. Yet, the world government claimed that these offending naval support personnel were engaged in fierce combat with the Celestial Dragon's bodyguards. This was an affront to his intelligence. As a vice admiral, he was well aware of the caliber of those tasked with protecting the Celestial Dragons. They were all drawn from the secret agencies of the world government, meticulously selected to serve and provide personal protection to the Celestial Dragons. While their strength may not be unparalleled, they were certainly no weaklings. Even common pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would find it challenging to contend with the escort teams accompanying the Celestial Dragons, and they could even meet their demise. But what is the world government saying now? That a few naval support personnel are engaged in fierce combat with the bodyguard team? Moreover, judging by their tone, the bodyguards are struggling against these naval support personnel and require his assistance, Vice Admiral Blackbat, to intervene? Is this not an affront to one's intellect? He harbored no substantial objections to the supreme protection afforded to the Celestial Dragons, as it symbolized the dignity and prestige of the world government. However, if any Celestial Dragon were to summon the entire Navy over trivial matters, he could not abide by such indignity. Who does he think he is? A mere sycophant? Lord Blackbat, please calm yourself. The telephone bug hastily reassured, explaining, initially, I too believed this was a farce orchestrated by the world government. So I promptly dispatched the nearest naval forces to investigate. To my astonishment, it turned out to be true. How is that possible? Major General Blackbat exclaimed, incredulous. Are you certain the personnel you sent discern the situation accurately? Is it indeed a few naval petty officers engaged in fierce combat with the bodyguards of the Celestial Dragons? It appears to be so, the telephone bug replied with a wry smile. I shall arrive immediately. Major General Blackbat sensed the gravity of the situation, promptly ending the call and striding towards the exit of the small cabin. Yet, as he stepped outside, his hurried gait suddenly slowed. What brings you here? Major General Blackbat's furrowed brows deepened further. Not far from his left, beside a small stone table, sat a diminutive elder who had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Casually perched on a stone stool, engrossed in grooming his nails. Only upon hearing Major General Blackbat's inquiry did he lift his head. Why? I have come to challenge you to a game of chess, the short elder chuckled, gesturing towards the chessboard already set up on the table, with 2 boxes of contrasting black and white pieces. Not today, I have pressing matters to attend to, Major General Blackbat replied, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. Old bat, might I implore you to refrain from interfering in this matter? The elder suddenly sighed. Major General Blackbat halted abruptly. He turned his piercing gaze toward the elder. Surely you understand that there are lines that must not be crossed? Your reach is rather excessive. Is this your personal sentiment, or that of your guild? Or do you intend to brazenly trample upon the dignity of the world government? You see, you are always so confrontational. The elder shook his head. Can it not be that I, in a personal capacity, seek a favor from you? After all, we have been chess companions for over a decade, and I have never asked for your assistance. Is such a minor request truly beyond your capacity? Spare me that rhetoric. Major General Blackbat's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a minor request? Matters concerning the celestial dragons are anything but trivial. P.S. The third update has arrived. Do not rush me. Allow me to ask you, have you comprehended the situation thoroughly? Confronted by the formidable Vice Admiral Blackbat of the Navy, the diminutive elder exhibited little trepidation. Leisurely inquiring, Vice Admiral, what is the current situation? The Vice Admiral, momentarily calming his demeanor, replied. The known circumstances reveal that several naval support personnel have offended a celestial dragon and are presently engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon's bodyguards. The situation is exceedingly urgent. The elder continued, you must be aware of the nature of the celestial dragon's guards. It is rather peculiar that a handful of naval support personnel could compel them to seek assistance from your navy. Do you not find that curious? The Vice Admiral retorted. Do I need you to remind me? Yet, he shook his head, conceding, indeed, there is an element of strangeness to this matter. However, our subordinates have dispatched individuals to verify the facts. The situation is genuine, and it is not mere fabrication from the celestial dragon's side. I am well aware of its authenticity. Otherwise, I would not have taken the trouble to come here, the elder remarked, accustomed to the Vice Admiral's temperament, not taking offense. He continued, what I wish to highlight is that do you not find it remarkable that naval support personnel could possibly contend with the celestial dragon's guards? Are they not your men? The Vice Admiral's voice grew slightly frigid. Yes, and yet no. The elder initially affirmed the Vice Admiral's assertion, then shook his head, explaining. The genesis of this incident mirrors countless narratives involving the world nobles, the celestial dragons. A relative of a naval support personnel inadvertently offended a celestial dragon. And upon kneeling to plead for mercy, he received none. I have no time for your tales. The Vice Admiral interjected with a furrowed brow. He could surmise the essence of the story concerning the celestial dragons without needing to hear it in its entirety. As a Navy officer, he was expected to uphold justice. Yet certain matters were beyond his power to alter, irrespective of his seniority as a Vice Admiral. The elder's narrative likely depicted yet another case of injustice wrought by the celestial dragons, which left the Vice Admiral feeling somewhat uncomfortable, pondering the futility of such troubles. The crux of the matter, however, did not lie in the righteousness of the celestial dragon's actions, nor did he wish to delve into the truth of the situation. Let us get to the point. The elder understood his old chess companion's sentiments and did not mind. The pivotal difference in this incident was that a comrade of the naval support personnel had bravely intervened to save his family, further infuriating the celestial dragon, prompting the dispatch of bodyguards to apprehend him. What the celestial dragon did not anticipate was that this brave naval support personnel, who had risked his life to save a comrade, possessed extraordinary strength, managing to gain the upper hand against numerous adversaries. It can be said that this courageous naval support personnel is at the heart of this incident. His name is Lei Fa, hailing from Marine Fando. And he is also a newly minted 6-star bounty hunter of our guild. The diminutive elder succinctly summarized the situation for Admiral Blackbat. Is it that Mr. V who previously stirred up controversy? No wonder you personally intervened. It turns out he is a promising newcomer favored by your guild, Admiral Blackbat remarked with a sneer. However, even if he is a supernova of your guild, offending the celestial dragons will still lead to repercussions. Do you truly believe you can shield him from punishment? Moreover, even if I grant you this favor and remain uninvolved, the headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to address the matter. And then what will you do? Do you know that, prior to today, we were completely unaware of his true identity? I only learned of it a moment before you did. The short elder replied without directly addressing the admiral's concerns. Upon discovering this incident, I immediately conducted a thorough investigation into his circumstances. The results astonished me. And it is precisely this outcome that compelled me to seek you out. Would you like to hear it? Spare me the suspense. Just speak plainly. Admiral Blackbat retorted coldly. This boy, named Lei Fa, is not yet 9 years old, yet he has independently attained the status of a 6-star bounty hunter within our guild. While his prowess may not entirely match this title, the mere fact that he can stand against the celestial dragon's bodyguards speaks volumes, the elder lamented. A prodigious talent of monstrous caliber, rivaling the likes of Peach Rabbit, Gun, and Green Pheasant, Corazon. Indeed, a prodigious genius, Admiral Blackbat said in a low voice. Such talent is exceedingly rare, even on a global scale, and to think he is one of your Navy's own. With proper guidance, he could become a formidable force in the Navy. Yet, for such an absurd reason, you seek to capture him and label him a criminal? Admiral Blackbat took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a hint of disinterest. I must admit, your words are quite persuasive. If I were the fleet admiral, I would certainly advocate for this promising seedling against the world government. But the reality is, I am not the fleet admiral. I am merely a vice admiral. Do not expect me to engage directly with the 5 elders, and even if an admiral were dispatched from headquarters, it would not fall under my purview, do you understand? I am well aware of this. My intention in seeking you out was never to expect that you could entirely thwart this situation, the elder said with a mysterious smile. Do you know why? After gathering all the intelligence, I chose to come and attempt to halt what seems like an irreversible event. Oh. Admiral Blackbat sensed the underlying message in the elder's words. It is because this boy, Lei Fa, is not only a 6-star bounty hunter in our guild. He also possesses another identity. His adoptive father is none other than your Navy's sole current admiral, the Wisdom General, Sengoku. The diminutive elder articulated the crux of the matter. Should he truly harm or slay that celestial dragon, the very premise of his safety would be rendered moot, as the existence of the celestial dragon symbolizes the dignity of the world government, which cannot be trifled with. However, if it were merely an act of offense, the situation might still hold a glimmer of hope. What say you? The Admiral Blackbat pondered for a moment upon hearing these words. After a brief interlude, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips as he regarded the elder, remarking, "You crafty old fox. I presume your visit is not merely to implore me to refrain from intervening?" "I have said nothing," replied the elder, shrugging his shoulders before taking his leave. Admiral Blackbat suddenly waved his hand, departing towards the edge of the small grove. This time, however, the elder did not impede him again but muttered to himself, "Young one, my ability to assist you is limited. I wish you the best of luck." At Marine headquarters in Marineford, a middle-aged man with a voluminous hairstyle, adorned with frog-like spectacles and sporting a tuft of braided facial hair, approached the office of the fleet admiral and knocked on the door. "Come in," commanded a dignified voice from within. "Admiral, you called for me?" inquired the bespectacled man as he entered, directing his question at the elderly gentleman with a pointed hairstyle seated within. "Indeed, a matter has arisen, though you have only just returned from a brief respite. Your involvement is indispensable. Hence, I summoned you," responded the elderly figure. "What has transpired?" the middle-aged man asked. "Moments ago, we received communication from the world government, indicating that a celestial dragon has been affronted in the Sabaody archipelago and is currently in peril." The elderly gentleman paused before continuing. "As you are aware, any individual who offends a celestial dragon and is not immediately subdued faces the wrath of the Marine Admirals. This has always been the standing rule. Given the current circumstances, with Zephyr disheartened and having resigned from his position as admiral, and that scoundrel Carp adamantly refusing promotion, there is no one else to whom we can entrust this task. Indeed, it is only fitting. A celestial dragon is a member of the world aristocracy, and to offend them is akin to trampling upon the dignity of the world government, which warrants severe punishment," declared the middle-aged man with gravity. "Excellent, then you must proceed at once." Suddenly, before the elderly gentleman could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks. "Enter," he replied, irritation creeping into his tone, yet he understood that his subordinates would not disrupt him without just cause. It must be a matter of significance. "Salutations, Admiral." "Greetings, Admiral Sengoku." The newcomer, a colonel officer, entered the room and promptly saluted both individuals present. "Very well," the elderly gentleman acknowledged. The middle-aged man, adorned with frog-shaped glasses, nodded in acknowledgement. It goes without saying that he is the current admiral of the Navy, the sole individual referred to as the wise general, and also the adoptive father of Rayleigh. As for the elderly man with pointed white hair, he is none other than the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong. "What is it? Speak," Admiral Kong inquired. "Yes," the colonel replied, then continued, "I have just received the latest communication. Vice Admiral Black Hawk has apprehended all the offenders and is personally escorting them back. They are currently en route." "Oh?" Admiral Kong expressed surprise. "Is it true that Black Hawk is coming? Has the sun risen in the west?" He then smiled at Sengoku. "It seems there is no need for you to make a special trip after all. With Vice Admiral Black Hawk taking action, success is guaranteed." Sengoku nodded slightly. The combat prowess of Vice Admiral Black Hawk is firmly ranked among the top 10 within the Navy, even considering Admiral Kong, Sengoku himself, as well as Carp and Zephyr. Thus, in terms of effectiveness, it would not differ significantly from his own intervention as an admiral. Naturally, according to protocol, if a celestial dragon is offended, he must take action. However, if the offender has already been killed or subdued, such measures become unnecessary. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Black Hawk has requested to convene a Supreme Navy conference to discuss the handling of the offenders, the colonel added. Preposterous, Admiral Kong frowned slightly. For those who offend the celestial dragons, they should be imprisoned and impelled down indefinitely without the need for a Supreme Navy conference. Sengoku's reaction was quite similar to that of Admiral Kong. The so-called Supreme Navy Conference is a gathering of all rear admirals and higher-ranked officers present in Marineford, presided over by Admiral Kong himself. Such meetings are typically convened only for matters of great significance concerning the future of the Navy. While the offense against a celestial dragon is indeed unforgivable, since the offenders have already been captured, they should simply be imprisoned. There is no need for a discussion or a Supreme Navy conference. Well, I cannot say for certain. Admiral, you can directly inquire with Vice Admiral Black Hawk. He seems to carry a personal transponder snail with him, the colonel replied. Understood. You may leave. Admiral Kong gestured with his hand. The colonel retreated, shutting the door behind him. Admiral Kong said to Sengoku, I will call Black Hawk, please wait a moment. Sengoku gestured for him to proceed and poured himself a cup of tea that had already been prepared. Admiral Kong dialed the transponder snail, and shortly, the image of a stern, gaunt elderly man appeared on the device, accompanied by a voice. Moses, Moses? It is I, Admiral Kong said. It has been a long time. Kong. The Black Bat General on the other end of the line exhibited little reverence towards Marshal Kong, instead addressing him in a manner reminiscent of casual greetings exchanged between familiar neighbors. Marshal Kong harbored no offense, for they were indeed contemporaries, sharing an intimacy that rendered formality rather difficult. It had been quite some time since they last met. His visit to Chambord had spanned over a decade, with no return in between. What prompted this sudden change of heart? I must confess that I have missed you and have come back specifically to see you. Would you believe that? The Black Bat General, taking the form of a telephonic insect, jested with a stoic expression, creating an awkward atmosphere. You expect me to believe that? Marshal Kong chuckled, shaking his head. Well, I suspected you wouldn't. So let me be frank. I have returned to attend the Supreme Navy Conference, the Black Bat General stated, just as I was about to inquire about this matter. The mention of the conference caused the smile on Marshal Kong's face to fade slightly. What sort of nonsense is this? Surely you cannot be unaware of the conference's significance. Is it truly necessary to convene for a few offenders of the celestial dragons? Though the Black Bat, as a vice admiral, possessed the authority to propose the conference, the ultimate decision lay with Marshal Kong. He needed to ascertain the necessity before consenting to such a meeting. Absolutely necessary. The Black Bat General's response left Marshal Kong momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, the general continued, the 3 individuals I brought back were dispatched from Marineford to Chambord. They are all trainees from this headquarters youth training camp. A distinct sound of porcelain clattering echoed in the office as Sengoku, while placing a teacup back on the desk, lost his grip, causing it to fall to the floor. It was then that Marshal Kong noticed Sengoku's slightly unnatural demeanor. However, the Black Bat General was not finished speaking. The principal offender is named Lei Fa. Upon hearing this, Marshal Kong suddenly grasped the reason behind Sengoku's mishap with the teacup. As Sengoku's superior, he was well acquainted with Sengoku's 2 adopted sons, having met them on several occasions. Yet, Lei Fa, from Sengoku's household, was hardly older than 10 in his recollection. How could he possibly be a challenge even for the bodyguards of the celestial dragons? Are you certain? Marshal Kong inquired solemnly. I personally apprehended him. There can be no mistake. In the report regarding the Black Bat, it has been preliminarily verified that the principal perpetrator, Lei Fa, is the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. The accomplice, Patrick, is the son of Vice Admiral Randolph, and another accomplice, Barrygood, is the son of Rear Admiral Harrison. Upon hearing this, even the esteemed Fleet Admiral Kong felt a piercing headache. If it were merely the son of a Rear Admiral, it could be overlooked. For while a Rear Admiral is indeed a senior officer, they do not constitute the true upper echelons of the Navy. However, individuals like Randolph, standing out among numerous Vice Admirals, are undoubtedly elite, comparable in stature to the venerable Black Bat. As far as he knows, Patrick is Randolph's only offspring. And given that Randolph fathered him later in life, he dotes on him excessively. Should Patrick be sentenced to life imprisonment in the deep-sea prison impelled down, Randolph would undoubtedly be powerless to intervene, considering the implications for the celestial dragons. Even though Randolph wields significant authority as a vice admiral, he cannot alter the outcome. Yet, would Randolph remain indifferent to such a fate? After this incident, who could guarantee that he would not react impulsively? This undoubtedly poses a lingering risk. If the 2 accomplices merely caused him a mild headache, The principal offender, Lei Fa, truly burdened him with greater concern. Sengoku is a paramount admiral he personally promoted, being groomed as the next fleet admiral, thus his significance is indisputable, especially in light of Zephyr's resignation and Garp's refusal to ascend to admiral. Sengoku's position as the sole current admiral becomes even more valuable. Unlike Garp and Zephyr, Sengoku has never married and has devoted his entire life to the Navy. These two adopted sons represent his only family, creating a profound bond. Admiral Kong understands Sengoku well and recognizes that, despite the transgressions of his adopted sons against Navy and world government laws, Sengoku would never abuse his position. However, to personally consign his sons to the infernal confines of the deep-sea prison for permanent incarceration would undoubtedly inflict pain upon even the seemingly unyielding Sengoku. It is precisely because he knows Sengoku so intimately that he comprehends that certain matters may not be as straightforward as they appear. Addressing the 3 Navy personnel who offended the Celestial Dragons is not a significant issue. For Admiral Kong, it is routine to punish errant Navy members. Yet, dealing with these 3 could potentially foster resentment in the Navy's sole admiral and a top-ranking elite vice admiral, which complicates matters for Fleet Admiral Kong. The vice admiral of the Black Bet continued to speak, but this is not the fundamental reason for my request to convene the Supreme Navy Council. The true motivation behind my request lies in the fact that the principal offender, Lei Fa, is a prodigious talent with the potential to become an admiral. Such exceptional individuals warrant careful consideration. The specifics of how to address this situation must be deliberated upon. I have taken note of this. Marshal Kong rubbed his temples and replied, "Let us discuss this further once you return. Upon your arrival, I shall promptly convene the Supreme Naval Conference." With that, Admiral Black Falcon ended the call. He turned to gaze at Lei Fa, imprisoned within his steel cage, and sighed, "You are far too impulsive, Admiral Black Falcon. Such remarks are unnecessary. In that situation, I could not simply turn a blind eye," Lei Fa retorted from within the confines of his cell. "When I first set foot on Sabaody, I contemplated evading the Celestial Dragons. You may find it hard to believe, but I considered how far I could distance myself from them. Yet, as you can see, it was impossible to evade them." Lei Fa smirked at his own folly. "Regardless, I shall endeavor to plead your case. However, I cannot guarantee any outcome. This matter is exceedingly delicate. Even Marshal Kong would not dare make hasty decisions. As for Sengoku, do you mean to imply that my father would contravene the wishes of the world government merely because I am his son?" Lei Fa preemptively articulated what Admiral Black Falcon had been pondering. In matters concerning Sengoku, Admiral Black Falcon's understanding paled in comparison to Lei Fa's. Whether from the memories of his youth or the narratives gleaned from manga, Lei Fa had garnered ample insight into Sengoku's character. Those who harbored animosity towards Sengoku labeled him as the #1 lapdog of the world government, while such sentiments were steeped in personal bias. The adage holds true: there is no smoke without fire. Sengoku's doctrine was to fulfill the will of the world government, eradicating all adversaries, even those close to him. Without exception. Are you truly not yet 10 years of age? Admiral Black Falcon regarded Lei Fa with a curious expression and continued, "It is a pity I did not discover sooner what a promising talent you are. Had I known, I would have taken you as my disciple upon your arrival at Sabaody and locked you away for your own protection. Even so, do you truly believe I would meekly submit to confinement?" Lei Fa chuckled in response. "Even at this juncture, you retain your sense of humor. I must admit, I increasingly admire you," Admiral Black Falcon remarked, a trace of regret etched upon his gaunt features. As he had stated, he was uncertain of Lei Fa's ultimate fate. He could surmise, with over a 90% probability, that the situation would not shift due to his request for the Supreme Naval Conference. What he sought was merely a sense of peace. As a venerable figure within the Navy, he could not bear to see such a promising talent squandered so easily. Even if he could not alter the outcome, he would strive to do all that was within his power. It was precisely this understanding that had drawn the attention of his old chess companion from the Bounty Hunters Guild, who had recognized Lei Fa's identity as Mr. V. Continued to promote the book lovers group, named Listening to the Waves Pavilion, with the group number 102-379-869. In the group, Listening to the Waves awaits everyone's arrival. The Ocean Conference Hall is the largest conference hall in the naval headquarters, unrivaled in its grandeur. The sole purpose of this conference hall is to convene the Supreme Naval Assembly, underscoring the unique and esteemed nature of the gathering. Moreover, given the presence of various races, including the formidable giants among the senior naval officers, the apex of this Ocean Conference Hall is designed to be retractable. This allows the giant officers to partake in the discussions from an outdoor setting during the assembly. It can be said that the entire design of the hall has been meticulously thought out. In the early morning, several brigadier generals began to arrive at the Ocean Conference Hall, taking their pre-assigned seats. However, most of this early cohort consisted of merely brigadiers, with the major generals yet to make their appearance. The senior officers were largely familiar with one another, and after being seated, they began to engage in casual conversations in small groups. What could be the reason for this meeting? Inquired a square-faced major general. Uncertain, another major general speculated, could it be another selection for the admiral position? Surely not. Typically, a new admiral is only appointed after the retirement of an entire cohort of admirals, right? The Warring States admiral still has several years before retirement. A third major general interjected. I wouldn't dismiss the possibility entirely. The current situation is rather unique. Originally, Vice Admiral Karp was supposed to be promoted to admiral but declined the offer. Moreover, the former Admiral Zephyr encountered that unfortunate incident, leading him to resign in despair. With only Admiral Sengoku remaining in the vast navy, it seems rather insufficient. The square-faced major general pondered aloud. Enough with the speculation. This meeting is not about selecting an admiral. At the height of their discussion, a man lying nearby suddenly sat up and stretched. Dalmesia, do you know the reason for this meeting? Speak up. The three urged him upon hearing his words. Dalmesia, not one to keep them in suspense, shrugged and said, I cannot guarantee its authenticity, but I have heard that the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with several individuals who have offended the celestial dragons. The initiator of the meeting is Vice Admiral Blackbat. What? It's actually Vice Admiral Blackbat? The three were slightly taken aback, as they were familiar with the senior officer of the same generation as Admiral Kong. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that Vice Admiral Blackbat had not returned to Marineford since he was assigned to guard the Sabaody archipelago over a decade ago. How could he suddenly return and even take the initiative to call for the Supreme Navy Conference? Every year, there are those who foolishly offend the celestial dragons, and they are simply imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. Why convene a special meeting to discuss it? The square-faced major general furrowed his brow. Given that Vice Admiral Blackbat has made this request and Admiral Kong has consented to the meeting, it indicates that there is indeed a necessity for it. A point we cannot question, Dalmesia countered with a differing view. You're right, I was being foolish. The square-faced major general realized he had overstepped and smiled awkwardly. Oh, Dalmesia, you arrived quite early. While Dalmesia was chatting with the three major generals, a somewhat lewd voice came from behind. They all nodded in greeting towards Dalmesia's back. Acknowledging Vice Admiral Pulsolino, Dalmesia turned around and smiled. I happened to wake up early and came straight here. But it seems you, Brother Yellow Monkey, also arrived quite early. Such an exciting meeting, I certainly had to come early. I can hardly wait to witness that insufferable little brat being judged. The yellow ape unabashedly reveled in his schadenfreude. Which little rascal? Upon hearing the words of the yellow ape, Dalmesia suddenly felt an ominous premonition. You were still unaware, junior brother? The yellow ape displayed a look of astonishment before continuing. It is that insufferable little brat, named Lei Fa. Lei Fa? Dalmesia exclaimed in disbelief. It seems you truly do not know. Never mind, you will soon find out. The yellow ape patted Dalmesia on the shoulder and proceeded towards the seat designated for the vice admiral. How could it be? The very subject of today's discussion was Lei Fa? Who could the others be? Just as Dalmesia's mind was tumultuous with these thoughts, he noticed Vice Admiral Randolph entering the room with a dark expression, ignoring everyone around him. It was evident to all that Vice Admiral Randolph was in a dire mood, and no one wished to approach him at such a time. Could it truly be the three of them? Dalmesia's countenance also grew grim. The behavior of Vice Admiral Randolph, coupled with the words of the yellow ape, along with the prior information he had received regarding the purpose of this meeting, led him to a troubling conclusion. The individuals who had offended the celestial dragons were indeed Lei Fa, Patrick, and Barrygood, all dispatched from his training camp to the Sabaody archipelago. If this were indeed the case, it would explain why the Black Bat Vice Admiral had convened this meeting. Given that the Black Bat was the highest authority in Sabaody, everything began to make a disturbing sense. Dalmesia, what troubles you? Why has your expression suddenly soured? The three rear admirals, who had been chatting with Dalmesia earlier, took notice of his change in demeanor. I am fine. Dalmesia shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. He still held on to a glimmer of hope that he was mistaken. For any of those three, being his disciples, especially Lei Fa, was someone he had high hopes for. If they were indeed embroiled in such a situation due to his decision to send them to Sabaody for training, he, as their mentor, would bear a heavy burden of guilt. Even if no one blamed him, he would find it impossible to forgive himself. However, as the stoic Admiral Sengoku entered the room, followed by the silent presence of the Marshal, Dalmesia's apprehension only deepened. Finally, when the Black Bat Vice Admiral made his grand entrance, flanked by 3 handcuffed youths, Dalmesia lost all composure, his face turning ashen. It truly was them. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How he wished he had never made the decision to send the 3 to Sabaody. The commencement of the Supreme Naval Conference was scheduled for precisely 9 o'clock. Yet it was only a little past 8:30 at present, leaving more than 20 minutes until the meeting's initiation. However, the attending senior officers exhibited a commendable punctuality. With all expected participants having already assembled, given that everyone had arrived, there was no need to delay any further. Let us begin. Marshal Kong sat majestically in the position directly facing the entrance and addressed the assembly. Since all are present, we shall commence. The naval soldiers stationed at the entrance, upon hearing this, promptly closed the doors. This conference was initiated by Vice Admiral Blackbat and was ultimately convened under my authority. Some attendees may have already caught wind of the agenda, yet for the benefit of those who remain uninformed, I shall elucidate the matter in detail. Marshal Kong spoke in a solemn tone. The conference room fell into a hushed silence, all ears poised for his forthcoming words. 2 days prior, a celestial dragon had been affronted in the Sabaody archipelago. Marshal Kong recounted the sequence of events with utmost brevity, devoid of any personal bias, merely recreating the entire episode in a straightforward manner. Naturally, he omitted the haughtiness of the celestial dragon, as such a detail was rather inconvenient to articulate in this setting. Moreover, even without explicit mention, how many among the assembly were unaware of the nature of the celestial dragons? They could easily deduce the salient truths from their own knowledge. In essence, the situation was as follows. The individuals involved had been returned by Vice Admiral Blackbat, specifically the 3 youths seated behind him in a special position. Marshal Kong gestured towards them and continued, "The reason for Vice Admiral Blackbat convening this meeting is that one among these 3 possesses the potential to become a fleet admiral. Vice Admiral Blackbat believes that such talent warrants careful consideration and should not be disposed of casually. Thus, he seeks to deliberate upon this matter in this forum." Potential for fleet admiral? These 3 youngsters? As soon as Marshal Kong concluded, a derisive snicker echoed through the hall. Many gazes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing it to be Vice Admiral Yellow Ape, Borsellino, a top-tier admiral rumored to be a frontrunner for the next fleet admiral. "Are you questioning my judgment, Borsellino?" inquired the emaciated and stern-faced Vice Admiral Blackbat. "Do not take offense, Blackbat. I merely speak candidly, without any intent to target anyone. I have encountered these 3 youngsters before. They may indeed possess some talent, but to assert that one among them has the potential for fleet admiral is rather exaggerated. Wouldn't you agree?" responded Yellow Ape, shrugging nonchalantly. As for Vice Admiral Blackbat's displeasure, he paid it no mind. Yellow Ape's arrogance, though seldom outwardly displayed, ran deeper than anyone else's. Whatever emotion he exhibited was merely a reflection of his whimsical approach to life. Afraid? This sentiment seems to have long been absent from his lexicon. At merely 8 years of age, he has independently attained the esteemed rank of a 6-star bounty hunter within the Bounty Hunter Guild, and single-handedly subdued a cadre of celestial dragon bodyguards, whose average strength exceeds that of a colonel. Pray, tell me, if this does not exemplify the potential of a general. What indeed does? The Vice Admiral Blackbat asserted with fervor as he struck the armrest of his chair. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Blackbat, Kizaru paused momentarily. He was acutely aware that the individual to whom Vice Admiral Blackbat alluded, possessing the potential of a general, was none other than Lei Fa. It was precisely this realization that prompted him to interject. Having witnessed Lei Fa's capabilities firsthand, he knew that even in combat against Smoker, victory was only secured through cunning and strategy. To claim that he possessed the potential of a general seemed absurdly laughable. It is essential to note that, under the current circumstances, even Smoker falls short of being regarded as having the potential of a general, lacking the caliber of a true prodigious talent. Thus, Kizaru presumed that the assertion of Lei Fa's general potential was merely a fabrication concocted by Vice Admiral Blackbat to assist Sengoku. As Lei Fa's period of extraordinary growth coincided with the 6 months following his duel with Smoker, the most significant leap in his abilities occurred after his arrival at Sabaody, where he gained an additional year of training under Shokurin Temple. In that year, Lei Fa not only experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength, but essentially accrued an entire year of growth, as time in this world had barely advanced. These myriad factors led to Kazara's misjudgment regarding Raifa's prowess. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to Raifa's acquisition of the identity Mr. V during his time in Sabaody, which allowed him to emerge as a supernova within the Bounty Hunter Guild. He was even unaware of Raifa's fortuitous encounters with the prodigious talents of Phoenix Marco and Mechanical Fury Hercules. Had he been cognizant of these developments? Even if he wished to undermine Raifa, he would not have chosen to challenge the matter of Raifa's potential as a general. Paulisolino, I have thoroughly verified the veracity of the claim regarding general potential. Vice Admiral Black Bat has not overstated his assertions, and you need not harbor doubts about this, declared Marshal Kong with resolute finality. Oh, is that so? Then I must have erred. I hope Vice Admiral Black Bat will show magnanimity and not stoop to my level, Kazara replied, with a hint of slyness. Vice Admiral Black Bat merely snorted in response, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, another heavyweight figure spoke up. Even if one truly possesses the potential of a general, what of it? The celestial dragons are beyond reproach. This is an ironclad decree of the world government. Can high talent defy the will of the world government? Utterly absurd. The one who spoke up this time was none other than the esteemed Vice Admiral Sakazuki, also rumored to be among the contenders for the next admiral alongside Yellow Monkey Borsellino. Yellow Monkey chose to undermine the situation, harboring a grudge against Raifa, known for his notorious memory. Unwilling to miss this opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Conversely, Red Dog harbored no ill will towards Raifa or the others. His words were devoid of personal bias, driven solely by his unwavering principles that forbade him from allowing Raifa and his companions to evade justice. Sakazuki, whether deemed absurd or not, is not solely for you to decide. Vice Admiral Black Falcon is also considering the future of the Navy. Is there anything amiss in that? The handsome middle-aged man sitting not far to the left of Red Dog sharply retorted, countering his remarks. This dashing middle-aged man is none other than General Randolph, Patrick's father. At this moment, the only one capable of standing up and refuting Red Dog in such a pointed manner is indeed General Randolph, a figure of the highest caliber. He feels compelled to intervene, for he perceives clearly that aiding Raifa in this critical juncture equates to defending his own son. Ah, General Randolph. Are you perhaps expressing such sentiments because one of those three little rascals happens to be your son? The yellow ape bluntly exposes this notion. How dare you? General Randolph, already in a foul mood, is incensed by the yellow ape's sardonic remark. Oh dear, General Randolph, do temper your anger. I am but a timid soul. The yellow ape feigns fearfulness, though his gaze turns icy. Silence. Marshal Kong interjects sharply, quelling the two. Meanwhile, some officers, unclear about the identities of the three individuals, begin to murmur among themselves, realizing that one of them is indeed General Randolph's son. Black Bat, since this meeting was initiated by you, please share your perspective. Marshal Kong suggests to General Black Bat. Very well, General Black Bat nods and continues. The incident occurred for a reason. I shall refrain from delving into specifics. However, from what I observed, the three acted solely to rescue someone, which led to their inadvertent offense towards the celestial dragons. It was a genuine misstep. Furthermore, they inflicted no harm upon the celestial dragons. When I arrived, they were merely defending themselves, having temporarily subdued the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, without engaging in any further misconduct. General Black Bat's words undeniably served to exonerate the trio. In truth, such justifications, if attributed to ordinary individuals, would likely elicit apathy from the assembled officers, who would scarcely care to listen. Even General Black Bat himself might not be particularly invested in the seemingly reasonable explanations. The very existence of the celestial dragons represents the utmost injustice. Thus, to preserve the dignity of the world government, these matters are merely trifles. In reality, even with General Black Bat, the most senior of the admirals, attempting to absolve them, the majority of the officers present remain unconvinced. Due to the extreme sensitivity surrounding anything related to the celestial dragons, it is indeed unwise to provoke such an untouchable issue over a mere youth who might one day grow to become an admiral. Regardless of how Admiral Black Hawk attempts to justify his stance or embellish the potential of Raifa, the fact remains that he is not yet an admiral. The seas are rife with prodigies who meet untimely ends, and the mere possibility of his future success is insufficient to garner significant attention from the other admirals. As Admiral Black Hawk spoke, he observed the reactions of his fellow admirals and noted that only about a fifth of them showed any degree of agreement with his assertions, while the others were clearly skeptical. If a final vote were to be held, it was likely that the outcome for Raifa and his companions would remain unchanged. Burgess, do you have anything to say? Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Black Hawk sought external support. The admirals present, who were aware of Raifa's status as the primary culprit, turned their gazes toward the current sole admiral, Sengoku. Notably, Kizaru looked on with keen interest. If Sengoku were to speak in defense of Raifa, Kizaru would likely not hesitate to deliver another blow, subtly revealing the relationship between Raifa and Sengoku, much like he had previously exposed the connection between Admiral Randolph and Patrick. To Sengoku's surprise, he simply stood up and made his way toward the exit of the conference room. I have nothing to say. Let everything proceed according to protocol. I am feeling somewhat unwell and must visit the infirmary. My apologies. As the sole admiral, Sengoku's sudden shift in stance was undoubtedly somewhat discourteous. However, even Kizaru, who might have wished to criticize, found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Sengoku would offer a plethora of justifications, given that Raifa was his adopted son and their bond was well known to those familiar with him. Instead, Sengoku displayed an unexpected impartiality, opting not to defend Raifa. Sengoku's abrupt departure, considering his relationship with the primary culprit, did not seem as out of place once understood. The sudden exit weighed heavily on Admiral Black Hawk. And it was not just him. Admiral Randolph felt similarly, as did Major General Harrison, the father of Belagude, who was unqualified to interject, as well as several admirals, including Dalmesia, who had become acquainted with Raifa during his time in the training camp. Even Fleet Admiral Kong did not foresee Sengoku's resolute demeanor. As Admiral Black Hawk fell silent in the wake of Sengoku's unexpected exit, Fleet Admiral Kong intervened, asking, "Does anyone else have an opinion on this matter? Dalmesia, please. Share your thoughts." As Dalmesia raised his hand in a subtle gesture, the marshal nodded in acknowledgement. "This iteration of the training camp is under my purview. And as their instructor, I believe I hold a certain authority. Based on my interactions with them, I deem all three to be exceedingly competent naval officers. Any missteps they may have committed are surely unintentional, and they deserve an opportunity for redemption." Dalmesia's sentiments echo those of Admiral Blackbat, however. It is imperative for him to articulate his stance to gain broader acceptance. Meanwhile, while the discussions in the Marine Conference Hall continued fervently, Sengoku departed the meeting room in solitude, remaining silent even when greeted by fellow naval officers, merely nodding in response. He did not seek the infirmary, but instead paused in a dimly lit corner, retrieving a portable phone bug from his pocket and affixing it to his ear. After pressing a button on the device, he waited patiently before speaking. "Moses, yes, it is I, Sengoku. Alabasta, a city standing resolute in the desert. Although its environment is somewhat harsh compared to other cities along the Grand Line, it is the largest and most prosperous city on this Sabaody archipelago. At this very moment, within the royal palace at the heart of Alabasta, a middle-aged man crowned with a diadem sat upon the throne, speaking into the phone bug with a complex expression. Before the throne, a young man quietly awaited the conversation, refraining from unnecessary dialogue. "Are you saying that Farrell still has descendants living?" The crowned man's face displayed a mix of excitement and guilt. "Indeed," replied the phone bug, adorned with frog-like glasses. "However, if this is true, why have you only now chosen to inform me of this matter?" "Because before his passing, he entrusted this child to me with explicit instructions, if not absolutely necessary. Do not involve him in your family's affairs." He had grown weary of that identity and wished for the child to avoid a similar fate. The phone bug continued. "As for why I am contacting you now, it is because perhaps only you can assist him at this juncture. I believe Farrell, if he were still alive, would concur with my decision." "I understand. Thank you for your trust. I will take it upon myself to handle this matter," the crowned man expressed sincerely. "Then I shall rely on you. You overstate my role. I owe him much, and this is merely my duty." The middle-aged man adorned with a crown shook his head and spoke. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally ended the call. Once the conversation concluded, he turned to his son, who was gazing at him with curiosity, and said, "I am aware you have many questions, but please hold them for now. I shall explain everything once I have dealt with this matter." "Yes, father," the young man replied with a nod. The crowned figure picked up the phone again and dialed a number. This time, the voice on the other end belonged to a bearded man wearing a flat cap, a scar running down his left cheek, who responded with a deep voice. "Moses? It is I, Edmund." "Ah, your Majesty, Edmund. What brings you to contact me?" inquired the robust voice. "I heard that a celestial dragon was offended in Chambord a couple of days ago." "Indeed. I hope this matter can be swiftly put to rest." "That may prove difficult, for the offended party belongs to the Muscarud Saint family, of whom your Majesty is surely aware. Please convey to them that the offender is my nephew, one of the few direct descendants of the Nefertali family." If they seek to eradicate him, they must not blame me for turning the tables. Should any unwelcome news reach the surface, they cannot fault me for the warning. The crown man spoke with a cold huff. I understand. I shall relay your majesty's message, the deep voice responded. The middle-aged man then hung up the phone and looked at his son. Do you remember when I told you about your late uncle, Cobra? I do, replied the young man, nodding. Actually, he did not pass away. He joined the Navy and ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. His name is Farrell. The crown man remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You mean Rear Admiral Farrell is my uncle? The youth exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that during his childhood, Farrell was one of the most renowned rear admirals, a formidable force upon the seas, rivaling even the esteemed strategist, Zhijing, who held the same rank at that time. He had once idolized Farrell, never imagining him to be his uncle. But if Uncle Farrell joined the Navy, why did you conceal this from me, father? The young man looked at his father with profound confusion. This matter is rather intricate. I shall explain it to you in due time. Just remember, our family bears a deep sense of guilt towards him, the crown man said, his mood visibly somber, as if reluctant to revisit the past. Then, does that mean the boy named Lei Fa is my cousin? The young man inquired. Indeed. The Warring States is your uncle's closest ally, and he would not speak frivolously on this matter. The last vestige of Farrell's lineage must not be allowed to perish at the hands of those scoundrels. A middle-aged man, adorned with a crown, scoffed coldly. But, father, by threatening them in such a manner, will you not incite their wrath? The youth replied with a hint of concern. And what of it? No matter how much they disdain us or ostracize us, they cannot annihilate us entirely. In fact, when we face a truly devastating threat, they will have no choice but to send aid to preserve our 20 founding families. While we may not share a fate of mutual prosperity or downfall, no family would stand idly by as another's lineage is severed. This pertains to the legitimacy of the whole. The crown man sneered. Yet, as you mentioned, father, their reluctance to see our lineage extinguished does not imply that they fear you. The young man expressed his worries, only to be interrupted by his father. Enough. I understand your concerns. The middle-aged man raised his hand to silence his son. At that moment, a communicator beside them suddenly buzzed. The crown man answered the device, which transformed into the visage of a flat-capped figure with a scar, and relayed, they have agreed to drop the matter. Very well, I understand, the crown man nodded. Moreover, they have instructed me to convey a message to His Majesty Edmund. A deep voice continued. Speak. They wish for you to know, Your Majesty Edmund, that this is a one-time concession. Should you resort to threats such as overturning the table again, they would not hesitate to intervene and alter the fate of Alabaston. The voice casually remarked. With an expressionless demeanor, the crown man abruptly hung up. Father, the youth said, increasingly anxious from the words on the other end. As a ruler, one must remain composed in the face of adversity. Look at you, what a sight. The crown man reproached his son with a frown. But no buts. Withdraw for now. I wish to be alone, he commanded. Yes. The young man, feeling helpless, bowed and retreated. P.S. The second update has arrived. I humbly request your support through recommendations. This concludes my perspective. In the Ocean Conference Hall, Dalmesia's lengthy discourse finally reached its conclusion. Yet, even he recognized that his vivid oration would bear little fruit. Bearing a striking resemblance to the previous evasive remarks made by General Blackbat, after he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room, with no one responding. After a brief moment, a languid voice, as if just awakened, finally spoke up to salvage his dignity. Well, I concur with Dalmesia's viewpoint, because, let me think. Never mind. The essence is simply that I agree. The speaker, akin to Dalmesia, is merely a rear admiral. Yet he stands as one of the few prodigious talents of the younger generation in the Navy, known as Green Bull Corazon. Although his youth prevents him from matching the prowess of Kizaru Anakainu at this moment, he is nonetheless regarded as a potential candidate for the admiral rank in the future. His words immediately drew the attention of some. Could it be that the dignity of a few naval personnel outweighs the honor of the world government and the entire Navy? Corazon, your stance is rather unsteady, Akainu coldly reprimanded. You possess your perspective, and I possess mine. That is all, Green Bull replied languidly. Commodore Black Vulture, do you wish to continue speaking? If not, shall we commence the voting? Kizaru inquired leisurely. Borisolino, it seems it is not your place to preside over this meeting. Commodore Black Vulture had yet to speak when, from a distance, Commodore Randolph questioned. It is merely a suggestion. Why is Commodore Randolph so agitated? Does he foresee the tragic fate of those 3 young ones? Kizaru remarked with a smile concealing a blade. Commodore Randolph's face turned ashen, and he ceased to respond, for in light of the current circumstances, he indeed could envision his son's fate. Very well, Borisolino, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. Marshal Kong frowned, interrupting Kizura's tendency to rub salt in the wound, since those wishing to express their opinions have already done so. Suddenly, Marshal Kong's words were interrupted by the ringing of his personal transponder snail, a device typically connected only to the 5 esteemed individuals. He offered an apologetic expression to the assembly before placing the transponder to his ear to commence the call. Despite the discourtesy of answering a call during a meeting, Marshal Kong's transponder rarely rang, typically reserved for significant matters, such as the previous incident involving a celestial dragon being offended in Sabaody. The attending officers were well aware of this and felt no dissatisfaction. Upon answering, Marshal Kong responded softly, "Yes, indeed, understood, I comprehend." After approximately half a minute, he ended the call and informed the officers, "The celestial dragons have stated that this matter is a misunderstanding and will not be pursued further," as he expressed this. A hint of confusion was evident in Marshal Kong's demeanor. The officers below erupted in astonishment. Commodore Randolph clenched his fist in fervent agitation. For someone of his stature to act in such a manner was rather disrespectful, yet he could think of nothing else at that moment. For if the celestial dragons chose not to pursue this matter, it signified that the trio of Lei Fa would be unharmed, with the principal parties declaring it merely a misunderstanding. Anyone who dared to persist would not be facing a simple issue of stance. It would be a matter of life and death. The general of the Black Bat was equally astonished, never expecting such a turn of events. How could the celestial dragon voluntarily forego their pursuit? This seemed utterly implausible. This is an unprecedented occurrence. Initially, Kizura felt a fleeting stiffness in his expression, reveling in the notion that General Randolph would meet his demise due to his words, but soon he turned towards Marshal Kong, questioning whether he had misheard. Akainu, however, exhibited a lesser reaction, as his sentiments were not directed at anyone in particular. He merely deemed it unworthy to convene this meeting over the trio of Luffy, Law, and Kid. With the celestial dragons themselves acknowledging that this matter was a misunderstanding, it was decided to put the issue to rest. The meeting was concluded with Marshal Kong's decisive proclamation. At this juncture, Kizura finally grasped the reality. It was indeed true. The celestial dragons had remarkably chosen to forego pursuing the offenders, clearly in light of the fact that the offense had indeed occurred, rather than seeking trivial grievances. It is important to note that the trio had indeed assaulted the celestial dragon's guards, rendering several unconscious. In such circumstances, it would be reasonable to assume that no justification would suffice. Nevertheless, regardless of the thoughts of those present, the outcome has been determined. The giants outside the conference hall were the first to depart, followed in succession by the officers within. Kizura led the way, not pausing for even a moment, for he was thoroughly displeased with this conclusion. He had come with the intent of witnessing a spectacle, even willing to exacerbate the situation for the sake of amusement. Yet the unfolding events diverged entirely from his expectations. Truly, it is remarkable how grudges are held. Behind Black Bat Vice Admiral, Lei Fa had been silently observing everything. As he witnessed Kizura exit with a grim expression, he couldn't help but reflect. Although this meeting was convened due to the 3 of them, more accurately, it was his existence that provided the rationale for its assembly. He found himself devoid of any voice in the matter, merely a spectator, akin to watching a live rendition of a one-piece film. However, the narrative of this particular episode bore significant implications for his impending fate. It was astonishing that the celestial dragons would relinquish their pursuit of what was fundamentally unreasonable, even though my dear father is currently esteemed as an admiral. To that cohort of celestial dragons, he likely remains merely a higher-tier servant, incapable of sparing me from their wrath, Lei Fa mused. The conclusion of the matter left not only the assembled generals astounded, but even Lei Fa himself was caught entirely off guard. He had prepared himself for the possibility of being confined in the deep-sea prison and had even contemplated that, should he indeed find himself sentenced to life imprisonment, he would seize the opportunity of the impending first successful prison break to escape. However, to his bewilderment, events did not unfold in that direction, and instead, he found himself inexplicably unscathed. Could it be that Lei Fa suddenly recalled the unexpected departure of his benevolent father? This connection was difficult for him to overlook. Yet, to unravel this mystery, he would have to wait until he could inquire directly with his father. Following the bizarre conclusion of the meeting, the marshal announced Lei Fa and his companions were exonerated. Lei Fa, having no time for pleasantries with Professor Dalmesia and the others, expressed his gratitude briefly before hastening home. Upon entering his house, he was unexpectedly approached by a figure who swiftly slapped him on the head. Although he could have easily evaded the blow, he chose not to. "You've really outdone yourself, you little rascal. Do you dare to be any bolder?" Corazon appeared genuinely irate. Once a member of the Celestial Dragons, he understood the gravity of the situation better than most. Under the oppressive nature of the Celestial Dragons, Lei Fa was destined for tragedy. Although he was uncertain how the crisis had been averted, the fear of the ordeal lingered. He had always regarded Lei Fa as a younger brother, far closer to him than his own inhumane elder brother. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Lei Fa, aware of his shortcomings, felt a twinge of guilt and refrained from countering Corazon's words. Instead asking, "Where's father?" "In the study waiting for you. Go on, and once you emerge, we'll have a proper reckoning." Corazon gestured towards the study with a hint of irritation. Lei Fa promptly made his way there. As he approached the study, he found the door ajar, allowing him to see his father, Sengoku, intensely focused on writing with a massive brush. Lei Fa knew that his father, aside from being frighteningly powerful, possessed a remarkable talent for calligraphy, one of his few cherished hobbies. Within the vast navy, Sengoku's calligraphic skill was among the finest, even having penned the enormous characters for navy emblazoned on the fortress walls. As Lei Fa stepped into the study, he heard his father instruct, "Stand by for a moment while I finish these characters." Understood, Lei Fa nodded in response. Glancing at the writing desk to see his father inscribing the 4 characters, hiding one's talents and biding one's time, Lei Fa understood that this was a message meant for himself. Sengoku set down his brush, stretched his shoulders, and then moved aside to take a seat. He turned to Lei Fa and inquired, "Is everything all right? Father, how did you manage this?" Lei Fa couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Even if you did not inquire, it is imperative that I share this with you. Please, have a seat." Sengoku gestured towards the chair opposite him, signaling for Lei Fa to sit down for a leisurely conversation. Once Lei Fa settled in, Sengoku continued, "This matter pertains to your lineage." Lei Fa's curiosity was piqued. It is worth noting that even the original Lei Fa was unaware of his true origins. He only knew that he had been adopted by his father, Sengoku, much like his elder brother, Corazon. Could there be some hidden truth in this? "Your biological father was once my closest friend, a man named Farrell. I believe this name should resonate with you," Sengoku said slowly. "Farrell, the Vice Admiral, is my biological father?" Lei Fa responded, somewhat astonished. He indeed recognized the name, not from the world of manga, as there was no mention of Admiral Sengoku's past before he rose to the rank of Admiral. This Rear Admiral Farrell was a close friend of Sengoku during his tenure as a Vice Admiral, possessing a reputation that rivaled Sengoku's at the time, enjoying great prominence until his untimely demise. Little Lei Fa had heard of this individual on more than one occasion, yet had never connected him to his own lineage. However, this revelation did not evoke much emotion in the current Lei Fa. Firstly, this body had never encountered the esteemed Rear Admiral Farrell. Neither the original Little Lei Fa nor he had laid eyes upon him. Moreover, even if Rear Admiral Farrell were indeed the biological father of his current vessel, his soul hailed from another realm, rendering it impossible to feel any connection to someone he had never met. Yet, even if Farrell were my father, what relevance does that hold in this matter? Surely, even you, old man, cannot influence the celestial dragons. Lei Fa pondered in confusion. Indeed, although I am an admiral, I hold little significance in the eyes of the celestial dragons. However, Farrell's lineage is different, as his family was one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government. Though they voluntarily relinquished their opportunity to become celestial dragons, they remain among the few that command respect from the world's nobility. Sengoku contemplated. "Are you referring to the Nefertari family of Alabasta?" Lei Fa's mind instantly conjured the name of a family. In his memory, this was the only family that fit the description. "You are aware of this matter?" Sengoku inquired, slightly surprised. "I have heard some whispers," Lei Fa nodded. "Well, that saves me the trouble of explaining. In short, your father is a direct descendant of the Nefertari family. Currently, King Edmund of Alabasta is the 11th head of the Nefertari family and is also the biological brother of your father, Rear Admiral Farrell, making him your biological uncle." Sengoku stated, "Your recent escape from danger was due to King Edmund. Though I am unclear how he managed it, the outcome is that you are unharmed." Thus, this revelation about his heritage struck Lei Fa with far greater impact than the existence of a father he had never met. He was not unfamiliar with the Nefertari family, even knowing that the next head of the family would be Cobra, who likely had a daughter named Vivi. "So, I have become Cobra's cousin? Vivi's uncle?" Lei Fa found it difficult to ascertain whether he should feel joy or disquiet at this outcome. It simply felt surreal. It was akin to the moment he first discovered that Sengoku was, in fact, his adoptive father. This sensation of a character from a manga suddenly stepping into reality and becoming his kin was beyond expression. Then why had you never informed me of this before? Lei Fa suddenly inquired. This pertains to certain matters between your father and King Edmund, and it is somewhat inappropriate for me to elaborate. You should pose your questions directly to King Edmund when you have the opportunity. I cannot divulge this matter, as it was your father's dying wish. Were it not for the significant trouble you have caused, Sengoku would not have continued his discourse. Nonetheless, Lei Fa comprehended the implication. It seemed that his biological father wished to keep him distanced from the Nefertali family, and had specifically instructed Sengoku regarding this. P.S. A second update, albeit slightly delayed. My apologies. Additionally, I often see inquiries about the frequency of updates. To clarify, this month I am committed to a minimum of 2 updates. Unless stated otherwise, there will only be 2 updates. Speaking of which, since you joined the youth training camp, you have only just embarked on your journey of cultivation for less than a year. Yet you have already acquired such prowess, and even covertly joined the Bounty Hunter Guild. Sengoku's tone shifted abruptly. Lei Fa found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. However, although you have managed to navigate this predicament due to your lineage, do you not feel that you are attracting excessive attention? Becoming a 6-star bounty hunter before the age of 10, and remaining unscathed after offending the celestial dragons, these circumstances inevitably place you in the spotlight, which is not beneficial for you. Sengoku mused. I have arranged your next destination. For the next 2 years, you shall reside there and reflect. Destination? Where? Lei Fa asked. A place that will allow you to temporarily escape the turmoil, Sengoku smiled. Lei Fa grew increasingly curious, but Sengoku refrained from revealing the details, stating that he would know upon arrival. Half a month later, as Lei Fa set foot on this unfamiliar island, he could not help but voice his thoughts. This truly allows me to step away from the turmoil, and it is sufficiently inconspicuous. For this place is entirely outside the reach of the Grand Line, to the Navy, the pirates, or the formidable powers. This is a desolate land unworthy of their attention, the weakest sea, the East Blue. The land Lei Fa has arrived at is a modest town in the East Blue, known as Town. While he might stir some commotion due to escaping the clutches of the celestial dragons, it would not be sufficient to warrant a worldwide search for him by those who take notice. Soon enough, after this minor upheaval subsides, he will fade from memory, which is precisely what Sengoku hopes for. In this obscure town of the East Blue, Lei Fa can indeed find temporary refuge from all disturbances. However, he is acutely aware that this anonymity is only fleeting. This is the birthplace of Roger, and in a few years it will also serve as his final resting place. At that time, he will dominate the Grand Line. Ascending to the throne of the Pirate King, his demise will herald an era of unparalleled chaos, the Great Pirate Era. Town will thus become a landmark that signifies the dawn of this tumultuous age, gaining renown across the seas, even becoming a household name along the Grand Line. How astute of you to choose such a place, Law thought somewhat peculiarly. He could not recall the exact moment when Roger would be brought here for execution, but he believed it would occur shortly after he became the Pirate King, at least a year or 2 from now. Does this mean I shall witness this legendary scene here? Just as Law fell into a momentary reverie, the call of his name interrupted his thoughts. Here, Law responded loudly. Rek was a temporary identity arranged for him by Sengoku, and only a handful within the Navy were aware of this, intended to allow Law to settle in for 2 years without concern. Although Sengoku was exceedingly loyal to the world government and the Navy, arranging a temporary identity was a straightforward task for a man of his rank. At the age of 12, having once earned a 5th-class merit, he was directly promoted to the rank of seaman. Quite commendable indeed. The lieutenant officer holding the fictitious identity of Rek regarded Law with admiration. The age was, of course, fabricated. A mere few years' difference would be hardly discernible, especially considering Law's above-average height for his peers. Thus, posing as a 12-year-old was entirely unremarkable. As for the rank, Sengoku was not misusing his authority as a general. Given Law's current capabilities, a promotion to the rank of officer would not be unwarranted. The Navy has numerous precedents for such exceptional promotions based on strength. Yet Law's assignment here was to avoid drawing attention, preventing him from being granted an officer's title. It is noteworthy that the highest-ranking official in Town is merely a commander. Presently, Town does not compare to its stature after the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Having a commander manage this small town is already an overqualification. If Law had been assigned as an officer here, it would have been far too conspicuous. A 12-year-old seaman may receive some elevated regard in such a small place. Yet it would not attract excessive notice, an ideal balance. You flatter me, sir, Law humbly replied. Welcome to Logtown. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Grand Line, it possesses a unique charm. Trust me, you will come to love it here, the lieutenant officer said with a smile. I believe so, sir, Law concurred. Now, let me take you on a tour of the town's key locations before we discuss further matters. The lieutenant exhibited an unusual exuberance, which left Lei Fa somewhat disconcerted. Yet, this might simply be reflective of the prevailing atmosphere in such a small town. Had this been Marine Vondo or Shambadi, Lei Fa would undoubtedly have suspected that the lieutenant harbored ulterior motives, much akin to the manner in which Brigadier Pearson had warmly welcomed Lei Fa and Patrick. It was evident that his intentions were to forge connections with Vice Admiral Randolph and the warring states. Regrettably, the outcome appeared rather inconsequential. Through a brief exchange, Lei Fa learned that the lieutenant was named Owen, and like himself, he was an outsider. The distinction lay in the fact that Lieutenant Owen did not hail from the Grand Line, but from other islands in the East Sea, having never set foot on the Grand Line despite residing here for over a decade. His eagerness towards Lei Fa stemmed both from his innate disposition and from the fact that Lei Fa came from the Grand Line, a subject of particular intrigue for Owen. In the town of Rog, it seems that only the esteemed governor, Colonel Stephen, has traversed the Grand Line, rendering Owen's status insufficient for casual discourse with such a dignitary. Thus, the arrival of Lei Fa provided him with a conduit to glean insights about the Grand Line. Throughout their journey, he incessantly posed a myriad of peculiar inquiries. Indeed, I have encountered officers of the rank of captain. What do they resemble? Perhaps much like you and I, possessing a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, though typically of advanced age. Giants. Have you never seen one? Indeed, giants are not uncommon along the Grand Line, and even within the Navy, there are numerous giant officers. Lei Fa longed to conclude this ceaseless interrogation, yet the enthusiasm of Lieutenant Owen left him feeling quite helpless. Thus, on the first day of Lei Fa's arrival in Rog, he spent his time amidst this relentless exchange of questions and answers. Unbeknownst to him, the number of individuals monitoring his movements far exceeded his expectations. In the latter part of the Grand Line, aboard the Moby Dick, the illustrious Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, after indulging in a copious bowl of liquor, boisterously addressed Marco, who had just returned from his duties. Ha ha ha. Marco, I hear you, and that lad Hercules suffered a considerable setback at the hands of a bounty hunter? Father's intelligence is indeed astute, Marco replied with a wry smile. It is true, and I must admit, it is rather embarrassing. For that fellow is merely a child not yet 10 years old, and the son of an old friend of yours. Oh, an old friend. Whitebeard set down his bowl. The strategist. Sengoku, Marco clarified. Ha ha ha. So it is that old rascal Sengoku. He indeed qualifies as an old friend of mine. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Long before Sengoku ascended to the rank of admiral, he had pursued Whitebeard during his days as a colonel. Now, as one of the sea's legendary pirates, Whitebeard regarded Sengoku as a rival of equal stature. However, despite their rivalry, Sengoku was one of the few individuals worthy of Whitebeard's respect. In these vast oceans, not everyone is deemed worthy to be called a friend by Whitebeard. Yet you impudent lad, suffered a loss at the hands of Sengoku's son? Is this not a disgrace? Whitebeard suddenly realized, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Father, do not be angry. It was my oversight. The boy's strength is not particularly formidable. He merely caught us off guard. Marco chuckled. Enough with the excuses. A loss is a loss. There are no ample explanations for it. Have I not also faced setbacks at the hands of that old rascal Sengoku? Next time, simply reclaim your honor. Yet, as you say, for such a young child to best you, even if his strength is lacking, he must possess extraordinary talent. Whitebeard inquired. This should be quite intriguing. Speaking of which, not long ago, an interesting incident occurred. Marco recounted that the young lad had offended a celestial dragon in Sabaody. Celestial dragon? They are a group of individuals more unreasonable than pirates. Even if that young boy is the son of Sengoku, he is bound to face misfortune, pondered Whitebeard. Father, you are mistaken this time. It seems that the celestial dragon chose to forego any repercussions, and the boy emerged unscathed, Marco replied. The celestial dragon voluntarily relinquished their pursuit? That is certainly not something Sengoku could orchestrate. How fascinating, mused Whitebeard, stroking his beard in contemplation. I too find it perplexing, but it should not be untrue. I received this information from the news agency. Such an intriguing young lad. In a quaint little restaurant on Sabaody, Sherry, still wearing the red cap from last time. and the blue-clad woman, Haki, were enjoying their afternoon tea and snacks. After receiving a phone call, Sherry's expression turned quite peculiar. "What's wrong, Sister Sherry?" Haki inquired. "Do you remember that fellow named Lei Fa?" Sherry retorted. "Mr. V?" Haki responded. "Yes, him. What happened? Has he been sentenced?" "Quite the contrary, he has been acquitted." With no repercussions whatsoever, Sherry stated. "Wah, how is that possible? He offended a celestial dragon and faced no consequences?" Haki exclaimed in disbelief. "I heard that the celestial dragon chose to drop the matter, allowing it to pass," Sherry explained. "Could it be that the Bounty Hunter Guild intervened on his behalf?" Haki pondered. "You overestimate them. When it comes to principled issues, even the Navy wouldn't spare them, let alone those perverse celestial dragons," Sherry scoffed. "Then what could it be?" "I am uncertain. There must be some hidden circumstances behind this affair, but our intelligence network is insufficient to uncover the truth. I must inquire further if I have the chance to meet him again." "Come now, Sister Sherry, he is a Navy officer." "And so what? I am not a wanted criminal." While the two young women engaged in their idle chatter, on the other side of Sabayati, Vice Admiral Blackbat had returned from Marineford, accompanied by Patrick and his colleague. The soldier named Joshua and his family have been discreetly detained in the prison on Island 62 by my orders. They should be fine. You may go retrieve him yourselves. Vice Admiral Blackbat informed Patrick and Belagood. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Blackbat." Patrick pondered briefly before expressing his gratitude. For the actions of Admiral Blackbat were, in essence, a veiled protection for the Joshua family, shielding them from the potential wrath of the celestial dragons. "Go ahead. I have already instructed my associates to notify them." Admiral Blackbat waved his hand dismissively. Once Patrick and his companion departed, the Admiral resumed his solitary routine, retreating to his place of meditation. The diminutive elder known as Fisherman had awaited his return, the chessboard meticulously arranged. "At last, you have returned. Come, let us engage in a fierce match." The elder exclaimed with a smile. "Very well," Admiral Blackbat replied, a rare smile gracing his features. Patrick and his companion arrived at Island 62. Swiftly retrieving the Joshua family and returning to their home. After calming his mother and sister, Joshua sat down privately with Patrick and his companion, his voice laden with concern. "What of Lei Fa?" "Do not worry. He is unharmed," Patrick reassured him, "though he has incurred the displeasure of the celestial dragons in his efforts to save you. It appears that his father, a general of the Marine Admiralty, possesses considerable influence. However, given the magnitude of the trouble he has stirred, he is likely in hiding, though we are unaware of his exact whereabouts." Unbeknownst to Patrick and his companion, they believed that the general's status alone had transformed peril into safety. Had this been the former Joshua, he would have expressed exuberant delight upon learning that Lei Fa was the son of such a prominent admiral. Yet the current Joshua seemed a changed man, not even revealing a hint of surprise. He simply took a deep breath and said, "As long as he is well. That is what matters. If you encounter him, please convey my heartfelt thanks. I shall never forget this kindness. And to you both. I am deeply grateful for your unwavering support. I will cherish it always. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." Patrick comforted him. "Rest assured, this ordeal is behind you and should not affect your standing. You remain a proud member of the Navy." "A proud member of the Navy?" Joshua replied with a self-deprecating smile. Noticing something amiss, Patrick inquired, "Joshua, is there something troubling you?" "Indeed, I intend to resign from the Navy," Joshua stated calmly. "Resign from the Navy?" Belagood's voice rose in surprise. Patrick pressed, "Are you certain? Perhaps you should reconsider. Is it the fear of how this incident may impact your future in the Navy that concerns you? You need not worry. We will look out for you." Before our departure, Lei Fa specifically mentioned that if you so wished, you could return with us to Marineford, away from here. I appreciate your kindness. I know you truly regard me as a brother, which is why you have stood by me." Joshua shook his head and remarked, however, "This experience has left me somewhat weary of this identity. I believe it would be better for me to live as an ordinary person, far removed from such turmoil." "Very well. Since you have made your decision, we shall not." Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated outside. "This is bad." Patrick's eyelids flickered, and in an instant, he dashed towards the door, kicking it open and rushing out. As he emerged from the building, he was met with billowing clouds of thick smoke pouring from the room where Joshua's mother and sister were. Clearly, the explosion had originated from that very room. "Mother, sister?" Joshua followed closely behind, bursting out of the house, his eyes ablaze with anguish as he sprinted towards the scene. "Belagood, ensure his safety," Patrick instructed Belagood, who promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Patrick remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" He caught sight of a figure darting from a nearby house, bolting towards the exit. Patrick bellowed in pursuit. Yet, the figure's speed far exceeded his own. By the time he burst through the door, the shadow had vanished without a trace. A chill ran down Patrick's spine. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back and hurried towards the room where Joshua's mother and sister were. There, he found Joshua kneeling in a daze, tears streaming down his face, while his mother and sister lay lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. Just 10 minutes prior, they had been two vibrant souls, now reduced to mere remnants of what had once been. "Joshua, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences," Belagood said, unsure of how to comfort him, gently placing a hand on Joshua's shoulder. Patrick clenched his fists, remaining silent. Even if one were to rely on mere speculation, it is evident that the mastermind behind this matter is undoubtedly linked to that celestial dragon. Even if he did not directly issue the orders, it is certainly his subordinates and followers who are responsible for the deeds. This situation is nearly irretrievable. Celestial dragon, Joshua chuckled vacantly, clutching the lifeless bodies of his mother and sister, his laughter sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Within him, something ineffable seemed to be liberated. Currently situated in Rogtown, Lei Fa had temporarily lost contact with the Grand Line. The only telephone snail capable of connecting to the Grand Line resided within Colonel Stephen's office. Unless Lei Fa intended to abandon his concealed identity, it would be inconvenient to maintain communication with his former acquaintances in the short term. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Joshua's experiences. At present, he was gradually acclimating to the leisurely pace of life in Rogtown. Compared to the chaos of Shambordi, even Maryford, as the headquarters of the Navy, lacked the vibrant atmosphere that permeated Rogtown. In a few years, Rogtown would gain renown across the seas with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Yet at this moment, it bore little distinction from the majority of ordinary islands in the East Sea. Lei Fa could personally attest to why the East Sea was deemed the weakest sea. It was not without justification. Take Rogtown, for instance. Theoretically, the strongest individual was Colonel Stephen. Yet a naval officer of this rank would generally have no significant trouble dealing with bounties below 10 million. However, upon meeting Colonel Stephen and conducting an assessment of his capabilities, Lei Fa discovered that this supposed strongest figure in Rogtown was, in fact, inferior to some lieutenant-ranked officers in the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, he would barely qualify as a lieutenant. Yet here in the East Sea, in Rogtown, he held the title of a colonel, the highest authority of this small town. Lei Fa soon realized that one could not simply transpose the naval ranks from the Grand Line to gauge strength in the East Sea. This place had its own promotion system, perhaps linked to power, yet the criteria were undeniably incomparable to the general standards of the Grand Line. Thus, as he continued to recognize and accept the differences between this realm and the Grand Line, Lei Fa gradually acclimated to his surroundings. Time flew, and half a year had passed. "Good morning, Sergeant Lei Fa." "Good morning, sirs." On this day, as Lei Fa arrived at his frequently patrolled area with two subordinates, the merchants along the way warmly greeted him. "Good morning to you all," Lei Fa replied with a smile to each. As a Navy petty officer, also referred to as a sergeant, he was addressed as Sergeant Lei Fa. Under his command were 5 naval soldiers, but today he had brought only 2 for patrol while the other 3 were assigned to another area. "Sergeant Lei Fa, Sandy's sister is celebrating her birthday today. Would you like to join us for the festivities later?" A slender, monkey-like naval soldier trailing behind Lei Fa inquired, his name being Green. While Sandy, whom he mentioned, was another subordinate of Lei Fa. "I want to be joining you. Enjoy yourselves. You may arrive late tomorrow, as long as it's not excessive." "Lest I find myself in a difficult position with the higher-ups," Lei Fa replied with a chuckle. "Of course, Boss Lei Fa. You are always the most dependable," exclaimed the slender Green, his excitement palpable. Yet, he persisted with his query, "But, boss, are you truly not going? Although Sandy's sister may not be exceptionally beautiful, I've heard she has many lovely friends who will likely be attending tonight. Aren't you still a virgin? Hee. Wouldn't it be a missed opportunity? Must you be so verbose?" Lei Fa shot him a glare. "Do you wish for me to assign you the night's patrol duty?" "Please, no. I was wrong, truly wrong," Green quickly retorted, adopting a pitiful expression. "Recognizing your mistake, silence yourself. If I hear another word from you before our patrol concludes, don't even think about leaving the camp today, understood?" Green promptly covered his mouth, nodding vigorously. When Lei Fa and his 2 subordinates finished their routine patrol, it was merely 2 in the afternoon, with at least 3 hours remaining until the 5 o'clock break. However, Noticing their eagerness, Lei Fa decided to let them leave early. These fellows, Lei Fa chuckled, shaking his head. Though his true age was merely 9, his mental maturity far surpassed that of these teenagers. Not only had he lived longer, but even among peers of the same age, individuals in this world could not compare in terms of mental development to those who grew up during the information explosion era on Earth. Perfect. I can start my training earlier today, Lei Fa thought joyfully. After returning to the naval camp dormitory to change his attire, he ventured alone to a beach in the southwest direction of the town. This location was where he frequently practiced, as it was seldom visited and offered ample space. Upon arriving, he first performed a series of warm-up exercises before commencing his training regimen. He began with the spear, hand, and shave techniques from the Navy's 6 forms. The only 2 techniques selectively taught at the youth training camp. The camp's limited instruction in these 2 forms was not due to an inability to teach the remaining 4. Similar to Dalmatia, who excelled in these 2, he had also dabbled in the others. However, he has not mastered these 2 techniques to the pinnacle of excellence as Rob Lucci would later achieve with the complete mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy. Yet, given his current level of proficiency, he is more than capable of instructing the novices in the training camp. The reason for this limitation lies in the fact that for students of Lei Fa's age, learning the other 4 forms at this stage would be somewhat premature. Take moonwalk for instance. This technique is merely an advanced version of shave. Without having honed shave to a certain degree, one cannot hope to learn moonwalk. Iron body requires a foundational physical condition, and as the students at the training camp are still in their growth phase, early exposure to iron body could adversely affect their development. Meanwhile, both storm leg and paper drawing are of such complexity that without a solid foundation of strength, mastering or executing them is utterly impossible. Only finger gun and shave can evolve continuously with an increase in strength, and their entry threshold is quite low. For those of lesser ability, it merely means their application of finger gun is limited, their striking power diminished, or their shave lacks explosive speed and agility. However, this does not preclude them from even beginning their training. Thus, finger gun and shave have always been the initial techniques encountered when embarking on the study of the Navy's 6 forms. By the time Lei Fa was still in the training camp, he had already grasped these 2 techniques at a fundamental level. Of course, the way he executed them differed vastly from the manner in which Dalmatia did, yet this disparity does not deter him from continuing his training. The essence of mastering these techniques lies not in secret methods, but rather in the familiarization that comes with practice. Finger gun, sonic boom. As Lei Fa unleashed this attack, born from months of blending finger gun with sound pistol, the surface of the beach he struck suddenly erupted, creating a massive crater nearly 10 meters in diameter, sending sand and dust flying. Shave. Lei Fa's form began to dart rapidly across the beach, each movement kicking up a cloud of sand, with the silhouette leaving behind faint afterimages. Ding. The system detected an enhancement in the host's culinary cell awakening level to 5, initiating the first upgrade of the awakened soul of the culinary demon. System upgrading. What is happening? Lei Fa had not anticipated this at all. As for the elevation of his culinary cell awakening to 5%, he was not particularly surprised. Even during his training at the Culinary Forest Temple, his awakening had already reached around 4%. Subsequently, he had exchanged numerous culinary items from the ingredient store. Although the enhancement of his culinary cell awakening from consumed ingredients was negligible, it nonetheless contributed to his progress. Coupled with his own training and practice, he had unwittingly raised his culinary cell awakening to the 5% mark. However, the awakening of the culinary demon soul was entirely unexpected. The sudden occurrence of a first system upgrade left him utterly perplexed. Just as he was deep in thought, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a pitch-black void, devoid of light and sound, as if engulfed in nothingness, where even the sense of his own existence seemed to vanish. Where was this? Lei Fa discovered he was unable to speak. Not only could he not articulate, but he could not even perceive his own body. As if he had suddenly become an observer, cast into this silent, dark abyss. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged around him. What was that sound? As he could not see his surroundings, Lei Fa relied solely on his imagination. The wind continued to howl, growing closer and more distinct. For reasons unknown, a thought emerged in Lei Fa's mind. The wind sounded eerily similar to breathing, and the resemblance intensified with each passing moment. But could breathing create such a commotion? Lei Fa pondered uncertainly. At that moment, 2 enormous discs emerged before him, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. Surrounding these glowing discs were flickering dark red flames, gradually illuminating the space ahead of him. It was only at this moment that he discerned the creature before him, a monstrous beast, exuding an aura of ferocity. The wind he had heard moments earlier was, in fact, the sound of this beast breathing. The fierce beast, with its menacing appearance, now lay in an unexpected tranquility, evoking in him the illusion that what stood before him was not a ferocious creature, but rather a sagacious sage. Its eyes, resembling vast discs of ethereal blue, lacked any trace of savagery. Instead, they seemed to convey a profound narrative. Could this be the essence of my gastronomic demon soul? Lei Fa pondered silently. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced through the air, and the scene of the beach re-emerged before his eyes. Everything from the previously dark and silent realm felt like a mere illusion, as if it had never existed. However, Lei Fa was acutely aware that it was no figment of his imagination. Given his current extraordinary physical condition, it was nearly impossible for him to experience such a state of mental disarray. Thus, had the gastronomic demon soul truly awakened? Lei Fa mused to himself, then mentally commanded, "System, display my bodily data." The host's bodily data is as follows. Gastronomic cell awakening level 5. Gastronomic demon soul has awakened. Strength 27. Normal adult male 1. Constitution 25. Normal adult male 1. Speed 28. Normal adult male 1. Abilities Soundwave manipulation beginner. Culinary ethics minor. Navy 6 styles. Finger gun entry level. Navy 6 styles. Shave entry level. Devouring power beginner. Upon reviewing his current data, Lei Fa was finally assured that the gastronomic demon soul had indeed awakened. Although there was little change in his physical attributes, a new ability had manifested. Devouring power. What could that possibly be? Lei Fa vocalized, curiosity piqued. This is an ability bestowed upon the host following the awakening of the gastronomic demon soul. The specific means of utilization must be developed by the host. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Initially startled by this unfamiliar voice, Lei Fa quickly realized it bore a tone reminiscent of the golden text that often appeared in his thoughts. Tentatively, he inquired, "System?" "Yes," the mechanical voice responded. "Why can you speak all of a sudden?" Upon confirming that the voice indeed emanated from the system, Lei Fa felt a wave of relief wash over him and proceeded to ask, "The host's gastronomic cell awakening level has reached 5. Prompting the system to automatically undergo its first evolution and activate basic intelligence. The next evolution will occur when the gastronomic cell awakening level reaches 20, the mechanical voice elucidated. "I see." Lei Fa understood, and with a sudden inspiration, he asked, "How did this system come into being? Can I return to Earth?" Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. Came the response. Lei Fa, upon hearing this, felt no disappointment, for he had not truly expected the system to provide an answer. He had merely asked out of a sense of curiosity. The system's seemingly dismissive response, paradoxically, provided him with the information he sought. In essence, the question indeed possesses an answer. It is merely due to his current lack of authority that he remains unaware of it. As Lei Fa pondered, he reflected that there is still hope of uncovering the truth in the future. Subsequently, he recalled the system's assessment of the power of the gluttonous beast. The manipulation of sound waves is a culinary technique belonging to the 4 heavenly kings of gastronomy, specifically the culinary art of Zebula. Awakened by the soul of Zebula's gastronomic demon, Lei Fa acquired this through the system. The power of the gluttonous beast should share a similar nature to the manipulation of sound waves, but it is awakened by Lei Fa's own gastronomic demon soul, rendering him unable to directly replicate the various combat techniques developed by Zebula from the outset, as one can with the manipulation of sound waves. This necessitates Lei Fa to explore and develop on his own. In The Captives of Gourmet, when characters engage in explosive battles, it appears that the souls of the gourmet demons can amplify and enhance their culinary skills. Although I had previously mastered Zebura's manipulation of sound waves, I lacked his gourmet demon soul, and thus, during intense combat, I naturally could not augment the power of sound wave manipulation as he could, which inherently placed me at a disadvantage. Now that my gourmet demon soul has successfully awakened, I wonder what delightful surprises await me. Lei Fa mused with anticipation. The successful awakening of the gourmet demon soul, along with the emergence of undeveloped culinary techniques, shifted Lei Fa's focus in his training for a considerable time. Naturally, his primary emphasis became the newly awakened technique, the power of gluttony. Through experimentation and exploration, he gradually discerned that the characteristics of this power of gluttony leaned towards tearing and dissolving, affecting both solid objects and energy within its scope. Consequently, In response to the nature of this power, Lei Fa temporarily developed several primary combat methods, which the system automatically designated as follows: Crimson Kiss, where the power of gluttony manifests as a series of crimson mouths, possessing terrifying biting and chewing power capable of reducing steel to fragments. Infinite Gastric Wall, which releases the power of gluttony in a barrier mode, allowing it to withstand attacks while simultaneously counteracting the assault through dissolution. Caloric Gluttony, which disperses the power of gluttony in a small radius around him, continuously eroding the strength within his enemies, including but not limited to various forms of energy and stamina. While Lei Fa had no particular recollection of the first two combat skill branches, the name of the third skill strikingly resembled one frequently employed by the gourmet immortal Guangsai and the captives of Gourmet, and both skills shared the effect of dissolving the energy within their adversaries. In the world of the captives of Gourmet, calories refer to energy. Could it be that Guangsai's gourmet demon soul is indeed that of a glutton? Upon seeing this name, Lei Fa had speculated immediately, yet he found no answers. This detail was not even mentioned in the manga, and moreover, Guangsai's caloric gluttony differed from Lei Fa's developed version in its release method. It remained a mystery as to why the system would assign the same name. Setting aside this query, the development of the power of gluttony has significantly enhanced Lei Fa's strength once more. Although the enhancement in his physical attributes was not overly apparent, he was confident that if he were to gauge his strength by rank, it had undoubtedly improved significantly. Even when compared to the girl in the red duck-billed cap, Sweki, he felt he would not fall short. Unfortunately, the system's level detection could not assess his rank, and there were currently no worthy opponents in Rogtown to engage in a battle that could validate his prowess. At this stage, Lei Fa's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. The training of the Navy's 6 forms was a gradual process, making rapid improvement in a short time impossible. Additionally, the manipulation of sound waves and the utilization of the power of the glutton were unlikely to see substantial changes for the time being. The only potential catalyst for accelerating his training, the Golden Finger system, was unable to trigger new tasks due to his confinement in the small locale of Rogtown, effectively stalling his progress. Nevertheless, Lei Fa found himself quite satisfied with his current strength, no longer feeling the anxiety he had when he first arrived in this world, where he feared that anyone might easily take his life. Now, even when facing a supernova like Marco, while he was still not a match, it would not be so easy for Marco to take his life. In short, he had attained the self-preservation capability he had longed for at the onset of his training, making him a notable figure in the outside world. As a result, when the sense of urgency dissipated, Lei Fa no longer felt a pressing need to enhance his strength. A year ago, had he found himself at a bottleneck while being in a place like Rogtown, he would have gone to great lengths to leave and actively seek out more tasks, much like when he created the identity of Mr. V. However, now he was perfectly content to let things unfold naturally, even feeling a subtle joy in being able to set aside his burdens and fully enjoy life. Interestingly, when he ceased his attempts to trigger tasks actively, opportunities began to present themselves on their own. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Owen. That day, upon returning from patrol, Lei Fa happened to encounter the lieutenant he had met upon his arrival at the campsite. Rake, I was just about to look for you, Lieutenant Owen exclaimed upon seeing Lei Fa. Looking for me? Is something the matter? Lei Fa inquired. Have you not heard? The East Blue Master Chef competition, held once every 20 years, is set to take place in Rogtown in a month, and registration for the preliminary rounds is now open. If you pass the preliminaries, you can compete in the official contest in a month for the title of Master Chef, Lieutenant Owen said enthusiastically. The East Blue Master Chef competition? That's something I have not heard of before. Yes, I believe you should definitely participate. The dishes you prepare are far superior to what the best chefs in our Rogtown naval base produce. There is no reason not to enter. Lieutenant Owen sincerely praised the competition, stating that achieving a place within the top 10 would yield substantial rewards. Moreover, entering the top 3 would bestow the prestigious title of Master Chef. Is the title of Master Chef truly significant? Rifa inquired, noticing Lieutenant Owen's admiration for it. Absolutely. Owen affirmed, this competition occurs only once every 20 years and is the sole pathway to earn the title of Master Chef. Furthermore, only 3 chefs can receive this honor each time. Is that not remarkable? Statistics indicate that, at any given moment, the number of renowned chefs in the East Sea has never reached double digits. Possessing the title of Master Chef guarantees one's acclaim wherever they may go, even in the Grand Line. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Rifa's mind. Task Master Chef contest successfully triggered. Task details. Register for the East Sea Master Chef competition and secure a place within the top 3 to attain the title of Master Chef. Task Reward: 1 intermediate training card for Food Forest Temple, redeemable for a year's training opportunity at Food Forest Temple. Note: task rewards do not consume time in the main world. To acquire the title of Master Chef? Is this the nature of the task? Lei Fa pondered. He had never considered himself a chef, as his first systematic culinary education had taken place at Food Forest Temple. Prior to that, his cooking skills were average at best. He could manage basic stir-fries and grilling, but little beyond that. Yet, in the world of culinary captives, even those dedicated solely to combat, like his former trainer, Zhou, were often highly skilled chefs. After a year of training at Food Forest Temple, while Lei Fa still could not rival his mentor Zhou, it was important to note that the world of culinary captives had reached unprecedented heights in this regard, far surpassing other realms. Any chef brought here would undoubtedly excel in culinary prowess, an irrefutable fact. Therefore, while Lei Fa's skills might be considered ordinary in the world of culinary captives, they were exceptional in this context. He stood on the shoulders of giants, equipped with culinary techniques honed to perfection in a world renowned for its gastronomy. This was precisely why Lieutenant Owen, having had the fortune of tasting Lei Fa's cooking on multiple occasions, believed he could indeed compete in the East Sea Master Chef competition. Although Owen did not expect someone of Lei Fa's age to earn the title, he felt that securing a place in the top 10 was entirely feasible. Lei Fa, are you all right? Lieutenant Owen's voice snapped Lei Fa from his reverie. Huh, I'm fine. Lei Fa replied, shaking his head. I was just wondering if we in the Navy are permitted to enter such competitions. Wouldn't that be against the rules? Oh, I thought you were contemplating something profound. Rest assured, such competitions are perfectly legitimate. In the Navy, there exist many culinary experts, and during this period, a considerable number of naval chefs from various station locations are expected to arrive specifically for this competition. Lieutenant Owen waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy, replied Lei Fa, nodding. I will go sign up right away. Thank you for the reminder, Lieutenant Owen. No need for formality. Give it your all. If you manage to secure a spot in the top 10, the Navy of Rogtown will take great pride in you, Lieutenant Owen remarked. I can only endeavor to do my best, Lei Fa humbly replied. After Lieutenant Owen's suggestion, Lei Fa swiftly located the registration point for the East Sea Master Chef competition. He quickly passed a series of preliminary tests and obtained his qualification for the official competition. It was only after he signed up that he noticed a surge of newcomers in the town, most of whom were equipped with their own culinary tools. It was evident that these individuals were also participants in the East Sea Master Chef competition. Interestingly, among these chefs were several formidable contenders, any one of whom could easily outshine the theoretically strongest individual in Rogtown, Colonel Stephen. For instance, during a patrol 2 days after his registration, Lei Fa encountered an outsider chef who exuded an air of distinction. Upon evaluating his rank, Lei Fa discovered that this chef possessed an impressive level of 8, comparable to the renowned multi-armed Lady Judy from Sabaody Archipelago. Even before entering the culinary forest for training, Lei Fa had not attained such prowess. The East Sea is reputed to be the weakest of seas. Individuals with such capabilities are not commonly found, even in the Grand Line. It was unexpected to encounter one participating in this competition in the guise of a chef. This has heightened Lei Fa's anticipation for the competition. Participating as a chef is an entirely new experience for him, as he has never encountered such a situation in either his past or present life. Moreover, should he secure a spot among the top 3, he would gain the invaluable opportunity to spend another year training at Shirlene Temple, having previously experienced this. Lei Fa is increasingly determined to seize this reward. I dare say, Jessica, you are bound to earn the title of Master Chef this time, remarked a crimson-haired man as he and a blonde woman disembarked from the ship. I told you not to follow me. You're a naval rear admiral, and yet you come here to accompany me in this competition. What kind of image does that project? Jessica expressed her displeasure. You are my wife, and the outside world is fraught with danger. What if something were to happen? Who would bear that responsibility? Jonathan, the crimson-haired man, replied nonchalantly. Are you not concerned about being accused of dereliction of duty? Jessica felt a swell of emotion upon hearing her husband's words, yet her worries lingered. Say what you will. At worst, they'll just dock my pay. Jonathan chuckled dismissively. Had I not insisted on participating in this competition? You would have, do not utter such words. Jonathan interrupted. Your dream is to one day become one of the world chef kings, and to qualify for the world chef competition. one must first attain the title of a renowned chef from any of the 4 seas. The next World Chef competition will take place in 6 years, and prior to that, the only opportunity to gain the title of renowned chef is through the ongoing East Sea Culinary Competition. Should you miss this chance, you would have to wait another 36 years for the next World Chef competition. I do not wish for you to wait that long, and even if you were willing, I would not permit it. The World Chef competition is the pinnacle of aspiration for all chefs, held in the Grand Line every 30 years. The top 3 contestants in each event are bestowed the title of World Chef King, a rule akin to that of the renowned chef competition, though distinct in its significance. The title of World Chef King represents the highest honor for chefs, much like the title of Pirate King does for pirates. The prerequisite for participating in the World Chef competition is to possess the title of renowned chef from any of the 4 seas. Only those with such a title may compete. This rule has never been altered. The upcoming World Chef King competition is set to take place in 6 years, and the nearest prestigious culinary contest leading up to this event is the current East Sea Master Chef competition. This implies that for those who have yet to earn the esteemed title of Master Chef and wish to participate in the World Chef King competition, the East Sea Master Chef competition represents their singular opportunity. Jessica, a blonde woman, is drawn to this very chance. She had not yet been born during the last World Chef King competition, and by the time the next one occurs, she might be in her 60s or 70s. With her health uncertain, making it difficult to ascertain if another opportunity will arise. Thus, if she desires to compete in the forthcoming World Chef King competition, she must seize this moment at the East Sea Master Chef competition to secure her title as a Master Chef. However, her ambition weighs on her conscience, as it inadvertently subjects her husband to criticism. Jonathan senses her unease and reassures her. Jessica, have you forgotten? Becoming the World Chef King has been your dream since childhood. The Jessica I love is the kind-hearted girl who has endured hardships for the sake of her aspirations, facing countless dangers over the years without uttering a single complaint. Isn't that true? Now it is time for me to support you in realizing your dream. If anyone tries to hinder you, let them be damned. Jessica is profoundly moved by his words. All right, let us go register first. We can discuss everything else afterward, Jonathan says, wrapping his arm around her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Yes. Jessica wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye. Wait, Jonathan suddenly exclaims. What is it, Jonathan? Jessica inquires. Did you notice the naval officer patrolling across the street? Jonathan asks. Are you referring to that rather handsome young naval officer? Jessica recalls. Yes, him. What about him? I hadn't paid attention at first, but he seems to be watching us intently. There is something extraordinary about him. Jonathan muses thoughtfully. What do you mean extraordinary? I think you're just reminiscing about your days of battle, seeing pirates in every face, Jessica retorts, her earlier sentiment evaporating as she rolls her eyes. That young naval officer is merely a petty officer, and judging by his age, he can't be more than a decade old. How extraordinary can he be? This is the East Sea, not the Grand Line. You're overthinking. What of the East Sea? I assure you, you should not dismiss it. Look at that individual over there, exuding an air of lethal intent. He has undoubtedly taken lives before, and judging by his gait, he must be a master of leg techniques. Jonathan argues defiantly, gesturing towards a striking man with blonde hair and braided pigtails striding toward them. How formidable can he be? Jessica replies dismissively. Even if he were on the Grand Line, he would at best be comparable to an ordinary rear admiral. Jonathan spoke with a hint of gravity. Could this truly be possible? We are in the East Blue. Jessica expressed her disbelief. Indeed, we are in the East Blue. The weakest of seas, yet let us not forget that even legendary pirates like Roger hailed from here, Jonathan replied. What could such a formidable individual be doing in Loketown? Perhaps, like myself, they are accompanying their spouse to partake in the East Blue culinary competition, Jonathan jested. As they strolled, their laughter resonated, exuding a profound affection that elicited envy from those around them. Unbeknownst to them, the golden-haired man with braided pigtails, who had just caught their attention, was engaged in a discussion with his subordinates regarding the couple. Remarkable, the man with braids said gravely. Captain Jafu, what is so remarkable? One subordinate inquired. Did you not see that couple who just passed us? Their names elude me, Jafu responded. I did notice. The woman is strikingly beautiful. Captain, have you taken a liking to her? If so, I could eliminate her husband and bring her back for you, the subordinate suggested, licking his lips. I shall reiterate. We are pirates, not beasts. Jafu narrowed his eyes. Follow my lead and abide by my rules. Should you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Understood. The subordinate replied, perspiration beading on his forehead. Moreover, should you seek your own demise, I shall not hinder you. That woman is stronger than you. And as for the man, he is perhaps the most terrifying individual I have ever encountered. He could dispatch you without lifting a finger. If you doubt my words, feel free to test him, Zhifu scoffed. Captain, surely you jest. The most formidable individual? Is he truly stronger than you? The subordinate appeared skeptical, fully aware of the terror that Zhifu embodied. Though he had never traversed the Grand Line, he believed that if Zhifu journeyed to that legendary sea, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. I have not faced him, yet I sense an unprecedented danger emanating from him, Zhifu stated solemnly. He turned to his nearby subordinates. You must all remain vigilant and refrain from causing trouble. I am aware that numerous competitors from other seas are present, including those who have come specifically from the Grand Line. If we encounter someone formidable, even my attempts to rescue you may come too late. Do you understand? Yes. A palpable tension enveloped the several subordinates present. It was indeed surprising to see Jonathan, a close associate of Red Dog Sakazuki and the future commander of the Navy's G8 branch, appear at this juncture, especially in relation to the so-called World Culinary Championship, a contest I had not previously encountered, yet it seemed rather intriguing. As he strolled down the street, Lei Fa clasped his hands behind his back, murmuring to himself. He had certainly taken note of the Jonathan couple, and with his keen hearing, he eavesdropped on their conversation, thereby discerning their identities. From their dialogue, it became evident that Jonathan was accompanying his wife, Jessica, to participate in the East Blue Culinary Competition in pursuit of a qualification for the World Culinary Championship set to occur 6 years hence. The realization struck Lei Fa that, since the East Blue Culinary Competition was a catalyst for quests, the more prestigious World Culinary Championship would undoubtedly trigger quests of an even greater caliber, boasting higher difficulty and more substantial rewards. He pondered silently. Moreover, there was the esteemed Redleg Zeph, who would eventually rise to be one of the great pirates. Renowned for his formidable leg techniques and serving as a mentor to the future protagonist, Blackleg Sanji. If memory served him correctly, Zeph was also a chef, thus likely participating in the competition as well. The scene was indeed bustling and vibrant. Lei Fa had not anticipated that such a seemingly inconspicuous culinary contest would attract such remarkable figures. The Redleg Zeph had yet to become a great pirate. His prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling the strength of the formidable Snow Chi, the girl in the red duckbill cap. Even Lei Fa, in his current state, dared not to claim an easy victory against him. As for Major Jonathan, his strength likely surpassed that of Redleg Zeph. And Lei Fa recalled vividly that he was a strategist of considerable acumen. His formidable nature lay not solely in his strength, but in the depths of his intellect as well. He could still recognize the formidable individuals, but what about those he could not? It would be best to avoid any disturbances. If chaos truly erupted, the local navy would certainly be unable to handle it. Lei Fa lamented helplessly. The navy of Rog Town might be more than capable of dealing with minor ruffians and protecting the townsfolk from ordinary banditry. Yet should a bounty criminal with a reward exceeding 10 million appear, the situation would be entirely different. Perhaps those notorious criminals would hesitate to assault the naval base. But if they chose to wreak havoc, the local navy would be powerless to stop them. Such is the reality. However, with Major General Jonathan, a member of the Navy, present, even if trouble were to arise, it would not fall upon Lei Fa to act bravely. Upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. Although Jonathan was disguised in order to accompany his wife to the competition, he would undoubtedly intervene should the local navy encounter insurmountable danger. With such a distinguished figure around, Lei Fa need not worry excessively. A month swiftly passed, and before long, the East Blue Culinary Competition commenced. According to the statistics released, a total of 638 chefs had registered and passed the preliminary selection. From these, only 10 would be chosen to compete for the top 3 positions and earn the title of Distinguished Chef. Thus, the initial phase of the competition aimed to eliminate 628 participants, leaving only the final 10. The preliminary rounds were divided into 20 groups, each randomly assigned over 30 chefs. Each chef would prepare 5 dishes, which would then be evaluated by a panel of 5 judges appointed by the organizers. After tasting each chef's 5 creations, the judges would score them, eliminating the highest and lowest scores, and summing the scores of the middle 3 to determine the chef's final score. Based on this scoring, only the top 3 from each group would advance, while the remaining participants would be eliminated. The top 3 from all 20 groups, totaling 60 chefs, would then form a single group and undergo the same selection process. with only the top 10 remaining to compete for the ultimate title of Distinguished Chef. The final contest would be decided by a panel of 5 renowned chefs specially invited by the organizers, ensuring a fully transparent and fair voting process. The intricacies of the situation may seem convoluted, yet the actual proceedings unfolded with remarkable swiftness. On the very first day of the competition, the top 3 from 20 groups had already been determined, with Lei Fa being among them. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't falter, Leek. You have indeed lived up to expectations. Upon the conclusion of the preliminary round, Lieutenant Owen enthusiastically organized a celebration for Lei Fa, and Colonel Stephen made a special appearance to commend him. Should Lei Fa ultimately secure a place in the top 10, it would be a source of immense pride for the entire naval community of Rocktown. Thus their expectations for him were exceedingly high. It was merely a commendable performance, a stroke of luck, Lei Fa humbly remarked with a smile. Tomorrow marks the second round of the competition. Let us continue to strive forward, Lieutenant Owen declared with fervor, as if he himself were the participant in the contest. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from Rocktown, a colossal vessel adorned with a pirate flag was steadily making its way toward the town. On the deck, a robust figure clad in a horned steel helmet was gazing intently in the direction of Rocktown. Ward, is this truly necessary? A diminutive man, seemingly no taller than a child and also donning a horned helmet, queried with evident concern. Brother, we are destined for greatness. How can we embark on significant endeavors without a proper chef? The burly man laughed heartily. Fear not, it shall be fine, he reassured. We can easily recruit a chef. I am confident there will be those willing to follow us. Why resort to such force? The slender man hesitated. And how could a recruited chef possibly compare to those distinguished culinary artists who emerge from competitions? We are heroes destined to overthrow the world government when seeking a chef. We must find the very best. Ordinary cooks are beneath my consideration, the robust man asserted with confidence. But brother, there should be no buts. It is decided. Once we achieve a top 10 finish in this competition, we will take them all with us. Oh, and let us not forget those 5 esteemed judges. We shall take them too. Imagine having different master chefs preparing our meals daily. It will be delightful. The burly man erupted in laughter. Alas, the diminutive man clearly harbored some dissent, yet he chose to refrain from further comment. He understood that the decision made by his younger brother was not one to be easily altered, even by his own flesh and blood. On the very first day of the competition, 578 chefs had already been eliminated, leaving only 60 to advance to the second round. However, the majority of those who were ousted opted to remain and witness the contest, for it was indeed a rare spectacle in the culinary world. Though it may not rival the esteemed World Chef Championship in the East Sea, it represented the pinnacle of culinary competitions that many chefs could aspire to witness in their lifetimes. The Grand Line, after all, is a place not easily accessible, often regarded as a realm of legend by many. Among the 60 chefs who emerged victorious from the first round, most were renowned culinary masters, some even having journeyed from distant seas or the Grand Line itself, such as Jessica, the wife of Jonathan, whom Lei Fa had encountered. It was indeed a rarity for someone like Lei Fa, previously obscure, to penetrate the ranks of the top 60. There were scarcely 3 or 5 others like him. This is also the reason why Lieutenant Irving and his companions are so exhilarated for Lei Fa. The rules of this round of competition are decidedly more rigorous. It will not merely assess the flavor of your dishes, but also evaluate your knife skills, cooking techniques, creativity, and a myriad of other abilities. The speaker is the host of this competition. The rules were predetermined. He is merely reciting them. The first dish will serve as a test of knife skills. You must select from the 10 provided ingredients those you deem suitable for preparation. The requirement is to showcase your knife skills, while also ensuring that the dish is delectable. Our 10 judges will taste each of your creations, scoring them between 1 to 10. Any contestant receiving a total score below 60 will be eliminated. The second dish will test your cooking techniques, following similar rules to the knife skills test, but this time the focus will shift to the manifestation of cooking prowess. The third dish will evaluate creativity, adhering to the same principles. The fourth dish will be a freestyle dish, serving as the ultimate test of culinary excellence. The evaluation for this dish will not result in elimination, but rather will identify the top 10 scorers, akin to the first round. Naturally, if fewer than 10 contestants are eliminated in the first 3 tests, the competition will proceed normally until the top 3 are determined. The host recited the rules with a smile. In truth, these rules are largely consistent with those of previous renowned chef competitions. Similar regulations apply in other maritime regions, with the only distinction being the judging methodology. Since evaluating a chef's culinary skills is inherently subjective, it cannot achieve the clear objectivity of a sports competition where superiority is immediately evident. The rules for culinary contests must strive for objectivity as much as possible. If there are no further inquiries, we may commence with the first dish, the knife skills test, which will last for 2 hours. I hereby declare the Eastern Sea Culinary Competition Round 2 officially underway. With the host's proclamation, the 60 chefs eagerly began selecting their ingredients. Lei Fa stood in his designated area, propping his chin and surveying the 10 ingredients before him, deep in contemplation. Among these 10 ingredients, the one that presented the greatest challenge in knife skills was undoubtedly tofu, as its carving must be performed in water, akin to blind sculpting. Crafting tofu to be both aesthetically pleasing and delicious is a formidable task. However, for me, it poses no issue. After a brief moment of reflection, he decisively selected his ingredient, tofu. The rationale is simple. For him, visual acuity is not his strongest asset. Rather, it is his auditory perception that reigns supreme. Possessing the ears of the inferno, he could perceive the movements surrounding him even in complete darkness, utilizing ultrasonic waves that he skillfully manipulated through sound. He could effortlessly visualize the imperceptible conditions within the water as if they were presented in a three-dimensional projection within his mind, enabling him to see the aquatic realm even with his eyes closed. Furthermore, after a year of rigorous training at the Shilin Temple, his knife skills were no jest. One must understand that this peculiar place was replete with an array of bizarre ingredients. He had even prepared fully transparent and animated plants, rendering tofu a rather manageable ingredient in comparison. As for seasoning, he felt equally confident. Thus, let us commence. Lei Fa clapped his hands. More than 2 hours later, when the 10 judges arrived before Lei Fa, he presented his creation. Before the tasting commenced, he briefly introduced the dish he had selected, a tofu dish titled Blood Jade Tiger. A tofu dish? This young man truly possesses audacity, as this is one of the most challenging choices among the myriad of ingredients presented today. You are the 21st chef we are evaluating, yet the first to dare to utilize tofu, remarked an elderly judge with admiration. Indeed, tofu dishes demand exceptionally refined knife skills. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. Moreover, the true challenge lies in achieving not only exquisite knife work, but also transforming it into a dish of remarkable flavor. The difficulty is indeed considerable. Another judge concurred. Your dish is named Blood Jade Tiger. Have you sculpted it into the form of a tiger? Yet tofu is undeniably white. Why prefix it with blood jade? Questioned a female judge, her curiosity diverging from that of her peers. I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is best for you to see for yourselves. Lei Fa replied with a smile as he unveiled the cover of the dish. What lay before the judges was a lifelike representation of a ferocious tiger. Even more astonishing was the color of this tiger, which was indeed blood red, rather than the typical milky white of tofu. Its skin, red as blood and lustrous as jade, embodied the essence of the blood jade tiger perfectly, without a single word amiss, a flawless match. The female judge, who had previously questioned the name, gasped in awe. Rather than a mere dish, this is more akin to a masterpiece. The tofu has been carved with such vivid precision. Is it truly possible to accomplish this in merely 2 hours? Moreover, it is evident that this is no simple carving. For if it were merely the shape of a ferocious tiger, one could not explain the crimson exterior. Is this genuinely a creation you completed in 2 hours? The eldest judge, the first to speak, inquired with a hint of disbelief. With so many witnesses present, it would be impossible for me to cheat, wouldn't it? Lei Fa replied with a faint smile. Astonishing, truly astonishing, the elder judge remarked, occasionally shaking his head and then nodding. Based solely on the knife skills, this dish presents no flaws. One might even assert it is the most extraordinary culinary creation we have encountered thus far today. However, this is ultimately a cooking competition. While knife skills are a critical consideration, flavor is equally paramount. Now, let us savor the taste of this blood jade tiger. Please, Lei Fa gestured invitingly. As the elder judge took the first bite, the other 9 followed suit, each beginning to carve into the body of the crimson tiger. Is it sweet? The female judge exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she tasted the first morsel. This fragrant aroma, could it be red jasmine? Speculated a bespectacled judge. Indeed, red jasmine is one of the seasoning spices. Lei Fa confirmed. So, the sauce was crafted primarily from honey syrup red fruit, supplemented by red jasmine and several other subtly fragrant edible spices? The elder judge reflected on the taste while analyzing the cooking process. You are indeed impressive. Yes, Honey syrup red fruit is indeed the principal ingredient of this crimson exterior. In addition, I incorporated 6 other red components to enrich its texture without compromising the appearance, Lei Fa remarked, giving a thumbs up. Wait a moment, the bespectacled judge raised his hand. If I recall correctly, while honey syrup red fruit is sweet, it is also exceedingly rich. The 6 ingredients you've added must be to counterbalance this richness. However, to meld these 6 ingredients with the flavor of honey syrup red fruit seamlessly is no small feat. It would require at least an hour of constant stirring. During this time, you would also need to complete the tofu carving. The judge's lengthy discourse made his meaning clear. He was eager to understand how Lei Fa managed to balance the intricate carving of the tofu while simultaneously preparing the seasoning, for it was evident that time was insufficient. Perhaps 2 hours would suffice to prepare a simple dish, yet crafting a culinary masterpiece such as the blood jade tiger, with its exquisite and wondrous flavors, is evidently a task that requires more time. Quite simply, I first blended honey syrup red fruits with 6 other ingredients into a juice, which I then poured into a wooden barrel. I placed the whole tofu into the same vessel. My sculpting was completed within the barrel, during which I employed my own technique to expedite the amalgamation of the sauce. By the time my carving was finished, the flavors had melded together flawlessly. At this juncture, the sauce adhered to the tofu was already perfectly seasoned. All I needed to do was extract the intricately carved tofu along with its base from the barrel, completing the dish. Your own technique? The bespectacled judge echoed. Surely this unique skill of mine is not against the rules? Lei Fa inquired with a smile. Of course not. Every chef possesses their own signature techniques. It is entirely normal, the senior judge replied with a shake of his head. Now, do any of you have further questions? After exchanging glances with the others, the senior judge shook his head again, stating, We have no questions left. We can proceed to evaluate your blood jade tiger. After some deliberation among the 10 judges, they each provided their scores. 7 of them awarded a score of 9, 2 gave 8, and astonishingly, the sole female judge bestowed a perfect 10. Consequently, Lei Fa's total score reached an impressive 89, significantly surpassing the previous highest score of 74. In other words, for this knife skill assessment dish, Lei Fa not only claimed the top position but also left the second place trailing by a staggering 15 points, reflecting the judge's overwhelming satisfaction with the dish. Although the scores had been finalized, I must remark that this dish, in terms of both knife skills and seasoning, is utterly impeccable and presents a formidable challenge. Indeed, even if you were to disclose the method of preparation now, I believe it would be exceedingly difficult for others to replicate the blood jade tiger. Young man, you have truly broadened our horizons. The senior judge exclaimed once more. You flatter me, Lei Fa replied humbly with a smile. Not at all. It is no exaggeration. Setting aside your unique skill, it is worth noting that sculpting in this crimson sauce is far more challenging than simply carving in water. Your vision is completely obscured, making it nothing short of miraculous. The female judge marveled. Lei Fa smiled silently. He would never undermine his own prowess, suggesting that his hearing was far superior to his eyesight. Moreover, his technique merely harnessed high-frequency sound waves to accelerate the fusion of the sauce, essentially allowing him to cheat using his innate abilities. This dish indeed poses a challenge for ordinary chefs to replicate, even if they are provided with the method by Lei Fa. Furthermore, due to the high-frequency vibrations involved, this blood jade tiger is imbued with flavor in a way that transcends mere surface seasoning, a subtlety that the judges failed to perceive. Since no one had attempted such a technique before, should they venture to replicate it themselves, they would discover that even without intricate carvings on the tofu, simply preparing a sauce and drizzling it over the tofu would not yield the same exquisite taste. Contestant-like achieved an astonishing score of 89. Undoubtedly passing the initial knife skill test with flying colors. Let us give him a round of applause. The host exclaimed passionately. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in applause. Particularly General Jonathan, who only then realized that just days prior, the seemingly unassuming naval youth he had encountered was also participating in this competition. What an impressive young fellow. He had not anticipated that he was also a masterful chef. Was the sense of something extraordinary he had felt earlier merely an illusion? Observing Lei Fa's impressive score of 89, Jonathan found himself in a state of conflicted contemplation. He had noticed Lei Fa due to the faint, almost imperceptible aura of threat that surrounded him that day, a phenomenon of unspoken connection among the strong, inexplicable yet undeniably real. But could it be possible for a naval youth who appeared to be merely in his teens to possess such a formidable prowess, alongside exceptional culinary skills? This inevitably led him to harbor a hint of doubt regarding his own feelings that day. Lei Fa's impressive score also garnered considerable attention from several other competing chefs, including Jonathan's wife, Jessica, and Redfoot Jeff. However, their focus diverged from Jonathan's. While they too were astonished by Lei Fa's remarkable culinary prowess at such a tender age, their admiration was not rooted in competition. Before long, the first dish from each of the 60 participating chefs had been thoroughly sampled. In this round of culinary knife skills assessment, a total of 17 participants have been eliminated, leaving 43 contestants to proceed to the second round of the cooking test. This time, Lei Fa's performance was not as astonishing as in the first round, ultimately garnering a score of 71, placing him in the middle tier among the competing chefs. Only 6 contestants were eliminated in this round, leaving 37 to advance to the third round of the creative culinary test. Meanwhile, a colossal pirate ship had already entered the harbor of Rogue Town, and its magnificent form could be seen at the dock. Those who have come to participate in or witness the Sea Master Chef competition include not a few pirates harboring bounties, albeit incognito, much like the infamous Red Leg Zeph. Due to the unique nature of the competition, the local navy refrains from creating unnecessary trouble, for it is exceedingly challenging for the forces stationed in Rogue Town to apprehend the incoming pirates or wanted criminals in one fell swoop. Thus, as long as these individuals do not brazenly engage in wrongdoing, the Navy tends to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. However, this time is different. The colossal ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger, has arrived. Such a display is typically indicative of pirates poised for attack and plunder. Consequently, the guard at the dock swiftly sounded the alarm. The town's highest-ranking officer, Colonel Stephen, who was initially engrossed in the competition, soon received the alarming news and erupted in fury, hastening with his subordinates to the docks. The audacity of pirates seeking trouble at such a critical moment is utterly intolerable. It jeopardizes the integrity of the competition and could severely tarnish his record, potentially hindering his prospects for promotion. How could he not be incensed? Yet, Colonel Stephen seems oblivious to the true gravity of the situation. For this time, the assailant targeting Rogue Town is no ordinary bandit, but rather a legendary pirate whose name instills terror across the Grand Line. The World Destroyer, Bondi Ward. This is a madman who has taken it upon himself to overthrow the world government, having caused countless deaths among naval personnel and government officials, yet he remains at large. A testament to his formidable power. Ha ha ha, Sebastian, Naren, follow me, brother, you and Garam stay here to guard the others. The towering figure of Ward laughed heartily as he leapt onto the dock. Be cautious, do not let your guard down, called out the slender Benjack from behind. Rest assured. First mate, we are in the East Blue, reassured the fish giant Sebastian, who towered even higher than Ward, before swiftly following suit. The last to join was a bespectacled, alluring woman clad in a cheap how, who giggled, Do not worry, first mate, I shall remind them. You all just relax here. As the trio set foot on shore, a throng of armed naval soldiers rushed forth from the town center, forming a formidable line and standing at the ready. At that moment, Colonel Stephen had just arrived, his thoughts occupied with the desire to capture this band of pirates and teach them a lesson, ensuring they understood the might of the Navy. 1 minute later, all the naval soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, while the 3 who had disembarked from the ship had, strictly speaking, hardly lifted a finger. The fish giant Sebastian complained. Naren, could you refrain from putting everyone to sleep all the time? At least give me a chance to stretch my limbs. Who told you to be so slow? The alluring woman chuckled softly, carelessly tossing aside an empty vial. Meanwhile, Captain Ward remained unfazed, already making his way towards the competition area, where the third round of the Creative Culinary Challenge was just beginning. What is happening? Lei Fa noticed that many of the naval guards who should have been surrounding the area had departed, and even the high-ranking Colonel Stephen had left midway. This is quite unusual. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek to investigate the matter further, yet with the competition still in its midst, he could hardly abandon the contest merely to comprehend what had transpired. Thus, he continued to compete, albeit with lingering doubts. During the third round of Innovative Cuisine, which also lasted 2 hours, Lei Fa's score was slightly higher than that of the second round focused on pyrotechnics, although it remained below that of the first round. Nevertheless, he managed to secure a position among the leading competitors, successfully advancing in the competition. Once again, 11 participants have been eliminated, leaving only 26 chefs remaining in the competition. These 26 will face the ultimate challenge of the fourth round, a free cooking test, from which the final 10 will be selected to vie for the title of Master Chef. However, what sent a chill down Lei Fa's spine was the revelation of why the Navy personnel, including Colonel Stephen, had abruptly departed. His infernal ears quickly detected the presence of 3 unexpected guests atop a building not far from the competition venue. Through their conversation, Lei Fa swiftly identified their identities and matched them with individuals he was familiar with. World Destroyer Bondi Ward, captain of the Ward Pirates, a user of the Momo fruit. A legendary pirate who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. Fish Giant Sebastian, an officer of the Ward Pirates, a hybrid of fishman and giant. Inheriting the formidable strength of fishmen and the immense physique of giants, a force to be reckoned with. Traditional medicine master Nachin, also an officer of the Ward Pirates. Well-versed in ancient Eastern martial arts, an adept in various medicinal concoctions of traditional Chinese medicine, making him a formidable opponent. Why has the Ward Pirates made their appearance in Log Town at this critical juncture? The World Destroyer has never made an appearance in the main narrative of the comic universe. Instead, he only features in the theatrical adaptations. After being captured and imprisoned in the deep-sea prison Impel Down for many years, he managed to escape amidst the chaos caused by the protagonist Luffy's rampage. Ultimately, however, he was defeated by Luffy. This, in the eyes of Rayleigh, seems utterly preposterous. Much like Luffy's victories over Crocodile, Enel, and Shiki. The only plausible explanation for such occurrences is the protagonist's halo. Beyond that, there is simply no rationale. A legendary pirate of the caliber of the World Destroyer Warden undoubtedly possesses an admiral-level fighting prowess. Whether he could measure up to the future 4 emperors remains uncertain. Yet it is certain that even Garp and Sengoku would struggle to subdue him alone. So how could the still-developing Luffy possibly be his match? However, as the protagonist, anything is conceivable, which provides a sense of relief in this regard. As for his seemingly underwhelming subordinates in the films, it is clear they are not as feeble as they appear. Take the fish giant Sebastian, for instance. He undoubtedly possesses combat capabilities on par with the Shichibukai. It is important to note that he inherits both the extraordinary strength of the fishmen and the physical stature of giants. The inherent advantages of being a giant are significant. Even the weakest among them would not fall short of the combat prowess typical of a naval rear admiral. Their colossal size renders them natural fighting machines. A racial talent that cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, when combined with the fishman's remarkable strength, it can be asserted that with a modicum of training, they would effortlessly attain strength exceeding that of a rear admiral. This is precisely why, at the outset, even Hancock, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, fell victim to this giant fish, whose prowess is on par with her own. Furthermore, individuals such as Cubed Fruit user Garum and traditional martial artist Nachin, who serve as officers within the Ward Pirates alongside the giant fish Sebastian, may not surpass him in strength, yet their capabilities are certainly not far behind. They are undoubtedly elite figures with power comparable to that of a vice admiral. Were it not for this, Bondi Ward alone would scarcely merit the title of a legendary pirate alongside the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. The overall strength of a pirate crew has always been a standard by which great and legendary pirates are evaluated. And only one individual has ever broken this boundary within the world of One Piece. However, this individual is certainly not Bondi Ward. Now, trouble brews. It seems their intention is to abduct the top 10 contestants from this competition, along with the 5 esteemed chefs responsible for judging. Lei Fa quickly discerned their purpose from the trio's conversation and learned that the local navy had nearly all been rendered ineffective. Yet, from their words, it appears they plan to act only after the competition concludes. Lei Fa's mind raced with thoughts and calculations. Clearly, this World Destroyer wishes to ascertain whose culinary skills are superior before abducting the individuals deemed necessary. This implies that they are unlikely to act until the final competition has ended. However, even with this time frame, it remains limited. Among the competing chefs are formidable talents like Redfoot Zeph, and in the audience are individuals such as Jonathan, who possesses the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. Thus, resisting the Ward Pirates seems utterly unrealistic, Lei Fa mused. Even though his strength has progressed beyond what it was at Sabaody, facing a legendary pirate like Ward still leaves him feeling somewhat powerless, even disregarding Ward himself. The presence of the giant fish Sebastian and traditional martial artist Nachin is already beyond the capabilities of those present. With these thoughts, Lei Fa made a swift decision. Vice Admiral Jonathan, please maintain a neutral expression. I am Seaman Rake from Roguetown's Navy, currently conversing with you from the arena. Lei Fa directed his gaze toward Jonathan at the edge of the field, yet his lips remained still. He employed soundwave manipulation to convey his voice directly into Jonathan's ear, inaudible to those around them. At first, Jonathan seemed startled by the voice whispering in his ear, but he quickly regained his composure. Scanning the arena before locking eyes with Lei Fa, confirming the identity of his interlocutor, and displaying an expression of understanding. You may speak in the faintest of whispers. Do not draw attention to us. I can't hear you, Lei Fa conveyed once more. In response, Jonathan complied, speaking in a barely audible tone. Seaman Rake? We must have crossed paths before. You truly are remarkable. Such an unusual manner of conversation could hardly be executed by an ordinary naval petty officer. Lei Fa's peculiarity, rather, confirmed Jonathan's earlier instinct, leading him to believe he had not misjudged the situation. Given the urgency, I shall refrain from idle chatter. Have you noticed that the naval forces surrounding us have abruptly diminished? Moreover, Colonel Stephen, the highest authority in the town, has also mysteriously departed, Lei Fa continued. Indeed, I have noticed. Is there some sort of trouble? Jonathan's expression grew serious. Just moments ago, a band of pirates landed in Logue Town and has already dealt with the majority of the town's naval personnel. They are now observing the arena from the periphery. Do not employ observation Haki to investigate, as it may alert them. Lei Fa's voice rose sharply, cautioning him. He was uncertain whether Jonathan had awakened his observation Haki, yet it was likely that a legendary pirate like Ward possessed it. The manifestation of Haki often leads to mutual awareness among those who wield it. Should Jonathan indeed possess it and attempt to probe, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. It must be said that Lei Fa's suspicions were astutely founded. Jonathan had indeed awakened his observation Haki, and had been contemplating its use to survey the area until Lei Fa intervened. From your tone, it appears that this band possesses formidable strength. Jonathan's voice deepened with concern. It was evident from Lei Fa's words that at least some among the pirates had awakened their observation Haki, and those who could do so were typically individuals of remarkable prowess. Far from ordinary. I presume you have heard of the Ward pirates, Major Jonathan, Lei Fa remarked gravely. What? Jonathan nearly lost his composure. Had it not been for his inherently calm demeanor, he would have faltered. Are you referring to the Ward pirates, renowned alongside the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates? The captain being the world destroyer Bondi Ward? Jonathan inquired, striving to maintain his composure. Indeed, Lei Fa affirmed his suspicion, stating that Bondi Ward was currently accompanied by two of his crew members, Giant Fish Sebastian and Chinese martial artist Naichin, who were attentively watching this vicinity. Any rash action on your part could attract their attention, so I urge you to remain calm, Lei Fa reiterated. I understand. Jonathan inhaled deeply. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked, I shall refrain from inquiring how you discern their presence. I trust that, as a fellow naval officer, you do not jest with me. However, if memory serves me correctly, the World Destroyer Ward is a madman whose ultimate goal is to overthrow the world government. Why would he suddenly appear in this humble Logue town? For the sake of this competition. Lei Fa succinctly explained that their arrival was due to the absence of skilled chefs aboard their ship. They intended to abduct individuals directly from here, planning to forcibly take the top 10 contestants and the 5 esteemed culinary judges once the competition concluded. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's expression darkened significantly. If all went as expected, his wife, Jessica, would undoubtedly be among the top 10, with a strong possibility of vying for one of the top 3 culinary titles. Thus, Jessica would inevitably become one of the targets for the Ward pirates. He could accept dying in battle, but the thought of his wife being captured was unbearable, a notion that filled him with profound anguish. You reached out to me for a reason, didn't you? Have you devised a plan? Jonathan's mind raced, searching for a strategy. Yet he could not conjure a viable solution and opted to inquire directly. I have yet to formulate a plan, but we still have some time before they act. You must immediately seek assistance from the Navy headquarters. Check if there are any rear admirals or higher nearby in the East Sea. For it is futile for us to confront the Ward pirates alone, Lei Fa replied gravely. However, I ventured out this time without a portable din-din mushy, Jonathan lamented. There is a din-din mushy at the Navy camp in town that can connect with Marine Ford, located in Colonel Stephen's office. The Navy camp is likely in disarray now, but you can go directly to Colonel Stephen's office, Lei Fa instructed. Jonathan cast a worried glance in the direction of his wife, Jessica. Even if you remain here, how can you prevent them from acting? Moreover, they are unlikely to strike before the competition concludes. Even if you wish to protect your wife personally, you could certainly return before the competition ends. Please, go and return swiftly, Lei Fa urged. I understand. Jonathan acknowledged the urgency of the situation, hesitating only momentarily due to the dire circumstances. After a brief deliberation, he quietly slipped away from the crowd. This scene did not attract any attention, even Bondi Ward, who had a comprehensive overview, failed to notice an inconspicuous spectator suddenly departing. Hopefully, it was not too late. Lei Fa's mood remained somewhat somber. The feasibility of requesting assistance from the Navy headquarters through Jonathan was, in fact, exceedingly low, as there were few individuals within the Navy capable of contending with Bondi Ward, most of whom were far away on the Grand Line, making it nearly impossible for anyone to coincidentally be present in the East Sea. Moreover, the journey from the Grand Line to this location would require a considerable amount of time. By the time help arrived, the battle would have long since concluded, leaving no opportunity for rescue. Lei Fa instructed Jonathan to undertake this task merely with the hope of achieving something rather than nothing, fully aware that the likelihood of timely assistance was exceedingly slim. Approximately half an hour later, Jonathan quietly returned to the sidelines. How did it go? Lei Fa inquired telepathically. The headquarters stated they would promptly contact all available officers of at least Vice Admiral rank who could arrive here swiftly. They would also request the world government to dispatch the nearest powerful individuals for assistance, though they could not guarantee how quickly they would arrive. If possible, try to stall them. However, if it becomes untenable, prioritize your safety and do not act recklessly, Jonathan said, his face pale with concern. Stall? With what? He questioned. Not only was he no match for Bondi Ward, but even the cadre of the Ward pirates would likely overpower him in a one-on-one confrontation. The notion of single-handedly delaying them was utterly unreasonable. Yet, the option of saving himself and disregarding the situation was equally impossible. From the Navy headquarters perspective, the collective importance of these chefs might not surpass that of Jonathan, a rear admiral. However, for Jonathan, the situation was different. He could not abandon his wife and flee alone, thereby rendering it impossible for him to remain uninvolved. Currently, he could not forcibly enter the arena to take his wife away and instruct her to cease competing, for such actions would undoubtedly draw Bondi Ward's attention, leading to counterproductive consequences. I understand your feelings, Vice Admiral Jonathan, Lei Fa communicated. This situation may not be devoid of hope. Now that the Navy headquarters is aware of the circumstances, they will surely expedite their efforts to send assistance. Our task is to delay as much as possible. I understand that, but given your awareness of the Ward pirates' origins, do you truly believe we can hold them off? Jonathan spoke in a low tone. A direct confrontation is undoubtedly unfeasible. However, it is not entirely impossible. Huh? What do you mean? Jonathan inquired. To achieve this, it may require you, Vice Admiral Jonathan, to take a certain risk. You might need to face one of the cadres of the Ward pirates alone, Lei Fa slowly explained. That sounds feasible, Jonathan replied candidly. Indeed, that is the case. Consequently, Lei Fa swiftly elucidated his plan to Jonathan and asked, What do you think? Are you certain it will be effective? Jonathan inquired, expressing uncertainty, yet possessing at least a measure of confidence. He acknowledged that the request might be excessive, but urged not to elaborate, insisting that the matter be entrusted to him. He reasoned that if the impending dangers were far greater for the other party, then there was no justification for his own retreat. Jonathan interrupted Lei Fa's discourse and acquiesced. I wish you all the best. Take care, Lei Fa remarked. The same to you, Jonathan replied before quietly departing once more. After 4 rounds of culinary tests, the top 10 competitors had finally emerged. Unsurprisingly, Jonathan's wife, Jessica, secured a spot among the top 10, alongside the esteemed Redfoot Jeff, and of course, Lei Fa himself. The third round of the competition, which was also the final round of the day, would decisively determine which 3 chefs would ultimately earn the coveted title of Master Chef. As the 5 esteemed judges made their appearance, the host began to elucidate the rules governing this final contest. The third round would be a showcase of individual culinary prowess, akin to the final battles of previous Master Chef competitions. This round imposed no restrictions on culinary techniques or ingredient selections. Contestants were to utilize their own selected ingredients to prepare a dish in which they excelled. This would then be evaluated and scored by the 5 distinguished judges, with the top 3 scores leading directly to the coveted title. Is there any question? The host inquired. Using our own ingredients? Lei Fa, initially preoccupied with observing the trio from the Ward pirates, redirected his focus upon hearing the stipulation for the final round. Observing the other 9 competitors, who appeared unfazed, it was evident they had prepared for this. In contrast, he had only recently registered for the competition, and even Lieutenant Owen, who had encouraged him to participate, was not a chef and thus lacked familiarity with these so-called traditions. However, The notion of using one's own ingredients seemed rather unfair to Lei Fa. As he contemplated the situation with a peculiar expression, his ingredient shop was stocked with a plethora of ingredients sourced from the gourmet world of captives, boasting a richness and flavor that far surpassed the native ingredients of this realm. It was akin to wielding an assault rifle against someone armed with a dagger. After a brief selection process, Lei Fa chose an ingredient classified at level 13, known as deep sea matsutake. He deliberately avoided overly extravagant ingredients, deeming such choices unnecessary and excessive. The deep-sea matsutake is characterized by its inherent sweetness reminiscent of deep-sea fish, while simultaneously offering the exquisite texture of matsutake mushrooms. A mere simple cooking process is sufficient to bring forth its most sublime flavor, far surpassing any intricate culinary techniques. In truth, this ingredient was chosen by Lei Fa for its convenience, as a significant portion of his thoughts is currently devoted to the trio of the ward pirates, leaving him unable to focus on elaborate cooking. The others, however, each showcased their unique skills, presenting an array of meticulously prepared ingredients. Some opted for the flesh of sea kings, while others selected an assortment of rare and peculiar items, all evidently consisting of extremely uncommon ingredients. 2 hours later, when the 10 participants presented their dishes, the 5 renowned chefs commenced their tastings. The first dish sampled happened to be that of Redfoot Chef Seth. He prepared a seemingly simple scrambled egg dish made with giant partridge eggs, king liver oil, and over 10 spices, a bold endeavor. As the first chef savored the dish, he praised it appreciatively, exclaiming the prowess of the culinary master of 100 flavors who could discern the primary ingredients with just one bite. Redfoot Zeph acknowledged the accolades from the judge. He has always been a proud individual, confident in both his abilities and culinary skills. Yet he could not help but feel a deep respect for this judge who could identify the ingredients with such precision. The remaining 4 judges, after tasting, also offered their commendations and recorded their evaluations on their respective scoreboards, then rinsed their mouths to prepare for the next dish. Lei Fa was 4th in line, and when the 5 judges approached, he unveiled his creation, a soup. The ingredients were simple, consisting solely of deep-sea matsutake and some basic seasoning. The server presented each judge with a bowl of soup, each containing 2 chunks of deep-sea matsutake. The exquisite texture of the matsutake was unprecedented. "Where did you procure this?" one of the judges inquired immediately after taking a bite. "I also purchased it from a supplier. I am not quite sure," Lei Fa casually fabricated. The emphasis lies not in the matsutake's texture, but in the flavor. "What did you use to infuse this soup and the matsutake with such delectable taste?" The judge, referred to as the culinary master of 100 flavors by Zeph, asked in utter bewilderment. Confident in his palate, he was certain he had never encountered such a level of exquisite flavor, especially from a soup. "I used numerous ingredients to marinate and then air-dried them into dried goods. The process is rather intricate, but it should not be against the rules, right?" Lei Fa explained. "It is certainly not against the rules. Creating such dried goods is indeed a testament to a chef's skill." The renowned chef, known as the master of flavors, shook his head and remarked that, in terms of freshness, this dish was the most exquisite he had tasted in recent years. Even if he were to attempt to replicate such an effect through seasoning, he doubted he could achieve it. After all, who could traverse into another realm? Lei Fa mused silently to himself. The 5 participants exchanged glances and subsequently cast their scores. The tasting continued. Approximately 20 minutes later, they concluded their evaluation of the 10 dishes and, with the assistance of the staff, determined the final rankings for the top 3 contenders. The first place was claimed by a bearded chef named Bard, who seemed to possess the moniker of the Flame Pianist, likely referring to his elegant and poised control of fire while cooking, akin to playing a piano. In the fiery test of the second round, he scored the highest, leaving the others trailing behind, much like Lei Fa did during the knife skill test. The second place was awarded to none other than Lei Fa himself, while the third position was secured by Redfoot Zeph. Unfortunately, Jonathan's wife, Jessica, did not make it into the top 3, finishing in 6th place. "Now, let the Master of Flavors present the certificates and medals to our 3 newly crowned chefs. Let us applaud enthusiastically," the host proclaimed with fervor. At that moment, the chef referred to as the Master of Flavors stepped forward with a smile. It was then that the 3 members of the ward pirates finally found themselves liberated from their weight. "Ha ha ha. No need for awards. Come aboard my ship," boomed the leading figure of 3 descending shadows. Their arrival caused the ground to crater beneath them, especially the towering fishman among them, whose presence incited chaos as some audience members screamed and scattered in fear. Who are you to disrupt this event? The master of flavors chastised. Who am I? I am Bondi Ward. And from this day forth, you shall all be my chefs. Remember this. The imposing Ward declared with an air of authority. The world destroyer, Bondi Ward. Jessica exclaimed in shock from a distance. Having traversed the Grand Line, she was certainly familiar with that name. A legendary pirate. It was a title associated with a notorious figure whose name resonated across the seas, much like Whitebeard Edward and Gold Lion Shiki, both well known throughout the Grand Line. As Jessica's exclamation echoed, many among the audience who recognized Ward's identity turned pale, finally recalling the ominous reputation associated with the title World Destroyer, the 5 chef judges, having traversed the Grand Line themselves. Were also aware of Ward's name, although they had never encountered him until he made his presence known. Mr. Ward, if you are seeking chefs, I believe there are many here willing to join you without such theatrics, one of the judges suggested. After the initial shock, the renowned chef calmly advised. 1 or 2 is hardly sufficient. Do you truly believe that our Ward pirate crew is unworthy of having a team of chefs? The fish giant, Sebastian, inquired with a sinister tone. Why bother with words? Just take them all. Anyone who resists shall be rendered unconscious and taken along. The enchanting woman, Nachin, laughed heartily. Even if you are a legendary pirate, you cannot force us. Chefs possess their own dignity. The fire pianist, Bard, retorted fiercely. Do you aspire to be the one who stands out? Very well, I'll grant you that. Nachin's eyes glinted with menace as her figure abruptly vanished from sight. Suddenly, a leg came flying in a lateral kick, descending with tremendous force towards Nachin, but she effortlessly blocked it with a single hand, halting it midair. Impressive. I hadn't anticipated such strength from someone in East Blue, Nachin mused, though she was not overly strained by the obstruction. The assailant was none other than the third-ranked, Redfoot Seth. Were it a few years later, when he had reached the peak of his abilities on the Grand Line, he might have stood on equal footing with Nachin. However, at present, he lacked the power to truly contend with her. Thus, despite his full-force kick compelling Nachin to defend herself, it posed no real threat. Even as a surprise attack, chefs deserve respect. Zeph, a pirate in his own right, preferred to identify himself as a chef rather than a mere pirate. Allow me to assist you. Bard, the fire pianist, was evidently no ordinary individual. Among the chefs competing, few lacked skill. In this world, to explore and learn while enhancing culinary prowess, one must possess a certain degree of strength. As Bard approached the two, he abruptly hurled a small, orb-like object toward Nachin. Upon its release, the object transformed into a fireball midair, hurtling directly at her face. Transforming Flower Fist, Nachin countered, using her free hand to strike the fireball. In a bizarre twist, the fireball circled back and rebounded toward Bard at an accelerated speed. What? Bard exclaimed in shock, only managing to shield himself with crossed arms. Boom. The fireball detonated upon contact with his arms, sending him flying. When he landed, he was rendered unconscious, his form engulfed in soot. How delightful. Nachin remarked with a playful smile. Damn it. Zeph seethed, watching Bard fall, his fury boiling over. He leaped into the air, launching a frenzied assault against Nachin. Yet she remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting each of his strikes, as if she were a cat toying with a mouse. Stop playing, Nachin. The giant fish, Sebastian, furrowed his brow. With that, he took a formidable stride forward. Among the 5 renowned chefs, 2 evidently possessed considerable strength and moved to intercept Sebastian, only to be swiftly vanquished by a single punch, rendering them unconscious. He counted 3 more. Having accomplished this, he launched another punch towards Zhufu, who was advancing on Nachin. Finger gun. Sonic boom. A diminutive figure appeared before his massive fist, pointing a finger at it with determination. The disparity between the 2 figures was indeed striking. The diminutive form was scarcely larger than Sebastian's fist, let alone one of his fingers. However, what no one anticipated was that when that finger met Sebastian's descending fist, the latter's expression abruptly shifted, as if a tremendous force had propelled him backward. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. What? Upon seeing the individual who had intervened, he felt a sense of incredulity, for it was none other than Lei Fa, a youth who appeared no older than a mere 10 years. Look, it's Captain Lei Fa, exclaimed several of Lei Fa's subordinates who had gathered on the sidelines. They had taken leave from their duties specifically to witness Lei Fa's match, which is why they had not been summoned to the port during the pirate assault. Yet, when the members of the Ward pirates made their appearance, they, being naval personnel, were entirely unqualified to intervene, as they were far too weak. Even Bader, who had just been knocked unconscious by Naikiri, surpassed them significantly. Simultaneously, they harbored concerns for Lei Fa, as it was evident that he was one of the targets of these assailants. However, they could hardly fathom that their captain was not only skilled but had also managed to deflect the fearsome attack of the colossal fishman. Boy, state your name. Thundered the fish giant, Sebastian. The Navy and the world government are en route here. If you wish to avoid being encircled, I advise you to depart swiftly. Lei Fa did not respond to Sebastian's inquiry. Instead, he declared, "How dare you disregard me?" Sebastian seethed with rage, feeling deeply insulted. With a sudden leap, he aimed a powerful downward strike at Lei Fa. Fishman karate, giant force slash. Lei Fa spread his arms wide, performing a lifting gesture towards the heavens. Suddenly, layers of translucent energy membranes materialized above him, resolutely blocking Sebastian's descending strike. Yet this time, he could not rely on the element of surprise as he had previously. The disparity in their strengths was undeniable. The first time he had deflected Sebastian's attack was purely due to the unexpected nature of it, compounded by the fact that Sebastian's initial strike had been casual. Now, however, the circumstances were entirely different. Sebastian was attacking with fury, employing fishman karate, resulting in a blow of far greater magnitude. The infinite gastric wall, while effectively countering the assault, was simultaneously dissolving the tremendous impact of Sebastian's attack. Yet, completely neutralizing such an onslaught remained a formidable challenge. In terms of sheer strength, Sebastian far surpassed even the mightiest of the Navy's vice admirals. Moreover, with the enhancement of fishman karate, to withstand such force head-on would likely require an ability akin to the barrier fruit's near-absolute defensive capabilities. Although the infinite gastric wall boasted formidable defensive prowess, it was still intricately linked to Lei Fa's strength, making it overly ambitious to fully block this strike. Nevertheless, while it could not entirely thwart the attack, the gastric wall's obstruction and dissolution effectively diminished a substantial portion of Sebastian's power, reducing it to less than 30% of its original force upon breaching the wall. Sound barrier. The second layer of defense swiftly materialized above Lei Fa, successfully intercepting the blow that had lost much of its potency due to the infinite gastric wall. Sebastian, caught off guard by the fact that his furious strike was countered by a seemingly youthful boy, momentarily froze. In that fleeting instant, Lei Fa seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Spear of sound, sonic boom, double strike. With both hands bracing against the sound barrier, he pushed upward, dislodging Sebastian's hand and swiftly thrusting two fingers, one to the left and one to the right, directly into Sebastian's abdomen. Caught off guard, Sebastian failed to defend in time and was struck squarely in the midsection. Thud, thud. The two muffled impacts resonated in succession as Sebastian was sent flying. Lei Fa is truly formidable. His subordinates cheered, their excitement surpassing his own, though Lei Fa himself did not share in their elation. For despite landing two powerful strikes on Sebastian, he appeared merely disheveled, with not a single wound on his body. It was important to note that his sonic boom was a force potent enough to create massive craters in the ground. Even a block of granite would be obliterated upon direct impact. Yet, Sebastian, having endured two hits, was merely knocked back, suffering no further consequences. Was this the fighting prowess of a grand pirate? This was Lei Fa's first direct encounter with such formidable strength, leaving him profoundly astonished. To know of one's power and to confront it firsthand are two entirely different concepts. Damn that brat. Sebastian seethed with fury. Sebastian, hold on, Bondi Ward suddenly interjected calmly. In the throes of rage and ready to unleash his full power, Sebastian abruptly halted at this seemingly nonchalant command. Such stringent adherence to orders reveals the extent of Captain Bond's formidable influence. Young man, what is your name? Bond inquired, directing his gaze at Lei Fa. Lei Fa replied. Though your abilities may be modest, they are commendable for someone of your age. If you are willing, upon joining my ship, I can immediately grant you a rank among the officers, placing you on equal footing with Sebastian and the others, whom you will oversee. What do you say? Bond proposed. Captain Sebastian appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Silence. Bond snapped, casting a warning glance at Sebastian. Instantly, Sebastian refrained from further comment, though his expression still bore a hint of defiance. How about it, young man? Serving as an officer in the Ward pirate crew would hardly be a disgrace, would it? Ward continued. Ward's invitation left Lei Fa utterly astonished. He had envisioned numerous potential scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Ward would extend such an invitation, directly promising him an officer's position. It is worth noting that the current officers of the Ward pirate crew possess prowess on par with or exceeding that of notorious pirates. While Lei Fa's strength has rapidly progressed, he still falls short of that echelon. Ward's invitation likely stems from an appreciation of his potential, combined with his exceptional culinary skills, intending to appoint him as the ship's culinary officer. The three core officers of the Ward pirate crew consist of Giant Fish Sebastian, responsible for combat, Cubicle Fruit User Garum, overseeing scientific endeavors, and Traditional Medicine Master Nakian, serving as the ship's doctor. Should Lei Fa choose to join, it would presumably be in the capacity of chief cook. One must acknowledge that Ward's invitation indeed signifies a recognition of his abilities. The Ward pirate crew is a legendary band, akin to the Whitebeard pirates, and theoretically, the status of its officers rivals that of naval vice admirals. If Lei Fa were a solitary figure, unperturbed by the notion of piracy, this invitation would undoubtedly be exceedingly tempting. Even if Lei Fa were a pirate or a wanted criminal himself, such an offer would remain alluring. However, regrettably, Lei Fa had never contemplated becoming a pirate. His identity and principles precluded him from serving under someone like Ward. "I am a Navy officer," Lei Fa responded. "And what of it? Is serving the world government as a lapdog truly glorious?" Ward retorted scornfully. "Your title, Lord Ward, is World Destroyer. Do you aspire to overthrow the world government?" Lei Fa remarked. As this was no secret, Ward seemed not to grasp Lei Fa's intent. "But as I understand it, Lord Ward, you have committed countless atrocities over the years. Is this true?" Lei Fa inquired. "Those who achieve greatness are unconcerned with trifles. You are still young and do not comprehend the nature of good and evil. The world government has stripped people of their freedom. All who fail to recognize this truth deserve to perish." Ward spoke softly, suggesting that perhaps your assertions are not entirely incorrect. The world government indeed possesses its flaws. However, from your demeanor, my Lord Ward, I perceive only your desire to usurp rather than rectify these errors. I am inclined to believe that even if you were to overthrow the world government, it would merely exacerbate the situation, rendering you a true harbinger of destruction, a title that suits you well. Lei Fa replied sharply, "Indeed, the ignorant are often fearless." Ward shook his head, initially seeing potential in him, hoping to nurture it, yet he was dismayed to discover he was merely a brash youth. "Are you truly unwilling to retreat, my Lord Ward?" Lei Fa inquired once more. "Do you intend to intimidate me with the prospect of reinforcements? This is the East Sea. Even if we were to measure from the moment I landed, the Navy would not arrive in time from the Grand Line. Reinforcements?" Ward scoffed. "If I were to inform you that your brother, Benjack, is in my grasp, and should you persist in your actions, his life would be forfeit, would you still refuse to withdraw?" Lei Fa's tone suddenly grew more resolute. Bond's expression turned icy. "What did you say?" "I said that your brother Benjack's life rests in my hands. If you do not retreat, I cannot guarantee his fate," Lei Fa asserted, unwavering. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, boy?" If there had been a trace of affection from Bond towards Lei Fa before, it had now vanished, replaced entirely by a murderous intent. "I am fully aware of what I am saying. Should you doubt my words, feel free to contact him and ascertain the truth." Lei Fa replied confidently. Seeing Lei Fa's assured demeanor, Bond felt a flicker of belief, yet he knew he must verify the claim to discern its veracity. He retrieved a portable phone bug from his pocket and dialed his brother Benjack's number. After a series of rings, astonishingly, no one answered. The result had rendered Bond's complexion ashen. However, this could merely be a coincidence. He proceeded to dial the portable telephone bug of another cadre from the Ward pirates, the Cube Fruit User, Garum. After just 2 rings, the line was answered, and Garum's somewhat hurried voice came through. "Captain, it's bad news. The vice captain has been abducted by an unidentified individual." "Fools," Bond bellowed. "Do not act recklessly. Await my instructions." He abruptly ended the call and turned to Lei Fa. "Excellent. It seems Master Bond has completed his verification." Lei Fa allowed a faint smile to surface. In truth, prior to this moment, he harbored no absolute certainty. Although he had previously positioned Jonathan at the dock to seize Bond's elder brother, Benjack, he was uncertain of Jonathan's success. It was crucial to remember that there was still a cadre from the Ward pirates on the ship. Jonathan, despite his remarkable intellect, was merely a rear admiral. Even if he possessed extraordinary cunning, his strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral. Facing a cadre from the Ward pirates alone was an exceedingly perilous undertaking. Should his actions inadvertently alert Garum, the Cube Fruit User, the abduction of Benjack would undoubtedly result in failure. And it was even questionable whether Jonathan would be able to preserve his own life. This is precisely why Lei Fa had previously emphasized to Jonathan that he was likely to confront a cadre of the Ward pirate crew alone. Although Jonathan was acutely aware that this undertaking could prove perilously dangerous, He resolutely resolved to proceed, fully cognizant that it was presently the most viable course of action. Should he refrain from taking action, it was highly probable that his wife, Jessica, and her companions would be forcibly taken aboard the Ward pirate ship, rendering any subsequent rescue attempts nearly insurmountable. In light of such a dire outcome, he was willing to risk his life without hesitation. Lei Fa found solace in the fact that Jonathan ultimately succeeded. He now possessed leverage to negotiate terms with Ward. Prior to this, neither party had the requisite conditions for dialogue. For even if Ward himself refrained from intervening, his two subordinates could annihilate everyone present with ease. You truly possess audacity to threaten me. You are the first to do so, Ward remarked impassively, fixing his gaze upon Lei Fa. This is a matter of necessity. I hope His Excellency Ward can show some understanding. Lei Fa replied with a smile. Release my brother, and I will depart with my men, Ward asserted. That is, I fear, unfeasible, Lei Fa countered, shaking his head. Your Excellency, your strength is beyond what we can contend with. If I were to release Sir Benjak and you were to turn against us, we would be left utterly powerless. Do you truly believe I would go back on my word? Ward inquired, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. That is certainly not my intention, Lei Fa replied, seeking to avoid further provoking Ward, for, strictly speaking, the lives of everyone present rested solely in Ward's hands. What then do you propose? Ward pressed. Perhaps it would be best if you withdrew for the time being. Once you are at a safe distance, I shall release Sir Benjak. What do you think? Lei Fa suggested. Unacceptable. Before Ward could respond, his companion, the fish giant Sebastian, interjected angrily. How can we trust that you, despicable Navy, would not betray us? If you distrust us, should we then place our faith in you? That is a valid point, Lei Fa replied, remaining composed unlike Sebastian and the others. How about this? I will accompany you and board your ship. Once the Navy reinforcements arrive, I will depart with my comrades. This way, we need not worry about your Excellency reneging, and you need not fear our dishonesty. What say you? Ward contemplated for a moment before responding with an expressionless assent. Very well. Over there, Naichin, the traditional Chinese medicine boxer, who initially intended to play a bit longer with Zhifu, upon noticing his withdrawal, lost interest and swiftly forced Zhifu back with a punch. With a playful laugh, she remarked, You possess quite a bit of skill. Should fate allow us to meet again, dear sister will gladly entertain you. Zhifu regarded her with a cold stare, remaining silent. As Ward departed with his two subordinates and Lei Fa, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, including Jonathan's wife, Jessica. It was only then that she began to search for her husband's presence among the throng. But despite her efforts, he remained elusive. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. Major General Jonathan was aboard Ward's pirate ship, reassuring her, once this matter concludes, I shall return him to you unscathed, so do not fret. Jessica recognized the voice as that of Rake, who had recently emerged to claim second place. Connecting this with Rake's earlier conversation with Ward, it dawned on her that the individual who had taken Ward captive was likely her husband, Jonathan. How could she not comprehend the peril of such an act? They were, after all, the notorious Ward pirates. It was evident to her that Jonathan's actions were motivated by a desire to protect her, for had he not intervened, she would have been forcibly taken aboard the pirate ship. It's all my fault. I should not have insisted on participating in this competition. Had I not come, he would not have faced such danger, Jessica lamented inwardly. If anything were to happen to Jonathan because of this, how could she face life again? Determined, she resolved that once this ordeal concluded, she would abandon her aspirations of becoming a world-renowned chef. All she desired was for Jonathan to return safely so they could continue their journey together. Meanwhile, the other attendees, witnessing the departure of the Ward pirates, began to scatter in haste. Many chefs who had come to compete decided to leave early, as remaining could invite unforeseen retribution from the pirates. Boss, what should we do? Zhifu's subordinate inquired. Retreat, he ordered decisively. The arrival of naval reinforcements was not advantageous for him, as he too was a wanted man. And any navy daring to confront the Ward pirates would undoubtedly be formidable. On the open sea, 3 naval ships advanced in a triangular formation at full speed. How much longer until we arrive? The leading ship's captain, Carp, unceremoniously dug at his nose. We're almost there, replied Akiji Kazan, glancing at the map and surveying the surrounding waters, islands, and reefs before turning back to Carp. That scoundrel Bondi Ward is utterly lacking in decorum, coming all the way to the East Sea to bully newcomers. What kind of behavior is that? Carp grumbled. Have you ever fought him, Senior Carp? Inquired. Indeed, this individual possesses considerable strength. and his abilities are particularly adept at confronting numerous adversaries. Even when encircled by a vast army, he remains unfazed, which poses quite a challenge, remarked Carp. Are you referring to the Momo fruit, Senior Carp? Correct, Carp nodded. His Momo fruit, though it may not appear as formidable as your elemental powers, has been enhanced to an astonishing degree, allowing him to magnify objects 100-fold and accelerate them similarly. Even wielding a mere handgun, he can unleash destruction surpassing that of a cannon. Nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard of this capability. These legendary pirates have developed the devil fruits to an astonishing degree. In comparison, the natural abilities of several members of the Navy, including him, pale in significance to the mastery exhibited by these legendary pirates. Speaking of which, it seems that rascal from Admiral Sengoku's family is currently in Logtown. I hope he does not overestimate his capabilities. Ward is not one to show mercy, Carp remarked. The young man from Admiral Sengoku's household? Are you referring to Lei Fa, Carp-senpai? Akiji inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Do you know him? Not exactly, but I did meet him briefly during the Marine Supreme Conference he convened last time. Did I not? Akiji replied. All right. I nearly forgot. I was not present at Marineford and did not attend. Carp recalled, then continued. After that incident, Sengoku, that old rascal, sent him over to Logtown to avoid drawing attention. I see. As the two engaged in idle chatter, 3 naval ships drew ever closer to Logtown. Shortly thereafter, a naval soldier approached to report, we are nearing Logtown, and ahead, we have spotted the Ward pirate ship, seemingly awaiting our arrival not far from the port. Awaiting our arrival? Akiji found this rather unbelievable. This fellow looks down upon us in the Navy. Let us head straight in. I shall teach him a lesson. Carp commanded, a hint of anger in his voice. Yes, sir. The naval soldier bowed in response. Carp-senpai, Akiji urged, attempting to temper Carp's impulsiveness. Leave it be. You just take care of those rabble under him while I deal with him directly, Carp said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the adversary. Indeed, Ward's strength is formidable, and coupled with his troublesome abilities, capturing or killing him would prove exceedingly difficult, even with both Carp and Sengoku. However, if it is merely a lesson that needs to be imparted, Carp is more than capable of handling it alone. In terms of sheer strength, Ward is not on par with Carp. Few could confidently claim to best Carp in a one-on-one, and Ward is certainly not among them. Yet, as they approached the Ward pirates' vessel, Carp refrained from launching an immediate assault. From their position, it became apparent that the situation aboard the pirate ship was peculiar. 2 individuals stood at the railing, clearly holding someone hostage. Facing them were Ward and his crew, led by Captain Bondi Ward. Is that Jonathan and Lei Fa? Akiji recognized the two at a glance. These 2 individuals were not unfamiliar to him. Jonathan had previously spent time at Marineford, only transferring to other branches after his promotion to Rear Admiral. Thus, he was not entirely unknown. As for Lei Fa, it had been less than a year since their last encounter, so he was certainly not forgotten. What was the situation here? Carp, initially seething with anger and intent on reprimanding Bondi Ward, momentarily set aside that intention, for the circumstances on the opposing vessel appeared quite peculiar. The scoundrel had arrived. Surely it was time to release them. On the large ship, Ward suppressed his murderous rage, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. This is only natural. I have indeed caused offense before, Lei Fa replied with a smile. Simultaneously, Lei Fa transmitted a message to the Navy warship using sound waves. In the next moment, he and Jonathan leaped into the sea behind them. Sebastian, Ward bellowed. The fish giant, Sebastian, sprinted toward the edge of the ship and leapt into the ocean. Ice Age. A languid voice from across the water suddenly echoed, as the sea surface froze instantly, thwarting Sebastian as pursuit. You seek death. The thwarted Sebastian, incensed, charged toward Akiji. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave Fist. Ice Ball. Akiji aimed his palm at Sebastian, unleashing 2 icy pillars. Sebastian's Shark Wave Fist struck the incoming ice columns directly, shattering them instantaneously. However, the force was ultimately halted by the ice. Naturally, you are the monstrous new star of the Navy, Akiji Kazan. Sebastian recognized Akiji's identity from his actions. Information on the sea travels swiftly, especially with the assistance of numerous intelligence organizations like the news agency. Whether Navy or pirate, those of exceptional strength rarely remain nameless. Ah, you were that. What was it? Never mind. I shall simply call you Big Fish, Akiji scratched his head, having been unable to recall Sebastian's name after pondering for a while. At this moment, the hearty laughter of Carp resounded from the naval vessel. Ha ha ha. Ward, you old rascal. Our two little devils in the Navy have managed to subdue you. Look at you now. You're talking nonsense. Ward, already incensed, found himself even more cornered by Carp's taunts. Who knows who was talking nonsense? Carp chuckled heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Let us go. Ward understood that he had taken a futile loss today and waved his hand dismissively. Sebastian had initially intended to continue his contest with Akiji, but upon hearing Ward's command, he refrained from further provocation, letting out a cold snort before jumping back onto the ship. Observing the departure of Ward's pirate crew, Carp refrained from issuing a pursuit order. The forces present were insufficient to capture Ward, so why waste time? This decision also aligned with Carp's nature. Had it been Sengoku giving the orders, even knowing the futility, there would have been relentless pursuit. Gratitude to Vice Admiral Carp for the rescue. Upon boarding the naval vessel, Lei Fa and Jonathan promptly expressed their thanks to Carp, the highest authority aboard, and they also extended their appreciation to Akiji. This was merely part of the duty. There is no need for thanks. However, you two have saved many lives and managed to deal Ward quite a blow. Splendid indeed. Carp laughed heartily, relishing the idea of Ward suffering a significant setback. It was thanks to Private Lei Fa's early detection of Ward's pirate group's movements that Carp had the opportunity to request reinforcements from headquarters. Furthermore, it was Lei Fa who devised the plan to capture First Mate Ben Jack, which ultimately allowed them to delay until Carp and his crew arrived. Jonathan immediately insisted he would not take credit, pushing Lei Fa to the forefront. His sincerity was palpable. He genuinely appreciated Lei Fa, for had it not been for him, Jonathan's fate, and that of his wife, Jessica, would have been dire, likely ending with her aboard Ward's ship. Thus, he entirely set aside his own contributions, wishing for headquarters to bestow all accolades upon Lei Fa, viewing it as his most straightforward form of gratitude, even if he felt it insufficient. Private Lei Fa? Haha. So you weren't aware of this lad's true identity, Carp chuckled. True identity? Jonathan inquired, turning to Lei Fa. I didn't have the chance to explain earlier. My real name is Lei Fa. Rake was merely a temporary alias, Lei Fa confessed, unperturbed by Carp's revelation as he introduced himself to Jonathan. Lei Fa? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Jonathan, but he couldn't quite place it. After a few moments of contemplation, a look of realization crossed his face. Is this the Lei Fa who recently had a misunderstanding with the celestial dragons? It seems you've heard about this lad's exploits, Carp responded, amused. Could it truly be so? Jonathan felt a sense of wonder. He had indeed heard of Lei Fa's name, and it was from an old friend, for the incident was unprecedented even in naval history. To offend the celestial dragons and still compel them to relinquish their pursuit was a rare occurrence, especially considering that the protagonist of this event was merely a naval rookie, not yet 10 years of age. This was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the convening of a Supreme Navy meeting specifically for this matter had ensured that Lei Fa's name circulated widely among naval officers. Although Jonathan was not stationed at the headquarters, his old friend, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, frequently kept in touch, and it was during one of their casual conversations that he learned of this affair, though he had not previously connected Lei Fa with the individual before him. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your involvement, this matter would not have concluded so smoothly. Jonathan reiterated his thanks. He attributed the credit entirely to Lei Fa, effectively placing the accolades upon his shoulders, forcing back a legendary pirate crew and rescuing over a dozen renowned chefs, including several master chefs, was an accomplishment that might not hold great significance for a rear admiral like Jonathan, but for Lei Fa, who bore the rank of mere private, this achievement would surely warrant substantial rewards from the headquarters. After a brief communication with Admiral Kong via transponder snail, Carp made a decision regarding the commendation. Lei Fa, in light of your accomplishments, the headquarters has decided to grant you a special promotion to the rank of Lieutenant Commander, and you will assume the position of Commander Stephen of Roachtown. Commander Stephen will be reassigned to other islands. Do you have any objections? Carp inquired. Understood. Lei Fa had no reason to decline. Furthermore, there is no need to continue using your alias, as this is the East Sea, and any developments here will not rapidly reach the Grand Line, Carp added. Additionally, the situation in the Grand Line has become quite tumultuous. Your moment of glory has long passed, and there are more pressing matters to attend to. What is happening in the Grand Line? Lei Fa instinctively asked. That rascal Roger has already claimed the title of Pirate King. It is uncertain what audacious actions he may take next. The headquarters has raised the alert level to the highest, and the world government is prepared for any upheavals, Carp stated solemnly. The title of Pirate King is not to be trifled with. To ascend to that throne, one must earn the respect and submission of the vast majority of pirate crews and conquer the entire Grand Line. This position holds immense allure for pirates. And if Roger were to instigate trouble, it would undoubtedly provoke monumental chaos throughout the Grand Line, with dire consequences. Has the Pirate King title been stabilized? Lei Fa pondered internally. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome, due to this event, which is merely a natural progression of the world. He is acutely aware that Roger will not instigate any further turmoil. Instead, he will promptly dissolve the Roger pirates and surrender himself to the Navy. Furthermore, he will entrust his pregnant wife to his old adversary, Garp. Subsequently, in a bid to instill fear, the Navy will execute him in Log Town, the very place of Roger's birth, proclaiming that it was Garp who captured him. As a result, Garp will ascend to the status of a naval hero, revered by the masses. Simultaneously, this marks the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, all stemming from Roger's final words, those that ignited an unprecedented surge in the number of pirates across the globe. Do you wish for my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Seek it out. I have placed all my riches there. These were the last words spoken by Roger. Because of this proclamation, countless individuals chose to embark on the path of piracy, striving to become the Pirate King, including the eventual protagonist, Luffy, who was among them. However, Lei Fa could never disclose to Garp that he foresaw these events, as they pertained to his most significant secret, one he could not even share with his mentor, Sengoku. Nonetheless, Garp's words indeed placed Lei Fa in a rather perplexing predicament. The ensuing chain of events could be said to directly herald the onset of the Great Pirate Era. And given Lei Fa's position, he could have forewarned his father, Sengoku, that Roger might utter words before his demise that would plunge the seas into further chaos. If he so desired, he possessed the means to prevent Roger from uttering such statements. In other words, he had the capability to delay or fundamentally eradicate the advent of the Great Pirate Era. Such a statement may seem exaggerated at first glance, yet it is anything but. Without the words spoken by Roger before his demise, the Great Pirate Era might have emerged due to other circumstances, albeit at a slower pace and perhaps with lesser impact. Furthermore, there exists the possibility that the Great Pirate Era might never have come to fruition at all. The butterfly effect applies universally. Roger's last words served as a catalyst, a profoundly influential catalyst. From the Grand Line to the Four Seas, even an ordinary citizen could be compelled to set sail and embark on the path of piracy, all in pursuit of the ultimate treasure, One Piece. In the absence of those words, the potential variables that could arise are incalculable, resulting in countless changes that would be entirely unpredictable. However, it is foreseeable that had Roger's declaration been successfully suppressed, the advent of the Great Pirate Era would undoubtedly have been significantly affected. This very complexity has placed Lei Fa in a moral quandary. Should he truly prevent the onset of the Great Pirate Era? From a broader ethical perspective, it might seem necessary at first glance. As a member of the Navy, one might argue that it is essential to prevent pirates from gaining strength in the name of justice. The manga portrays pirates as seekers of freedom, striving to escape the constraints of rules, yet Lei Fa has never subscribed to this notion. For the common person, the vast majority of pirates are indeed scoundrels, beasts, and villains. Particularly after experiencing this world firsthand, he has witnessed the lawless and barbaric actions of many pirates. No matter how one attempts to romanticize their existence, it cannot alter the fundamental evil nature of piracy. Perhaps there are individuals within the Navy who are equally despicable, but based on Lei Fa's observations, the majority of Navy personnel possess at least a modicum of justice. They adhere to rules and do not indiscriminately bully the weak, often going out of their way to assist those in need. In stark contrast, pirates embody the opposite. It can be stated that over 90% of pirates are unequivocally scoundrels. Among the remaining 10%, individuals like Redfoot Zeph may possess some basic conscience, refraining from bullying the weak or committing heinous acts, limiting their moral depravity to mere thievery without taking lives. Yet, does this render them just? A criminal remains a criminal. Even if they harbor dreams, they do not transform into good people. Thus, as a soul from the 21st century, Lei Fa harbors a deep-seated aversion to the existence of pirates, a sentiment that cannot be absolved. Even if he were to defect from the Navy, he could never consider becoming a pirate. However, every situation possesses multiple facets. It is true that most pirates are indeed wretches, and Roger's final words did ignite the Great Pirate Era. But can we truly attribute the entire world's fervor for becoming the Pirate King solely to Roger? No. At the very least, Lei Fa does not share that belief. If On this earthly realm, a bandit were to proclaim to all that he has concealed a vast treasure in a certain location, declaring that only by embracing the path of thievery could one attain such wealth. Would the world then descend into a frenzied and blind age of banditry? This is fundamentally an impossible endeavor. If this world were in a state of peace, with the overwhelming majority of people living in contentment and security, then no matter how cunning Roger might be, he would only be able to influence a minuscule segment of the populace, rather than incite chaos on a global scale, causing countless individuals to follow in his wake. The very fact that such a sensation has been created serves to demonstrate that the vast majority of people in this world are unable to attain a life of stability and happiness. The formation of a world government has not ushered in joy for the masses. Rather, it has entrenched the absolute authority of the rulers. Furthermore, one must consider the celestial dragons, who are far more detestable than any pirate. The existence of such a loathsome group is indeed a tragedy. At this thought, something within Lei Fa began to stir and grow. Conversely, from a more self-serving perspective, preventing the advent of the great pirate era could lead this world down a path completely unfathomable to Lei Fa. And the unknown often signifies peril. After much contemplation, Lei Fa ultimately found himself grappling with a decision. For both moral and personal reasons, he had ample justification not to thwart Roger, and in doing so, he gained greater clarity regarding his own future path. Perhaps, he mused, this could be a turning point. After confirming the departure of the ward pirates, Carp and Akiji lingered for less than half a day before they too took their leave. Jonathan returned to the Grand Line with his wife, Jessica, aboard 3 naval vessels, urging Lei Fa to visit them for a reunion when he returned to the Grand Line. As for whether the ward pirates would launch a counterattack, that was not a significant concern. Most strong individuals possess a modicum of dignity, whether they are navy or pirates. Bondi Ward had already failed in his endeavor here and would not stoop to the disgraceful act of returning for a sneak attack. Moreover, he was uncertain if the navy might be lying in wait for him, so even from a safety standpoint, he would not recklessly risk returning to this place. The advantage of pirates lies in their elusive movements. Should a direct confrontation arise, the ultimate victory would undoubtedly rest with the navy. Otherwise, there would be no need for pirates to perpetually flee. They could simply eradicate the navy entirely. Following this battle, Lei Fa supplanted Colonel Stephen, ascending to the position of the highest authority in Logtown, much to the astonishment of many. To numerous observers, Lei Fa appeared rather youthful. Despite having attained the age of 12 or 13 as a member of the legendary D lineage, he was still merely a boy. It seemed entirely reasonable for him to serve as an ordinary naval soldier, yet to command a garrison as a colonel seemed rather extravagant. Nevertheless, Lei Fa's prowess and achievements were evident, leaving no room for dissent. Furthermore, as it was he who expelled the ward pirates, the Navy personnel in Logtown revered him immensely, harboring no objections to his appointment. Shortly after his ascension, news indeed arrived from the Grand Line that Roger had disbanded his pirate crew and surrendered to the Navy. While the Navy publicly attributed this success to Garp, Lei Fa understood that it was merely because Roger, aware of his impending demise, willingly chose to capitulate to the Navy. This was merely a component of Roger's grand design. Shortly after this news broke, another report emerged from headquarters regarding Gold Lion Shiki, causing a tumult at Marineford. In a manner consistent with the unfolding events of the world, Gold Lion was apprehended by the combined forces of Garp and the venerable Sengoku, subsequently imprisoned in the deep-sea prison impelled down. Not long after, the Navy indeed announced to the world the impending execution of Pirate King Roger in Logtown. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the globe. With the dissemination of this information, Logtown swiftly became the focal point of attention. To be precise, the entire East Blue erupted with activity in response to this announcement. Various factions and forces converged upon the East Blue, each drawn by the gravity of the situation. In this light, it appears that Marshal Kong and Carp have inadvertently made a commendable decision by appointing Lei Fa to replace Lieutenant Colonel Stephen as the highest authority in Logtown. Given the tumultuous circumstances, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen's capabilities are woefully inadequate to address such a situation. Logtown, now at the epicenter of turmoil, is destined to remain perilously dangerous for an extended period, until the day Roger is executed. Even without Lei Fa's intervention, it is likely that Stephen would have been supplanted by another. Lei Fa, however, had long anticipated this moment. As no one within the Navy could foresee this day more keenly than he, not even Marshal Kong. Confronted with the unfolding scenario, his strategy is to remain undistracted and devote himself to his training, for that is the true path to mastery. Particularly, He eagerly awaits the rewards from the recent task that granted him the title of a master chef. Much like his initial visit to the Food Forest Temple, Lei Fa silently contemplated utilizing his task reward, the intermediate training card from the Food Forest Temple, and was instantly transported to that realm. As his senses momentarily faltered and then normalized, he found himself outside the Food Forest Temple, just as before. The distinction this time lies in his enhanced understanding of food philosophy, which has reached a modest level of proficiency, allowing him to ascend the stairs without being repelled by the temple as he was during his first visit. Upon entering the Food Forest Temple, he was greeted not by the proxy master Zhou from his last visit, but by Bone Master, one of the three esteemed proxy masters known as Old, Middle, and Young. Although the Food Forest Temple boasts numerous proxy masters imparting food philosophy, only three are deemed truly representative: Zhou, Lunyan, and Bone Master. Their ages span from the youthful Zhou to the middle-aged Lunyan, and finally the elderly Bone Master, hence the designation of Old, Middle, and Young. During Lei Fa's prior visit, he was assigned to training under Zhou, the youngest and least experienced of the three. However, the present proxy master, Bone Master, is a renowned expert who has achieved the pinnacle of food philosophy, second only to the esteemed headmaster, Jane Jinjin, a national treasure of culinary art. Long time no see, Lei Fa, Bone Master remarked with a smile upon his arrival. Familiar with the system's meticulous arrangements, Lei Fa refrained from explanations or inquiries, responding naturally, "Indeed, it has been a while. I appreciate your guidance this time. There is no need for excessive pleasantries. Over the next year, I shall oversee your training. I must inform you that my methods are considerably more rigorous than those of Zhou, so be prepared," Bone Master stated with a smile. "That is only to be expected." Lei Fa's heart swelled with joy upon hearing the words of Master Bone. "What I excel in are extreme/and devouring oblivion, so your forthcoming training will primarily revolve around these two aspects," the Master proclaimed. Finally, the opportunity to engage with devouring oblivion had arrived. Lei Fa had long yearned for the profound mystery of devouring oblivion. Food principle is a journey of inner cultivation, attained through a heartfelt gratitude for sustenance and nature. To facilitate the comprehension of this state of mind, Jin Town established various rituals and regulations, which is why Food Forest Temple is revered as the Temple of Etiquette, for it is the sacred ground of food principle. Thus, if one were to inquire about the most invaluable asset of Food Forest Temple, it would undoubtedly be the sophisticated system of food principle cultivation. Devouring oblivion represents a profound aspect of the food principle training process, essentially transforming the abstract into practical application. The tangible effect is the conversion of ingested food into energy, which can be released instantaneously when required. During a previous training session, the Deputy Master, Zhou, had informed Lei Fa that once one attains a modest proficiency in food principle, they can commence the study of devouring oblivion, as one continues to refine their food principle skills. The effects of devouring oblivion become increasingly remarkable. For instance, Jan Town, the esteemed director, typically weighs over a ton, possessing an astonishing reserve of energy. It is crucial to note that this ton does not reflect the weight of the food itself, but rather the transformed energy. This weight represents a normal state, not a maximum capacity, as sustained extreme loads are evidently unhealthy. Thus, the everyday state is merely a standard mode. However, when faced with a significant battle, Jan Town's maximum devouring oblivion reserves can reach 5 to 10 times that of the ordinary state. Naturally, not everyone possesses Jan Town's extraordinary capabilities. Observing Food Forest Temple, even the highest-ranking master in food principle, Master Bone, has only reached a perfected stage, still distanced from the transcendental level attained by Jan Town. Lei Fa had previously inquired, somewhat tentatively, whether anyone besides Director Jan had cultivated food principle to the transcendental stage. Deputy Master Zhou confirmed that there were indeed individuals who had, albeit not from Food Forest Temple. Familiar with the world's context, Lei Fa surmised the identities of such individuals and refrained from further questioning. If I could master devouring oblivion, even just a fraction of what Director Jan possesses, it would exponentially enhance my combat prowess, even against foes stronger than myself. With the proper application of devouring oblivion, I might still have a fighting chance. Lei Fa felt a surge of anticipation. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a question suddenly arose. Master Bone, I understand what devouring oblivion entails, but what precisely does extreme/signify in terms of training? He directly inquired about it upon thinking of him. In truth, one could likely infer from the name that this practice pertains to swordsmanship, with the term extreme signifying the limits. The training of extreme/ embodies the pinnacle of sword techniques. In the realm of blade mastery, it is said that only speed can prevail. Thus, the limit referred to here pertains to the utmost velocity. Extreme / can also be interpreted as the swiftest technique in swordplay, as the master of bone gradually elucidated. The diminutive figure before me, shorter than a 10-year-old, exudes an aura of perilous intensity at this very moment. Upon the sage's remark, I was suddenly reminded that in this realm, the art of blade wielding places profound emphasis on swiftness. Take, for instance, the esteemed companion of director Jean, the venerable Chio, who possesses a sword technique renowned for its breathtaking speed, boasting a value of 1 billion with each strike. Chio's blade moves with such rapidity that it escapes the naked eye, even outpacing the speed of one's own neural response. Consequently, foes struck by her sword may find themselves utterly oblivious to their dismemberment, as the pain fails to register in time. While the extreme / taught by the sage pales in comparison to Chio's technique, it too embodies an extraordinary velocity, a fact that I would soon grasp during my subsequent training. A month later, the sage regarded my practice with great admiration. Utilizing sound waves as a blade, my technique exhibited a lethality that rivaled traditional metallic edges, and its weight was nearly non-existent. However, I couldn't help but wryly acknowledge that my speed still fell short of even a tenth of the sage's prowess. As I delved deeper into the art of swordsmanship, my understanding of the sage's swiftness sharpened, moving beyond mere impressions of speed. Although the sage generously imparted the secrets and methods of the extreme / mastering such techniques is not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. The essence lies in relentless practice, in identifying problems and grasping the subtleties of the craft. My approach of substituting sound for the blade was merely a minor deviation, offering slight enhancement. Yet the core of advancement resided firmly within the technique itself. Patience is key. Honing the art of swordsmanship requires diligence. Progress is indeed observable, albeit not instantaneous. The sage reassured me with a smile. I understand. I nodded in acknowledgement. As for the training methods for extreme / I have imparted all necessary teachings. Should you encounter any issues during your practice, feel free to consult me at any time, the sage continued. Now, I shall enlighten you on the application of food absorption. I am eager to learn, I replied. You are likely already familiar with the concept of food absorption from previous discussions with Sho, so I shall not waste time reiterating that. However, the crux of the matter lies in how to utilize food absorption to convert and store the energy derived from sustenance. The sage stated, hands clasped behind his back. I listened intently, refraining from interjecting. The reason food essence must reach a minor completion before one can commence training in food absorption is not a mere arbitrary rule. It is because without achieving a basic level of mastery in food essence, one cannot effectively store the energy derived from food within the body. The energy storage of food absorption does not entail directly placing this energy within various parts or organs of the body. To do so would only result in overwhelming the body and leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, the true enigma of foodlessness lies in the harnessing of the spiritual power of food meaning, which opens up regions within the body capable of accommodating the energy of sustenance. The higher the realm of food meaning, the more extensive the regions one can cultivate, and consequently, the greater the capacity for storing food energy. In a moment of revelation, Lei Fa realized this profound truth. Subsequently, he endeavored to establish his first storage region for food energy. Guided by the patient teachings of the Bone Master on the methods of cultivation, as Lei Fa listened and memorized, he occasionally posed questions. After approximately 10 minutes, he began to explore on his own, while the Bone Master observed in silence. Lei Fa chose to cultivate the stomach as his initial region, the most accessible area for foodlessness. Since food is primarily digested in the stomach, the conversion of energy commences here, making it the most straightforward site for storage. The Bone Master imparted the techniques of cultivation in just over 10 minutes. However, when it came time for Lei Fa to attempt the process himself, he spent the better part of an entire day merely establishing a minuscule region, which could only store the energy equivalent to a bowl of rice. Such a meager capacity was insufficient even for a single complete meal, let alone for combat. Nonetheless, the Bone Master expressed satisfaction, remarking that Lei Fa's speed in creating the first storage area was remarkably swift, rivaling that of the most outstanding proxy master of the younger generation at Shirlin Temple. Lei Fa, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for unlike others at Shirlin Temple, he could not remain there indefinitely. His time was limited to a year, and a month had already elapsed. Time was of the essence, and he must seize every moment. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lei Fa dedicated his mornings to practicing the sword technique extreme slash, while devoting his afternoons to establishing new storage regions for food energy. Consequently, the year of training at Shilin Temple swiftly passed. Although the daily routine of practice could easily become monotonous, the visible progress made Lei Fa feel anything but bored. Rather, he perceived time as fleeting. Upon opening his eyes, Lei Fa found himself back in his office. For him, a year had indeed transpired. Yet for the inhabitants of this world, he had never departed. The year at Shilin Temple was but a fleeting moment here. Notably, the current Lei Fa radiated a striking aura of brilliance compared to the moment before. This reflects the impact of a year-long practice of the ultimate slash, a force that he is temporarily unable to conceal. System, display my body data, Lei Fa suddenly commanded. Affirmative. Echoed the emotionless voice of the system in his mind. The host's physical data is as follows. Gourmet Cell Awakening Level, 7. 2. The soul of the gourmet demon has been awakened. Strength, 35. Normal adult male, 1. Constitution, 32. Normal adult male, 1. Speed, 42. Normal adult male, 1. Abilities, soundwave manipulation. Peak of initial stage. Gourmet ethics, major completion, Navy 6 styles, finger gun, minor completion, Navy 6 styles, shave, minor completion, Devourer S power, initial stage, ultimate slash, minor completion. Gastronomic oblivion, minor completion. After a year, Gourmet ethics has barely reached major completion, while finger gun and shave have progressed into the minor completion stage due to the enhancement of his overall physical capabilities. Of course, the most significant gains have been in ultimate slash and gastronomic oblivion, with speed now becoming his strongest asset. Upon reviewing his physical data, Lei Fa couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the challenges faced, a year of diligent training has not been in vain. The previous bottleneck in his strength has been shattered with this year's training at Gourmet Forest Temple. He is now eagerly anticipating an opportunity to validate his prowess. Roger must be on his way here by now. Those who ought to arrive are indeed en route. This little town of Rog will no longer know tranquility. Seated at his desk, Lei Fa rubbed his hands together, his gaze profound, for he understood that a storm was imminent. P.S. The launch is scheduled for the 1st, which is tomorrow, or more precisely, after midnight tonight. I will provide updates and details about the explosive rules during the day. And I kindly ask everyone to subscribe and support me. I am immensely grateful. The little sky deer, Dian, has grown to nearly the size of a horse, joyfully circling around Lei Fa. Although it lives comfortably in the pet space, it lacks the presence of Lei Fa, its mother, so upon being released, it is exuberantly playful. From its demeanor, one would never suspect its terrifying lineage, being a descendant of the sky deer, one of the 8 kings. Come here, little one, it's time to eat. Lei Fa held in his hand the exclusive feed for the sky deer, exchanged from the ingredient shop, and gradually fed it. In terms of size, it has completely outgrown the term little one, as it has become quite the behemoth compared to ordinary deer. However, considering its age, addressing it as little one is still entirely appropriate. During the past year at Gourmet Forest Temple, Lei Fa had never released the little creature, yet it was evident that its sense of time flowed in sync with Lei Fa's. Even within the confines of the pet space, this remained true. Thus, if one were to calculate from the moment of its hatching, coupled with the year that Lei Fa spent at Shilin Temple, it has nearly reached the age of 2. A 2-year-old fawn, under normal circumstances, is still quite distant from adulthood. However, it is no ordinary deer. One must understand that an adult sky deer reaches a size comparable to the colossal elephant of Zou in the world of One Piece. Perhaps even larger. Although the lifespan of a sky deer certainly surpasses that of typical deer species, and its maturation period is extended as well, it is not surprising that at 2 years of age, it possesses such considerable size. After finishing its meal, the little creature nudged Lei Fa with its head while emitting a series of chirps. Are you inviting me to climb onto your back? Perhaps due to the influence of the system, Lei Fa could easily sense the little one's intent. Chirp. The little one joyfully responded, confirming Lei Fa's assumption. All right. Until now, I have been carrying you. Today, let us switch roles, and I shall ride upon your back. Given that it was the little one's initiative, Lei Fa felt no reluctance and promptly leapt onto its back. It must be said that the little one's back was quite soft. Unlike its ancestral lineage, the sky deer, it bore no forest upon its back, but rather a perfectly ordinary hide, appearing merely as a rather sizable deer. Off we go. Lei Fa gently patted the little one's neck. With a joyful cry, the little creature took off, sprinting swiftly with Lei Fa aboard. In the blink of an eye, They had dashed beyond the naval encampment. Along the way, numerous Navy soldiers, initially startled by the sight of the galloping giant deer, soon relaxed upon recognizing their esteemed commander seated upon its back, offering salutes in respect. The little one is remarkably swift, truly impressive. Seated upon the deer's back, Lei Fa noted that this creature galloped significantly faster than any horse he had encountered, a revelation he had not anticipated. The little one, flattered by Lei Fa's praise, responded with an even more exuberant call. Be careful. Just as Lei Fa finished his compliment, he spotted a bicycle suddenly veering into their path ahead. At such a size and speed, a collision would surely spell disaster for both the bicycle and its rider. As Lei Fa prepared to intervene and push the approaching individual aside, the little one unexpectedly leapt into the air, soaring nearly 5 meters high, effortlessly clearing the obstacle. Impressive. After recovering from his astonishment, Lei Fa affectionately stroked the little one's neck, offering further praise. The little creature, now even more elated, quickened its pace once again. If you possess any other talents, do showcase them as well, Lei Fa casually remarked. Upon hearing this, the little one suddenly slowed its speed. Could it truly have a new trick up its sleeve? Lei Fa felt a tinge of curiosity. When the little creature had just hatched, Lei Fa had encouraged it to display its abilities, but at that moment, the only skill the little one possessed was to extend its already short antlers by a mere fraction. Rather than being a skill, it would be more appropriate to describe this as an endearing charm. Now, 2 years have elapsed, and the little creature has undoubtedly grown in size, surpassing the standards of 2 years prior. It can even carry Lei Fa and sprint at an astonishing speed, outpacing many terrestrial mounts. At the very least, the ordinary horses within the naval camp cannot match its swiftness. Yet, apart from its remarkable speed, Lei Fa has yet to discern any additional characteristics. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt an immense force pulling at him from below. Instinctively, he attempted to free himself from this grip, but to his astonishment, the force was so overwhelming that he found himself unable to escape, yanking him downward with ferocity. Being pulled down, Lei Fa sensed something was amiss. How could he, sitting atop this little creature, be subjected to such an inexplicable force dragging him downward? Moreover, it truly felt as though he was being drawn beneath. How could this be possible? It is utterly unreasonable. After a moment of darkness, Lei Fa found himself in a semi-enclosed space. Above him, the sky was clearly visible, yet the surroundings were completely sealed off. Was this some kind of anomaly? Lei Fa sprang up suddenly, only to be halted by an invisible barrier above him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, using his hands to prevent a hard collision. Otherwise, he would have surely embarrassed himself. Little one, is this the alternate space you bear upon your back? Lei Fa inquired tentatively. The sound of the little creature reverberated from all directions, as if it were omnipresent within this space. Lei Fa instantly grasped the situation. Just as the sky deer, the king of deer, carried a vast little world upon its back, this little creature, Dien, evidently possessed its own alternate space. Albeit far from the scale of a true world, for now, it merely resembled a closed-off area of several dozen square meters. However, it was foreseeable that as Dien continued to grow, this alternate space would expand correspondingly, potentially evolving into a small world in the future. Lei Fa had seen in comics that the sky deer exerted absolute control over the little world it bore, even capable of distorting the space and time within it. While Dien certainly lacked such strength, the fact that it had just suddenly pulled Lei Fa into this space, rendering him unable to escape for a moment, indicated that although it was merely 2 years old, this little creature was already remarkable, a true descendant of the 8 Kings bloodline. Currently, this alternate space was not suitable for habitation, but a brief stay would pose no harm. The extent of its binding force, however, remained uncertain. Lei Fa mused privately. With this thought in mind, Lei Fa turned to the little creature and asked, "If I test the binding force here, will it cause you harm?" "Chew," the little creature chirped, implying that it would not. Reassured, Lei Fa commenced his assault on the ceiling. Soundwave bomb. He unleashed a soundwave bomb toward the top. Boom. Just as expected. The soundwave bomb was deflected at the point where Lei Fa was blocked, resulting in a fierce explosion. When the dust settled, the ceiling showed no signs of damage. Did that cause any harm to this place? Chew, the little creature indicated that there was no reaction whatsoever. Doubting the lack of impact, Lei Fa launched a series of attacks once more. Finger gun, sound explosion, sound wave cutting, sound blade, extreme slash, crimson kiss, tenfold. A barrage of attacks rained down upon the walls of this alternate space, yet Lei Fa found it increasingly astonishing that despite his relentless onslaught, the space remained entirely unaffected, as though his strikes were non-existent. Could it be that this place was impervious to destruction? Lei Fa couldn't help but harbor some doubts. However, upon further contemplation, he deemed such skepticism improbable. After all, even the small world behind the Deer King, known as the Sky Deer, could be shattered from within. It was inconceivable that this little creature could surpass the Deer King in such a manner. Yet, it was important to note that the entity capable of breaking through the Deer King's small world was so profoundly powerful that even Lei Fa, in his current state, could scarcely comprehend it. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the small world behind the Deer King was practically inviolable, as no being existed within this realm capable of achieving such a feat. This little one, should not possess such exaggerated capabilities. However, considering my own strength, it is indeed momentarily impossible for me to break free from this place. It appears that for now, this space can serve adequately as a minor prison. Lei Fa mused while stroking his chin. Release me, little one, he called out, having completed his verification. In the next moment, Lei Fa reappeared atop the creature's back. Well done, he complimented, patting the creature's neck. The little one chirped joyfully in response. Let us depart. We must seek a place to dine. You may be full, but I am yet to eat, Lei Fa instructed, gesturing in a particular direction with a smile. Before long, the little creature had transported Lei Fa to a familiar eatery. Rog Town was not particularly large, and this establishment was among the few that suited Lei Fa's palate. The restaurant was quaint, with tables set outside. Upon Lei Fa's arrival, the owner, who also worked as a part-time chef, greeted him warmly. Colonel Lei Fa, you've returned. It has been several days since I last saw you. I was beginning to wonder if I had inadvertently offended you, the owner exclaimed. Not at all. I've recently been promoted and quite busy. But now that I find a moment of leisure, here I am, Lei Fa replied with a smile as he dismounted from Dian. Oh, I see. Just in time. I've recently developed a few new dishes. I would be grateful if you could taste them and provide your insights, the owner continued enthusiastically. Oh, it seems today I am in for a complimentary feast, Lei Fa jested. Not at all. Colonel Lei Fa, you are a renowned chef. Even if we wished to invite you, we would hardly be able to. It is a tremendous honor for me to have you sample my culinary creations, the owner replied earnestly. During the East Sea Chef competition, the owner had been a participant as well, yet he had been eliminated in the first round during the culinary test of fire. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from knowing that Lei Fa had secured second place in that competition, thus establishing himself as one of the few esteemed chefs in the East Sea. He held genuine respect for Lei Fa. Furthermore, even disregarding Lei Fa's culinary accolades, he was the highest-ranking naval officer on the island. Should he choose to dine without payment, the owner would not dare voice a single complaint. However, if it were merely that, he would only be left with unspoken grievances. Unlike the present, he wished fervently for Lei Fa to come and indulge in a complimentary meal. Other chefs were envious of such an opportunity to be guided by a renowned culinary master. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lei Fa, the boss retreated into the kitchen to resume his duties. Lei Fa sent the little creature, Dian, to frolic on a nearby lawn, confident that nothing untoward would occur within his line of sight. Upon settling down, a restaurant server promptly approached to pour tea for Lei Fa. While awaiting his meal, Lei Fa leisurely savored his drink. May I sit here? A voice inquired from behind Lei Fa. Lei Fa lowered his teacup. It was worth noting that he was clad in the uniform of a naval commander, and ordinary folk would hardly dare to disturb him so casually. Shortly thereafter, a man draped in a green cloak, with his head concealed within its folds, approached and regarded him with a questioning expression. Of course, please take a seat. Lei Fa replied unperturbed, gesturing for the man to sit. He was curious to discern the man's intentions. After receiving Lei Fa's consent, the cloaked individual settled opposite him and remarked, It has been quite some time, little Lei Fa. The last time I saw you was 6 or 7 years ago, when you were just a wee lad. I never expected you to have become a full-fledged naval commander, governing an entire island. Who are you? Lei Fa squinted his eyes. Few dared to address him as little Lei Fa, with the exception of the long-legged girl Peach Rabbit from Guion, who had watched him grow up. Such familiarity was not bestowed upon just anyone. Not remembering me is understandable. I haven't returned to Marineford in quite a few years, the man in the green cloak continued, seemingly unperturbed by Lei Fa's lack of recognition. I heard that old man Garb visited here recently. How is he faring? You are Drago. A name surged into Lei Fa's mind, and he exclaimed in surprise. Given their shared history and Garb's connection to both of them, coupled with the man's green cloak, Lei Fa suddenly recalled this individual's identity. Simultaneously, He noted that Drago's face bore none of the peculiar tattoo-like patterns that he would later adopt, which contributed to his initial failure to connect the dots until Drago mentioned Garp. Seems you haven't completely forgotten me, the man in the green cloak. Known later as the world's foremost enemy of the government, Monkey D. Drago smiled faintly. It has indeed been a long time, Brother Drago, Lei Fa replied with a touch of nostalgia. A moment of reflection allowed Lei Fa to unearth memories from his childhood, where he had interacted with Drago. Since Sengoku and Garp were longtime friends, Lei Fa had grown quite familiar with a neighboring figure, who often played with the young Lei Fa, much like Peach Rabbit. To be continued. Brother Dragon, you must have come here because of Roger's matter, Lei Fa inquired. Indeed, Dragon did not deny it. In this world, countless pirates may rise and fall. Yet there exists only one pirate king. Such monumental events warrant my presence. After a brief pause, Dragon added, moreover, I am quite curious to meet the old man's lifelong rival. Truly, such grand events are rare, occurring only once in centuries, Lei Fa concurred. By the way, I heard you recently offended a celestial dragon. You really are quite audacious, Dragon suddenly remarked. Let's not talk about that. It was a moment of impulse. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and they chose not to hold it against me. Otherwise, Brother Dragon, you would not be seeing me now, Lei Fa replied with a wry smile. Was it merely luck? Dragon chuckled enigmatically, clearly skeptical of Lei Fa's assertion. He continued, however, even if fortune had not favored you, I might still have had the chance to meet you. Huh? Lei Fa was puzzled by Dragon's meaning. Actually, I was in Sabaody at that time as well. I only learned of the events later. I had originally planned that if you were sentenced to permanent imprisonment in the deep-sea prison, I would rescue you en route to Impel Down. Who would have thought you emerged unscathed? Dragon said with a light smile. Dragon's words seemed so matter-of-fact, yet they left Lei Fa sweating. The notion of rescuing someone from the Navy was presented as casually as buying groceries. Noticing Lei Fa's peculiar expression, Dragon lightly tapped his own head and laughed. Look at me. I completely forgot you are a Navy officer now. It seems somewhat inappropriate to say this in your presence. What's the big deal? I am not old man Sengoku. I am not that rigid. Lei Fa shook his head. Moreover, Brother Dragon, you intended to rescue me, so on that account, I must drink a few toasts with you. Boss, bring out the good wine, none of that ordinary stuff. Rest assured, I would never be dismissive towards you, the boss said, hurrying into the back room and returning with 2 small jars of wine. The appearance of the jars suggested they were not for public sale but rather brewed for personal enjoyment. As if confirming Lei Fa's suspicion, the boss added, This is my own homemade aged plum wine. It's simply exquisite. Enjoy, gentlemen. The boss did not know who Dragon was, but being a wise man, he refrained from asking further. After all, anyone associated with Lei Fa could not be ordinary. It was always prudent to show respect. Here, I raise a toast to you. Lei Fa poured a cup for each of them and lifted his glass. If Admiral Sengoku knew I was drinking with you, he might blame me for leading you astray. Dragon lifted his cup and jested. I almost forgot that I have yet to reach the legal drinking age. However, let us indulge nonetheless. Lei Fa chuckled and shook his head. Considering his 2 years spent at Shirlene Temple, his biological age should be around 12. Moreover, due to the relatively high awakening of his culinary cells, he appeared no younger than a boy of 15 or 16. Yet, in the context of his rank as a Navy commander, he remained strikingly youthful, even if he were genuinely 15 or 16. The headquarters likely took his age into account, fearing that he might struggle to command respect, which is why they refrained from mentioning it explicitly. Lei Fa, too, had been disinclined to clarify, leaving the Navy in Rogue Town unaware of his true age. Dragon, however, was not among the uninformed. Being an old acquaintance of Lei Fa, he was well aware of his age, hence the jest about corrupting Lei Fa with alcohol. Rogue Town is unlikely to enjoy a peaceful time ahead. Before the Navy's main forces arrive, you must remain vigilant. During my earlier visit to the island, I encountered several formidable individuals, and I believe such people are plentiful on this island at present, Dragon cautioned after taking a sip of his drink. Thank you for the warning. I am indeed aware of the situation. The Navy's decision to publicly execute Roger is merely a tactic to suppress the pirates' morale. Lei Fa acknowledged with a nod. The surge in pirate numbers in recent years, coupled with the emergence of powerful figures and Roger's ascension to the title of Pirate King, has emboldened many pirates, making them increasingly audacious against the Navy. Should this trend continue unchecked, the pirate forces could swell to a point beyond the Navy's capacity to contain. The higher-ups aim to restore calm to the seas by executing Roger. hoping to draw various factions to witness this spectacle, which is precisely what the Navy desires. As Lei Fa poured more wine for himself and Dragon, the proprietor personally delivered several exquisite dishes before silently retreating. Once the owner had distanced himself, Dragon remarked, "In this regard, our perspectives align closely. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Lei Fa, upon hearing this, smiled and responded, "Roger is already a prisoner and cannot alter his fate. Moreover, the Navy and the world government will undoubtedly be well prepared. Even legendary pirates like Whitebeard cannot save him. The overall situation is already determined." "Perhaps," Dragon replied non-committally. "Come, let us eat. We can converse over the meal." Lei Fa was the first to grasp his chopsticks, and out of courtesy, Dragon refrained from eating until Lei Fa had begun. As for the unease that Dragon sensed, Lei Fa understood it all too well. Dragon's instincts were indeed correct. There was something profoundly amiss. Roger's surrender was, after all, the most unsettling occurrence of them all. However, the Navy, perhaps overly exhilarated by their capture of Gold, Roger, the so-called Pirate King, was eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their might to the world, aiming to suppress the burgeoning audacity of pirates. Little did they anticipate that Roger would utilize this very moment to turn the tables. Inadvertently heralding the dawn of the great pirate era, the Navy failed to foresee that Roger's demise would not quell the spirit of piracy. Rather, it ignited a fervor, prompting more souls to embark upon the path of piracy. In the ensuing period, the pirate factions indeed grew in strength, to the extent that the latter half of the Grand Line transformed into a veritable haven for pirates. Before this transformation, despite the emergence of numerous formidable figures among pirates, be they the great pirates or legendary ones, including the likes of Roger and Whitebeard, who were more than capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Navy's admirals, the overarching narrative remained that pirates were perpetually subjugated and hunted. Whenever their whereabouts were discovered by the Navy, they would face the imminent threat of capture and thus be compelled to flee swiftly. The crux of the matter lay in the Navy's overwhelming superiority in power, as numbers have always been an undeniable factor in this world. Even the invincible Kaido of the Beasts, who later became renowned for his prowess, had been apprehended by the Navy on numerous occasions. Had they been capable of vanquishing him, he would not have continued to provoke them with impunity. Yet, a mere decade or two later, this dynamic was utterly overturned. The four emperors now reign over the New World, relying not solely on brute strength. The advent of the great pirate era has led to a significant surge in the number of pirates, enabling them to finally rival the Navy in terms of power and, at times, even to eclipse them. These four formidable pirates, resembling emperors, each command vast forces, effectively obliterating the Navy's influence in the latter half of the Grand Line, leaving only the G1 branch barely standing. This situation has directly transformed the latter half of the Grand Line into a haven for pirates, aptly dubbed the New World. Were it not for this, the world government would not have initiated the 7 Warlords of the Sea program, employing these warlords to assist the Navy in balancing the power of the four emperors. The fact that the world government resorts to using pirates to counterbalance other pirates, granting them legal permission to plunder, underscores the immense power wielded by these marauders. The Navy's subsequent attempts to eliminate the four emperors necessitated the use of stratagems to lure Whitebeard to the Navy headquarters at Marineford rather than confronting the New World directly, as they were incapable of simultaneously facing multiple emperors and their forces. The Whitebeard pirate crew alone nearly turned Marineford upside down. Had it not been for the intervention of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Whitebeard being betrayed and injured by his own crew, and Blackbeard secretly scheming for Whitebeard's emperor title in the Trimmer fruit, the outcome would have been uncertain. Reflecting on it, the genesis of all this turmoil can be traced back to the current monumental event. Moreover, the figure of Drago, who has consistently shown disinterest in joining the Navy, likely never anticipated that he would embark on a path of upheaval. While enjoying food and drink with Drago, Lei Fa contemplated the significant trends of the next 10 to 20 years. "Do you recognize that person over there?" Drago suddenly inquired, gesturing with his chin toward Lei Fa's back. Lei Fa set down his chopsticks and turned around to see a youth with piercing yellow-red eyes leaning against a large tree. His gaze sharp and unwavering despite being aware that Lei Fa and Drago had noticed him. "I don't recognize him. Perhaps he is here to seek you out," Lei Fa remarked. Just as they were discussing, the individual strode directly toward them, a long sword sheathed at his waist, radiating an aura of sharpness. "I don't recall ever having seen such a striking figure. If I had, I certainly would not forget," Drago commented. "Is that so? This is intriguing," Lei Fa said with a smile, stroking his chin. They made no effort to step aside, simply watching as the young man approached calmly. "Hello, I am Dracula Mihawk," the youth announced as he halted before them. "I sense a keen sword intent emanating from you. Would you be willing to engage in a duel?" Yoru Mihawk. It is indeed this individual, the future warlord of the sea, renowned as the strongest swordsman in the world, a master swordsman of the highest caliber. A sudden jolt coursed through Rifa's heart. Yet he displayed no emotion on his face. He continued to ponder that it made sense. When Roger perished, numerous individuals destined to become significant figures had congregated in Rogue Town, among them the formidable Hawkeye. However, the fact that Hawkeye would proactively seek to challenge him was entirely unexpected for Rifa. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was likely due to the lingering sharp aura he retained from his training in swordsmanship since his departure from the Forest Temple, while ordinary individuals might remain oblivious to it. Including strong yet sword-agnostic warriors like Dorag, it was unmistakable to a prodigious swordsman like Hawkeye. "You misunderstand. I am not a swordsman," Rifa asserted. "The aura does not deceive," Hawkeye insisted stubbornly. It was evident that he rejected Rifa's explanation. "I truly am not a swordsman. The essence you perceive is perhaps a result of my modest accomplishments in blade techniques," Rifa replied, half amused and half exasperated. "Swords and blades ultimately lead to the same destination. Will you engage in combat with me using your blade techniques?" Hawkeye inquired. Shaking his head, Hawkeye's words served as a reminder to Rifa that in the world of One Piece, there seemed to be no distinction between sword users and blade wielders. Both were referred to as swordsmen. For instance, Hawkeye's future signature weapon would become the Black Blade, Knight, one of the supreme great blades of 12, renowned as the world's greatest black blade. "Very well. If you insist on battling me, please grant me a moment. It would not be appropriate to spar while clad in my naval uniform. Allow me to finish my meal and change into suitable attire before we engage, if you will." Rifa conceded this time, as he too wished to test the prowess of Hawkeye, who would one day be known as the world's greatest swordsman. Previously, he had discreetly assessed both Hawk and Dorag, discovering that Hawkeye's current rank was 65, while Dorag's was marked by a question mark. Rifa had previously categorized ranks and power levels within the One Piece world, though his delineations might not be entirely precise. They were likely close enough. According to his classifications, a rank of 65 would roughly equate to the strength of some elite vice admirals within the Navy. Just a step away from the capabilities of common pirates. It was remarkable to note that Hawkeye was merely around 20 years old, with a considerable journey ahead before reaching his peak. Yet he already possessed such formidable strength. By this estimation, Hawkeye's prowess was not inferior to that of contemporaries like Peach Rabbit and Guion, both of whom were of similar age. Rifa could only curl his lip at the thought of another prodigy. However, he had forgotten that in the eyes of others, he too was perceived as an anomaly. To be continued. As for the inability to assess Dorag's rank, it was evidently due to the considerable gap between him and Rifa. Rifa estimated his own rank to be around the mid-40s. Under normal circumstances, his overall strength could be compared to that of an elite rear admiral, or even a slightly less powerful vice admiral, though he still fell short when measured against an elite vice admiral. However, when Hawkeye sought him out for a challenge, it was not with the intent to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Rather, he sensed an extraordinary sharpness emanating from Rifa, a quality unique to formidable swordsmen, and wished to test his skills. "I have no objections," Rifa replied, and Hawkeye, eager for the challenge, showed no reluctance to wait. "Brother Dorag, it seems our meal must be cut short," Rifa said apologetically. "It is of no consequence. We have nearly finished eating anyway," Dorag replied with a smile. "However, would you mind if I tagged along to observe the excitement?" "Of course not. Let us proceed," Rifa said as he rose to his feet. After exchanging pleasantries with the owner and assuring him that he would provide feedback on his next visit, the owner graciously bid them farewell. Hawkeye remained silent, trailing behind Rifa. To him, trivial matters were inconsequential. His heart was solely devoted to the way of the sword. Had he not sensed a kindred spirit in Rifa's presence, he would have had little interest in who Rifa was. Whether a pirate or a Navy officer mattered not. It was only at that moment that he truly noticed Rifa's companion, Dorag. From a distance, he had paid little attention, but as they drew closer, he sensed an imposing aura emanating from the man in the green cloak. The source of such a feeling might not necessarily be a swordsman, but he was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. "You are quite formidable," Hawkeye remarked as he awaited Rifa outside the Navy camp, directing his gaze toward Dorag. "And you as well," Dorag responded. "Among the swordsmen I have encountered, you undoubtedly rank within the top 10, and certainly as the youngest among them," Hawkeye chose not to reply, lapsing back into silence. He was not one for words and preferred to speak little. Were it not for the anticipation of sparring with Lei Fa, he would not have engaged in conversation with Dorag. Despite recognizing his strength. Indeed, he eventually replied, as Dorag looked toward the Navy camp. It was then that they saw Lei Fa had changed into casual attire, accompanied by an extraordinarily large stag. Shouldn't you leave it behind in the camp? Dorag inquired. Glancing at Dien, this little fellow cannot be trusted to remain out of my sight. Who knows what kind of trouble he might cause? It's fine, let him come along. Lei Fa chuckled, patting Dien on the neck. Upon hearing Dorag suggest that Lei Fa abandon him, Dien emitted a threatening chirp toward Dorag. Dorag chuckled and nodded in response. Though he was puzzled by Lei Fa's term of endearment for the stag, little fellow, it was a rare sight to behold such a large deer, and the designation seemed rather misplaced. However, he dismissed it as a triviality. Let us go. There is a forest nearby where we can practice. Lei Fa indicated toward the side rear of the Navy camp, addressing Hawkeye. You decide. Eagle Eye nodded. Shortly thereafter, the trio and the deer arrived at the forest mentioned by Lei Fa and found a relatively large clearing within. This shall do, Lei Fa declared as he halted his steps. Turning to Dorag. Brother Dorag, you and Dien should step aside for now. During our sparring, it's inevitable that things might get out of hand. Fear not. I am not so fragile, Dorag waved dismissively. However, considering that Lei Fa's pet deer might not withstand the intensity, he led Dien a short distance away. Let us begin. Eagle Eye said eagerly, drawing his sword, only to frown upon realizing, you didn't bring a blade? He had been so lost in his own thoughts that he hadn't noticed Lei Fa carried neither sword nor knife. How could one engage in swordplay without a sword? Isn't this the case? Lei Fa replied with a smile, revealing a shimmering, ethereal green willow leaf blade that materialized in his hand, glinting in the light. A devil fruit user? Eagle Eye remarked. Lei Fa did not refute the assumption. Instead, he twirled the blade in his grasp and smiled. Let us go. Eagle Eye nodded, bracing himself. Buzz. In the next instant, Eagle Eye's crimson-yellow eyes suddenly narrowed, his sword now crossed over his chest, emitting a resonant metallic hum. Such swiftness. Eagle Eye felt a thrill coursing through him. Whenever he encountered a formidable swordsman, he would challenge them, eager to witness diverse sword techniques and thereby enhance his own skills. Earlier, from a distance, he sensed a similar aura emanating from Lei Fa, yet he was uncertain about the nature of Lei Fa's swordsmanship or blade skills. But just now, he had confirmed one thing. Lei Fa's blade was extraordinarily swift, faster than 99% of the swordsmen he had previously faced. My sword technique is called Extreme Slash. It discards all superfluous flair, focusing solely on the velocity of the strike. Lei Fa's voice followed. Since this is a spar, mutual understanding is inevitable. Indeed, it is remarkably swift. Eagle Eye acknowledged. Just now, I utilized merely 30% of my slashing speed, Lei Fa stated. Really? Eagle Eye exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated. Feel free to unleash your full might. Do not hold back. Use your utmost speed. As you wish, Lei Fa replied, his hand gripping the blade, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it flickered before him. Suddenly, multiple streaks of azure blade energy surged toward Eagle Eye. Clang, clang, clang. Eagle Eye, already fully focused, was prepared as the blade energies approached. He swiftly altered the position of his sword 7 times, successfully deflecting all incoming strikes. Except my sword. As Hawkeye deftly deflected the final wave of blade energy, he lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, closing the distance to Lei Fa in an instant, and executed a horizontal slash. Realizing the imminent threat posed by Hawkeye, Lei Fa did not dare to underestimate him. He swiftly retracted his sword to defend, positioning the sonic wave willow leaf blade in the path of Hawkeye's oncoming strike. Buzz. A resonating hum echoed as Lei Fa was propelled sideways, crashing into a row of trees behind him. To everyone's astonishment, at the very moment Lei Fa was sent flying by Hawkeye's sword, Dien, who was situated next to Dolag, suddenly emitted an enraged cry. At first, Dien was bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of the duel, mistaking it for mere play. However, upon witnessing Hawkeye launch Lei Fa, its mother, through the air, it instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation. This was no game. This adversary had actually struck its mother. Consumed by rage, it charged towards Hawkeye with no restraint. Alas, Dolag had been engrossed in the spectacle of Lei Fa's duel. Utterly unprepared for the sudden aggression of Dien, he immediately sought to restrain the creature, but Dien's speed was astonishing. typically when carrying Lei Fa. Its velocity surpassed that of ordinary mounts. Now, in a state of fury, its speed was unparalleled. Moreover, as it bolted unexpectedly, Dolag could hardly react in time to intercept it. Dian. No. As for Lei Fa, although he had been sent flying, he emerged unscathed, his skin unbroken. Despite underestimating Hawkeye's striking power, he was not entirely defenseless. Enhanced by the culinary cells, his physical prowess far exceeded that of a typical individual, comparable even to most vice admirals. Thus, after being propelled away, he executed a somersault and regained his footing without falling. Yet, he was acutely aware of Dian's reckless charge, and he promptly called out to stop it. However, in its fury, the little creature did not heed Lei Fa's command, continuing its furious assault toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye was equally perplexed, furrowing his brow. Yet, recognizing that this majestic deer was Lei Fa's pet, he refrained from delivering a lethal strike, instead raising his sword as a shield to brace for the impending collision with Dian's antlers. However, just as Lei Fa had underestimated Hawkeye's cutting power, he too had miscalculated the force behind Dian's charge. The strength of a swordsman is exceptionally formidable, as power is one of the primary focuses of their daily training. A swordsman devoid of strength cannot possibly attain greatness. Thus, Eagle Eye possesses unwavering confidence in his own might. Even if an elephant were to charge directly at him, it would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. He is absolutely assured in his ability to halt its advance. Though this colossal deer appeared considerably larger and more intelligent than an ordinary deer, it remained, at its core, merely a deer. Hawkeye did not regard it with much concern. Unbeknownst to him, however, this magnificent creature was no ordinary deer, but rather one hailing from another realm. Possessing the formidable lineage of the sky deer, its ancestors were titanic beasts capable of cleaving the heavens with their antlers. Although the current Dian bore a stark contrast to its ancestor, the Deer King Sky Deer, the bloodline of the 8 kings, was still undeniable. How could one underestimate even a young scion of such noble heritage? Hawkeye was oblivious to this fact. Leading to his complacency, he did not muster his full strength for defense. Consequently, tragedy ensued. With a resounding thud, Hawkeye was sent flying by the little creature, Dian. If the speed at which Lei Fa had previously been sent hurtling was rated a 1, then Hawkeye's current velocity was at least a 5. Observing this, Dian was still unsatisfied and wished to pursue further. At that moment, however, Lei Fa had already arrived, interposing himself before Dian to halt its advance, insisting that it cease its antics. Upon realizing that it was Lei Fa who had obstructed its path, the little one finally settled down. Perceiving a hint of reproach in Lei Fa's tone, the small creature felt immensely aggrieved, its eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of bursting into cries. After all, it was merely 2 years old, while the adult 8 kings possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. This young one was akin to a human toddler in cognitive abilities. Witnessing Lei Fa, its mother, being struck away, its instinctual response was to vanquish the perceived villain. Yet, having succeeded in sending the bad guy flying, it found itself chastised by Lei Fa, leaving it utterly perplexed. Lei Fa, somewhat understanding the situation, gently stroked the little one's neck and reassured, There, I am fine. Do not worry. He is my friend, merely playing with me, not truly fighting, understand?" Satisfied with this explanation, the little creature emitted a soft chirp. "Now, go play over there by yourself and refrain from causing any more trouble, do you hear? There is nothing to worry about here." Lei Fa patted the little one and gestured in a direction. Upon hearing this, the little one promptly forgot its earlier grievances and scampered away in delight. At this moment, Hawkeye had returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries from the previous blow, being thrown so far had inevitably caused him to crash through at least 7 or 8 trees along the way. What incredible strength! Is it truly a deer? Hawkeye inquired upon his return, astonished by the sheer power he had encountered. He had never heard of a deer possessing such might. It is indeed a deer, but its ancestor was a fearsome beast, and it has inherited that terrifying lineage, thus possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary deer. Lei Fa explained with a wry smile. Far beyond. Hawkeye could hardly agree with Lei Fa's choice of words. Even if a gigantic boulder had been in the path of that force, it would have been shattered to pieces. Even if he had been vigilant and had fully braced himself, it would have been exceedingly difficult to withstand such a collision. In other words, the power of that colossal deer exceeded his own. While strength and capability do not always equate, the revelation was nonetheless astonishing. It was certainly not merely a matter of being a bit stronger, as Lei Fa had suggested. It was not just Hawkeye who was astonished. Toriko, who had initially come to observe the spectacle, was equally taken aback by the earlier display, having gleaned a rough understanding of Hawkeye's prowess from their brief skirmish. He had never anticipated that Lei Fa's pet giant deer could possess such immense strength, capable of sending a top-tier swordsman like Hawkeye flying so effortlessly and with such disarray. "Let us proceed. It will not trouble us again," Lei Fa said apologetically. "Very well," Hawkeye replied without objection. He was not so petty as to hold a grudge against a mere misunderstanding involving a pet. The foremost priority was to continue their swordsmanship practice. P.S. 6th update. To be continued. In Blade, Extreme Slash, Residual Light Footing Shadows. Lei Fa leaped into the air, and as he advanced, the Soundwave Willow blade in his hand suddenly transformed as if it had multiplied into dozens of blades, striking at Hawkeye from various angles and directions with slashes, cuts, and thrusts. The unparalleled speed created an illusion of multiple attacks. Hawkeye, witnessing this, dared not be careless, his eyes reflecting the dozens of illusory blade lights that accompanied Lei Fa's assault. Each beam of light appeared both real and illusory, rendering it impossible to discern which was genuine and which was a mere phantom, since distinguishing them was futile. There was no need to try. Hawkeye's sword suddenly began to spin, transforming into a blooming flower. Sword Lotus. The sword in his hand blossomed like a lotus, radiating outward from the center of his palm. Lei Fa's blade lights fell like raindrops, yet Hawkeye's sword Lotus acted as an umbrella, deflecting every drop and preventing any from penetrating through. Breaking Wind Cross Slash. As Lei Fa observed that his initial strike had failed, he remained composed, retreating slightly before launching another assault towards Hawkeye. However, unlike before, the Soundwave leaf blade in his hand was no longer as densely packed. Yet, the technique he employed to confront Hawkeye was certainly not without merit. Before him, a phantom of a cross appeared, and at its very center, where the lines intersected, a blade of sharp, semi-ethereal light advanced menacingly towards Hawkeye. This strike is exceedingly enigmatic. It cannot be easily classified as a slash, nor can it be deemed a thrust. If one were to rely solely on sight for judgment, it would be nearly impossible to discern the angle from which this attack has originated, for it is remarkably swift and astutely cunning. This is the first time that Hawkeye has encountered such an unusual sword technique. Even with his extensive experience in the art of the sword, he cannot recall any style of swordsmanship that possesses such peculiarities. The technique, Crushing Sword, Chaotic Void, left him with no choice but to abandon thoughts of employing the most suitable counter. Much like before, when he had used the sword Lotus to deflect all sword shadows, his sole aim was to achieve a defensive stance. Suddenly, the sword in Hawkeye's hand began to whirl, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that effectively neutralized Raifa's attack midair. Having undergone 2 passive defenses, Hawkeye found his resolve strengthening with each confrontation. His innate prowess surpassed that of Raifa's, and he had only been defending to gauge Raifa's sword skills. However, the bizarre nature of Raifa's technique and its astonishing speed exceeded his expectations, igniting a fervent desire for battle within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he initiated an offensive. "Receive my sword, Sea Splitter Slash." Hawkeye brought his sword down in a straightforward, yet powerful strike. Remarkably, this seemingly simple blow bore a momentum far superior to the combined force of Raifa's previous 2 strikes. Such formidable sword intent. The onlooker, Toriko, was equally moved. Raifa's earlier, intricate yet lightning-fast techniques had already left him in awe. Although he held greater strength than either of the 2, in terms of swordsmanship, both Lei and Hawkeye vastly outclassed him. Now, Hawkeye's unadorned yet profound strike exemplified his deep mastery of the sword, embodying a return to simplicity in its purest form. This sword strike, even if aimed at him, would still prove somewhat laborious to counter. If Lei Fa were to defend using the same blocking technique as before, he might suffer a significant setback under this blow. Recognizing this, Lei Fa abandoned the notion of using the Sonic Wave Willow Leaf Blade for defense and instead conjured a formidable barrier before him. The Infinite Stomach Wall. Astomac composed of energy membranes materialized in the path of the oncoming sword light, steadfastly resisting the unadorned strike of Hawkeye. A year prior to his training at the Food Forest Temple, Lei Fa had successfully defended against the furious palm of the fish giant, Sebastian. With his infinite stomach wall, Sebastian's strength, it must be noted, was indeed superior to that of the current Hawkeye, though the swordsman's attack bore a greater lethality. Thus, on balance, Hawkeye's sword strike was marginally more potent than Sebastian's assault. While Lei Fa had been unable to fully withstand Sebastian's attack with the infinite stomach wall, the year spent at the Food Forest Temple had not been in vain. His strength had ascended to a new level, enhancing the defensive and dissolving capabilities of the infinite stomach wall. Remarkably, it succeeded in blocking Hawkeye's unembellished strike. Halt. As soon as he blocked the attack, Lei Fa called for a stop. For upon employing the infinite stomach wall, their duel had transcended the realm of mere swordsmanship practice. Although his sword techniques did not encompass his entire prowess, and he had yet to unleash his devastating weapon, food obliteration, it was crucial to remember that the previous strike was not Hawkeye's full power either. I acted recklessly. Hawkeye, having transitioned from a fervent state to one of calm, sheathed his sword and approached. My sword intent was ignited by your blade techniques, leading me to instinctively unleash that strike. I hope you do not hold it against me. Given Hawkeye's superior strength, his challenge to Lei Fa should have primarily focused on skillful exchange. Even in genuine combat, he ought to have employed commensurate power. However, in the heat of the moment, he had allowed himself to engage fully, momentarily forgetting to restrain his force. Had Lei Fa not possessed defensive measures, he would undoubtedly have sustained injury, which would contravene the etiquette of swordsmanship. When the weaker party challenges the stronger, the latter need not hold back. However, the reverse scenario is entirely different. It's all right. You did not intend any harm. Lei Fa waved dismissively. Yet, your defensive technique is impressive. My previous strike was potent enough to cleave the seas, and even the mightiest pirates would struggle to withstand it, Hawkeye remarked. It was merely a minor technique, hardly worth mentioning, Lei Fa replied with a smile. Moreover, your sword skills are the swiftest I have ever encountered. In terms of pure speed, my sword cannot match yours. Eagle Eye concluded, noting that while your strength is commendable, it remains insufficiently lethal and overly enigmatic. When facing stronger opponents, such weaknesses may prove detrimental. Thank you for your guidance, Lei Fa replied earnestly. Given Eagle Eye's prowess in swordsmanship, his counsel was undoubtedly valuable. Furthermore, Lei Fa understood that Eagle Eye's straightforward nature was not a consequence of his recent victory over him, but rather a reflection of a purely analytical discussion. This was the 7th update. I shall take a moment to dine, and will resume shortly, with 3 more updates to follow. To be continued. The interruption during their sparring left an imperfect conclusion to their exchange. Initially, both had yet to fully engage, making it reasonable to continue. However, this time, neither had the desire to pursue further practice. After assessing the strengths and weaknesses of Lei Fa's sword techniques, Eagle Eye gracefully departed. To him, Lei Fa was a competent sparring partner, but nothing more. At this juncture, Lei Fa lacked the strength to warrant a full engagement. He was a pure swordsman, and should he persist on his path, he would undoubtedly ascend to become one of the foremost swordsmen upon these vast seas. Observing Eagle Eye's silhouette, Morlag commented, not merely one of the top swordsmen, but a future world's greatest swordsman. Lei Fa mused silently, refraining from verbalizing his thoughts. I intend to reflect on the insights gained from our recent sparring. Brother Morlag, have you found a place to stay? If not, you could accompany me back to the Navy base. I can arrange accommodations for you, Lei Fa inquired. No need. I have already secured lodging. Should you wish to find me, you may visit the Blue Butterfly Inn on 13th Street, as that is where I am staying, Morlag replied with a smile, shaking his head in refusal. Very well. I shall seek you out once I have finished my tasks, Lei Fa responded with a grin. After bidding farewell to Morlag, Lei Fa whistled to call back Dien and leaped onto its back. The little creature, familiar with the route, swiftly made its way towards the Navy base. At the edge of the East Sea, over 30 naval vessels raced across the waters in unison. Over 30 warships advanced in a circular formation, with 4 vessels and a colossal prison ship positioned at the very center. The arrangement indicated that both the outermost fleet of 30-plus warships and the 4 ships encircling the immense prison vessel were dedicated to safeguarding the formidable central prison ship. Such a grand spectacle of numerous warships mobilizing simultaneously was an unprecedented sight for most of the accompanying naval personnel, many of whom had never even heard of such an event. However, in light of the significance of the mission undertaken by these warships, their imposing display was entirely warranted. For within the confines of that colossal prison ship resided a figure of such magnitude that the Navy felt compelled to treat the occasion with utmost seriousness, the pirate King Roger. In fact, beyond the sheer number of warships, the true marvel lay in the personnel accompanying them. The Navy's sole admiral, the wise General Sengoku, commanded unparalleled strength, while Iron Fist Garp, revered as a naval hero for capturing pirate King Roger, also stood among them. In addition to Garp, there were a total of 13 naval vice-admirals, at least 5 of whom possessed combat prowess rivaling that of the most formidable pirates, including Randolph, Akane Sakazuki, and Kizaru Borsellino, among others. Countless officers ranked below Vice Admiral filled the ranks. This formation has effectively depleted the combat prowess of Marineford by a considerable margin. Were it not for the world government's foresight in dispatching personnel to assist in safeguarding Marineford for this significant event, the Navy would not dare to mobilize nearly its entire force to escort Roger. After the departure of these individuals, Marineford is left with few formidable warriors aside from Admiral Sengoku. Should a legendary pirate crew, akin to Golden Lion Shiki, launch an assault on the Navy headquarters, even Admiral Sengoku alone may not suffice to thwart them. On the colossal prison ship, Sengoku and Garp initially stood side by side on the deck, engaging in conversation while alternately utilizing their haki to monitor the surrounding waters, eliminating any possibility of ambush, including those from beneath the surface. I will go down and take a look. I will return shortly, Garp suddenly stated as it was Sengoku's turn to keep watch. Understood, Sengoku replied, casting a glance at Garp without further inquiry. Garp then proceeded into the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he traversed a lengthy corridor and continued downward, repeating this process thrice before finally arriving at the central area of the prison ship. In this location, regardless of who attempts to hijack a ship or from which direction they approach, it remains the last area to be affected. And it also serves as the prison for Roger. You may all withdraw for the time being. Garp instructed the several naval officers guarding Roger as he arrived outside the cell. Such duties are usually performed by ordinary naval soldiers. However, due to the prisoner's distinguished status, the guards are of officer rank. Yes, the officers dared not question Garp's command and quickly retreated. Garp, you have arrived, Roger greeted from the innermost part of the cell. Seated upon the cold, iron bed, the dim light revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Tonight, we should reach Logtown. In 3 days, it will be your execution. During these days, I shall ensure you receive the finest food to accompany you on your journey. Garp's voice bore no trace of sorrow or joy, and Roger could not discern his expression as he faced away from the cell. Thank you, Roger replied, grinning broadly. Just a last meal. There's no need for thanks, Garp remarked. That is not what I mean. You should understand what I am truly grateful for. Roger responded with a smile. You damn bastard, Roger. Garp abruptly turned, grasping the iron bars of the cell and growling softly, knowing full well that the world government will continue to pursue the whereabouts of her and their child. Why did you not arrange for your subordinates to ensure her safety in advance? With Rayleigh and the others, it should have been possible to protect her, shouldn't it? Why must you force me into this position? I owe them too much. If my death cannot bring them peace, I fear I shall never rest. Roger replied with a bright smile. Moreover, I am perhaps weary of this endless struggle in the life of evasion. I do not wish for my child to tread this arduous path upon birth, nor do I want him to bear the heavy burden of being the bloodline of the Pirate King. Among those I know and trust, you are likely the only one who can help him avoid such a fate. I apologize for placing you in a difficult situation, but I trust you will understand, Garp. Garp's grip on the iron bars gradually loosened. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. After your death, I will seek her out. I cannot guarantee your safety, but I will do everything within my power to ensure she and her child survive. Thank you, Garp. If there is an afterlife, we shall surely become good friends. Roger beamed. Humph. Garp snorted, turning to depart. As he watched Garp's figure recede, Roger waved with a smile. Throughout, his face bore only a smile, devoid of any fear or sorrow at the impending death. The following day, news that the Navy had escorted Roger to Logtown spread across the world. This outcome is precisely what the Navy hoped to witness. There is no necessity for concealment or secrecy. Moreover, even if there were a desire for discretion, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. The town of Rajatown is quite small, and the sudden appearance of over 30 Navy vessels alongside a colossal prison ship would be evident to even the most obtuse observer regarding their purpose. Lei Fa had already received a call in advance, aware of when the naval fleet would arrive, and had prepared accommodations for the incoming naval officers. However, completely arranging for all the Navy personnel accompanying the 30-plus ships was evidently unrealistic. The entire population of Rajatown does not exceed the number of sailors arriving, and even with prior preparations, it would be impossible to accommodate such a multitude simultaneously unless the town's residents were entirely evacuated. Yet such an act is inconceivable for the Navy. Considering this, the majority of the Navy personnel disembarking were officers, while the remainder of the sailors awaited on the surrounding vessels. Should a large-scale disturbance occur, these sailors could swiftly execute landing operations in an encirclement, a strategy meticulously planned in advance. In the early morning, Lei Fa approached the dwelling of his father, Sengoku, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It's me, Lei Fa announced. Come in, Sengoku's voice echoed from within. Upon entering the room, Lei Fa beheld his father Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp seated at the table, sipping tea. Behind the table stood a massive cage, within which sat a middle-aged man adorned with a distinct pair of curled mustaches, his eyes closed and motionless. Lei Fa recognized that the individual in the cage was none other than the central figure of this grand affair, the infamous Pirate King, Gold, Roger. The location where Sengoku resided had been urgently remodeled by Lei Fa in advance. The arrangement consisted of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms flanking either side and a spacious living area in the center, perfectly separating the 2 sleeping quarters. The occupants of the adjacent bedrooms were naturally the formidable Sengoku and Garp, while Roger was confined in the central living area. This arrangement is undoubtedly the most secure method. Even if the legendary pirate were to come knocking, it would be impossible to abduct Roger under the watchful eyes of Sengoku and Garp. Should a confrontation arise, the surrounding Navy forces would swiftly encircle the area with overwhelming might, leaving no room for escape. During the 3 days leading up to Roger's execution, Sengoku and Garp would keep a vigilant watch over him, allowing for no errors. However, Rayleigh was well aware that Roger had no intention of fleeing. Even if someone were to come to his rescue, he would not leave willingly. After all, why would he voluntarily surrender to the Navy? If he truly wished to evade capture, the Navy would never succeed. Old man, Uncle Garp, how did you rest yesterday? In a more casual setting. Rayleigh felt no need to address him by rank. You've arranged things quite thoroughly. It seems beneficial to let you out for some experience, Sengoku praised. Ha ha ha, well done. Garp laughed heartily, adding, I had a splendid rest, but your old man had a harder time. Under my snoring, he couldn't catch a decent sleep. Is that truly a commendable feat? Sengoku remarked with a touch of exasperation as he looked at Garp. Garp, upon hearing Sengoku's question, burst into laughter once more. Uncle Garp, does Dragon Brother happen to be in town as well? Don't you plan on visiting him? Rayleigh suddenly inquired as Garp's laughter subsided. Oh, that lad is here too? Garp responded, a hint of surprise in his voice, which suggested he was genuinely unaware of Dragon's presence. Yes, I ran into him the day before yesterday. Rayleigh confirmed with a nod. After mulling it over, Garp waved his hand dismissively. If he wants to see me, he'll come find me. If he doesn't, there's no need for me to seek him out. Since he's here, why not pay him a visit? Sengoku chimed in from the side. No way. There's no reason for me to go looking for my son. Garp resolutely refused. Seeing his steadfast attitude, Rayleigh and Sengoku chose not to press further. This little fellow must be the legacy of Farrell. A robust voice resonated from behind Sengoku and Garp. Standing directly in front of them, Rayleigh could clearly see Roger, who had previously been motionless with his eyes closed, suddenly open his eyes and fix his gaze upon Rayleigh, their eyes meeting. Roger, you! Sengoku exclaimed, suddenly rising and turning sharply. Very few were aware of this matter. Even Admiral Akainu was in the dark. Aside from Sengoku, only Garp and Zephyr were privy to the information. Of course, due to the previous incident involving the celestial dragons, the King of Alabasta, Rayleigh's uncle King Edmund, was also aware, but knowledge was limited to just that. How could Roger possibly know? Don't be so agitated. It was merely a guess, Rayleigh replied. Roger grinned and remarked that Farrell, while alive, was certainly one of his old adversaries. He claimed to possess a general understanding of the matters concerning Farrell. Furthermore, the resemblance between this young lad and Farrell in his youth was striking. One would have to be blind not to recognize it. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally calmed down. Just as Roger was reluctant to burden the yet-to-be-born child with the weight of the bloodline of the Pirate King, Farrell, the biological father of Lei Fa, was equally unwilling to entangle Lei Fa in the affairs of the Nefertari family, indicating a deeper significance. Although Sengoku did not fully grasp the intricacies of the situation, he had always respected Farrell's dying wish to keep Lei Fa's true lineage a secret from him and to prevent outsiders from uncovering it. Had it not been for Lei Fa's previous mishap, he would not have had to inform Farrell's elder brother, the current patriarch of the Nefertari family, about Lei Fa's identity. If Roger had learned of this matter through other channels, it would imply that the information had spread, which might explain Sengoku's slight loss of composure. Fortunately, Roger's insights were merely conjectures, alleviating concerns about the information circulating indiscriminately. Does Lord Roger know my father? Lei Fa inquired. Naturally, he held no emotional attachment to the father he had never met, for he was not the true Lei Fa. Yet curiosity was unavoidable. Know him? How could I not know him? We have shared a friendship spanning over 10 or even 20 years, Roger replied with a jovial smile, resembling a neighborly uncle. Entirely unrecognizable as the pirate king who had conquered the Grand Line. After a moment's thought, he added, "Well, if being pursued counts as friendship, then indeed. It has been a decade or two." Rifa looked at Roger, anticipating further elaboration. "Your father was an extraordinary individual among his contemporaries in the Navy. Only these two before you could rival him, and even Zephyr pales in comparison," Roger said with a grin. "All right, Roger. There are some matters he is not yet suited to know. When the time is right, I will enlighten him," Sengoku interjected abruptly. At this, Roger chuckled and shook his head, refraining from continuing the conversation. Sengoku's interruption only heightened Rifa's curiosity, yet he understood the stubborn nature of this surrogate father. If Sengoku was intent on withholding information, no amount of persuasion would yield any revelation. It was best not to waste effort. On another note, Rifa trusted that Sengoku would not wish him harm, as both his understanding of Sengoku from the manga world and his personal interactions reaffirmed this belief. Thus, Sengoku's decision to keep certain truths from him at this moment perhaps stemmed from a desire to protect him. Endure, one must persevere. Rifa suppressed his curiosity with great effort. In truth, how could he not be curious? The myriad reasons he concocted to restrain his inquisitiveness were merely self-deceptions to quell his own yearning for knowledge. "I shall proceed to arrange matters for the next couple of days. Shortly, I will have the meals prepared and brought over. I shall return in the evening," Rifa informed Jean Gua. "Very well, go ahead," Jean Gua nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the courtyard where Jean Gua and the others resided, Rifa indeed set about organizing the forthcoming schedule. Although any officer among those present boasted a higher rank than he was the supreme commander of Rog Town. The local naval soldiers were directly under his command, and many tasks could only be executed by them. While he lacked the authority to intervene in matters pertaining to Roger's execution, the daily affairs were his responsibility to manage. A duty inherent to his position as the highest official of Rog Town. "Ah, if it isn't Lieutenant Colonel Rifa. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met." He encountered a group of individuals as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard. All the individuals were clad in the uniforms of rear admirals, draped in capes of justice, without exception. The very first to greet him was none other than the Yellow Monkey Admiral Kizaru, who had always harbored a sense of discontent towards him. The individuals before him were indeed the generals accompanying him, evidently intending to pay a visit to both Sengoku and Garb. Lei Fa stifled a scoff in his heart, yet outwardly displayed no signs of disrespect, instead greeting them with a smile. "Ah, it is Lord Borsellino. It has indeed been quite a while. Greetings to all esteemed gentlemen." Simultaneously, he offered a respectful salute to the other generals. To his surprise, within just over a year, that once young lad had ascended to the rank of a full-fledged Navy lieutenant colonel. Truly commendable, being the son of General Sengoku. It is no wonder he has managed to offend the world's nobility, the celestial dragons, and yet not only remained unscathed but also advanced in rank. Kizaru, with his distinctive lecherous voice, remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing his words, several admirals' expressions subtly shifted. For Kizaru's insinuation was clear. Lei Fa's rapid promotion to the rank of lieutenant colonel was solely attributable to his father's status as a Navy admiral. This statement is undeniably piercing. The incident involving the celestial dragons has long since passed, yet you continue to resurrect it, even when those on the celestial dragon side have acknowledged it as merely a misunderstanding. Your attempts at flattery are becoming rather distasteful. Before Rifa could retort, discontent had already brewed among the generals present. The speaker was none other than General Randolph, the father of Rifa's companion, Patrick. Given his son's involvement, he had a favorable view of Rifa. Moreover, it was particularly egregious that Kizaru would choose this moment to attack Rifa over an incident that had nearly led to Patrick's own trial. After finally turning the page on that chapter, Kizaru brazenly revived it, striking directly at Randolph's sensibilities. Consequently, he did not hold back in his scathing remarks. It is worth noting that even if Kizaru were to ascend to the rank of admiral, Randolph's strength and influence would render him unafraid. Under Randolph's scrutiny, Kizaru realized the inappropriateness of revisiting an already settled matter, yet he shrugged it off nonchalantly, remarking that he had nearly forgotten the incident had even occurred. It was clear to all that Kizaru had no intention of conceding. "Lord Borsellino, one may indulge in a varied diet, but one must be cautious with their words," Rifa interjected. "My rank of lieutenant colonel is verifiable. Should there be any violations, your esteemed self could easily cast me out of the Navy." To make baseless speculations without evidence is not only an affront to me, but also an insult to the fleet admiral who conferred this rank upon me. Such behavior is rather unbecoming, don't you think? Oh. Kizaru fell silent, taken aback by Raifa's retort. He had previously been unaware of how Raifa had attained his rank and was oblivious to the fact that it had been bestowed directly by Admiral Akiji. Based on his earlier assumptions, he had believed that Raifa had been promoted to lieutenant colonel due to his commendable prowess, aided by Sengoku. However, Raifa's demeanor suggested that he had misjudged the situation. It was understandable, given the prior incident. He was aware of Raifa's remarkable capabilities, as evidenced by his status as a 6-star bounty hunter within the Bounty Hunter Guild and his successful neutralization of the Celestial Dragon's personal guards, tasks beyond the reach of even an ordinary colonel. Given Raifa's impressive abilities, an exceptional promotion would not be seen as excessive. In such a context, had he been of common birth, no one could have contested it. Yet, he was the son of an admiral. If he were truly promoted by the orders of Sengoku due to his prowess, then Kizaru would have had no fault in belittling him with a few words. Unfortunately, Kizaru was mistaken. The rank of Raifa was earned through genuine merit, personally bestowed by Fleet Admiral Kong. Thus, his disparagement of Raifa appeared somewhat unfounded. At this juncture, the third to speak was none other than Akane Sakazuki, a figure renowned alongside Kizaru. He solemnly declared that any personal grievances were of little consequence, emphasizing that at such a critical moment, all matters should be set aside, with the execution of Roger being of paramount importance. Should personal matters interfere with the greater scheme, none of you would bear the weight of that responsibility. His words served as a reprimand to Raifa, while equally addressing Kizaru. Let us proceed, Kizaru shrugged, indicating his indifference. The group continued towards the small courtyard, where two rear admirals nodded at Raifa in greeting, particularly Rear Admiral Randolph, who, as he passed, patted Raifa on the shoulder and remarked, "Do not take it to heart." Raifa nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Randolph referred to Kizaru. 3 days swiftly elapsed. The Navy's meticulous arrangements eliminated any possibility of unexpected incidents. Regardless of whether there were those harboring ill intentions, no one ultimately dared to seek their demise. Raifa had initially worried that the island, rife with diverse characters, might attract powerful pirates seeking to cause trouble. The original naval forces of Logtown could scarcely contain such formidable criminals from across the globe. However, reality proved his concerns unfounded. The streets of Logtown were teeming with rear admirals, a situation whereby the vice admirals were nearly inconsequential, who would dare to incite chaos. Thus, the day of Roger's execution arrived. The third day approaching swiftly. On that day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, resembling the scenes depicted in the comics observed by Lei Fa. He was uncertain whether his arrival had instigated a butterfly effect in this world, altering the time of Roger's execution. Yet, at the very least, the weather mirrored that of the original world's trajectory. The square, drenched in persistent rain, was teeming with a multitude of onlookers. Lei Fa stood at the edge of the square, quietly observing everything, acutely aware that at this moment, numerous influential figures capable of shaping the tides of the ocean were present, accompanied by the watchful eyes of various factions. This was known not only to him but also to Sengoku and Garp. However, this time, the Navy would refrain from confronting these individuals, as they required their assistance to disseminate the news of Roger's demise throughout the world. These pairs of eyes would bear witness to the downfall of the Pirate King. At noon, Roger was led onto the execution platform in the square, personally escorted by Sengoku and Garp, while the vice admirals braved the rain, standing guard around the platform. A formidable contingent of Navy personnel filled the space between the spectators and the platform, bracing themselves, as Sengoku stood upon the platform, announcing Roger's various crimes. Lei Fa experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation, contemplating whether to offer a word of warning to his adoptive father. Ultimately, however, he opted for silence. When Sengoku declared the commencement of the execution, Roger finally uttered those fateful words. "Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all. Go find it. I have hidden my treasures there." At this proclamation, the Navy was visibly shaken. Logtown erupted in fervor, while people across the globe, watching via live news broadcasts, were equally stirred. The era of great pirates had arrived, Lei Fa mused to himself. By choosing to remain uninvolved, this scene had become inevitable. At this moment, he was merely a spectator, akin to the multitude in the square. Roger fell, his head severed before countless witnesses. Yet, his demise did not align with the Navy's aspirations. Perhaps, for a brief period, the audacity of pirates would be momentarily quelled, but such suppression could not endure for long. Roger's words foretold a future where the seas would descend into greater chaos. Witnessing this monumental event, Lei Fa felt less exhilaration and more a sense of subdued melancholy. However, this sentiment did not linger for long, for a plan he had meticulously devised for an extended period awaited him. Report, Lord Lei Fa, we have located the target. In a narrow alley, Lei Fa leaned against the wall, communicating with his subordinates through a transponder snail. Where? Lei Fa inquired. The target is currently advancing rapidly from the square towards 7th Avenue, came the reply from the transponder snail. Keep a close watch on him. I shall arrive shortly. Until I get there, do everything in your power to delay him. He must not escape the confines of Rogue Town. Lei Fa commanded, yes. His subordinates saluted. After hanging up the phone, Lei Fa turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the square. Upon reaching the intersection on the other side of the alley, he found Dian standing there, gazing at the sky, seemingly captivated by the dreary weather, as if he had spotted something intriguing. Little one, let's go hunting, Lei Fa exclaimed, vaulting onto Dian's back and pointing in a specific direction. That direction led to 7th Street, where their target resided, the man who would one day become one of the warlords of the sea, the dangerous individual known as Doflamingo, also referred to as the Night Fiend and Joker. He was also the biological brother of Lei Fa's comical older sibling, Corazon, and a former celestial dragon. Lei Fa's plan was to eliminate this man in Rogue Town, for if he were to remain alive, Corazon would inevitably cross paths with him again. And some encounters are difficult to evade. Although Lei Fa's current strength had not yet reached the level of the warlords of the sea, Doflamingo had not yet attained his peak either. In this scenario, with foresight against unawareness, Lei Fa believed he had a chance of success. Furthermore, even if he were to fail, his current power would not easily place him in mortal danger. He was unafraid. On 7th Street, a young man with extravagant purple sunglasses and golden hair ambled leisurely. Beside him was a black-haired youth in a checkered shirt, also wearing sunglasses, who followed closely with a cold expression. Doflamingo, someone is watching us from the shadows. The black-haired youth stepped forward to whisper in the golden-haired youth's ear. Hehehe, Virgo, you're being overly sensitive. In such critical moments, the entire island is teeming with naval spies. Everyone is a target, the golden-haired youth replied with a grin. No, this group is specifically after us. Along the way, we've been followed by 3 different sets of people in succession, and they must know each other. This is no coincidence, Virgo asserted with conviction. Oh, the golden-haired youth finally sensed something amiss. To be continued. In a purely comparative assessment of their strengths, it is evident that he surpasses Virgo, his subordinate. However, in certain aspects, he falls short of Virgo's capabilities, particularly in tracking and counter-tracking. Therefore, when Virgo informed him that they were being monitored in turns, he harbored no doubts. The blonde youth, who is none other than Doflamingo, suddenly veered into a narrow alley, with Virgo trailing closely behind. Not far behind them, their pursuers tensed, immediately communicating via a walkie-talkie to report, attention, the target has suddenly diverted towards 6th Street. It is possible they have sensed something amiss. Brothers on 6th Street, please remain vigilant. The 2 individuals shadowing Doflamingo chose not to follow immediately, for if the targets had indeed sensed something amiss, their pursuit would only serve to expose them. Consequently, they promptly notified those at the other end of the alley to prepare for a handover. Upon traversing the alley, Virgo's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings beneath his sunglasses. And he whispered, there are also their people here. Doflamingo, with a devilish grin revealing his pearly whites, replied, no worries, now that we know we are being watched. There is nothing to be concerned about. Observing Doflamingo's self-assured demeanor, Virgo refrained from offering further caution. The duo hastily made their way across to the opposite side of 6th Street, once again entering an alley as they headed towards 5th Street. Not pausing even for a moment, the personnel responsible for surveillance on 6th Street immediately relayed the situation, as the individuals on 5th Street received the news. Lei Fa had also arrived in the vicinity. Upon hearing his subordinates report Doflamingo's peculiar maneuvers, he began to speculate. Have they discovered they are being followed? Lei Fa pondered, a slight headache forming. Surely, that was Virgo accompanying him, which posed a bit of a dilemma. He had not anticipated Doflamingo's heightened alertness, managing to detect he was being surveilled amidst such a throng of people. It is worth noting that Lei Fa had meticulously planned this operation to be as inconspicuous as possible, even instructing his subordinates to alternate in their surveillance to evade Doflamingo's detection. Yet, it seemed their efforts had ultimately been in vain. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Success or failure, they had to proceed with their endeavor. With newfound determination, Lei Fa hastened his pace towards Fifth Street. The little creature, oblivious to the unfolding events, felt an exhilarating joy as it sped through the rain with Lei Fa. Throughout the journey, whenever he encountered obstacles or individuals in his path, he effortlessly evaded or leapt over them, exhibiting astonishing speed. Upon arriving at Fifth Avenue, he received intelligence from his subordinates indicating that Don Quixote-Doflamingo had just entered a hotel with Virgo, with no further movements anticipated for the time being. At this moment, Lei Fa had already arrived at the entrance of the hotel. After descending from Dien and instructing it to remain in place, Lei Fa proceeded directly into the hotel. After all, Doflamingo did not recognize him. Even if they were to cross paths, as long as he refrained from making a move, Doflamingo would be unable to discern his intentions. The ground floor of the hotel featured a grand hall, which also housed a restaurant and tea house. Nonchalantly entering, Lei Fa summoned a waiter and ordered a pot of tea before finding a seat. Doflamingo and Virgo occupied a table not far from him, diagonally seated about 3 meters away. Yet he never cast a glance in their direction throughout. In this hall, aside from the three of them, there were a couple of tables occupied by other patrons, all engaged in sipping tea and enjoying refreshments while fervently discussing the recent execution that had just concluded. This astonishing event that has captivated the world transpired in the quaint town of Rock, a topic of conversation that will linger among its inhabitants for many years to come, especially as it has only just concluded. After the server presented the tea, Lei Fa poured himself a cup and leisurely began to sip, curious to discern the true intentions of Doflamingo. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the previously silent Virgo suddenly erupted, his entire arm transforming into a dark, metallic form, and he struck at Lei Fa with a powerful punch. To be candid, Lei Fa had not anticipated such an outburst. He was certain that he had exhibited no unusual demeanor, and Doflamingo and his associates were entirely unfamiliar with him, making it improbable that they could deduce his motives or intentions to eliminate them. What, then, provoked Virgo to act so recklessly? With a sense of perplexity, Lei Fa casually raised a hand, extending a single finger to lightly touch Virgo's fist, which was imbued with armament haki. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Virgo was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force of the impact, while Lei Fa remained unscathed, continuing to enjoy his tea. The blast generated a shockwave that sent nearby tables and chairs tumbling, and the patrons who had been engaged in casual conversation were rendered pale with fear, hastily fleeing towards the hotel exit. The proprietor of the establishment cowered behind the cash register, trembling, and whispered urgently to the attendant, "Quickly, fetch the navy." The attendant, already eager to leave, promptly dashed outside at the owner's behest. At this moment, aside from Lei Fa, there was another individual who sat unfazed in his seat, Doflamingo. Even upon witnessing Virgo being effortlessly cast aside, he exhibited no concern, instead flashing a sinister smile at Lei Fa. "How did you discover my presence?" "I should have exhibited no signs of wrongdoing upon my arrival," Lei Fa inquired, placing his teacup down to regard Doflamingo. He, what a delightful question." Doflamingo replied with a wicked grin. "Indeed, you did not reveal any abnormal expressions or actions. However, it is precisely this that constitutes your greatest flaw. We have been seated diagonally across from you, yet you never cast even a single glance in our direction. Is that not peculiar?" Upon hearing Doflamingo's explanation, Lei Fa realized that he had overthought the situation. Certainly, a typical patron enjoying tea would have glanced at Doflamingo and Virgo, two individuals who would wear sunglasses even indoors. Yet he had avoided looking at them entirely to evade suspicion. Was this a case of intelligence backfiring? Lei Fa chuckled and shook his head. "Having posed your question, it is now my turn to inquire." Doflamingo smoothly transitioned, suddenly declaring, "P.S. A second update. To be continued. Just now, you were tracking us, weren't you?" "Indeed. At this juncture, it is futile for Lei Fa to stubbornly deny the truth. To the best of my recollection, it seems we have never crossed paths before." Doflamingo lightly tapped the table. At this moment, Virgo had returned, positioning himself behind Don Quixote-Doflamingo. Although Lei Fa had sent him flying with that last strike, he had not truly inflicted any harm. After all, he was a practitioner of martial arts and was not so fragile. Indeed, he had never witnessed such a thing. Lei Fa confirmed Doflamingo's assertion and continued, "However, as a member of the Navy, it is only natural for me to seek your demise." "Oh, the Navy, you say?" Doflamingo replied, slightly taken aback. Lei Fa was not clad in his naval uniform today, thus Doflamingo was unaware of his affiliation. Nevertheless, even if he were to learn the truth now, Doflamingo would hardly believe Lei Fa's words. While it was indeed customary for the Navy to apprehend pirates at this moment, there were not merely hundreds, but perhaps even 800 pirates in Lobetown. If the Navy intended to take action, it would be implausible for them to focus solely on him, especially with so many sent to trail his movements. Such nonsensical drivel. Anyone who is not a fool would never believe it, regardless of who you are or why you wish to take my life. Since you have chosen to stand against me, prepare to meet your demise. Doflamingo abruptly raised his hands, aiming his fingers toward Lei Fa. String shot. 2 bursts of white energy were instantly propelled toward Lei Fa. Sound barrier. Lei Fa opened his mouth, unleashing a sphere of azure energy that coalesced into a translucent barrier, reminiscent of glass, before him. Doflamingo's string attack struck the barrier, merely causing a ripple effect. Beyond the whip, Doflamingo's assault did not falter even after his initial strike was thwarted by Lei Fa. He had never anticipated that his preliminary probe would injure Lei Fa. For the ease with which Lei Fa had sent Virgo flying had already indicated his formidable prowess. Although Virgo bore no bounty, his strength was comparable to that of pirates with bounties nearing 100 million, rivaling even some naval commanders. Since Lei Fa could effortlessly dispatch Virgo, it was evident that his strength surpassed Virgo's by at least 1 tier. A teenager in the Navy? This was Doflamingo's immediate reaction. However, there were only a handful of young officers within the Navy, and with the intelligence network at Doflamingo's disposal, he could name each of them, yet none matched the youthful visage before him. As he pondered, Doflamingo unleashed his attack. Suddenly, a line as thick as 2 fingers extended from his palm, wielded like a whip, striking toward Lei Fa with a resounding crack. Lei Fa reacted with remarkable speed, realizing this strike could not be thwarted by the sound barrier. With a swift motion, he sidestepped to a position over 10 meters away. Shave. Doflamingo's strike obliterated the sound barrier that had previously intercepted his string shot, carving a deep fissure into the ground. Buzz. A cerulean leaf-shaped blade materialized in Lei Fa's hand. Sound blade, extreme slash, phantom demon. The azure blade seemed to vanish in an instant, merely an illusion caused by its incredible speed. Almost immediately, several white blades of energy surged toward Doflamingo from various angles, as swift as a specter. Such astonishing velocity. Doflamingo's expression shifted. He had activated his observation haki at the onset of the battle, and in some respects, Lei Fa's extreme slash had surpassed the limits of human reaction speed. Nevertheless, the unique perception afforded by observation haki allowed him to sense movements even beyond that of Kazari's light speed abilities. Thus, while Lei Fa's attack speed was indeed rapid, it was not sufficient to prevent Doflamingo from responding. However, Doflamingo's abilities are inherently not suited for defense, and attempting to block such a strike in haste proves quite challenging. Thus, he resolutely opts to withstand the blow. Enveloped in armament haki, he unleashes a flurry of punches, dissipating the incoming blade aura into the ether. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Virgo has stealthily maneuvered behind Lei Fa, launching a surprise attack. Get away. Lei Fa exclaims, having no time to engage in a skirmish, as he retaliates with a swift slash, sending Virgo hurtling away. At that very moment, Doflamingo executes an unexpected maneuver that takes Lei Fa by surprise, manipulating the hotel owner with his powers, who, brandishing a kitchen knife, charges towards Lei Fa in a state of sheer terror. Lei Fa realizes that this is the unique parasitic manipulation ability of Doflamingo's string fruit. A tiresome trick. Lei Fa snaps his fingers. Suddenly, several blood-red, eerie lips materialize in midair, snapping open and shut as they begin to gnaw. In the next instant, the hotel owner collapses to the ground. Yet, those ghastly crimson lips persist in their motion, as if relentlessly chewing on an invisible thread, advancing towards Doflamingo along that very line. This is precisely the culinary technique known as the Scarlet Kiss, developed by Lei Fa with an insatiable gluttony for power. It was the first time that Doflamingo encountered a combat style that surpassed even his own in its peculiarities. He unleashed a flurry of elastic lines, scattering several blood-red lips in the process. After accomplishing this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Why has my strength diminished so rapidly? He became acutely aware of his own anomaly. The recent skirmish, at best, had merely been an exercise in mutual restraint, with both parties probing each other's defenses. Yet, despite this, he had already expended a tenth of his strength. This is simply ludicrous. From the moment the confrontation began until now, scarcely 2 minutes have elapsed. Even in the throes of battle, such rapid consumption of power is utterly inconceivable. You must be the culprit. Observing the smirk curling at the corner of Lei Fa's lips, Doflamingo felt a twinge of unease. I cannot comprehend your words. Lei Fa launched another assault. Of course, it is indeed your doing. From the very onset of hostilities, he had quietly unleashed the force field of caloric gluttony, silently eroding the powers of both Doflamingo and Virgo. Initially, the time was too brief for it to be noticeable. It was only when Doflamingo's strength had diminished by 1/10 that he suddenly sensed something amiss. We must go. Doflamingo realized that his information regarding the individual before him was alarmingly scant. Lingering was ill-advised. He swiftly extended a thread towards Virgo, pulling him along in the direction of the inn's backyard. Where do you think you're going? Lei Fa would not allow him to escape so easily. Doflamingo reached the backyard before Lei Fa, but as Lei Fa pursued him closely, the ground beneath his feet began to soften unexpectedly. No, it was not merely softening, more accurately. It began to undulate. The flapping fruit, Diamante. A name flashed through Lei Fa's mind. He had not anticipated that Doflamingo had brought 2 subordinates along, which explained his sudden rush to this location. He was here to rendezvous with Diamante. The ground's fluctuations caused Lei Fa to temporarily lose his balance, yet he quickly regained his footing. However, in that brief moment, Doflamingo and his 2 subordinates had vanished without a trace. Echo the sound waves. Lei Fa pressed one hand against the wall, employing his hell ear to listen intently. Strangely, there was no echo of Doflamingo or his companions within a kilometer radius, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The sky. A sudden thought struck Lei Fa as he gazed upward. If they were not on the ground, they must have left from above. Indeed, in the distance, several inconspicuous black dots were rapidly fading from view. He slapped his forehead, having forgotten about this particular tactic, skywalk. One of the applications of the string fruit allows Doflamingo to traverse the air using the clouds as a medium for flight. With the sky overcast, there was no shortage of clouds. I wish you to be struck down. Lei Fa curled his lips in disdain. Despite the failure of the pursuit, his spirits remained surprisingly unscathed. From the moment his intentions to ambush were revealed, the plan had already suffered a significant setback. In a direct confrontation, he held no confidence in his ability to defeat Doflamingo, let alone to kill him. The earlier tentative exchanges had made it seem as though he held the upper hand. A perception fueled by his understanding of Doflamingo's combat style, while Doflamingo remained entirely oblivious to his tactics, resulting in repeated setbacks for the latter. Yet, Lei Fa was acutely aware that the reality was quite the opposite. Even as he took his seat, he had discreetly gauged the combat levels of Doflamingo and Virgo, who were merely 3 meters away. The results revealed that Virgo's combat level stood at 22, roughly equivalent to that of a typical rear admiral, while Doflamingo's combat level astonishingly soared to 58. Although this rank is slightly lower than that of Hawkeye, it nonetheless represents an elite general-level combat capability. In his ordinary state, without employing Shermu, Lei Fa is estimated to possess a rank level of merely 40 to 50, significantly weaker than Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, the outcome of their preliminary skirmish led Doflamingo to misjudge Lei Fa's strength. Furthermore, Doflamingo's nature is one that favors control over the situation, thus lacking any intelligence regarding Lei Fa. He was reluctant to engage fully in battle. Consequently, he decisively opted for a strategic retreat. Undoubtedly, after this encounter, Doflamingo would employ his extensive network to investigate Lei Fa's origins and background, ensuring that their next meeting would not conclude so swiftly. Regrettably, Lei Fa sighed and shook his head. Before long, a group of Navy soldiers returned to the inn with a waiter. Freeze. The sailors raised their weapons, aiming at Lei Fa. It is I. Lei Fa turned directly. Lord Lei Fa? The arriving Navy personnel, all local soldiers from Rogue Town, immediately recognized Lei Fa as the highest-ranking officer in the area, promptly lowering their weapons and saluting him. I was merely apprehending a bounty criminal. It's nothing, stand down, Lei Fa instructed. Yes, sir. Lei Fa approached the innkeeper. What are the total damages here? Calculate them and come to the Navy base with my name to collect the compensation. I will arrange it. No need for that, my lord. You saved my life. How could I dare accept compensation? The innkeeper, still trembling from the earlier incident, recalled how Lei Fa had rescued him. Otherwise, his survival was uncertain. Thus, he completely refused any form of recompense. I am not negotiating with you. Follow my instructions, Lei Fa said dismissively before striding out of the inn. Although it was within reason that he did not kill Doflamingo, it still left him somewhat displeased, prompting him to avoid lingering there. A little while later, on a deserted island not far from Rogue Town, Doflamingo and 2 of his subordinates descended from the air. His ship was anchored beside the deserted isle, not in Rogue Town. What happened, Doflamingo? Why the sudden retreat? Diamante, still unaware of the situation, questioned. having previously obstructed Lei Fa at Doflamingo's behest. It was only upon landing that he could not restrain his inquiry. "It's nothing, just being targeted by the Navy," Doflamingo replied, his expression darkening. "How could this be? Although your bounty has exceeded 1 billion, there are certainly not more than a handful of pirates with such a bounty in Rogue Town. There may even be larger pirates lurking in the shadows. Why would you be singled out?" Diamante exclaimed in astonishment. "I find it equally perplexing," Doflamingo admitted. Doflamingo remarked, however, "Even if the Navy is keeping a close watch on us, it is unlikely that an ordinary naval officer could force us into such a hasty retreat. Could it be those vice admirals whose strength rivals that of notorious pirates?" Diamante inquired. "No, it was a young naval officer I have no recollection of. Appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years old," Doflamingo recalled. "Judging by his demeanor, he must have been specifically targeting me. And he had someone trailing me all the way. If Virgo hadn't detected our pursuer beforehand, I might never have noticed that individual." Reflecting on this, Doflamingo felt a twinge of apprehension. He was still unaware of Lei Fa's origins, and due to a misjudgment of strength, he had erroneously overestimated Lei Fa's capabilities. In such a scenario, considering the enemy's advantage in their covert observation, had Virgo not issued an early warning, he could have easily fallen victim to a surprise attack from this formidable and enigmatic figure. If he were to be ambushed and severely injured, escape would not be guaranteed. Upon returning, immediately activate the family's intelligence network to investigate his identity. I must obtain all pertinent information about him. If our network proves insufficient, procure information from the news agency, no matter the cost. Doflamingo instructed Diamante in a grave tone. The notion of being targeted by an entirely unfamiliar individual was deeply unsettling to him. And what troubled him even more was his inability to fathom why that person would fixate on him. After Roger's demise, the onlookers swiftly evacuated, and the bulk of the Navy lingered in Rogue Town for only 2 days before preparing to depart. This revelation brought a breath of relief to the island's inhabitants. The small town of Rogue was utterly incapable of withstanding any unforeseen circumstances should a battle ensue, regardless of whether the Navy emerged victorious or not. The residents would undoubtedly suffer. As such, they yearned for the departure of these individuals, whether they be naval forces or pirates, wishing for them to linger no longer. However, on the eve of the Navy's departure, Sengoku summoned Lei Fa privately, deliberately avoiding the presence of others, including even Carp. "Did you pursue and eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Sengoku's first inquiry cut straight to the point. "Nothing escapes your notice, old man," Lei Fa replied with a resigned smile. As an admiral, Sengoku had an extensive network of informants. Had Lei Fa acted alone to intercept Doflamingo, Sengoku may not have learned of it so swiftly. Yet, given the number of people Sengoku had dispatched to monitor Doflamingo, such information could not remain concealed. Next time, do not act so recklessly. Doflamingo's strength should not be underestimated. You are still young, and facing him could easily lead to your downfall, Sengoku admonished with a furrowed brow. "I understand," Lei Fa nodded in acknowledgement. "Is that why you called me here?" "No." Sengoku shook his head. "I summoned you because there is something I deem necessary to inform you of. You have the right to know." "What is it?" Lei Fa asked. Curiosity piqued. The gravity with which Sengoku had approached him, avoiding others, indicated that the matter was of considerable importance. "Do you recall the Supreme Navy Conference convened due to your offense against the Celestial Dragons?" Sengoku inquired. "Are you referring to my biological father and the Nefertari family?" Lei Fa asked. "Precisely." Sengoku affirmed. "Last time, to protect you, I regrettably had to go against your father, Farrell's wishes, and disclose your identity to the current head of the Nefertari family. Your father's brother, King Edmund. You mentioned this previously," Lei Fa replied, puzzled as to why Sengoku was revisiting old matters. "Indeed, but subsequent events have transpired," Sengoku sighed. While I am uncertain how King Edmund managed to persuade Mariehua to refrain from pursuing your accountability, it is evident that it has incited their ire. Recently, news from Alabasta conveyed that King Edmund was assassinated one night, although it superficially appears to be the work of a gang of bounty hunters. These individuals have no grievances against Alabasta and would have no motivation to assassinate a king. Considering this, I promptly initiated a discreet investigation. The investigation yielded the conclusion that this act was likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, with suspicion directed towards a clandestine agency under the world government. As the warring state spoke these words, his expression revealed a myriad of complexities. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa felt a surge of inexplicable anger ignite within him. He had no acquaintance with the so-called King Edmund, nor did he share any emotional connection with him. Even if the man were the brother of his biological father, whom he had never met, he still harbored no feelings toward him. Yet, this individual had sacrificed his life simply for having saved him once. This incited an indescribable fury within him, a rage that urged him towards thoughts of violence. Therefore, was this matter orchestrated by the celestial dragons from behind the scenes? Lei Fa inquired in a low voice. It is inconsequential, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. Remember, whether it is true or not holds no significance. Refrain from uttering such words again. I share this with you not for the purpose of urging you to delve into the depths of the truth, but rather to convey that you have a relative who is willing to risk their life to save you, and you must cherish their sacrifice. Indeed, Lei Fa replied, his voice subdued. In light of your commendable leadership in this endeavor, both Marshal Kong and I have reached a unanimous decision to elevate you to a more significant position where your talents can shine. Subsequently, once we depart, you will likely receive orders from headquarters directing you to return to the Grand Line and report to the G5 branch. Sengoku unexpectedly interjected with a statement that seemed entirely unrelated to the preceding discourse. Lei Fa lifted his gaze to meet his. At this moment, he continued, however, there is always a time lag in the transfer orders. You must ensure that your responsibilities here are well arranged before you depart. Moreover, you have to make your way to the G5 branch alone, and it is inevitable that the journey will take a considerable amount of time. Should you encounter inclement weather, such as a storm, it would complicate matters further. Therefore, take care of yourself along the way. Safety comes first. Do not rush. It is perfectly acceptable to arrive a bit later. After uttering these words, Sengoku patted Lei Fa on the shoulder and departed ahead of him. Initially engulfed in an inexplicable fury and despondence, Lei Fa did not pay much attention to Sengoku's remarks and found himself somewhat bewildered. However, once Sengoku had left, he replayed those words in his mind, soon savoring their implications. It appeared that a visit to Alabasta was indeed necessary, Lei Fa contemplated. Sengoku's words, while ostensibly informing him of his transfer to the Navy's G5 branch, were delivered only after revealing the assassination of his uncle, King Edmund, adding a layer of intrigue. Particularly, the final segment of his speech had conveyed a clear message, albeit without explicitly breaking through that last veil of ambiguity. This clearly indicates to Lei Fa that he can take some time to visit Alabasta before reporting to the G5 branch, even if it means arriving late. Lei Fa understands that this is already quite a concession from Sengoku, his surrogate father. Throughout Sengoku's life, he has remained steadfastly loyal to the world government, and it is inconceivable for him to act against it. To offer Lei Fa such leniency within the parameters of the rules is a significant gesture. In fact, even when Sengoku rescued Lei Fa from the Celestial Dragon incident, he never betrayed his identity or his allegiance to the Navy and the world government. He merely utilized the rules to his advantage. Everyone possesses their own psychological boundaries, and Sengoku's boundary is his unwavering commitment to what he perceives as justice, a principle that leaves Lei Fa with no retort. Regardless, Lei Fa holds nothing but respect for Sengoku, his surrogate father. P.S. An additional update with 400 votes. Apologies for the delay. Moreover, we are just a few votes shy of reaching 600, which means another update is imminent. Everyone, please rally your support. To be continued. Whiskey Peak is one of the closest resting places to the entrance of Reverse Mountain on the Grand Line. This place serves as one of the gathering grounds for bounty hunters and assassins, among other clandestine professions. The town's residents are seldom ordinary people, for it is exceedingly challenging for the common folk to survive in such an environment. On that day, a youth, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, donned in blue beach shorts and a patterned short-sleeved shirt, embarked upon the island with a substantial travel backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon reaching the Whiskey Peaks, he stretched languidly, relishing the moment. At that very instant, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, with a humble demeanor, approached the youth and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Would you require a guide? I am well versed in the happenings of the town. All I ask is for 500 berries. 500 berries, you say? Very well. Lead me to the Bounty Hunter Guild, and that shall be your reward," the youth replied, tossing the middle-aged man the 500 berries without a moment's hesitation, exuding an air of generosity. Thank you. Thank you." The middle-aged man bowed even lower, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Please, follow me. I shall take you to the Bounty Hunter Guild at once." "All right, let us proceed," the youth responded cheerfully. As the boy and the middle-aged man departed, several fishermen by the dock, also striving to make a living, shook their heads with sympathy. "Another unfortunate soul," one remarked. "Indeed, he's caught the eye of Mickey and his gang. They might even strip him of his clothes." This lad will likely have to toil as a laborer in the town, another chimed in. Count your blessings. Though Mickey's crew preys on the weak, they merely rob and do not kill. If he were to encounter other gangs, he might not be so fortunate, another added. However, it's rather peculiar. When I passed by the dock earlier, I could have sworn I saw him rowing a small boat all alone, one of them recalled. How could that be? You must have had one too many drinks, the others laughed, asserting that this was the Grand Line, not a water amusement park. Even a pirate with a bounty of millions would not dare venture out alone unless they wished for death. Well, perhaps I misremembered, the man conceded, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the stooped middle-aged man had led the youth clad in the patterned shirt to a less populated street in the southern part of the town. The boy leisurely followed, glancing around and asking, Are you certain the Bounty Hunter Guild is this way? It seems rather deserted. Could you have taken a wrong turn? I have not erred. Just around that corner ahead, we shall soon arrive, the middle-aged man replied with a forced smile. Oh, very well, let us hasten, the youth said nonchalantly. After walking a bit further, the stooped man pointed to a corner ahead, informing the youth, If you turn there, you will find it. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The young boy nodded and ventured ahead. Upon turning the corner, he soon discovered a group of unsavory individuals lurking in the alley, brandishing knives and other weapons. Glancing back, he noticed the hunched middle-aged man had straightened up, now accompanied by two others, similarly armed. Pray tell, do not tell me you intend to rob me, the boy said with a tone tinged with resignation. Ah, quite perceptive. Lad, indeed, this is a robbery. Surrender all your belongings. Out of goodwill, I shall spare you the trouble of parting with your clothes. But everything else must remain with us, the middle-aged man replied with a sly grin. My spirits are rather high today as well, the boy replied, unflinching, shrugging his shoulders. Therefore, let us dispense with this charade. I shall be forthright. I am a Navy lieutenant commander and a 6-star bounty hunter of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Collectively, you lot do not pose a challenge even for a single strike, so I suggest you cease this folly and escort me to the Bounty Hunter Guild post-haste. Indeed. This boy was none other than Lei Fa, recently returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line. His solitary journey from the East Blue was not particularly perilous for him now. However, the distance to Sabaody Archipelago was considerable. While he did not fear the dangers of the voyage, it was impractical to embark without sustenance. Thus, he sought the assistance of the Bounty Hunter Guild to secure passage to Sabaody Archipelago. Although his identity had become somewhat notorious after crossing paths with the Celestial Dragons, it did not nullify his status as a 6-star bounty hunter. Notably, the guild had previously attempted to aid him, albeit with limited success, as it was ultimately his lineage that secured his safety. This indicated the guild's regard for him, making it unlikely they would revoke his status. Little did he expect that upon arriving on the island, he would encounter such a cliché scenario of robbery. Presently, the overall strength of Whiskey Peak was far inferior to what it would become in a decade or two, once unified by the Baroque works. Even if one of the future warlords of the sea, Crocodile, were to arrive in person, he would not dare rob Lei Fa, let alone these lowly thugs who did not even have the courage to venture out on the Grand Line. Consequently, Lei Fa found no merit in wasting time with them and promptly declared his identity. Yet, the moment he finished speaking,